Several people. They all seemed to be young and in the prime of their lives, but Daenerys could see the truth, or at least part of it. She could see how the appearances of these people shifted from young individuals to completely withered beings with skin as wrinkled as bright blue raisins. The eyes of these beings had blue sclera, and their irises shone with greed and arcane knowledge. "Who are you?" Daenerys asked in fear, feeling like a deer cornered by lions. "We are the Undying," replied another of the Undying in a slightly kinder voice. The moment Daenerys heard that name, she began to panic, for she knew what they were and also what they wanted from her. Filled with panic, the young Targaryen began to move her head, looking around to see her situation. Seeing her position, she realized she was hanging from the ceiling, held by several chains. The chains were cold to the touch, but she couldn't feel it as they touched her clothes, not her skin directly. "It seems the little girl is upset," another of the Undying commented mockingly, letting out a chuckle at the end. "Calm down, princess," said another voice, this time a woman. "We won't harm you, we just want something from you." After those words, Daenerys felt her mind begin to scatter, causing her mind and body to desynchronize. As she lost control of her body, hundreds of images from various places began to flood her mind, overwhelming her. While Daenerys's mind received a large amount of information, the Undying rose from their thrones and, moving in a mist-like form, lunged at Daenerys. The bony, wrinkled hands of the Undying began to cling to the young Targaryen's body as their mouths approached her. When their blue lips were about 10 centimeters from Daenerys's body, they began to suck in the air around the young woman, drawing in her vital essence. As they began to suck, Daenerys's innate magic started to be absorbed by the Undying, rejuvenating their withered bodies. The Undying were so focused on devouring Daenerys's magic and vital energy that they didn't hear the commotion in the other room. However, they were forced to look away when they heard the door to the room being thrown open. "What is happening?" shouted one of the Undying, stopping the absorption of Daenerys's magic. The response to that question was an object entering at high speed. The object struck the Undying's head, knocking him away from Daenerys's body and killing him instantly. This action caused the rest of the Undying to unconsciously move away from the young woman. When they were far from the Targaryen's body, they looked to the side and realized that the door to their hole was wide open. Pripyat was hurling fireballs the size of human heads at the intruder who had entered the room preceding the Hall of the Undying. The room preceding the Hall of the Undying was a large hall, easily accommodating more than 500 people. It was beautifully decorated with paintings depicting various places in the known world. There was also very elegant furniture, such as mahogany shelves and oak bookcases. Among all this furniture was silverware, high-quality books, and other treasures. Or at least that had been the case until a few moments ago, for now it was different. The warlock's eyes watched as his attacks failed because the intruder who had appeared dodged them with great ease. Until a few moments ago, the hall had been filled with warlocks of various ranks within the order. They had all gathered there to watch their masters, the Undying, rise again after devouring the young Targaryen. But while they waited for them to finish, the door connecting this place to the rest of the house opened, catching everyone's attention. From the doors appeared not a person but a lightning bolt, which struck a warlock and then began to move among all the nearby warlocks. All those hit by that lightning bolt let out a powerful scream of pain, then fell silent as their bodies turned to ashes. That vision of his companions being killed penetrated Pripyat's mind, causing the warlock to take a step back. However, after the first shock, he and the rest of the surviving warlocks came to their senses and, realizing what was happening, began to attack the intruder. Unfortunately, the intruder was more skilled than they expected and managed to avoid their attacks. No matter what they threw at him, he dodged it or used strange magic to repel the spells they cast at him. The magic he uses is powerful, thought Pripyat as he saw how, after dodging his fireballs, the intruder appeared in front of another warlock and, placing his hand on his head, set him ablaze, causing the warlock to scream in pain as he died. Pyat's body trembled when his eyes saw how his companion was brutally killed. However, he couldn't do much after that because the intruder set his eyes on him. The intruder's gaze was intense, making Pri feel as if he could see more than just his flesh but also his soul. "Stay away," shouted the warlock when he saw how the intruder ran towards him at great speed. Fear began to take hold of the warlock, as he felt as if death itself was coming for him. The panic he felt was such that he began to use more powerful spells, such as one that allowed him to conjure a swarm of flesh flies. The small insects were so many that together they looked like a dark cloud. The cloud began to move towards the intruder at a very good speed. Flesh flies were insects the size of bumblebees, bright red in color. Their appearance could also be described as repugnant. These insects were capable of sucking blood from humans and horses, at least in their normal form. However, these flies were not normal, they were changed by powers given by the Undying to their disciples. This gave these flies the ability to drink a human's blood in seconds. A smile appeared on Pree's face as he saw how the flies began to surround the intruder. Ha, 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 laughed Pree, thinking that his enemy would now be without a single drop of blood in his body thanks to the flies. However, the smile on his face died when several lightning bolts appeared where the cloud of flies was, turning them into ashes. Before Pree's eyes, the intruder was covered in a blue aura through which lightning constantly crackled. Seeing what his enemy had just done, Pree became even more terrified than before because for a moment he had thought he could win. However, his enemy had shown himself more than capable in magic. So seeing that it was more than obvious he would die, the warlock took the coward's path and without thinking twice turned and began to run towards the Hall of the Undying. The warlock ran without realizing that several of his companions tried to block the intruder's path and stop him there, something that proved futile because they all died when the intruder approached them. Pree ran as if there were not tomorrow because he felt immense fear of dying. That fear diminished greatly when he reached the door that was the entrance to the Hall of the Undying. Standing before the richly decorated cedar door, Pree sighed in relief because he felt safe. However, just as he was about to touch door with one hand felt someone grab head. You know I hate cowards. At least your friends had courage die battle. But you. No ran like coward when saw them die, really not worth effort, said voice whom Pree could only assume was intruder language. This intruder used common tongue indicating came from Westeros. That revelation greatly surprised Pree because knew there were no mags Westeros since Faith 7 forbade taught magic demonic. PP please, spare my life, begged Pree miserably for life knew would die this moment. The response that Pree received was silence, something that gave hope enemy would release him. But unfortunately for him wouldn't happen. The warlock felt hand placed left shoulder, something puzzled greatly, but didn't last long because second later felt excruciating pain. Ah, screamed Pree, felt skin muscles being stretched limit. The intruder pulling Pree's head while pressing shoulder. This action caused head begin torn from body slowly painfully. The sound tearing flesh echoed room when head finally separated from body which fell unceremoniously ground. Despite being decapitated Pree could still see feel because head remained alive which why saw how intruder approached door kicked open then felt himself thrown great speed ending life when head struck body killing both instantly. Jon's eyes looked at the Undying with a calmness and coldness that very few mortals could match. The young bastard stood like a true warrior, giving the appearance of being older than he was. The body of Ned Stark's son was covered in the blood of Pripyat, which had erupted from the warlock's neck like a volcanic eruption when Jon decapitated him. "WW, who are you?" shouted one of the Undying upon seeing Jon standing in the doorway. The ancient being was trembling with fear at the sight of the young man, due to the brutal amount of magic surrounding him. The Undying were paralyzed with terror upon feeling Jon's magical power, which far surpassed their own. If the Undying's magical power at this moment was like a pond of water after the rain, Jon's magical power would be akin to a lake in the middle of a storm, enormous and wild. "Who am I? That's a good question," Jon responded cryptically as he began to step towards the Undying. "I am the apprentice of the last Dragonborn. I am a battle mage, but above all, I am your death." After that shout, Jon launched himself at the Undying at great speed, appearing as a black blur, something that surprised the Undying. Despite their surprise, they realized they were in danger and, moving faster than Jon, they distanced themselves from Daenerys, appearing at the edges of the room. "They are faster than they seem," Jon thought as he reached Daenerys. "You're fast, boy, but you're nothing more than a brat compared to us," said one of the Undying, who began to glow, appearing in silver armor. "It's not much, but the girl's power has restored part of our magic. We knew the girl's magic was strong, but yours is stronger. So rejoice, you will be our new meal," shouted an Undying, who took the appearance of a beautiful woman with black hair and red eyes. After that shout, all the Undying began to change shape, adopting young and vigorous forms. The men were dressed in beautifully decorated silver armor, polished so much that they looked like mirrors. They all began to walk in circles around Jon, completely surrounding him. The eyes of the Bastard of Winterfell were focused on all the Undying, examining each of their movements. Their stances show they've never used a sword in their lives. Jon thought as he saw the stances taken by the Undying. Seeing them, he slightly tightened his grip on Gandravar, waiting for the moment to attack. I can't attack recklessly, not when Daenerys is behind me. After those thoughts, Jon looked back, seeing how the young Targaryen was in a sort of trance. Narrowing his eyes, the Dothraki apprentice stopped looking at the girl and looked ahead, refocusing his eyes on the Undying. "Ha, look at him. He has guts, but nothing more," said an Undying mockingly. "You may have a lot of power, but you don't have the knowledge to use it." The Undying's voice had bravado, but Jon could see and smell it. He was scared, just like his companions. They were all completely terrified, knowing that Jon surpassed them in power and not knowing his magical capabilities, so they didn't know what he was capable of. "Well, it seems you hold yourselves in very high regard," Jon whispered, beginning to smile as he spoke. "But what I see is just a group of old men who have been playing with powers beyond their comprehension and should have died long ago." Jon's words were meant to provoke, as the young man hoped that by attacking the Undying's ego, they would become angry and attack him, thus starting the battle. Fortunately, the ego and narcissism of these beings made the words spoken by the bastard more than enough to enrage them. "What? How dare you?" shouted one of the Undying in anger as he launched himself at Jon at great speed. Jon's eyes widened in surprise when he saw how the Undying turned into a sort of mist and moved at great speed towards him. The Undying appeared in front of Jon and raised his sword, preparing to kill him. Seeing him appear, Jon moved Gandravar, managing to block the Undying's attack. Surprise painted the Undying's face when he saw that his attack, which was beyond the capabilities of any human, was easily stopped by Jon. "You're good," Jon said while struggling with the Undying, proving that he was physically stronger than him. "But you're nothing compared to my master." After those words, Jon moved his hand and, showcasing his superhuman abilities, managed to destabilize his enemy. By doing this, the Undying was left without any guard to defend himself, so he couldn't do anything when Jon moved his sword to stab him in the chest. Jon's action caused the other Undying to shudder, as they hadn't expected to see one of their own killed so easily. Fear began to grow stronger within them, as they realized Jon was more powerful than they had expected. However, they knew they couldn't flee, but they also couldn't win by fighting individually, leading them to think they could win if they fought as a group. So, determined to survive and consume Jon, the Undying all launched themselves together to fight against Jon. Jon saw how those in armor charged at him, ready to fight hand to hand. This made the bastard smile, as he knew he could defeat them more quickly this way. So, without wasting time, he launched himself at them, ready to face them as far away from Daenerys as possible. Jon's steps were super fast, managing to reach the first of the Undying several meters away from where Daenerys was. When Jon approached the Undying, he moved his sword, which glowed for a second before being covered in fire. The flaming sword approached Jon at great speed, but he used his own sword to deflect the Undying's attack. The clash of the weapons caused a shockwave, sending some low-value objects flying. While Jon struggled with that Undying, he was forced to take a step back as a fireball approached from his left flank. That fireball, the size of a small shield, was courtesy of an Undying, who was with the other two women of the Order. "I see, they will provide ranged support while I fight those in armor. A good plan." Jon thought with annoyance, knowing that strategy would force him to be more cautious. Even so, he didn't let himself be overwhelmed and, after dodging that attack, moved his sword to block the attack of another Undying who tried to strike him from behind. Crouching, Jon saw the attack pass over him, giving him an opening in the Undying's defense. Seeing this, the Dothraki apprentice moved his free hand and launched a point-blank ice spike at the Undying. The ice spike, as sharp as a spear tip, struck the Undying's face, impaling and killing him instantly. With that death, the number of Undying began to gradually decrease, as despite attacking him with magic and melee, Jon was able to dodge and block the spells. Jon fought bravely in close combat, dodging and blocking the Undying's attacks while launching quick counter-attacks. These counter-attacks had managed to kill some Undying, as they were not natural warriors like him. John's free hand glowed white as he created a magical barrier to protect himself from the fireballs of the Undying attacking him with magic. The fireballs are annoying, but as long as they don't summon those pesky insects, I won't need to use other spells. John thought as he deactivated his barrier after seeing the fire had extinguished. Turning his gaze forward, John caught the hand of one of the Undying fighting in close combat. The bastard's hand had caught his enemy's forearm, allowing him to move his hand to the Undying's face and burn it with a point-blank explosion of flames. The Undying let out a high-pitched scream of pain upon receiving John's attack to the face, but it didn't last long, as he died a few seconds later. The Undying's scream caused his allies to hesitate for a second, something John took advantage of to attack his enemies, those attacking him with magic. So, moving his hand, Ned's bastard son cast the chain lightning spell. A powerful lightning bolt appeared from John's hand, heading towards the Undying, who, upon seeing it, quickly moved to dodge it, or at least they hoped, but to their total surprise and horror, the lightning bolt changed direction and headed towards the nearest Undying. Ah! The scream of pain from the Undying hit by the lightning bolt was such that if the house of the Undying weren't in a remote area, all the surrounding houses would have realized something was happening. The Undying's body turned to ashes in front of his friends, who no longer knew what to do, as they were all dying one by one. However, before they could say or do anything else, John moved towards them, appearing in front of them. It seems they have resigned themselves, John said, seeing how the Undying didn't seem to react in time. However, his words were far from the truth, as the Undying in front of him hadn't resigned themselves but hadn't expected him to appear like that, so they were in shock. Seeing that they wouldn't react in time, Ashura's bastard son moved his hand and used Fire Rune. That spell caused a rune to appear on one of the Undying's bodies. With the rune on the Undying's body, John took advantage of the situation to grab her by the neck of her dress and throw her towards her companions. The rest of the female Undying saw their companion coming, so without knowing what was happening, they caught her. That was their last and most serious mistake, as the moment they caught her, the rune activated, and they all died in an explosion of flames. With that explosion, the deadly dance that was the battle was nearing its end, as only one Undying remained. That Undying stood looking at John in terror, sweat covering his face and soaking his hands. Get away, the Undying shouted in terror upon seeing John start to approach him. With those words, he began to walk backward, ending up tripping and falling to the ground with a thud. Seeing his enemy on the ground, John moved his hand and, without wasting time, conjured a chain of fire. The burning chains made of molten iron clung to the Undying's body, causing him to let out a scream of pain. "Shut up already," John said as he pulled the chains, dragging the Undying towards him. The Undying's body was easily dragged while he screamed from the burns caused by the chains. However, his screams were silenced when the blade of Gandhravar embedded in his chest. John pulled the sword's blade from the Undying's body, letting him fall to the ground, dead. After that, John turned and approached Daenerys, and without wasting time, cut her chains. The girl's body fell but never touched the ground, as John caught her. The bastard's eyes softened when he saw the girl, who was resting peacefully. Leaving her on the ground for a few moments, John approached the heart on the table. "For some reason, you haven't been affected by the battle," John said, analytically looking at the heart. The presence of that organ made John feel strange, but even so, he didn't do anything stupid like reaching out his hand, as he didn't know what would happen if he did. "It seems you are a magical object of some kind, but I don't have the time or desire to know what you are for," John said as he extended his hand and created several magical runes around the heart and then continued placing more in other parts of the room. When he had placed more than 15 runes, John took Daenerys and, using magic, began to search for the rest of his friends, hoping to find them soon. Gren's eyes were blinded for a second by the incoming light, causing him some pain. When this pain faded, Gren was able to refocus his vision, and when he saw the person behind the door, he smiled. "Why did you take so long, John?" Gren asked happily upon seeing his friend arrive. "I got lost on the path of life," John responded with a smile as he looked at Gren and the rest. "It seems everyone is here." John's words made Gren look around, realizing he was right, as Sam, Ed, PYP, and Ghost were beside him. However, his heart felt heavy when he saw that everyone there was chained by one leg. It seems you're all resting very well, Jon commented as he approached his friends. As he walked, Gren noticed that his friend had Daenerys tied to his back. You found the princess, Gren said, letting out a sigh of relief, feeling all the worry about the young girl's whereabouts dissipate. Yes, she was about to be devoured by the Undying, but fortunately, I managed to prevent it, Jon pointed out as he used Gandravar to cut the chains of all his friends. After freeing them, Jon moved his hand and created small lightning bolts, which gave everyone a slight electric shock. Ah, was the simultaneous scream from all the humans as they were forced to stand up from the pain of the lightning. What the hell, was the first thing Sam asked as he got up and realized he wasn't on the Starwolf. Bringing a hand to his head, the boy began to look around, his eyes widening when he realized he was in a room devoid of furniture. Sam. Ed. Gren. PYP asked as he got up and looked at his friends. Where the hell are we? In the House of the Undying. Jon responded, catching his friend's attention. The eyes of the newly awakened widened like saucers upon hearing Jon's words. This was because they realized they had been captured by the warlocks Jon explicitly wanted to avoid. The princess. PYP shouted, remembering how they had been captured. Calm down, she's safe, Jon commented, causing everyone to look at him. Relief appeared on everyone's faces when they saw that Daenerys was tied to Jon's back. You saved her, Sam pointed out with a smile upon seeing the princess safe. Yes, but I also took out all the Undying and the warlocks in this place, Jon commented as he approached Ghost, whom he woke with a gentle movement after kneeling beside the wolf. When the wolf opened his eyes, he let out a whimper of disappointment, which was more directed at himself than at Jon. Hearing his friend apologize in that way, Jon just smiled and shook his head, then began to scratch behind his right ear, calming him down. What will we do now? Ed asked, approaching Jon. Leave immediately, Jon responded quickly as he stood up again. Walking around the place, he began to fill it with fire runes, something that caught his friend's attention. What are you doing? Gren asked, curious about his friend's actions. I'm going to blow this place up to make it look like these idiots messed with something they shouldn't have, Jon responded quickly. I understand, Sam said at once, realizing why Jon was doing that. You want to make it look like what happened here was the fault of the Undying and the warlocks. Exactly. If we're lucky, this will divert and avoid any investigation that might trap us in this city. Jon's words made everyone understand what he wanted to do. This caused them all to look at each other for a second, but no one said anything. This was because Jon spoke again. Let's get out of here. After those words, everyone began to leave the place quickly. The group started moving through all the floors and rooms of the House of the Undying, seeing the consequences of the battles fought there. Every corner of the House of the Undying was stained with blood, and several bodies were scattered everywhere. There were abnormal amounts of ashes and burn marks on furniture, walls, and the ceiling. It looks like you made a mess here, didn't you, Jon? Sam asked in amazement, seeing all the damage his friend had done on his way to them. Believe it or not, most of the collateral damage was caused by the warlocks, Jon responded as he descended the last stairs, which would lead them to the exit of this place. The revelation that the collateral damage had been caused by the warlocks only made Sam and the rest realize that their friend was more skilled than the warlocks in using his magic. Move a bit, the exit is through that door, Jon said, pointing to the broken entrance door. As the group members exited through the door, the sunlight temporarily blinded them. However, that didn't stop them, and they kept running several meters until they finally stopped to catch their breath. That was exhausting, PYP said between breaths as he caught his breath. Yes, I thought skeletal hands would come out at any moment to hold us back, Ed commented, sitting down for a moment to catch his breath better. Ed's words were accompanied by nods from the rest, except for Jon, who was looking at the structure with narrowed eyes. The young bastard was thinking a bit, weighing what idea would be best to get out of there without attracting attention. In the end, after a few minutes, he came up with an idea. So, walking towards it, he began to untie Daenerys, who was fixed to his back thanks to the belts of several warlocks, which he used as a rope to tie the princess. When Daenerys was free, John quickly moved his hands and carried her in his arms. "Ed, guys," John said, catching his friend's attention. "Yes, John, what's up?" Sam asked upon hearing his friend. "I need you to take Daenerys and leave this place as quickly as possible," John replied, then began to walk towards Ed. When he was in front of his friend, he handed Daenerys to him. Ed extended his arms and took the princess, making sure not to drop her. After ensuring that, he looked his friend in the eyes before speaking. "John, what are you planning to do? I need you to leave so you won't be noticed for what will happen next. Try not to attract too much attention. I'll see you on the ship in a few hours." John replied as he prepared to stay hidden until it was time for action. Hearing his friend's words, the boys tried to argue, but they knew it would be in vain. Besides, they were aware that John's plan was the most sensible for now. So, having no other options, they nodded and began to leave the place quickly. John watched as his friends moved away from the vicinity of the House of the Undying. When he saw they had disappeared from his line of sight, he approached a tree outside the place and sat at its base. John closed his eyes for a moment, waiting calmly until the perfect moment arrived. Beginning to meditate, he focused his thoughts on what had happened in his short battle against the Undying. Those warlocks were skilled in their sorcery, but I realized their magic is not like Tamriel's. Not only is it more basic and very restrictive, but it also seems only effective against non-mags. John thought, recalling how he had been able to fight the Undying and their warlocks with relative ease, something that shouldn't have been possible, as they were more numerous than him. Even so, the bastard knew he couldn't lump all mags and sorcerers together. Maybe they weren't the best option to evaluate my powers, but they have given me an idea of the power level of the sorcerers in this world. After those thoughts, John opened his eyes, as if it was time. Walking calmly, he approached until he was 200 meters from the House of the Undying. Fixing his eyes on the structure, John raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The sound produced by his fingers echoed through the place for a few moments, followed by the sound of hundreds of explosions. The explosions came from the hundreds of explosive runes he had placed in the place, creating a symphony of booms as horse-sized tongues of fire appeared, engulfing every flammable part of that place. Slowly, the flames began to consume everything inside the House of the Undying, including the heart in the room where the bodies of the leaders of this order were. John watched as a column of black smoke rose on the horizon, becoming so large that it was more than likely visible throughout the city of Qarth. Feeling it was time to leave, as the first curious onlookers would soon arrive, John turned and, starting to run, left that place at the greatest speed he could. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And Chapter 33 is ready. Here we have seen how the Undying have died, literally, there are no more of these bastards. The truth is that it's difficult to write about the magic in Asoyaf, since Martin hasn't given much background on it. So, because of that, not having much material to guide me, I had to portray the Undying and their servants this way. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 34. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 34. Qarth 297 AC. The inhabitants of the city of Qarth were going about their daily activities, but the gossip and conversations from all places and among all strata of society were focused on one event, the destruction of the House of the Undying. This event was unprecedented within the three walls of the city of Qarth, as there had been no records of such a large explosion inside until now. That explosion of fire caused hundreds of civilians and guards to mobilize, who worked tirelessly to control the fire that resulted from the explosion. The flames had burned not only what was left of the tower after the explosion but also the strange trees that grew around the structure. This caused panic among the population and forced the Pureborn to act quickly. Although it seemed they acted quickly out of love for their people, The truth was that they did so to gain more power and control over the population, thus having a little more influence than the ancient Guild of Spicers, the Brotherhood of the Turquoise, and the 13. Currently, an extraordinary meeting of the Pureborn is taking place in the Hall of 1,000 Thrones. The Hall of 1,000 Thrones was filled with large wooden thrones, belonging to the kings and queens of Carthage past, erected in curved tiers from the marble floor to the high domed ceiling where scenes of the city's ancient glory were painted. The thrones are immense, with fantastic carvings, adorned with gold and inlaid with amber, onyx, lapis lazuli, and jade, all of them unique, as no two thrones were alike. For this meeting, all the seats in the hall were occupied by the Pureborn. The meeting had started not long ago, and despite the gravity of what had happened, the Pureborn sounded apathetic and tired, almost as if they didn't care about what was happening outside their palaces. "So, our servants haven't discovered what caused the House of the Warlocks to explode?" asked one of the Pureborn, a young man no older than 20 name days. "It seems not. According to quick investigations, only bodies have been found, but no residues of flammable substances or anything capable of causing such an explosion," replied another Pureborn. This Pureborn was named Egon Imeros. "It seems we will have to make them work harder. Does anyone have a plan to prevent the merchant guilds from taking advantage of this to take more power from us?" asked another Pureborn, named Mathos Malarawan. "For now, we could only get a scapegoat for this," replied Egon while looking at his fellow Pureborn. A scapegoat, yes, it could work. Now the question is, who do we choose?" The Pureborn's question hung in the air as the gathered members began to think about whom to blame. Slowly, each of those present began to name their candidates. Many of those named were merchants of some success or who had connections with some of the city's mercantile factions. Unfortunately, as tempting as it was to use this to weaken their political rivals, they knew it wouldn't work, as the merchants would block any intrigue directed at them. In fact, many of those present argued that surely at this moment, all of them were gathered planning how to take advantage of this. "We have no other choice," said a Pureborn, an old man. "We will have to use a foreign merchant for this." The mention of using a foreigner caused all the Pureborn to look at each other for a few seconds, then nod. "That's right. We can use a barbarian from outside to blame them. But not only that, by doing so we can implement more controls in the ports, which will allow us to better control the flow of trade. Additionally, it will also allow us to have footholds for any intrigue we plan against those merchants." The words of that Pureborn who spoke were received with rejoicing by his companions, as they also thought the same. So, in the end, they decided to find someone to blame. Fortunately for them, the list to search was not very long, as they decided to look for those merchants who came from the farthest places, as the distance separating Carth from their places of origin meant the dangers those merchants faced were many. So, if they disappeared, it wouldn't attract much attention from the people of their places of origin. "The best options are these, as most come from the cities on the narrow sea," said a Pureborn, who was reading a register with the ships docked in the port. "Eliminate the ships from Bravos from the options," said another Pureborn quickly when he heard the narrow sea mentioned. "Trade with Bravos is very profitable, so we must not bother them. We don't want the Iron Bank and the Faceless Men on us." The mention of the infamous order of religious assassins based in the city of Bravos caused the Pureborn present to feel a shiver run through their bodies, as rumors of the effectiveness of those assassins had reached even those lands. This was hypocritical on the part of the Pureborn, as they often gave poisoned wine to those they considered their enemies. "Then that leaves only the ships from Westeros and Pentos." The best would be a ship from Westeros. What options do we have there?" We have some, but I'll discard this cock, it's small and has a tiny crew." "That won't make it feasible for them to be seen as suspects, as it's impossible to blow up an entire tower with just 6 crew members." "I understand, then let's take a larger ship." After those words, the Pureborn began to debate whom to use. However, they couldn't reach any decision, as a servant entered the hall and informed them that what had happened in the tower had already been discovered. "What do you mean by that?" asked one of the Pureborn in surprise and anger, standing up. "The investigators sent by the 13 have found traces of some flammable substances along with a pinch of the so-called wildfire produced by the alchemists in Westeros," replied the servant with fear, knowing that the Pureborn would not like this at all. Upon hearing this, all the pureborn frowned and clicked their tongues, as they had just missed an opportunity to increase their power. Dismissing the servant, they returned to what they normally did in their meetings. While the pureborn were doing what they did, the entire port was abuzz with gossip about what had just happened. Merchants, workers, and even guards talked about how the warlocks had been so foolish in proving their power that they had brought that substance from Westeros for their experiments, something that cost them all their lives. Among the crowd, Jon could be seen with his crew, enjoying the sights of the city before leaving tonight. The group had gone for a leisurely stroll now that the threat of the Undying was no longer over them. Although, for this to be possible, they first had to be kidnapped, and then Jon had to kill all the warlocks, but who paid attention to the details? The group moved leisurely through the city's main square, seeing everything that was for sale. "Are you well enough to walk without help, Dany?" Jon asked as he walked a few steps behind the young exiled princess. The voice of the Bastard of Winterfell had concern, something that pleased the young princess, as she was beginning to enjoy Jon's concern for her. This was because, in her mind, it was a sign that she was becoming an important person to him, and that maybe soon she would no longer be just the girl descended from the 40 families whom he couldn't kill. "Yes, don't worry. I'm just a little tired, but it's nothing I can't handle." Daenerys replied with a smile, hoping that would be enough to calm Jon's worries. Hearing Daenerys' response, Jon just looked at her more analytically, and after a few seconds, he just sighed before speaking. "All right, if you say so, then I'll believe you." Jon's words were a lie, as the young bastard didn't believe Daenerys at all, because he knew what it was like to be on the receiving end of a vitality absorption spell. Flashback. "You must move faster, Jon," was the shout from Edzard, who was casting several spells at the young bastard to begin training his young apprentice's reflexes. I didn't sign up for this," Jon shouted as he began to run like a headless chicken, dodging several red-colored magic balls. "Don't run like a headless chicken, Jon. Find a pattern, a way to detect how my attacks are falling towards you." Edzard shouted as he clasped both hands and created a new magic sphere, only this one was larger. "You must learn to predict at least superficially the trajectory of an attack, otherwise you will die easily on the battlefield." After that shout, Edzard released the magic ball, which moved faster than Jon expected, taking him by surprise and forcing him to jump to the side, thus stopping his movement. Boom! An explosion followed the impact of that magic ball with the ground, generating a bit of wind that blew Jon away, who fell into a vitality and energy absorption rune. The moment the boy fell into that place, he felt as if he were drying up. It was strange, but Jon felt like something was being taken from him, leaving his body increasingly empty and without energy, which made his vision blur. "Ah!" was the sigh the boy heard, and the voice that said it was easily recognizable as his master's voice. "What you are feeling right now, Jon, is the result of falling into a vitality absorption rune. At this moment, your vital energy is being drained from your body. That's why you feel so weakened," Edzard said as he appeared in front of his apprentice and deactivated the rune, giving him a bit of time to catch his breath. "This is one of the gentler ways I have to train you. If I used another type of rune, you would have died the moment you touched it. However, I can't use only inactive runes, because what motivation would you have to improve if you know that despite touching them you won't suffer any harm? No, the best is to use this type of attack to force you to improve with experience in a pseudo-battle. So, get up, Jon, you must continue, otherwise, you won't be able to improve." End flashback. A shiver ran through Jon's body as those muscle memories of those moments came back, reminding him of how he felt after each of those training sessions. "Sometimes I didn't know if you did it because you were demanding and cared about my life or because you enjoyed seeing me suffer in those training sessions," Jon thought with a mental smile, remembering with some fondness the hellish and exhausting training sessions with his master. "Princess, I know we've apologized more than 15 times since we got back to the ship, but we really are sorry," said Gren, who was apologizing for the 16th time that day. "Yes, Dany, forgive us, we promise it won't happen again," said PYP, who, like his friend, was also apologizing. The other two members of Jon's crew were also apologizing, the reason being the shame they felt for having been defeated so quickly and stupidly by the warlocks. Although neither Daenerys nor Jon blamed them for what happened, as it was expected that they would be outmatched by the warlocks, they thought they had failed John's request. Although they felt that way, they knew their friend wouldn't blame them, nor would Daenerys, but they felt that if they didn't apologize, they wouldn't be able to look their friends in the face as before. Hearing this new round of apologies from her friends, Daenerys sighed, feeling exasperated. The girl was very patient and kind, but even the kindest and most patient woman in the world has a limit, and her friends were reaching hers with so many apologies. That's why, stopping abruptly, the little Valyria turned around and, looking at them, said something clearly. Guys, this is the last time I'll say it, you don't need to apologize, as there's nothing to apologize for. You were outmatched by beings who had more resources than you, so you don't need to apologize. In fact, it should be me who apologizes, as it was my presence that brought those warlocks to where we were. Daenerys' words were accompanied by a soft and submissive tone, showing that she felt guilty for what had happened. Hearing this and seeing how she lowered her face to hide her eyes, Jon's friends felt uncomfortable and began to stammer. And no, there's no reason for you to apologize. Although it's true they were after you, we were given the mission to protect you and we failed, said Ed with difficulty, pulling at the collar of his tunic, feeling uncomfortable with the situation. Why yes, it was our mistake, so. The words Samwell was saying were interrupted when Jon hit Randil Tarly's son on the head. The blow made Sam stumble, but he wasn't the only one. Gren, PYP, Ed, and, surprisingly, Daenerys also received the blow. The force the Bastard of Winterfell had used was minimal, so they only felt a small bump on the head. Ouch, that hurt, Jon grumbled Gren, rubbing the affected area. Yes, why did you do that? Asked PYP, looking at Jon with annoyance. Because you were annoying me. Jon responded frankly and directly, surprising everyone. No one is to blame for this. We couldn't control what would happen, so there's no blame for anyone. So, forget this nonsense and let's keep walking. There's a lot to see in this city and we don't have much time. If we're lucky, we can get some things to sell in other cities later. Although none of those who were hit were happy with what Jon had done, they understood that this was the Bastard's way of ending this pointless discussion. So, nodding, they all decided not to talk about it anymore. With the matter of apologies and blame settled, the group continued walking until they reached the center of the city's market. That place was enormous and made any market they had seen in their lives look ridiculous. By the seven, said Sam, Ed, Gren, and PYP in unison, surprised to see this enormous market. For her part, Daenerys just stood there, looking at the place with wide eyes, unable to say anything. However, the most surprising phrase was said by Jon, who uttered one of the phrases he had heard his master say on some occasions. For Dybala's holy huge tits, Jon said in surprise, as this was the first time he had seen such a huge market. Although he had been to this market not long ago, he had not seen it as closely as he did now, hence his surprise. The market of Qarth was, so far, the largest market the young crew members of the Starwolf had seen. The market far surpassed the size of the markets in Volantis, Braavos, and King's Landing. The reason for the large size of this market was that it, along with the market of Vys Dothrak, was the place where goods from the east and west of Essos were exchanged. This made the market of this city the most important on this side of Essos, creating the need for a large expanse of territory so that all the merchants, who arrived in droves, could sell their goods comfortably. Jon's phrase surprised his friends, who looked at him, each with their own thoughts. Sam's thought was mostly one of curiosity, as he had never heard that phrase in his life, something shared by Gren, PYP, and Ed. On the other hand, Daenerys was somewhat perplexed, as it was the first time she had heard Jon say something with a sexual connotation. Hey, Jon, where did you get such a cool phrase? PYP asked while looking at his friend. The young ex-mime was surprised by this phrase, as he had never heard it in his life, despite having heard many phrases from various regions. It was a phrase Edzard used to say when he was surprised by something, and the truth is, he used it rarely. Well, I suppose having observed humanity for so many years allowed him to see so many amazing things that surely nothing else would surprise him in this era. Commented Sam, with a hand on his chin. I suppose, sometimes it seemed like he was looking at the sky, as if he longed for something, although I never knew. Jon pointed out with some sadness in his voice, which made his friends look at him with empathy. This was because whenever John thought or spoke of his master, he always became sad, something that was understandable to his friends, as he had been like a second father to him. John's eyes became solemn as he lifted his gaze to the sky and began to think about various moments he spent with his master. His gaze was focused on the blue sky until he felt a pair of hands on his shoulder. Blinking in surprise, he looked to his sides and saw that it was his friends who had placed their hands there. The members of the Starwolf crew had smiles on their faces, something that was contagious, as John also smiled. The sadness he felt when thinking about his master vanished and brought him back to reality. With his mind back in reality, John smiled and nodded as he looked ahead, observing the entire market. We have 6 hours to see as much of this city as we can, so let's not waste time, John said with a smile while looking at his friends, who smiled back. After this, he looked at Samuel, who knew the most about the cities. So, Sam, where should we go first? Hearing John's question, Randil Tali's son smiled and began to speak. Well, first we could go to. Night had fallen over the city of Karth, and the lights that had been lit in various houses and palaces gave it an aura of being a magical place. Despite it being the hour of ghosts, the city was still bustling with activity. Some merchants preferred to sell at this hour, as it was the time when street security declined, allowing for the sale of some contraband items or illegal substances. On the other hand, honest merchants and traders had some stalls where they sold food or offered services that could only be provided at this hour. All this allowed the city to still be very active despite the time. At the city's docks, the Starwolf could be seen anchored. John's ship currently had several chests in the hold completely filled with many exotic goods, such as exotic spices and silks. While the calm waters of the sea gently rocked the ship, John was sitting and looking at the entire city from the crow's nest. The young bastard was looking at the city while holding a piece of paper in one hand and a piece of cane carved to look like a quill, only with a larger stroke, in the other. As he looked at the city, his hand moved quickly, drawing a map of the city as best he could, highlighting the best defended places in Karth. So far, the best defense is provided by the walls. Those 3 walls seem almost impenetrable to a regular army, but if I use a spell with enough magic, I could create some openings. Even some explosive runes at the base could cause significant damage to allow any army to easily enter this place. John thought as he finished his quick sketch of a city map. John's action was one he had taken since he started his journey. For some reason, he had begun to create maps of the cities they visited. This started when he was in Volantis, which resulted in him having a poorly drawn map of the city, both of Old Volantis and New Volantis. He even had a not very accurate complete sketch of the interior of the Black Wall. And, done, John said as he placed the last stroke of his sketch. I suppose it could be better, but without a higher view, I can't make it more accurate. After those words, John stored his sketch, then placed it with the rest of the sketches. Standing up, he looked at the city one last time, as they would leave tonight for Yeti. The navigation plan had been somewhat difficult to make, as the land where the Empire of Dawn once stood was like Westeros, only with larger and bloodier political intrigues and power struggles. I have to go to the map room to chart a good course, John said to himself as he stopped looking at the city of Karth. Walking through the crow's nest, he reached the edge of the structure and without losing a second, jumped towards the deck of the Starwolf. John landed softly, or as softly as someone could land on a ship, gently rocking the vessel a bit. That movement alerted the crew, who came out to see what was happening. However, seeing that it was only John, they sighed. By the 7, John, stop doing that. PYP pleaded nervously, as every time John did that, he felt they were under attack. This made him get up somewhat agitated several times, as John usually did this when he was sleeping. Hearing his friend's request, John just smiled playfully before responding. Maybe, but I promise nothing. After that exchange of words, John looked at them and, waving his hand, mentioned that he would go to pay the docking fee and that upon his return, they would leave from Karth. Reach 297 AC. The blue sky was completely clear, allowing the sun's rays to fall on the fields surrounding Brightwater Keep. That castle was the ancestral home of House Florent, one of the most important houses in the Reach. The settlement was a massive fortification with towers and strong walls, guarded by several guards. Inside one of the towers, in a basement room lit by a few candles, some members of House Florent were gathered. The men gathered were Alistair Florent, Lord of Brightwater Keep. The current lord of this settlement was an old, thin, and tall man. His hair was silver, and he had a pointed beard on a long, distinguished face. He wore a rich velvet doublet decorated with his house's sigil, a fox in tawny surrounded by azure flowers on an ermine field. Next to Alistair was his brother, Axel Florent. The brother of the current lord of Brightwater Keep was a robust man with thick arms and bowed legs. He had the physical characteristic typical of his house, his prominent, hairy ears. Axel's face was broad with close-set eyes and a double chin, along with bushy eyebrows and a hairy nose. The knight, for yes, Axel was a knight, wore a suit made of red fox fur. The two brothers were sitting on simple wooden chairs with an oak wood table between them. On the table were several letters, each with different wax seals. Among all the letters, one stood out, bearing the Tyrell seal in green wax. This letter had arrived not long ago, and its contents had made the Lord of Brightwater Keep worried, prompting him to call his brother Axel, who was acting as Castellan of Dragonstone. "What do you think of this, brother?" Alistair asked as he handed over the letter. Sir Axel took the letter and read it carefully. The content of the letter was nothing out of the ordinary, but it contained news that surprised Axel, as it stated that there had been an assassination attempt on Mance Tyrell, which had gone wrong, and the one who had been attacked was the youngest son of Lytton Hightower. "It seems they haven't discovered that we were the ones who sent the mercenaries," Axel responded disdainfully as he crushed the letter. "We took a great risk, brother. While Mance is a fool, his mother is not, and Lytton may be locked in his tower, but Baylor is more than capable of discovering that whoever hired those mercenaries is someone wealthy. It's possible that for now, we are under the scrutiny of the Hightowers and the Tyrells," Alistair pointed out while looking at his brother. Alistair's words made Axel frown in annoyance, as the plan they had devised to eliminate the Fat Flower had failed. The plan had been devised by Alistair, who, like many of his ancestors, was unhappy that their legitimate claim to Highgarden and the Reach had been overlooked by Aegon I Targaryen. They had a better right to those titles than those upstart stewards, which is why he had decided to eliminate the Tyrells from power. The plan had been simple. The first step was to eliminate the Fat Flower, for while Mance was a fool and fat, he was a healthy man. Something his heir was not, and they had Oberyn Martell to thank for that. While several houses had forgotten their pride and would undoubtedly swear to the House of Stewards, the more martial lords of the Reach would not readily accept that their new overlord was a cripple. Therefore, by killing Mance, they hoped to sow discontent among the more martial lords, with whom, fortunately, they had some blood relations, such as their marital alliance with the Tarlis of Horn Hill, one of the most powerful houses, militarily speaking, in the Reach. Although not very skilled in intrigues, Axel knew that the Tyrells could not simply point fingers at them, as they had no proof that they had hired the mercenaries. This was because, when he went to hire these mercenaries in Tioche, he made sure not to use his real name. That is why he was confident they could not be traced. "It doesn't matter, they can't simply say it was us, they have no proof," Axel pointed out quickly and with a grunt. "That's true, but that doesn't mean we won't be suspects," Alistair quickly added, beginning to tap the table with his finger in rhythm with each word he said. "It's possible that Olenna Tyrell has already sent spies to infiltrate the fortresses of the suspects." Alistair's words hung in the air, but that was enough for his brother to understand what was happening. A growl of anger appeared from Axel's throat as he understood what his brother meant. With a quick movement, the knight's hand reached for his dagger, and gripping the handle tightly, he began to think about how they would eliminate all of Olenna's spies. "We must carry out a quick purge. It's possible that those spies have not yet finished settling in the castle. Yes, we'll show them what happens when they decide to support upstart stewards like the Tyrells." After those words, the Lord of Brightwater Keep, who did not entirely agree with what his brother was saying, nodded, for sometimes such actions were necessary. After that, they began to plan a new strategy, but this one was more long-term and aimed to convince King Robert to strip the Tyrells of the Reach's domains and transfer them to them. While that plan might sound nice and simple, the truth was that it was more complicated than expected. The reason for this was that while King Robert did not hold the Tyrells in high regard, The current hand of the king was doing everything possible to keep the peace in the kingdom, and for that, it was necessary to keep the status quo in some regions. Therefore, it was more than likely that if they tried to maneuver to have the king strip the Tyrells of their titles, he would block that move using his influence over the king and the power of his alliance, the alliance that had overthrown the Targaryens and ended their nearly 300 years of uninterrupted reign. I'm afraid this plan won't be possible until Lord Arryn dies, Alistair said quickly, sighing at the end of his words and looking at the basement ceiling. That won't take long, the old man is almost 80 years old. When the new hand of the king appears, we can start making this move. It's only a matter of time before the Reach is under the power of those who should have been its lords from the beginning. That's right, brother, it's only a matter of time before our family gets what it deserves. Winterfell 297 AC. The population living in the most important castle in the north was going about their daily activities. The guards patrolled the walls, while the new recruits were being trained by Sir Roderick. In the Maester's Tower, the elderly Maester Lewin was teaching mathematics to Lord Stark's children. Meanwhile, the noble girls were in their classes with Septa Mordane. As for Ned, he was in his solar reviewing the accounts of the last month. Well, this month we have also managed to maintain a good flow of income. If this continues for at least a couple more months, we will have a good reserve of money to buy grain and other food if necessary, during the winter. Ned said to himself as he finished leafing through the papers, then placed them on his desk and sighed as he stood up. Walking through his solar, he reached the window, from where he could see the new recruits being trained to be guards. The recruitment had been surprising, but it had been well received by his peasants, who sent some of their most promising young men to be chosen as future guards. It's still early, but from what Sir Roderick and Jory have told me, it's possible that by the end of the year we will have 300 new guards, a number more than sufficient to support the new gift until the new lords of that area finish settling in. Ned thought as he stopped looking at the yard and looked at the latest letter brought by the Raven that had arrived from King's Landing. So far, everything is going well, at least from what I have exchanged with Jon Arryn and Robert, but nothing is finalized yet. For this to be official, it is necessary for the king or his hand to come to witness and guarantee that the return is real and not just a farce. Ned's thoughts were directed at the conversations he had had through Ravens with King's Landing about the return of the new gift, which so far seemed productive. This was because, to his total surprise, Robert had at once said yes, but had been stopped by Jon Arryn, who had asked that before doing this so quickly, it was best to go slowly, to lay a solid foundation. The thought of Jon Arryn's cautious actions made Ned smile, as that was the main quality of his adoptive father, an honorable and cautious man who always thought and analyzed things before even taking a step. Leaving thoughts of King's Landing and its residents behind, Ned's mind turned to the north and the families that had been chosen to be part of the lands granted in the new gift. The list of candidates had been long, as there were many more than suitable candidates for these new lands. One of the main points to examine for granting the lands had been the martial ability of the future lord, and secondly, the families they came from. After several days of meetings with his wife, Sir Roderick, Maester Lewin, and Robb, they had finally finished with a tentative list of prospective lords. With this list, he had begun to summon the families to inform them of the news, but always mentioning that it was a work in progress, that the return of the new gift had not yet been finished. Of those summoned, so far, he had called the Dustins and the Ryswells, families to whom the lands were offered as a way to repair the bonds of loyalty of these houses after the events of Robert's rebellion. On the other hand, the Mormonts had been summoned to offer them a part of land, as Bear Island was opposite one of the coasts of the new gift, which would allow that house to flourish and grow. Finally, the next guest was one of the most loyal houses to his family, the Marndaelis. Wyman will come in a few days, it's necessary to prepare everything to talk to him. Ned thought with a smile, as he knew that the Lord of White Harbor was a smart man and would surely be more than delighted with the offer, as his son or cousin would obtain new lands in the new gift, although, maybe giving land to both wouldn't be bad. No, that might seem like we are favoring the Marndaelis too much, but they really deserve such a reward. It is through their intermediation that Jon usually sends his gifts to his siblings. The mention of his bastard son in his mind made Ned solemn, as he hadn't received any news from his bastard for some time. The last I heard from you was that you were in Dorne, participating in a tournament. Ned said to himself with a frown, as he, like his father, did not like tournaments, considering them Summer Night's war games. Even so, he couldn't help but be proud of his son, who had won the tournament, facing all the participating knights who had challenged him one by one. Hey, it must have been something fun to see all those southerners defeated one by a savage from the north. Those words, tinged with a slight touch of humor, made Ned smile, as he couldn't imagine the faces of the southern nobles seeing their sons and champions defeated one by a young bastard from the north. Although that tournament had been on the other side of the continent, rumors had reached here thanks to merchants and travelers. This had made everyone know that John was alive and had taken part in a tournament in the south, winning it masterfully, defeating every southern knight he met. This made all the castle inhabitants mention that John was becoming a second Arthur Dane, something that made Bran ask if, when his brother became a legendary knight, he could take him as a squire. Ned's smile faded a bit as he remembered what his second legitimate son had said, as this had been heard by Cat, who had quickly said that before sending Bran as Jon's squire, she would send him to be a septar. That had led to a small argument with her. In the end, she agreed that if Bran wants to be a knight, he will choose whom to squire for. Although, I think she only agreed to try to convince Bran to choose his great-uncle Brynden Tully. Ned thought with a fleeting smile on his face. Although he preferred Bran to squire under Jon's tutelage, the one nicknamed the Blackfish was also a great option. In the end, it will all depend on Bran and what happens in the future. After those thoughts, Ned was about to sit down and continue his work, but before he could even take a step, there was a knock on his door. The sound of wood being knocked on surprised Ned, as he had asked not to be interrupted until lunchtime, and he was sure there were still a few hours until then. However, fearing that something serious had happened, he gave permission for whoever had knocked to enter. When the door opened, Ned saw that it was Jory, who was sweaty, showing that he had run there from his post. "Jory. What's wrong, boy? Why are you so agitated?" Ned asked, surprised to see his captain of the guard in that state. "The lookouts have seen a caravan approaching, bearing the Mandaealy banner." Jory quickly responded, surprising Ned. Ned was completely surprised, as he was sure that Wyman was supposed to arrive in several days. Even so, he wasted no time and ordered Jory to gather his family to greet one of their most powerful vassals as they should. Jory nodded and, after a bow, left his lord Solar and went to carry out his orders. As soon as Jory left, Ned walked to a table and, serving himself some ale, drank it in one gulp. After that, he turned and, taking his cloak, began to walk towards the exit of his Solar. Something had happened for Wyman to advance his journey and not inform him, and he would find out what it was, for winter was coming, and he had to be prepared for it. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And Chapter 34 is out. We see the consequences of the death of the Undying, and as always, the pureborn do nothing of interest, XD. However, we see that they are somewhat hypocritical, which is normal in the world of Asoyaf. We also see that those who planned to kill Mance and caused Jon to become a knight were the heads of House Florent. Although there is nothing like this mentioned in the books, it is more than feasible that the Florents, who feel their house is the true heir of the Gardeners, would attempt something like this. In the future, we will see how the Queen of Thorns deals with this matter. Finally, we see Wyman and his entourage arriving at Winterfell, interrupting Ned's thoughts. So, in the next chapter, we will see the meeting of Ned with one of his most loyal vassals. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 35. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 35. Winterfell 297 AC. The sound of wheels moving along the King's Road could be heard as a caravan advanced down this path. The caravan bore the Mandaealy banner and was composed of several mounted knights escorting two large carriages. In one of them travelled Wyman's granddaughters, while in the other were Lord Wyman and Tichonestris. The knights protecting the carriage were led by Sir Wendell Mandaealy, Lord Wyman's second son. The knights wore full plate armor and cloaks of bluish-green wool, fastened with a silver brooch shaped like a trident. Wiman's son, for his part, wore silver armor decorated with bluish-green enameled tritons on his breastplate. "How much longer until we reach Winterfell, Lord Mondaly?" Tycho asked, watching Wiman devour some pies filled with lampreys spiced with dragon pepper, a spice brought from Dorne. Upon hearing the question, the Lord of White Harbor quickly finished eating his pie and, after swallowing, responded to the banker. "Not long, they must have already seen us from the castle battlements." The response from the Lord of White Harbor reassured Tycho, as he did not like the idea of carrying a document that allowed its bearer to access such a large sum of money from someone the bank was considering as a potential exclusive business partner. The Iron Bank, the most powerful institution in Braavos, whose influence and tentacles reached the entire known world, had a good nose for detecting merchants who could be useful in the future to increase their money reserves. For this reason, they had perceived something in the young Snow that indicated he would make history as a navigator and explorer, and if he achieved that, his travels and adventures would lead him to find treasures never seen before or extremely rare, treasures that would be worth real fortunes and bring prestige to those who possessed them. Unfortunately, we have not been able to get the young man to accept the bank's financing for his travels. Tycho thought, recalling how in each of the few meetings the young man had with the bank, which had not been many but very productive for both, the young man always returned from his travels with much gold, with which he was increasingly filling his 2 accounts at the bank, something that had caught the attention of the institution's leaders, especially the key holders, who saw in John a very promising wealth generator. "It seems they have sent an escort," Wiman said, looking out the window of his carriage, also pulling Tycho out of his thoughts. The moment the word escort was pronounced, the banker felt the carriage he was traveling in come to a stop, something that puzzled him quite a bit. Even so, wanting to know what was happening, he stuck his head out the carriage window and saw a group of riders approaching them quickly. The approaching riders were different from those who had gone with them from White Harbor. For starters, they wore chainmail instead of plate armor and also carried a banner showing the direwolf of House Stark. "Sir Wendell." "Lord Wiman," exclaimed one of the riders, whom Tycho identified as the leader of the group. Upon hearing their names, the 2 Mondalis looked towards the rider and, recognizing him, smiled. "Jory Castle!" Wendell exclaimed upon seeing the captain of the Stark Guard, then approached him. "Who is that?" Tycho asked Wiman while watching Wendell approach Jory. "He is the captain of the Stark Guard, his name is Jory Castle." Wiman responded calmly. "I see," Tycho said, then observed Sorman conversing. Because they were a bit far away, the Braavos banker couldn't hear everything they were saying, but he did notice that Wiman's son was explaining some things to Jory, who nodded occasionally. After a few moments of that conversation, Tycho saw Jory's eyes widen, and he looked towards where Tycho was. After seeing him for a few seconds, Jory moved away from Wendell and went to his companions, saying something to one of them, who then turned and rode off. After that, both Jory and his riders approached the carriage, followed closely by Sir Wendell. "Lord Mondaly," Jory greeted upon reaching the carriage, then explained the reason for his appearance. "Lord Stark has asked me to escort you and your caravan to Winterfell." Upon hearing that, a smile appeared on Wiman's face, who simply nodded before saying something to the young Castle. "Thank you, Jory, your help and any help you provide is always more than appreciated. I suppose my son has explained some of what is happening, right?" "Yes, my lord. I have already sent a rider to inform Lord Stark of the arrival of the Iron Bank's emissary." After those words, the rider approached and looked Tycho in the face. "Good day, I hope your journey has been smooth so far, Lord Tycho." "Good day, young man," Tycho responded, recalling that Northerners were not very fond of knighthood, and that, combined with the fact that the man in front of him had not been called sir, made him realize he was not a knight. Even so, the banker would not treat him disdainfully, as he had to behave in the best manner, being the Iron Bank, and he could not tarnish the institution's reputation by speaking to and insulting Lord Stark's closest servants. "Yes, thanks to the help of Lord Wiman Mondaly and the gods, we have not encountered any problems along the way." "I see, that's good," Jory said, then looked at Wendell, who nodded and, looking at the knights going with him, nodded again. After that, the caravan began to move again, only this time they were not only accompanied by Mondaly guards but also by Stark guards. Surrounded by guards from one of the most powerful houses in the north and the ruling house of this region, Teacher relaxed, hoping his business with the Starks would be very fruitful. Ned was in the Great Hall of Winterfell, accompanied by his family. The entire Stark household was present to receive their guest in the best possible way. "Why do we all have to be here, father?" asked Bran, who had been forced to interrupt his archery practice. "Yes, Bran is right. Why do we all have to be here?" asked Arya irritably, as she had been pulled away from her self-taught lessons with Needle. "Arya, Bran," came the voice of Catelyn Stark, directed mainly at her youngest daughter, who was not behaving as expected of a highborn lady. Hearing their mother's scolding, both Bran and Arya fell silent, though that didn't mean they were happy to be there. This scene made Robb smile in amusement at what he saw, while Sansa simply sighed in irritation at her sister's behavior. Seeing his family's reactions, Ned smiled, finding it somewhat homely. This was because, despite scolding her children, Cat really loved them. Stopping his smile, he looked ahead and waited, but while doing so, he decided to answer his son. "The Marndaelis are one of our most powerful vassals, Bran, only below the Boltons in military power, but they possess the largest cavalry force among all our vassals, and they are also the richest house in the north," Ned responded solemnly. "Moreover, they are not coming alone, with them comes a representative of the Iron Bank of Braavos." The moment Ned dropped the bombshell, everyone who didn't know this, that is, all of Ned and Kat's children, including her, were as surprised as could be. This made Hoster Tully's daughter turn white as chalk, as she began to imagine the worst scenarios of what was happening. What's going on? Why is there an envoy from the Iron Bank traveling with the Marndaelis? Unless... After that thought, Catelyn looked at Ned, receiving a nod from her husband, who had also come to the same conclusion. The reason Lord White Harbor had advanced his journey was surely because of the banker. Once she realized this, Catelyn's mind began to wonder what had brought that banker to the north. This was because she knew they had no debts with the Iron Bank. "The Iron Bank?" asked Bran in confusion, as he had not heard of that institution. The young Stark's question surprised his family, as everyone, except Rickon, knew what the Iron Bank was. Therefore, due to this surprise, Ned looked to the side and set his eyes on the Maester of Winterfell. When Lewyn realized he was being looked at, he returned his lord's gaze before answering the question that had been asked with that eye contact. "At the moment, young Bran is reviewing the history of the houses of Westeros, my lord," Lewyn responded quickly. "We have not yet begun to cover topics related to Essos." Lewyn's response was clear and concise, allowing Ned and the rest of the family to understand why Bran did not know about the infamous Iron Bank of Braavos. "I see, that is understandable, Maester Lewyn," Ned said, then set his eyes on his son to tell him about the Braavosi Bank. "You see, Bran, the Iron Bank is an institution in Braavos, which is famous worldwide for never forgiving a debt." Hearing his father's words, the young Stark felt a shiver run down his spine, as the Stark patriarch had said those last words in a very somber voice. This made Bran begin to imagine the bank as an evil place, full of cruel people who could kill anyone who crossed their path. "Although it's strange, we haven't taken a loan from the bank in years, we have no outstanding debts, so I don't understand why they are coming, father," Robb pointed out while looking at his father. "I don't know either, Robb," Ned said with concern, which made his face turn stony, especially when he saw the door to the Great Hall open. "But it seems we will find out soon." After those words, Ned and the rest of the Starks saw the Marndaelis enter, followed by one more person. That person was unknown to everyone, so it didn't take them long to guess who it was. Lord Stark said everyone who entered the room in unison as they knelt. "Women," Ned said flatly, then smiled as he looked at everyone present, returning to a cold gaze and a stony face when he saw the banker. After that, he looked back at the Marndaelis to speak again. "Stand up, Winterfell's hospitality is with you." After those words, the Marndaelis and the banker stood up, while some servants arrived with a piece of bread and a pinch of salt. When they saw them, all the Marndaelis took the pieces of bread and, after dipping them a bit in the salt, ate them. That scene was also copied by the banker, for like other Iron Bank employees, he also knew the rite of hospitality. The rite of hospitality is a sacred rule where anyone who eats and drinks under a person's roof is under their protection. This meant they could not be harmed while inside Winterfell's fortress, whether by Ned himself, his family, or his servants. With the right of hospitality granted, Ned looked back at Wyman. What happened, Wyman? Your meeting with me was supposed to be in several days. What happened for you to advance everything without informing me? Eddard's question was rhetorical, as he knew the reason, or at least he intuited it. Hearing Ned's question, Wyman knew he had to explain everything, but he wouldn't give the reason himself, he would let the banker say it. Yes, my lord, although my meeting with you was scheduled for a few days from now, I fear an urgent matter forced me to come earlier. But I'm afraid I can't explain much of the reason, so I'll let him say it. Wyman responded as he prepared to introduce the banker. He is Tycho Nestris, he works for the Iron Bank of Bravos and arrived at my court a few days ago to request an escort to come to Winterfell. Given the delicacy of the matter, I decided to come with him and a group of guards to ensure he was better protected. The man named Tycho bowed after his introduction and, taking a step forward, looked the Starks in the eyes. Good day, Lord Eddard Stark. As Lord Wyman Marndaly has said, I work for the Iron Bank of Bravos, and I have come to your castle to bring you something. Tycho said solemnly while looking at House Stark. Tycho's words unsettled the Starks and the Marndalys, who knew nothing of what was happening. This began to arouse their curiosity, causing them to wonder what was going on. Bring me something. I don't understand, Lord Tycho. I don't recall requesting anything from the Iron Bank of Bravos. Ned responded coldly, as he began to fear it was a trap by the Iron Bank or someone who wanted to eliminate House Stark from ruling the North. That is true, it was not you who asked us to bring something, my lord. It was your son, Jon Snow, who requested this be brought to you. Tycho's response caused a commotion in the hall, prompting whispers to spread among the servants. It also provoked reactions among the nobles present. First, among the Starks, all of them were confused and at the same time astonished, as they had not had news of Jon since the tournament in Dorne. Therefore, they were happy, almost all of them, as Catelyn seemed to have sucked on a sour lemon. On the other hand, the Marndalys were surprised by this. The reason was very simple. Eddard Stark's bastard had managed to get the Iron Bank to make a delivery, an honor for which many nobles would kill. Incredible, getting the Iron Bank to do a job like this is not easy. They usually don't do these things except for those they consider potential clients of great wealth, power, or influence. Moreover, the promissory note Tycho Nestris brought is not something that contains just a few coins. Those thoughts made Wyman realize that for some reason, Ned's bastard son was becoming someone rich and influential, something he couldn't overlook. So looking at his granddaughters, he wondered if he could manage to marry Jon to one of them. Although it was true he was a bastard, his heir had no male children and his second son was not married, so the next in line of succession were his granddaughters, who would marry someone, and that could be a problem. However, a noble's bastard was another matter. Yes, there was the issue of bastardy, but he had no surname and could be offered legitimization if he took his wife's surname. That made him a tempting option, especially if he couldn't marry any of his granddaughters to Robb Stark. The thoughts of the Lord of White Harbor were interrupted when Ned spoke, causing Wyman to look ahead. What did you say? Ned asked in surprise and confusion, as he had been taken aback by Tycho's words. The question from the Lord of Winterfell made the banker smile mentally, as he understood it was incredible to believe that the most powerful bank in the world would do a job for a bastard, but that was the truth. Looking around, he began to think if it was a good idea to say everything he knew or better leave it to discuss in private. After several seconds, he decided to do both. First, he would say why he was here and then deliver the item, so Lord Stark could see privately what that item contained. As I said before, my lord, I have come to your castle to bring you an item from the Iron Bank at the request of Sir Jon Snow. Tycho responded clearly, to make himself well understood. When Ned heard this, he sighed and smiled, finding it amusing. It seemed his son never ceased to amaze him more and more, first giving extremely expensive gifts to his siblings, second, giving his family a second Valyrian sword, and now this. Yes, it seemed his son wanted to outdo himself more and more in his gifts. Even so, he felt proud of Jon, for despite being far away, he still thought of his family and sent these kinds of gifts, which allowed them to know he was alive. I understand. What have you brought? Ned asked once he finished thinking about his bastard son. Ned's question caused the atmosphere to become tense with the anticipation everyone felt, as they didn't know what to expect from this. Everyone present expected gold, but some thought it could be something else, as the banker had not brought any chest. At the request of Sir John Snow, the Iron Bank of Bravos offers you this, Tycho said as he approached Ned while reaching into one of his pockets, taking out a small scroll. Ned and his family's eyes remained fixed on the scroll, as it was too refined to be just a simple message. So, knowing it might not be just a message, Ned waited for Tycho to hand him the paper. When the banker got close to Ned, he handed him the scroll. The moment Ned had it, he unwrapped the silk ribbon that kept the scroll closed. With the scroll now unrolled, he began to read its contents, and what he read astonished him greatly. The content of that scroll was a promissory note, one that had the symbol of the Iron Bank of Bravos printed on one side, and next to it was written something, whose content was as follows. I, Jon Snow, son of Eddard Stark, hereby grant the bearer of this document, a member of House Stark, the authority to request unconditionally from the Iron Bank, located in Bravos, the payment of the sum of 2 million gold dragons when this money is requested through the appropriate means. This sum is granted as a donation and will be paid in full upon presentation of this note. The money must be delivered in the city of White Harbor as soon as possible after the request for payment of the promissory note. Additionally, the Iron Bank will be obliged to transport the money from the city of Bravos to the port of White Harbor, taking care of its protection until it reaches the port. After that moment, the transport and security of the cargo will be the responsibility of House Stark. Signed, Sir Jon Snow. Witnesses: Viscera Ryan, key holder. Tycho Nestris. When Ned finished reading the document, he felt overwhelmed, as he couldn't believe what he was reading. Moving his hand somewhat clumsily, he handed the scroll to his wife, who also read it. When Catelyn Stark finished reading the document, she felt her eyes almost pop out of her head. This was due to the amount of money, as it was no small sum. In fact, she was sure there were noble houses that had never in their existence had that amount of money at the same time. Is this real? Catelyn wondered in her mind, but unfortunately for her, she had also said it out loud. Those words surprised everyone, and also caused fear, great fear, as the Lady of Winterfell had just questioned the authenticity of a document issued by the Iron Bank itself. This began to cause whispers, which caught Catelyn's attention, making her realize her mistake. I am sorry, I didn't mean to question the authenticity of a document from the Iron Bank. Catelyn said, stammering, as she began to feel panic, knowing that her family could suffer for what she had just said. However, to what she thought was her good luck, the banker did not seem to take her words as an insult to the institution he stood for. Don't worry, I suppose any lady will feel a document is false if she sees that the benefactor of such a thing is her husband's bastard son. After all, bastards are vile creatures. The banker's words were like a dagger to Catelyn's pride, making her feel humiliated and degraded by what he had said. However, as much as she wanted to refute those words, she couldn't, at least not if she wanted to avoid further insulting the infamous Iron Bank. Yes, I suppose you're right, Catelyn said through gritted teeth, thus ending the matter. Besides his wife, Ned heard the subtle insult the banker had thrown at her, something that angered him, but he also knew his wife had brought it upon herself. Although Ned could have done something, he couldn't at the moment, as the man had eaten the bread and salt, making him their guest. This meant he was protected by the laws of hospitality, something that tied Ned's hands. So, seeing that his wife had closed the matter, he just sighed. Even so, he couldn't say anything, as the banker spoke again. Don't worry, my lady. It's normal to be distrustful, but I assure you on my honor and that of the Iron Bank that this document is genuine and that the amount written there is indeed available for withdrawal from today. Tycho said as he stopped looking at Catelyn and set his eyes on Ned. My lord, young Snow also told me that there might be more promissory notes in the future. Hearing these words, Ned felt overwhelmed. He had not yet recovered from what he had read before, and now he was learning that his son was planning to send more of these promissory notes. This led him to ask himself a question. How in the name of the gods was his son amassing such a fortune? And it also made him think of another, how rich was his son now to part with so much money as if it were nothing. All this began to eat away at Ned's mind, who began to think that his son was doing something illegal or was very lucky. However, knowing he couldn't keep his mind focused on this topic, at least for the moment, he decided to think about it later, while having a meeting with his wife, Maester Lewin, Robb, and Sir Roderick. Thank you for bringing me this document, Lord Tycho. You may stay and enjoy Winterfell's hospitality for as long as you need. Thank you, Lord Stark, but I'm afraid I can't stay long. I have other places beyond the Narrow Sea to visit, so I can only stay 2 more days. Tycho responded quickly. I see, then, until that day, Winterfell's hospitality is yours. Thank you, Lord Stark. Tycho said, bowing and stepping back. With the matter of the Iron Bank resolved, Ned looked at his servants and asked them to go with the guests to their rooms so they could settle in. This made the entire hall empty, except for the Stark family. Ned? Catelyn asked, seeing her husband with concern, as he had a look that showed he was thinking about something. Hearing his wife, Ned turned and, after looking at her, spoke. Don't worry, I'm just thinking about something. The recent events need to be evaluated. Please, I need you, Robb, Maester Luwin, and Sir Roderick to follow me to my solar. All right, Ned. Catelyn said, then looked at her eldest son, who nodded. Something that was copied by the rest of those mentioned earlier. After that, they all left the hall, although not all did so in silence, as Arya wanted to know what they were going to talk about. The young Stark was curious, but unfortunately for her, her father told her it was an important matter and that she couldn't participate at the moment. This made her upset, but even so, she ended up accepting it and went to her room to continue practicing with Needle. The atmosphere in Eddard Stark's solar was tense and heavy, something that made those present uncomfortable. What do you think of this? Ned asked as he placed the promissory note in the middle of his desk, in view of those presents. Maester Luwin, Sir Roderick, and Robb's eyes were focused on reading the content, being quite surprised when they finished. Each of the 3 had their own thoughts on the matter. Robb was very happy, as this was good news, while the other 2 were more skeptical, but that didn't mean they weren't happy, as what noble wouldn't be happy to receive such an amount of money? This is good news, father. Robb quickly responded with a smile on his face. With this, we can have a greater number of resources to face the winter. The words of the heir of Winterfell had much truth, as with this amount of money they could face the winter with relative solvency and ease, no matter how harsh it was. Even so, the adults had their own doubts about this. What Lord Robb says is true, but I'm afraid it wouldn't be wise to have all that money in Winterfell, commented Maester Luwin, drawing the attention of those present. Why? Robb asked with doubt and curiosity. Having all that money in the castle could cause some problems, which amount of gold could lead to wastefulness, replied Sir Roderick, who looked at young Robb. Not many houses can gather all that money at once, so the feeling of wealth could cause them to squander the money on vain things. That's true, but we are not like that. Robb quickly replied. We can use this money for useful things that will help us face the winter. Ned, Robb is right, said Catelyn after reflecting for a few moments on what her son had said. The daughter of House Tully had still been silent, largely because she was processing what had happened, understanding how her husband's bastard son had obtained so much money. A part of her, the one that still resented the existence of her husband's bastard, was upset by how he was becoming increasingly influential and wealthy, something that was not happening with her legitimate children. However, another part of her, the one that did not hate the bastard, felt satisfied, as she had the feeling that the boy was supporting his family from the outside. So, when the part of her that did not hate the bastard prevailed, she understood what those 2 million gold dragons meant, along with the promise of more money in the future. What do you mean, Cat? Ned asked, who was already beginning to get an idea of what his wife was about to say. The money can be used to improve the north, rebuild some fortresses, create more warehouses, and even expand Winterfell's glass gardens. Catelyn said, listing each of the possible improvements that could be made in the north with the gold Jon offered. Thanks to his mother's support, Robb's idea began to take shape, something that Ned and his advisors began to consider. Finally, after a good while of reflection, Maester Luwin began to speak. In itself, it is a good idea, but we don't know when young Jon will send more gold. Therefore, I have a proposal. What is it, Maester Luwin? Ned asked with curiosity. We could withdraw all the gold, but only bring half and keep the rest in the account that House Stark keeps at the Iron Bank of Bravos. Several of the projects mentioned by Lord Robb and Lady Catelyn can be completed with only half of the money that House Stark now has at its disposal, so we can save the other half for the winter. The elderly maester's response was received with acceptance by those present, who understood and appreciated the advantages of it. Therefore, after deciding that this would be done, both Sir Roderick and everyone else present began to think about what to do with the 1,000,000 gold dragons they had at their disposal. "My lord," called Sir Roderick. "As you know, you have 2 more sons besides Lord Rob, and as I understand it, you were thinking of giving each of them lands to establish themselves, correct?" "That is correct, Sir Roderick," Ned replied. "Have you decided where their fortresses will be?" "Not yet. Why do you ask, Sir Roderick?" "You see, my lord, if it's not too presumptuous, I think we could use part of that money to build the fortresses your sons will receive in the future." The knight's proposal was well received by Caitlin, who found it a very good idea. So, without thinking much, she looked at her husband, hoping he would agree. "It is a good idea. I suppose we could start with the most urgent constructions, which will be the costliest," Ned said as he brought a hand to his chin, thinking about good locations for his younger sons. Looking at his maester, Ned asked, "Maester Lewin, what are the areas that could be given to my sons as inheritances?" Ned's question caused the maester to shake his head, saying he couldn't know without a prior study, as although the entire north was vast, not all places were suitable for establishing new settlements. Hearing this, Ned nodded, ordering him to find out which are the best places and to give him a list of potential locations for the creation of the fiefs. After that, the group continued debating what other actions could be taken with the 1,000,000 gold coins they had. The sun was at its highest point, showing it was already noon. Even so, despite the clear day, the weather was not very warm, as in the north it even snowed in summer. In Ned's solar, he was sitting at his desk with Wyman Marndaly in front of him. 2 days had passed since the Lord of White Harbor had arrived at Winterfell, and their meeting with Ned was just now taking place. "I suppose you were wondering why I sent you a raven with a meeting date, weren't you, Wyman?" Ned asked as he looked at his most loyal vassal. "The truth is, yes, especially when I learned you had been talking to other lords from other houses," Wyman replied sincerely, as the letter about the meeting had surprised him, but especially when he found out that several lords had been going to Winterfell. This made him wonder what the reason for these visits was. At first, he thought it might be because Ned was looking for a match for his firstborn. For that reason, he had brought his granddaughters, but now that he was in front of Ned, he felt he had been mistaken, that the real reason for this was not a betrothal, but something else. "I understand. Before I tell you something, answer me this: who is a better warrior and who is more reliable, your son, Sir Wendell, or your cousin, Sir Marlon?" Ned asked, wanting to get straight to the heart of the matter for which he was inviting one of his most powerful vassals. The question puzzled Wyman, who didn't know what to say for a few moments. However, after several seconds, after coming to his senses and thinking carefully about his response, he spoke, "Well, it's not that I want to belittle my son, but my cousin has more experience leading men. Even so, both have the same combat experience, both fought in Robert's Rebellion and the Greyjoy Rebellion." Hearing his bannerman's response, Ned sighed, as both knights met the requirements to obtain some land in the new gift. This complicated the choice of one for this task. Even so, he had to choose one, or maybe not. Looking at his vassal, he decided what his best move would be, so he decided to leave the burden of choosing between the two to him. "I suppose you're wondering why I asked you that, aren't you?" Ned asked as he looked at his vassal, who responded with a nod. "The truth is..." With that, Ned began to tell Wyman everything about his ongoing deal with the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, something that surprised the Lord so much that he was speechless for several seconds. When Ned finished telling him everything, he asked the question. "From what I've told you, tell me, which of the two is more suitable to receive lands there?" Ned's question made Wyman realize what his lord was doing. Ned wants to give lands to families in that area to populate it as quickly as possible, but I suppose it's only one lord per family, and now, he wants me to decide between my son and my cousin to create a branch of House Marndaly in that place. Wyman thought, realizing that his lord didn't want to be the one to choose, but wanted that responsibility to fall on him. Although many lords might think that was an insult, he knew better than anyone that what Ned wanted was to avoid creating enmities with other houses, something more than commendable, as there was no need to add more difficulties to people's lives in the north. Therefore, he began to weigh the pros and cons of choosing his son or his cousin. The atmosphere was filled with a long silence, as Wiman didn't want to leave anything to chance. After thinking it over twice, he decided to choose both. However, to grant the main lordship, he would choose his son, while he would tell his cousin that he would be given a tower and a good part of land to be Wendell's vassal, so his son could have a strong vassal from the start. "Have you decided?" Ned asked as he looked at his vassal, who no longer had a thoughtful face. "Yes, I have decided," Wiman replied as he looked at Ned and prepared to give his answer. "I have chosen my son Wendell." Hearing Wiman's response, Ned was not surprised, as he expected it. So, smiling, the Lord of Winterfell looked at his vassal and nodded. Although that was supposed to conclude their conversation, Ned had another matter to ask Wiman, who would be the first to receive this inquiry. "Wiman, I know you are one of my most loyal bannermen, so I want to consult you on something." His lord's request surprised Wiman, who did not expect this action. However, he quickly recovered from his surprise and nodded, as it was his duty as a vassal of Winterfell to help his lord. After that, he asked what advice was needed. Hearing his vassal's question, Ned showed him the promissory note, something that didn't surprise Wiman much, as he already knew about it. "I want you to read this and tell me what you think of what it says inside," was Ned's request, who saw his vassal take the paper and without losing a second began to read its content. The Lord of Winterfell had to stifle a laugh when he saw his vassal's reaction upon seeing the amount of money shown in the promissory note. "This is incredible, my lord," was all Wiman could say as he placed the promissory note on the table. "Of course, we are talking about an exorbitant amount of money, something that is not normal. From what you've read and from my son's previous actions, do you think he would make a good lord?" Ned's question finally made Wiman understand what he wanted to do, something that surprised Wiman again. The lord's face was wide-eyed, as his lord was asking if his bastard son would make a good lord. And he didn't have to think much to know where young Jon Snow's lands would be. "He plans to place him in the new gift, I'm sure of it. Most likely, he will place him with the largest amount of land in the area, so that the Starks have a presence there, along with a good ally." Wiman thought, who with this revelation began to seriously consider offering a betrothal between Jon and one of his granddaughters. Even so, if what he thought was true, there was still time, as not all the deal with the Night's Watch was closed and young Jon had yet to return home. However, that wouldn't stop him from saying what he thought of the young bastard. "From what we've seen so far, young Jon is someone responsible and skilled in combat. Not only that, he is also already a war veteran. That, combined with the fact that he is traveling the world and somehow amassing a fortune very quickly, makes him someone very influential, and his recurring gifts to House Stark are making him very popular among the nobles who are staunchly loyal to your house, my lord. That, to me, is more than enough for young Snow to be considered a very good prospect for a lord." "I see," said Ned with a smile upon hearing that. The truth was that he also thought the same about his bastard, as he had seen that Jon was skilled in combat and was already amassing his own wealth, something that could help him set up himself more quickly if he became a lord. "However, I fear there is a problem," said Wiman, catching Ned's attention. "What is it?" Ned asked, narrowing his eyes. "His status as a bastard, my lord," Wiman replied, unfazed by his lord's gaze. "As you know, bastards are not well regarded throughout the realm, except in Dorne where they are held in higher esteem than in other kingdoms. This will make his appointment feel like an insult to other houses, even to your wife's house, my lord." Wiman's realistic response made Ned understand that giving lands to Jon would not be easy, at least not without a good ally in the north. But who would be a good ally for Jon? The best way to form alliances was through marriage, but who would want to marry their daughter to a bastard? Even the offer of marriage to a legitimized bastard could be considered an insult. However, that problem could be easily overcome with a marriage, my lord, Wiman said, catching Ned's attention, who quickly looked at his bannerman. "Wiman, you're not suggesting," Ned began to say, leaving in the air what his vassal was thinking. "As you know, I have 2 granddaughters," Wiman said, seeing this as an opportunity to make his proposal, one he hoped would be accepted. "I know I may be overstepping, but my granddaughter Wyler is only a year younger than Jon, and I think she could be a good match for him, should he decide to accept the betrothal." Wiman's response made Ned realize that Wiman was no fool. Yes, his son Jon was a bastard, but he was someone influential in the world, something House Stark did not have on its own. Therefore, he knew that legitimization might be on the table. Moreover, his son was making a name for himself, a name for his martial skills and his commercial abilities. He was gaining more than important connections, something that could make a house like the Mandaelis, who have the only city in the north, overlook his son's bastardy. It's a very tempting offer, but what would Cat and the rest of my bannermen think of this? Ned thought with concern, as it was not very common for bastards to marry high-born women. Moreover, there was the fact that if a betrothal for his bastard was announced before one for his legitimate children, especially his heir, it would be taken as an insult to House Tully. It was at that moment that Ned realized something. All my earlier bannermen who came tried in some way to secure a betrothal with some of my children. But Wyman does not. Why? Is the position of Lady of Winterfell not attractive enough to catch his attention? Wyman, if you seek a betrothal with one of my children, why not seek one with Robb or even Bran? A smile appeared on Wyman's face when he heard the question, something that surprised Ned, as he did not understand what was amusing about his question. However, he could not ask what his bannerman found amusing, as he spoke first. Well, it is true that a betrothal with Lord Robb would be the most helpful for any family in the north, but I fear I do not think it possible. My first granddaughter is a potential heir to White Harbor should my son Willis have no more children, so I cannot marry her to the heir of another house. On the other hand, my other granddaughter could be a more than acceptable consort for Lord Robb, but I fear you would not be willing to accept it. I have heard that some bannermen are somewhat discontented with the entirely Tully appearance of your children, my lord. So, I consider that you have been thinking of marrying him to a relative to calm this, and the only house with strong Stark blood in this region is the Karstarks. So that leaves Lord Robb out of a possible betrothal, while Lord Brandon is too young for a betrothal with any of my granddaughters. Wyman's response left Ned speechless, as it was very well founded, something that left him with no options for rebuttals or complaints. This made him smile, and looking at his bannerman, he began to weigh the pros and cons of giving Jon a betrothal. He did not know how his son would take it when he found out he was betrothed without being consulted, something he had decided to do with each of his children, as he did not want his sister's story to repeat itself. Thinking about what had happened to his sister made Ned almost fall into his usual solemnity, but fortunately, he did not. So, looking again at his bannerman, he decided to give him an answer. Your proposal is good, but I'm afraid I can't give you an answer at the moment. Ned replied, something that made Wyman frown, so he spoke again to explain what was happening. I can't betroth Jon without him knowing, especially now that he is on his travels. Even so, I will keep your offer in mind, and as soon as we can find a way to talk to Jon, I will convey the news to him to see what he thinks. When Wyman heard that response, he understood what his lord meant, so he just sighed. Even so, inside he was pleased, as he had made progress, a small one, but that was better than achieving nothing. Now he just had to talk to his granddaughter to see what she thought of this. Jade Sea 297 AC. The waters of the Jade Sea gently rocked the Starwolf as it sailed through its waters. Jon Snow's ship had passed through the Jade Gates several days ago, staying in the open sea the entire way to avoid pirates. In the crow's nest was PYP, who was looking ahead through his spyglass, trying to spot the city of Yin, where they would disembark to begin their journey on foot to their destination in these lands. Everything is calm now, PYP said to himself as he relaxed. However, when he least expected it, he spotted the city of Yun in the distance. Despite needing to give the signal, the young man was in complete shock upon seeing it, as he did not expect to see such a large city. When he finally snapped out of his stupor, he hurried to shout, "Land ho! Land ho! Land ho! Land ho!" PYP's shouts made all the crew members stop what they were doing and come out onto the deck. When everyone was on deck, they looked ahead and, despite being far away, they could see the silhouette of the city. "So that's Yun," Sam said in surprise, amazed to see the city's silhouette from so far away. "Yes, our gateway to Yiti," Jon said with a serious look and a predatory smile on his face, as in front of him was the gateway to the oldest civilization of humanity, a civilization that had secrets and information that very few in Westeros owned. So, looking at the sky, he spoke. "Move, you know what to do." After those words, everyone began to move, resuming their tasks, as they had to turn a bit to reach a beach to disembark. While doing so, everyone felt anticipation for these lands that very few Westerosi had set foot on before them. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Chapter 35 is ready, XD. We see Jon being very generous. XD. Although it seems like he is spending his money recklessly, the truth is that he does it, so his father's house has more opportunities to improve. And if you're wondering how he has so much money, I'll just say, transmutation, yes, the transmutation spell. For those who don't know what this is, it's a spell from Elder Scrolls Skyrim that allows you to transmute iron into gold. So yes, Jon is using that spell to create gold, but he doesn't give it away just like that. Instead, he gives it in the form of jewels, which he sells at the Iron Bank. About Jon's marriage, as you can see, Ned will start receiving offers for Jon's engagements. This will be a recurring thing, and proposals will be received from several characters. Finally, the Starwolf arrived in Yin, so we will start the Yi plot. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 36. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 36. Yin 297 AC. The eyes of the entire crew of the Starwolf were wide open, incredulous at what they were seeing. The object causing this was the wall of the city of Yin, which was, in a few words, enormous. But not only that, the city itself was colossal, larger than any other they had seen so far. By sheer speed, Jon murmured, his eyes wide as they saw the imposing entrance gate. It made the gates of King's Landing look like simple dog doors, not only in size but also in decoration, as they were much better ornamented. The gates of this place were decorated with gold and jewel inlays in such quantity that Jon knew that just by taking a part of this gate, a man could live well all his life. I don't know what that means, but I share your amazement, Jon, commented Gren, who was also looking at those gates in surprise. The rest of Jon's friends saw the entrance to the city with the same expression of astonishment, especially Daenerys, who had never in her life seen such a vast city. The city before them was Yin, which for a long time, and through various Yitish dynasties, had been the capital of the Yiti Empire. Currently, it was still the capital of the empire under the rule of Emperor Bugai, the 17th Azure Emperor. This city was found on the shores of the Jade Sea, but the crew of the Starwolf had decided not to dock at the capital's docks. The reason was that their destination was beyond this city, so Jon did not want to leave his ship alone in the port. Therefore, they had disembarked on one of the many beaches near the city, one that was far enough away to go unnoticed by the wall's watchtowers. After disembarking, Jon stored the ship in his pocket dimension. This was the first time Daenerys saw this, as since she joined the crew, the ship had always been docked at the ports of the cities they visited. After marveling at how the ship disappeared as if sucked by a vortex, the crew began their journey towards the west entrance gate. I suppose we should enter, right? PYP asked, overwhelmed by the sight of the city entrance, feeling tiny before it. Yes, we need to move to find information and gather what we will need for the journey. Jon replied as he began to walk, closely followed by Ghost. Seeing their captain move forward, everyone followed him. When they crossed the gates, they all felt tiny again at what they saw. If the wall seemed enormous to them, the city was, at first glance, larger than any other they had seen. Incredible, Sam whispered, looking at everything with fascination. In the writings of Lomas Longstrider, he mentions that the palace of this city is so large that you could fit all of King's Landing inside it, and the city would fit easily. The mention of that did not surprise his friends much, as they saw that the city was indeed enormous. However, unlike King's Landing, the largest city in Westeros, this city did not smell like shit as the capital of Westeros did. Jon and Ghost's enhanced senses could pick up the scent of dirt and urine, yes, but it was not like in King's Landing. Rather, the predominant smells in this city were of countless spices, which also made John feel somewhat dizzy. Even so, it was not the smell that really stunned John, but the sound. A city as large as this was very noisy, especially for someone like him. Despite this, he showed no signs of it, walking as if nothing was happening. It's incredible. I've never seen so many people in one place at the same time, Gren commented as he watched people pass by. And some of them could kill us. Ed pointed out gloomily as he saw the guards patrolling the city to keep order. The inhabitants of Yun were curious to the eyes of the gathered West AOC. This was because they dressed very differently, wearing what the West AOC called a kind of wide-sleeved robes, made of different colors. They also wore peculiar hats, topped with a kind of monkey tails. The women, on the other hand, wore dresses made of the same material as the men, adorning their heads with gold, silver, or wooden hairpins. All this was new to the West AOC, who saw each inhabitant as if they were something strange to see. The group of 6 young people and a direwolf continued walking through one of the streets of the city of Yun, marveling at the local architecture, which was pleasing to the eye. They continued walking, passing near inns, forges, and brothels, which were very different from those west of the Jade Gates. In fact, the roads were also different from those in the western cities, as they were better kept, allowing for faster transit. The group continued walking until they reached the city market, or at least what they assumed was the market, as this place was as large as the city of King's Landing. The young people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at seeing such a vast place full of stalls, but there were not only the typical caravan stalls, but also what could be considered fixed shops, like the forges in West Aos. All the shops and stalls were filled with products, from wines and silks to small mountains of spices. "Guys," John said, his eyes fixed on the number of shops, customers, and merchants together, examining the commercial flow. "I think we should have docked the ship here." "Yes, I think we should have," Sam said, something that was echoed by the rest of the crew. The young people felt they were missing a golden opportunity to sell their goods and earn some money for their journey. At least that's what they thought until they realized that most of their remaining goods were mainly food, both fresh and salted. This was because one of the destinations to visit was the city of Ashai, where food, whether fresh or salted, was paid for by its weight in gold. When that revelation came, they began to move around the place, seeing the various products offered by the merchants. The eyes of the young people could see spices like cloves, nutmeg, cinnamon, pepper, ginger, and the exotic saffron. Many of these, unlike how they were obtained in West Aos, were not ground but were the whole plant to be ground. "I wonder how much these spices could sell for in West Aos," Sam said while admiring a pile of nutmeg. "I have no idea, but I suppose it's better to buy them like this," John commented while watching a merchant, who looked Tiroshi, buying some boxes of ginger. "This way, you can be sure that what you buy is pure spice and not something adulterated with something else." John's words surprised his friends, who looked at him in astonishment. "What do you mean, John?" Gren asked in confusion. "It's a fairly common practice among some merchants to add other seeds or plants when they grind the spices. For example, as I understand it, some add pumpkin seeds to pepper and grind them together, diminishing its flavor and smell. This means that to get a flavor similar to pure pepper, you have to buy more of that product," John replied, surprising all his friends, who showed expressions of surprise and indignation. "That's wrong," Daenerys commented with a look of disbelief. "That's more than wrong, princess," Sam added with a dark look. "They are betraying the good faith of the buyers." "Yes, that's very dishonorable, but there are merchants who only care about gold, so they resort to these practices to sell the pure spices as higher quality at a price that exceeds the original, increasing the price to more than 4 times the regular," John pointed out, frowning as he said this. The reason for his annoyance and indignation was mainly due to his master's teachings. John's master had instilled in him a code, one that was similar to that of knights, at least in some parts. This code had become his guide when trading, and it was composed of the following principles: honesty, as they had to be honest in their dealings, never deceiving their customers with false or adulterated goods. Responsibility in their dealings and in paying debts. Respect for the laws of the place where they traded. Finally, justice, as they had to be fair in their dealings, never taking advantage of others or belittling any potential customer. All these codes were what guided John's actions as a merchant, so he did not like knowing that there were unscrupulous merchants who violated them. However, as much as he hated those actions, he could not change them, so he could only bite his tongue and continue with his business. John's face, which kept a frown, changed expression when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning his head, he realized it was Daenerys who had touched him. He could see that the girl was worried about him, something that cheered him up a bit. "Are you okay, John?" Daenerys asked, seeing John's frown. "Yes, I just got a little upset." John replied with a smile, which was reciprocated by the young princess. The scene the two were showing made their friends uncomfortable, but as much as PYP wanted to make a witty comment to embarrass the two young people, he was not allowed to. This was because, suddenly, people began to move, creating a passage between them. This caused them to be pushed into one of the permanent shops in the market. "Ah!" the young people shouted, as they had been suddenly pushed and ended up tripping and falling, all landing on John. "Ugh, damn it, what happened?" Gren asked as he got up. "I don't know, but when I find out what happened, and if someone was to blame, I'll break their head with one blow." PYP growled in response, who ended up with his tunic torn from the fall. "It seems someone important appeared in the market," Sam pointed out as he got up, and in doing so, blushed a little, as he realized that John and Daenerys had ended up in a somewhat compromising position. When the rest of the crew saw this, they smiled and began to tease them. "Fiu, hey, get yourselves in to do those things," Gren said with a smile while pointing at the two young people on the ground. "Yes. I thought only John had no shame, but you, Dany, I can't believe it," PYP commented with a tone of voice that feigned sadness, while putting on a disappointed face. Those phrases caused the two young people, who were getting up, to blush, while the rest of the group laughed. "Are you okay, Dany?" John asked when he was on his feet, seeing Daenerys. "Yes, don't worry, nothing happened to me," the young Targaryen replied with a smile. "Good," John said, then turned to look at his friends, who were still laughing quietly. The moment he saw them, they stopped laughing and stood up straighter. When silence returned, both John and his friends were about to leave, but before they could take a step, they realized they were in a clothing store. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the garments being displayed, as they caught their attention. While there were some of those robes for men, they had seen some men in the city wearing, there were also some very different garments. "Wow, these clothes, what are they made of?" Ed said, looking in amazement at the displayed clothes. "They are made of silk," young man said, a voice behind them, causing them to turn around and John, by instinct, to reach for his dagger. Fortunately for the vendor, John realized it was a vendor and not an assassin, otherwise, he would have lost his head. "Silk? Like the one they sell in Westeros and is super expensive?" Daenerys asked in surprise and curiosity. When the vendor heard the question, he smiled and responded to Daenerys kindly, speaking the common tongue of Westeros somewhat roughly, indicating he was not very fluent in that language. "That's right," the vendor replied. "All the clothes you see, at least on most of the citizens of Yin, are made of silk." The revelation that in this city silk was almost common left the young people perplexed, who looked at each other and began to stammer. This is incredible," Gren said in surprise. "I understand, I never thought I would hear that there was a place where silk was like wool," Ed commented, completely in shock at hearing that. The crew of the Starwolf remained in shock for a few minutes until they finally snapped out of it when the merchant spoke to them. "It seems you are travelers from Westeros. Would you be interested in getting some custom-made clothes?" the merchant asked, catching the attention of John and his crew. "What?" Daenerys asked, thinking she had heard wrong. "What you heard, girl, I am offering to make you custom-made silk clothes," the vendor replied with a smile. When they heard that, they were surprised, thinking it was a joke. However, seeing that the vendor was serious, they realized it was not a joke. This made them look at each other and, after a few seconds, they all agreed. When the vendor saw them agree, he smiled and led them inside the store to take their measurements and choose the fabric they would use for their clothes. YT 297 AC. The wind blew gently, swaying the grasses of the rolling hills that made up the northeastern part of the land of YT. This land separated the 5 forts from the city of Yun. To reach this place, one had to leave the city of Yun and then traverse the forest surrounding the city, something that was not easy, as basilisks inhabited that forest. "Next time we go through that forest, you go ahead," John said, frowning. "The journey wasn't that bad," John commented with a smile on his face. "Not that bad. We were almost eaten by 5 basilisks," PYP shouted, pointing at John with a finger. "You're fine because you can use magic to defend yourself, but we don't have those powers." "Yes, John, that was terrifying," Gren commented, who was pale, remembering seeing the jaws of a basilisk just a few meters from his face. "So many teeth," Ed whispered with discomfort, who had also seen the jaws of another basilisk, but fortunately from a greater distance. "I knew I would die swallowed by a beast someday, at least it wasn't today." The mention of the basilisks made Daenerys pale, who had seen those beasts attack her friends. The young exiled princess had never seen a creature of that size in her life. Basilisks were feral-looking creatures that were very terrifying to any human. They had a head similar to a lizard with a row of teeth and jaws capable of tearing apart a dog in seconds. Their bodies had hair, at least up to the base of the neck, where they were hairless, and they had 6 limbs that helped them move quickly and allowed them to climb trees with great ease. Their claws were strong enough to tear flesh, and their best weapon was their venom, which could easily kill a person. They had met the 5 basilisks while riding the route from Yun to the 5 forts. That path traversed the dense jungle, a place known for having basilisks and other creatures, but the basilisk was the main problem there. That's why caravans were protected by several soldiers armed with scale armor, which seemed to be common in UT, along with halberds or pikes, with which they kept the basilisks at bay. Although they knew the danger, they had gone as usual, just them and Ghost. However, they had not been so naive as to go without protection, so they all traveled with their armor on. They had bought the horses in Yun, along with some necessary gadgets for this short trip. Therefore, they had been riding calmly along the path until, suddenly, Ghost had stopped and started showing his teeth. The wolf's action made the march stop, and everyone became alert. A second after everyone stopped, they saw them appear from among the trees, 5 basilisks. They attacked quickly but couldn't do much when John used Stone Giant, a spell that, when John or his mount struck the ground, created a crater that generated a shockwave that unbalanced everything within about 30 meters. With that attack, John made the basilisks stumble, allowing him to jump from his mount and, with quick movements, decapitate 2 of them using Flaming Embers, a spell that made any cuts John made with any weapon covered in fire, causing burns on minor wounds and cauterization if John decapitated or severed any part of the body. With this, he managed to kill 2, then used a lightning bolt with his free hand to kill another. Subsequently, he killed another basilisk using Ice Spear, a spell that throws ice spikes at a target. Finally, the last one, which was about to kill Gren, died when he threw Gandravar using Piercing Javelin, a spell that turned his sword into a spear of light, which struck the basilisk's head, impaling it and pinning it to a tree. After that ambush, they continued their journey, this time being more cautious until they left that forest. "So, what will we do today?" Sam asked, looking ahead, seeing the silhouettes of the gigantic forts. "The best thing is to move a bit further to be closer to the 5 forts before setting up camp," John commented while looking at the forts in the distance. "Yes, that would be best," Sam agreed, who also noticed something else. "We are very exposed on these hills, they almost look like plains at certain distances." When Sam mentioned that, both John and the rest nodded, as if it was true. The landscape surrounding them, despite being beautiful, was perfect for being a target for any band of bandits approaching them, as they didn't have much cover for a quick attack, especially from those enemies who could ambush them. "Do you think the Jogosnai will attack this place?" Sam asked with some panic, as these terrains favored those riders. The Jogosnai were a nomadic people who often ravaged the lands of Yt. They lived beyond the mountains of the moon, in the plains of the Jogosnai. They were a warlike people who, like the Dothraki, attacked and devastated cities and villages, all to take gold, food, and slaves. They were known for attacking the northern region of Yt for centuries, so this area was a possible attack site for the Jogosnai. "I don't know, but just in case, I'll prepare some magical traps to strengthen the camp at night," John replied, then looked to the side and saw everyone nodding, even Daenerys. The sight of the young princess amused John, as she was not dressed as usual. Well, in a way, she was, but with some changes. Due to the danger of the journey, she was wearing her normal clothes, except that over her shirt she wore a not very thick gamison with a simple chainmail adapted to her body over it, which forced her to wear her white shirt completely closed. As extra protection, she wore her leather corset, which was slightly studded. The sword, Dark Sister, hung on the young woman's back, in a sheath designed for her to draw it quickly. When he stopped looking at Daenerys, who was moving with some discomfort as she was not used to riding a horse, Eddard Stark's bastard son looked ahead and, after whistling, began to ride. That action was heard by his friends, who also began to ride. The group of friends rode calmly for several more kilometers until finally, when the sun began to set, they stopped and began to set up camp. "PYP, how many kilometers do you think are left to reach that place?" Gren asked while taking some stakes from his enchanted bag and starting to drive them into the ground, securing his tent for sleeping. "I don't know, but those things are getting bigger, so I don't think there's much left," the former mime replied while helping his friend set up the tent. The group had divided into three. Gren and PYP were in charge of setting up the tents, Daenerys and Sam were in charge of setting up the campfire for dinner, while John and Ghost explored the surroundings to look for tracks of other riders and set paralysis traps to prevent ambushes. While Gren and PYP were finishing setting up the tents, Sam and Daenerys were placing the last stone to make the campfire. "Done, that's it," Sam said with a smile as he watched Daenerys place the last stone that delimited the campfire. The young princess, who had been squatting, stood up and smiled as she wiped her forehead with her hand, smearing it a bit with the dirt on her hands. "Yes, it's done. Do you have the firewood?" "Yes, I have it in my bag. We always carry plenty of firewood to avoid going too far when there are no supplies nearby." Sam's response made Daenerys look at Sam's belt, reminding her that she didn't have an enchanted bag like they did. The only thing she had was a purse, which only allowed her to store money, not objects like the other bags. This made her feel jealous, as she didn't understand why Jon didn't give her one. No, that was a lie, she knew the reason why he didn't give her such a bag. "He still doesn't fully trust me," thought the young Targaryen sadly, as there was nothing more hurtful than the person you trust the most not trusting you. This made her put on a sad expression, something that was noticed by Sam. "What's wrong, princess?" Samwell asked with concern, fearing that the princess might be ill. Hearing the question, Daenerys snapped out of her thoughts and, shaking her head, replied, "No, Sam, don't worry, nothing's wrong. I was just thinking." The princess's response was accompanied by a smile, which achieved its purpose, as Sam nodded and went back to his task. When the wood was placed, Sam added several branches and dry grass to serve as kindling. Taking a flint, Sam started the fire after a few strikes. When the fire, which was not very large, was well lit, Daenerys and Sam placed the cauldron and poured water from a canteen. While they began to add the vegetables and meat for the stew, Jon arrived with Ghost. The duo looked a bit tired, as they had been riding 3 kilometers in each direction, placing several paralysis runes in those places. When they arrived, they were noticed by their companions, who had already finished setting up the tents and the food was almost ready. "Jon." Gren greeted with a smile as he looked at his friend. Jon raised a hand in greeting and headed towards his tent. The tents had been set up in such a way that they formed a circle around the campfire. Next to each tent, which were spaced a good distance apart, there was a post over a meter high. These posts had been placed there by Jon before the camp was set up and before he went on patrol. The reason for this was simple: these would be the guides for the location of the tents, as well as the stakes where the horses would be tied at night, as if they were left loose, they could bolt and leave them without mounts for the journey. When Jon reached his tent, he dismounted with a jump and, after tying his horse to the post, approached his friends. When he arrived, they handed him a plate of food, which he took after sitting down. They all ate the beef stew that Sam and Daenerys had prepared while discussing what they would do the next day, as they were already quite close to the 5 forts and had only taken almost a fortnight to reach that place. The sunlight illuminated the enormous structures known as the 5 forts. Although they were only in front of one of these monstrosities, they couldn't simply be called forts, they could rather be considered cities. According to legend, these structures were built to stop the demons of the Lion of Night. However, nowadays, they only serve to stop raiders who lived further east of this place. Despite everything, the structure was entirely made of black stone, a material the Valyrians were known to use. Nevertheless, standing in front of them, Jon realized they hadn't been built by the Valyrians. Even so, there was magic within their walls, a magic Jon didn't know, but unlike the magic of the Undying, this one was powerful. Jon. Daenerys asked with concern upon seeing her friend, as he had turned his head to the side, frowning. Is something wrong? Footsteps, many footsteps approaching. By the sound, Jon responded, stopping mid-sentence and widening his eyes when he realized something. He turned and looked at his friends while gripping his horse's reins tightly and shouted. Riders! About 100 riders are coming. Jon's shout scared everyone, but before panic could take over, Jon spoke to take control of the situation. We don't know if they are friends or enemies. Jon exclaimed sincerely, as he didn't know if these riders were from Yeti, bandits, or, in the worst case, Jogos Nai. We are very exposed here. We need to move to find a place where we can have cover. The first choice was to go to the 5 forts, but that was a complicated choice. From where they were, they could see that there was only plain land to the nearest fort. While it was the most plausible choice for survival, it was also risky, as if the approaching riders were faster, they could hunt them down in that terrain. The other choice, which arose after recalling the map, was to head towards the somewhat swampy area to the west. This option was also risky, so looking at his friends, he told them to decide. After a few seconds, Jon's friends decided to go to the 5 forts. A more than reasonable decision, as between going to a swamp with no protection except mud or going to a citadel with soldiers, the best choice was to go to the fortress. Let's go! Jon shouted after the decision was made. After that shout, he spurred his horse, starting to run. His wolf, who had begun to show his teeth when Jon spoke about the riders, wasted no time and ran, gaining a couple of meters ahead of Jon. Jon's friends spurred their horses and made them start running at full speed towards the nearest fort. The group of friends rode hard, but when they were halfway, they turned a bit and saw the dust cloud rising on the horizon. By the 7. Sam shouted in surprise upon seeing the amount of dust raised. Those aren't 100 riders, Jon. When Jon heard that, he looked at the riders and realized there were about 300 riders. These riders wore a kind of scale armor made of metal plates. They all wore black conical helmets decorated with gold details, almost all the same, except for one rider, who had a helmet with cheek and neck protection and a red plume on top. In their hands, several of the riders carried spears about 3 meters long with steel tips so shiny they gleamed in the sun. They also carried round shields made, at first glance, of steel, which was polished. The group of friends kept moving, hoping they weren't enemies, but that changed when they saw how some of the riders, those without spears, drew double curved bows and nocked arrows. Realizing they were about to be attacked by arrows, Jon looked at his friends and shouted. They are going to shoot arrows, spread out more. Jon shouted while gripping his horse's reins a bit tighter to have better control over it. Jon's shout scared his friends, who, upon hearing it, began to pull their horses' reins, guiding them to start spreading out. This was because they had been riding together from the beginning, something useful and effective for moving calmly, but at this moment, they were an easy target, and those archers wouldn't miss a single shot even if they wanted to. So to stop being such an easy target for them, they began to disperse, leaving several meters of distance between each one. As soon as they finished spreading out, they began to hear some buzzing sounds passing by their sides. Although they were curious to see where the arrows landed, they weren't so reckless as to turn their heads. Instead, they began to lower their bodies to better protect their heads. Among the whole group, the one having the most trouble keeping up with the ride was Daenerys, who had the least experience riding among them. This made her suffer the most while riding, as she felt the reins slipping from her hands, forcing her to struggle to keep up and avoid falling from her mount. The young woman rode as best she could until suddenly, she felt a blow on her back followed by a sharp pain. Feeling the pain, she didn't need to be a war veteran to know she had been hit by an arrow, but even so, she kept riding. Only a few meters ahead, the horse she was riding took an arrow to the skull, dying instantly. Upon dying, the horse stumbled, causing Daenerys to fall face first, letting out a groan of pain as her face touched the grass and dirt. The sound of the horse falling was heard by Jon, who turned his head, first seeing an arrow aimed at his face. Seeing the imminent danger, Eddard Stark's bastard son moved his head to the side to dodge the arrow, but due to the movement of the running horse, he couldn't completely avoid it. The arrow ended up passing very close to Jon's left eye, cutting his face and causing it to bleed slightly. "Jon," was the panicked shout of his friends upon seeing Jon's head move, as from their perspective, the arrow had hit him square in the face. However, to their relief, for the moment, they saw Jon turn his head again, showing he had narrowly dodged the arrow. They stopped when Jon did, and when they were about to ask him about the blood on his face and why they had stopped, they fell silent when they noticed something else. "Where's Daenerys?" Gren asked, then looked back and saw Daenerys's horse lying on the ground, while ahead, slowly getting up, was the young Targaryen. The moment he saw her, the rest of the group also saw her. Time seemed to stop for everyone as they watched Daenerys get up. The face of the Targaryen princess was dripping blood from both her nose and mouth, giving her a terrible appearance. But luckily for the girl, she had no other injuries, as when she fell, she used her arms as a shield to avoid hitting the ground directly. "We have to go get her," PYP shouted in panic upon seeing the riders approaching quickly. The rest, except for Jon, nodded and, without wasting another second, took the reins of their horses and prepared to go to where Daenerys was. However, before they could even move a finger to advance, Jon stopped them by raising his hand. Jon's action confused them greatly, as they didn't understand why he was stopping them. "Damn it, Jon! What are you doing stopping us?" Gren shouted while looking at his friend. "For the god's sake, Jon! Don't tell me you plan to let her die!" PYP shouted incredulously as he began to get angry. "I didn't think you were that kind of man, Jon," Ed commented with disappointment, looking at Jon as he spoke. The only one who didn't speak was Sam, who knew Jon wasn't that kind of person, and that was proven when Jon finally spoke. "I won't let her die, but I also won't let you do something as stupid as charging at those riders," Jon growled while looking ahead. Jon's words calmed his friends, who felt somewhat ashamed for having thought or said those words about their friend, but they knew it wasn't the time to apologize, as they knew Jon wouldn't listen to them. The reason Jon wouldn't listen to anyone was simple: he was analyzing the situation as quickly as he could, deducing that he only had two options: the first, to ride and take Daenerys to carry her and flee to the fort; the second, to reach her and give her his horse while he fought and killed all the riders with magic. The last option was the safest, but it was at that moment that another idea occurred to him. "We haven't advanced much since we left, and our old camp is less than 7 kilometers away, which means the traps are less than 5 kilometers away. If we lead them there, yes, that's the best plan." When he finished thinking about it, he looked at his friends. "Let's go for Dany, I'll take her on my horse and then we'll head back to where our camp was." Jon's suggestion surprised his friends for a second, as they didn't understand why he wanted to do that. However, Sam realized it just a second later and spoke. "The magical traps, you didn't remove them, did you?" Hearing Sam's question, Jon just smiled and then spurred his horse and shot off with Ghost to reach Dany, who was in danger. "Wait, does his smile mean yes or no?" PYP asked. "That he didn't remove them," Ed replied, then spurred his horse and followed his friend. Ed's action was followed by the rest, including PYP, which made them start riding towards where Daenerys was. While her friends were coming for her, the young Targaryen managed to get up. She was disoriented and dazed, as despite covering her face when she fell, the impact had been hard. Looking around as her vision refocused, she saw the corpse of her horse, which had an arrow embedded in its head. A slight feeling of sadness arose in Daenerys' chest upon seeing her horse dead. It had been her first horse, and she had grown quite fond of it. Unfortunately, she couldn't remain in her sadness for long, as when she looked up after sighing, she saw the riders approaching, and fear took hold of her. Taking a step back, she was forced to run towards where her friends had gone, who surely were already quite a distance ahead, but even so, she ran. As she ran, she heard some arrows falling near her, increasing the fear she felt. "I have to get out of here." The young Targaryen thought in fear as she ran, but due to her chainmail, she wasn't as fast as she hoped. Even so, she didn't stop running. While running in panic and terror at being chased by hundreds of riders, she saw a white silhouette approaching her in the distance. At first, she didn't know if it was a vision or real, but after a few seconds, she could distinguish it clearly. "Ghost!" the girl shouted upon seeing her friend's wolf appear. Ghost's appearance was followed by the silhouettes of her friends, who were heading towards her at full gallop. This brought a smile to her face, as she began to feel hope of getting out of there alive. However, it seemed that wouldn't be possible, as an arrow shot by one of the riders came with such accuracy that it threatened to hit her neck, or at least that should have happened, but before it did, she heard a sharp sound. Clank. The sound occurred when one of the throwing knives John continued his belt struck the arrow, deflecting it. That demonstration of superhuman skill shouldn't have been possible, but Eddard Stark's bastard son managed it due to a combination of his enhanced senses, his skill, his training, and finally, a stroke of luck. When Daenerys heard that sound, she froze, feeling that her death had been so close that she was in shock. That should have made her an easier target, but luckily for her, John reached her side and, lowering his hand, grabbed her by the neck of her tunic. With a quick movement, she was lifted as if she weighed nothing and ended up on John's horse. When she came to her senses after the shock of almost dying, she felt John place his left arm around her waist, then begin to ride south. At first, Daenerys, who blushed at being so close to John, felt confused by the direction they had taken, but she couldn't speak, as she was more focused on processing the fact that she had almost died. After several kilometers of riding, the group, who had been dodging arrows for more than 4 kilometers, reached the area surrounding where their camp had been. Without wasting time, they kept riding, despite the horses showing signs of fatigue, and after a few minutes, they finally heard the enemy horses starting to fall and their riders screaming, then falling silent. "It seems they fell into the paralysis runes," John said, stopping his horse and dismounting with Daenerys in his arm. When she was on the ground, she saw him and could see the dried blood on his face. That scared her, but before she could ask what had happened, the rest of their friends had arrived. "Dany," was the collective shout of her friends, who approached her. "Are you okay?" Sam asked upon seeing her. "Does anything hurt besides your nose and lip?" The former Maester student's question was answered with a no, at least until they saw an arrow in her shoulder. That arrow had gone unnoticed at first because the arrow's shaft had broken, leaving only a fifth of the arrow and the tip, which was well embedded in Daenerys' chainmail. Seeing the arrow, the crew of the Starwolf became worried and voiced their concern. When Daenerys heard them, she felt touched, but she couldn't say anything, as John wasted no time and, with a single quick movement, pulled the arrow from her body. "Ah!" Daenerys screamed, both from the shock and the pain. Although the arrow hadn't penetrated much, it had still managed to embed itself in part of the young Targaryen's flesh. This was clear when the tip came out with a bit of blood. "Dany!" John called solemnly, which scared Daenerys. "Yes," the young Targaryen asked nervously. "Do you think you can stay alone for a few moments?" John asked, surprising Daenerys. I think so. Why?" "Those riders are paralyzed, and when they come to, they will become a threat, so we need to go eliminate that threat," John said solemnly and coldly. When Daenerys heard that, the feeling of pain and the panic she had felt before, which had left some lingering effects until now, vanished. This caused her to start feeling anger for almost dying, so, looking at John, she spoke and said she would go with them to finish off the riders. The young Targaryen's action surprised the crew and John, who didn't expect that reaction. This made them look at each other and were about to refuse. However, it was at that moment that John told her that if she could hold her stomach, then she was free to follow them. With those words, she followed John, who had begun to walk towards where the paralyzed riders were. The rest of the crew, seeing this, just sighed and followed the pair. When they reached where the riders had fallen, everyone, except John, looked in surprise at how they were completely paralyzed. The riders almost seemed to be made of stone, as they didn't move at all. Some were even in very uncomfortable positions, but even so, John and the rest didn't waste time and began to kill them. Because they were paralyzed at the moment of death, none could say anything, as they were all decapitated, those attacked by Gren, PYP, Sam, and Ed. Those killed by Daenerys, who were only 10 riders, had the honor of dying by the blade of Dark Sister. Finally, the vast majority were killed by John, who also decapitated them all. The last of the riders was the one with a plume on his helmet. Jon, who assumed he was the leader of the riders, read his mind with another scroll his master had left him. The information he gathered from there surprised him, as he didn't expect that development. Even so, after reading the rider's mind, he also decapitated him while approaching his friends to tell them they should change their route, as they needed to go to Trader Town to find the seal stone there. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Chapter 36 is ready XD. We finally arrive in UT, one of the places with little information and which, from what I've heard, might get an animated series XD. As always, politics is crazy in the world of George R. R. Martin, but seriously, in UT, they take it to the extreme. We see a bit of how the crew travels through UT, looking to reach the 5 forts, but as always, problems arise from anywhere. Now, about Daenerys, yes, she has taken part in a fight, the one on the ship when Euron attacked them, but she didn't do much in that fight. Besides, it's not the same to kill someone with a bow as with a sword. With a bow, being far away, you don't see them much in the face, but with a sword, it's different. Maybe in the future, she'll be better with a sword, but she won't be a master swordswoman, at least not naturally XD. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 37. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 37. Trader Town 297 AC. The city of Trader Town, found in UT, was not as large as other cities, but it was constantly growing thanks to the continuous trade caravans passing through it. It was precisely because of these caravans that the city got its name, as it was a key stopover point between Tikwi, another city in UT, and Kayakaya, the city that connects with the Steel Road, one of the routes to cross the Bone Mountains. Trader Town was the capital of the Golden Empire of UT under the rule of the Orange Emperor, Paul Co. This former general of UT had arrogated imperial honors for false victories and non-existent achievements. After his self-proclamation, he entrenched himself in this town while expanding his domains and influence through various tactics. Initially, his methods were more or less honorable, but a few months ago, after a raid against the Jogosnai, the general changed drastically. None of his closest associates knew what had happened, but he had become bloodthirsty and cruel. The old attempts to gain loyalties with promises, gifts, and intimidation changed to a focus on cruelty and terror. As a result, the atmosphere of the city changed noticeably. Everyone who passed through felt a chill that penetrated to the bone. Moreover, since the general's change, it seemed that the sun itself had changed, as it no longer warmed those who lived there. The city was heavily guarded by General Paul Qo's army, composed of more than 20,000 soldiers. These soldiers were divided into the 3 typical forces that make up an army: infantry, archers or, in this case, crossbowmen, and cavalry. Each of these units had its subdivisions, such as heavy or light infantry, among others. The most important were the God Emperor's Guard, the elite of each UT army. Wow! I never thought I'd see so many soldiers together, said PYP in amazement as he looked at the number of soldiers in the streets of Trader Town. The truth is, it's not that many soldiers, at least not for what one would expect to see in UT. Commented Sam with some disappointment, comparing the number of soldiers in the city to what he had seen in the Greyjoy Rebellion. Although his family was powerful, they could not muster 20,000 soldiers. However, the books he had read about UT had left him with very high expectations, as he remembered that Emperor Lobu had gathered a host of 300,000 soldiers to annihilate the Jogosnai. How many troops did you expect from this general? Asked Ed curiously as he helped guide the horse-drawn cart. At least 100,000. I mean, he's one of the contenders for the throne of the Golden Empire. I don't think Emperor Bugai would consider someone with fewer troops than that a contender. It seems that here in UT things are not like at home. Jon commented with some amusement, catching his friend's attention. Apparently, not everyone here seems to obey some lord. Why? Asked Gren curiously. Isn't it supposed that here too the vassals respond to their lord by sending troops for a war? Yes, it's supposed to be, but from what I've seen, not everyone obeys the Emperor in Yun. Jon replied as he and Daenerys returned. Ned Stark's son and Aerys Targaryen's daughter had separated from their group to ask for permission to enter and sell their goods. They were selling goods in a city in Yeti as part of Jon's plan to infiltrate this place. When Jon read the mind of that captain, he discovered that he was part of an advance party sent to map the territory near the Five Forts and look for coal, a resource currently scarce in Trader Town. The city needed coal for its forges, essential for the production of iron bolts for General Paul Qo's army. This shortage was the reason the general sent a party of riders to search for the material in places where the Emperor of Yun's troops did not have much presence or ability for a quick response. When Jon discovered this, he began talking to his friends while stripping the riders of their armor and weapons. Flashback. Were those bastards here to look for coal? Asked Gren with annoyance and some surprise as he removed the armor from one of the riders and stored it in his enchanted bag. Yes. Jon replied, who was also stripping another rider. It's strange. Trader Town is supposed to be an important trading place. Surely some coal merchants pass through there. Commented Sam as he stripped another rider of his armor. Yes, unless even with those merchants they don't have enough coal for their forges. Jon added after thinking about it a bit more. Although that's not the interesting part. Jon's final words made everyone stop. They remembered how Jon had mentioned that there seemed to be a seal stone in Trader Town. That news had surprised them, as they didn't know how it had ended up there, under General Paul Qo's watchful eye. How do you plan to get into that city? Asked Ed as he sat on a corpse. It won't be easy, it won't be like the Summer Isles. His friend's question left Jon thoughtful. One thing was to enter a cave, where it was easier to hide. But the seal stone was surely in Paul Qo's quarters, which meant infiltrating a city full of soldiers and stealing something from what could be considered the safest area of that place. The difficult part won't be getting in, but finding the stone. I have some ways to sneak in, but how do I get into the city without attracting attention? Jon thought, remembering something. They are short of coal and to the south, there is a huge forest. Making coal is not very complicated. I would just have to burn the entire forest and that's it. Plenty of coal. No, that wouldn't be the best. I think I'd better buy it from nearby towns. Yes, better that way. I buy the carts and the coal, maybe I'll lose gold, but what is gold compared to a seal stone? After that thought, Jon looked at his friends, who felt chills run down their spines when they saw him. I have an idea. Jon said as he approached them. End flashback. Jon's idea had been simple, pose as merchants with a load of coal. To make it more believable, they used the riders' horses and bought 8 wagons full of coal. In the end, they created a considerable caravan. Fortunately, they did not meet any bandits on the entire journey to Trader Town. How did it go with the merchandise registration? Sam asked curiously as he looked at his friends. It was perfect. Jon replied quickly. They bought the story of the novice merchant couple making their first sale and being financed by his father. Jon's response referred to the cover story they had decided to use to pose as merchants. The story was that Jon was an illegitimate son for whom his father had felt pity, and to give him a future, he had given him money to become a merchant, while marrying him to a young woman whose father had been murdered long ago and who was an orphan. Yes, a fanciful story created with fragments of his real history to ease the lie. Great. How much coal will they be buying? Asked PYP, hoping to get rid of the entire load and not have to travel with that caravan again. All of it. Apparently they need the coal to make more weapons. It seems that the Emperor of Yun plans to attack this place soon. The friends' conversation was carried out in the common tongue of Westeros, so the locals could not understand them. To communicate with the customs officers in the city, they had used High Valyrian, which was a language used in this part of the world. Therefore, at that moment, their conversation attracted the attention of soldiers and other merchants. When Jon noticed this, he signaled them to start moving. As they walked, they talked about trivial things to dispel any suspicion about them. Where will we stay? husband?" asked Daenerys with some embarrassment at saying the word husband. The question was asked in High Valyrian so that some of those who knew that language could understand them and thus give more credibility to their cover story. "There is an inn not far from here," Jon replied as he looked at the path they were taking. "But first, we will go to the barracks to drop off the coal so the blacksmiths can start working." "All right," said Daenerys as she slowly moved closer to Jon to walk nearer to him. When Daenerys was beside Jon, he moved his arm to wrap around her waist, pulling her closer to him. He did this to give the appearance of a very loving couple. While doing this, both felt uncomfortable, but for different reasons. Daenerys felt uncomfortable because of what she was beginning to feel for Jon, an affection that she knew was going beyond friendship. Unfortunately, she knew that her friend did not return those feelings, at least for now, but she hoped that, with time, she might be able to make him fall in love with her. For his part, Jon felt uncomfortable because Daenerys was from the 40 families of Valyria. Although he did not want to kill her like the rest of those bastards, that did not mean that his mind had completely banished what Daenerys was. That thought disgusted Jon, as he knew that Dany was not like her ancestors, but still, he could not banish that small fragment of his mind that told him she was dangerous. Maybe with time, which would change, but he did not know. In the end, only time would tell. While the two young people pretended to be a loving couple, their friends laughed at them, knowing it was not comfortable for them to be like that. They, especially Sam and Ed, were not so stupid as not to see that Daenerys was beginning to fall in love with Jon. They could see it in her bright eyes when she looked at Jon. While it would be uncomfortable for them to become a couple, it would not bother them either, because for them, both Jon and Dany were their friends, and if they were happy together, who were they to deny it? Even so, as they walked, they looked at each other and made some bets, each with their own condition for victory. The moonlight dimly illuminated the territory that made up Trader Town. The night was colder than usual since General Paul Quo's change in behavior, causing a slight mist that chilled to the bones of those who lived in this place and the merchants who stayed here. While many people rested peacefully, outside the Imperial Palace stood a hooded figure, carefully looking at the entire area. "It's really hard to believe that structure is Paul Quo's Imperial Palace," Jon whispered as he watched the patrols of Yeti soldiers move along a wall. Paul Quo's palace, if it could be called a palace, was still under construction and was a typical Yeti fortress. Yeti fortresses were rectangular buildings of several floors, usually 6 stories high, measuring about 30 meters, but there were exceptions like this palace. Each floor was smaller than the one below, and on each roof, there were red tiles. Various patterns adorned each of the railings on each floor, decorated with jewels, some of gold and jade. The palace was under construction, so the wooden supports used by the builders to hold up the walls could be seen, whether of the palace, which was only partially built, or the walls, which were being expanded to be larger and taller. The renovations indicate they are preparing for a siege, but when the Emperor of Yun's attack will take place is still unknown. But while this is happening, the palace's security has surely increased a lot. They might fear an assassin's attack on General Paul Quo, Jon said as he took a potion from his enchanted bag. The potion was in a glass bottle as white as milk. In fact, anyone who saw it would mistake it for milk of the poppy. However, this brew was not for pain relief. No, this potion was made to make whoever drank it invisible. The ingredients for a potion like this are not easy to find in this world, Jon thought, recalling what his master had taught him about alchemy. Although he could create potions with the plants of this world, he had to find an ingredient that was literally the duplicate of that product in Nirn. For example, to make an invisibility potion, one used Aksha's lunar wings, ice spectre teeth, and vampire dust. As one might guess, some of these ingredients did not exist in this world, only in Nirn. But in this world, the potion could be made using Aksha's lunar, bone dust, and ice, but to give it the magical power contained in the other ingredients, he had to add magic throughout the process, which was twice as long as needed for that potion in Nirn. Knowing how rare and complicated the potion was to make, Jon hesitated for a second to drink it. But when he remembered it was to obtain a seal stone, he hesitated no more. Although the potion was valuable, obtaining one of the stones to seal whatever was in Valyria was worth any non-human cost, whether in objects or gold. So, without further thought, he drank the potion in one gulp. When the potion entered John's system, it quickly made the body of Ned Stark's bastard son disappear from sight, blending with the surroundings, allowing those who looked at him not to see him at all. Although John was invisible to others, he was not to his own eyes. He could see himself, not as clearly as in daylight, but he could see himself. This intrigued him, but he had no time to be distracted. So, stretching, he began to prepare. For the first time, due to the mission's complexity, John would stop holding back as much as he did while traveling. Finishing his stretches, John started running towards the wall. John's steps were quick, causing quite a bit of noise. This noise caught the attention of some guards, who looked in the direction John was running. However, seeing nothing, they thought it was just the wind. Although, unbeknownst to them, John was among them, having jumped towards the wall and used some stones from the unfinished part to propel himself and surpass the wall's height, landing inside the place. Puff! The sound of something falling and breaking a wooden box caught the guards' attention, who took their weapons and turned towards the sound. The eyes of both soldiers showed confusion when they only saw a broken wooden box. Looking at each other, they examined their surroundings but saw nothing. This made them shrug, as if they saw nothing, it meant there was nothing, so after looking, they returned to their posts. While they walked away, John was pressed against the already built part of the wall, watching the guards move away. Uff! I was really lucky. John thought as he sighed and looked ahead again. If this is like what happened in the Summer Isles, the stone is in Paul Quo's room, and if these Yeti palaces are like I think, then the leader's chamber is on the top floor. As he thought this, John looked at the palace structure. Despite some parts still being under construction and reinforcement, the place was made of white stone blocks, so well joined that they left no places to climb easily. Even so, as he looked, John knew he had to take a route where he wouldn't encounter anyone or where there was little chance of being discovered and had a clear path to get there within 5 minutes. The 5-minute time was the duration of the invisibility potion. All potions had a duration for their effects. The times were almost standard for potions, especially those that were to enhance some attribute or ability, something he always thought was strange, but his master had told him it was because those potions only had a certain time in his body before their powers dissipated and only the liquid remained without any supernatural power. My best option is to go outside, so I can avoid the guards and any unnecessary fights. John thought as he began to walk as quietly as possible. He walked among several guards patrolling the inner courtyard between the palace and the wall, and in every place he could, he placed several explosive runes in key locations. He did this to create a distraction if needed. John walked until he reached the palace's base, where he climbed using the stairs to the first floor. Once there, he made a big jump, reaching the roof of that floor. However, when he touched the tile, which was wet, his foot slipped, making him fall. Fortunately, he managed to maneuver in the air and landed on his feet on the ground, bending his knees to minimize the sound of the fall. TCH. John thought in annoyance when he realized that his boots, which had smooth soles to not make much noise, would not be useful for climbing properly. This leaves me no other option. I just hope the potion doesn't take this as an attack attempt and dissipate. John's final worried thought was directed at the fact that not only was time against him with the invisibility issue, but for some strange reason, the potion's effect would dissipate when trying to attack someone with a weapon or bare fists. Therefore, he feared that by taking out what he was thinking of using, the potion would dissipate. Fortunately, when his hands took what he was going to use to climb, the potion did not dissipate. This caused him to let out a sigh of relief. Good, let's begin. John thought, then took a little distance with a jump and then ran towards the wall. When he reached it, he climbed a few meters running and then jumped in the opposite direction of the wall. This propelled him to the base of the roof. At that moment, turning his body 90 degrees horizontally, he was facing the wall again. When he realized that the base of the roof was above him, John moved both hands. Clink. Clink. This was the sound made by the 2 steel hooks John had in each hand. The solution the young bastard had found for the problem of his smooth soles was to use climbing hooks. Due to the shape of the palace, he couldn't climb straight up, as the roof of each floor would prevent him from climbing normally. So, to do it, he had to propel himself with the walls to reach the exact spot to hook onto the edges of the roofs. He had to be careful, as if he used too much force, he would end up propelling himself too far and falling to the ground. I don't know if anything would happen to me if I fell from this height, but I don't want to find out. John thought as he began to swing back and forth to start gaining momentum. When he felt he had gained enough momentum, he launched himself backward and, using unusual flexibility, managed to land on the roof, but this time, he landed on a flatter spot, which made him realize something. These roofs have flat parts on them. The thought was accompanied by a blank stare, as John realized that he didn't need to do all those acrobatics, he just had to calculate where the flat parts of the roofs were to land properly. Realizing this, he simply sighed and, looking more closely at the next roof, saw that there was a flatter part. Once he named it, he jumped and landed on the flat part of the roof. Seeing this, he just smiled and, without wasting time, continued jumping from roof to roof. It took him a couple more minutes, but he finally reached the indicated floor, the 10th. The climb was easier from the 7th floor, as that floor and the ones above were under reconstruction, so there were parts where there was no roof. It was there that he used the builder's planks to jump from one place to another, quickly climbing until he reached General Paul Quo's chamber. I've arrived. John thought as he looked at the floor that was the room of the first Orange Emperor. The floor had square windows surrounded by green decorations. Taking advantage of this, John approached one and looked inside. The interior of that place was nothing out of the ordinary, just an extremely spacious room, heavily decorated with silk curtains hanging from the ceiling, very well decorated mahogany furniture, Yiti paintings, Moorish tapestries, and candles that illuminated the interior. I don't see any sign of Paul Quo or the seal stone here. John thought as he examined the interior of the room. Unfortunately, due to the window's position, he couldn't see the entire interior. Therefore, John was forced to enter. Gently opening the window, John entered the room without making a sound. Walking softly inside, he began to search for the stone. His eyes moved in all directions, trying to find it. He even used a scroll having the clairvoyance spell to find it, but the purple line that appeared showed it was there, at his feet. Why does the spell tell me it's under my feet? There's nothing there, just other floors. Damn. It's on the lower floors. John thought with annoyance, realizing that the stone was not on the top floor. Damn, I should have used clairvoyance to better guide my way. Damn, I'm an idiot. Those thoughts kept John distracted, who didn't notice when the purple line began to point to the room's door. The creak of the door opening brought John back to reality, and he looked in that direction. When he did, he saw a man of similar age to his father. This man had his hair tied in a high ponytail with a bun, tied with an orange silk ribbon. The man's clothing was Yeti scale armor, under which he wore an orange silk suit with gold details. He carried a sword on his belt, which had a peculiar red gem set in the pommel. By Dibala's breasts, he has the seal stone as a piece of jewelry on his sword. John mentally shouted in astonishment, seeing how the stone he was looking for was on the Orange Emperor's sword. However, upon closer inspection, John realized something. The seal stone is shrunken. How in the name of the gods has he managed to shrink an artifact like that? The reason John wondered this was simple: seal stones were objects of enormous power that couldn't be manipulated just like that. Even he, the apprentice of the Davakian who created those stones, couldn't fully control them. However, a human seemed to be able to, at least that was John's thought until he realized something. It's almost impossible for someone without knowledge of magic to control a gem like that. No, it's more likely that the gem, like in the Summer Isles, is controlling Paul Quo. John thought as he looked at the general, who slammed the door shut and then looked towards where John was. That action surprised John, but not as much as what happened next. Everything happened very quickly, almost catching John by surprise. Paul Quo had moved extremely fast, and while doing so, had drawn his sword, launching a diagonal slash at John's chest, who, seeing it, took a step back and used one of the hooks to block the attack. Unfortunately, by doing this, the potion stopped working, and John became visible as he retreated several meters. I knew Bugai would send an assassin for me, but I didn't imagine it would be someone from outside Yeti. Paul Quo spoke with a voice as cold as ice. In fact, his voice was so cold that John, who didn't understand what the Yeti general was saying, saw how the environment began to freeze as Paul Coe walked towards him. "I don't care to know who you are, or where you come from, the only thing that matters is that you will die here and there is nothing you can do, and while you die, curse the God Emperor who sent you to die." After those words, Paul Coe launched himself at Jon at considerable speed. The sword he used was a straight, double-edged, slightly long sword. The guard was, unlike other swords Jon had seen, almost non-existent. Even so, the sword was elegant and noticeably very light. The lightness of the sword was clear when Paul Coe launched 4 very quick slashes, something that wouldn't be so easy with a normal sword. The general's attacks were fast, but Jon was also quick. Despite not using Gandharva, he was able to use the hooks to easily deflect the attacks. This surprised Paul Coe, who realized that Jon was not an ordinary person. "I see you are not normal," Paul Coe said with slight surprise in his voice. "I don't know how Bugai hired you, but I've changed my mind. Work for me, and when I eliminate the false god emperors, you will be showered with honors. I will give you cities to rule, you will have all the women you want and so much gold you won't know what to do with it." Paul Coe's proposal resonated in Jon's ears, and to his surprise, and some terror, he was tempted to accept. This was really surprising for Jon, as he had his fixed destiny, to complete his master's last request. So, it surprised him that something like this proposition was tempting. However, despite being tempting, his willpower was stronger, so he was able to stand firm and, smiling, he refused. When Paul Coe saw the smile on Jon's face, he got angry and, frowning, let out a disappointed sigh. "Well, that's disappointing," Paul Coe said as he raised his sword and struck the ground, causing the seal stone to shine for a second. The light was so bright that it blinded Jon, who had to cover his eyes with one hand to prevent permanent blindness. When the light faded, Jon was able to open his eyes, and what he saw terrified him greatly. They were no longer in Paul Coe's room, but in a field full of snowy hills, where hundreds, no, thousands of bodies could be seen, all frozen with horrifying grimaces of agony and absolute pain. "Where are we?" Jon thought as he looked at the place with absolute surprise and disbelief, not understanding what had happened. Unfortunately, he couldn't think much more, as he felt someone approaching with the intention of killing him. Looking to the side, he saw Paul Coe charging at him with a clear intention to eliminate him quickly. Seeing him charge, Jon took a step back and, dropping the hooks he had in his hands, grabbed the hilt of Gandharva. With a quick movement, he drew his sword from its sheath and with another agile movement, used it to block the general's attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard when both weapons collided. The force of the collision was great, causing Jon to skid several meters. "He's strong," Jon thought when he stopped skidding. Looking up, he saw that the general was looking at him with annoyance, something that showed he didn't expect Jon to block his attack. Realizing this, Jon took a stance to prepare to attack. Letting out a light sigh that came out as smoke due to the cold, Jon launched himself at Paul Coe. Jon's speed surprised Paul Coe, who moved his sword to block Jon's attacks. As they began their fight, sparks began to fly as they attacked and defended. Jon's attacks were fast, something that surprised Paul Coe, as he expected Jon's sword to make him slower. Even so, the general did not lag behind in his skills, as he countered all of Jon's attacks. Additionally, he also counter-attacked with his own moves. Jon's sword moved downward, while Paul Coe launched an upward attack to block it. Both swords clashed, leaving them both struggling. Both of their arms pushed with force, trying to overpower their enemy, which would give them the necessary opening to win. At least, that was the case for a while, as after a few seconds of that struggle, Paul Coe released one hand from his sword and with a quick movement, threw a punch at Jon's face. Paul Coe's action surprised the young bastard, who had to move his head, forcing him to move his body to avoid losing his balance. As a result, Jon's sword was overpowered in the struggle, causing Paul Coe's sword to almost cut Jon in the chest. However, the young bastard was able to dodge the blow by taking a slight jump backward. When Jon landed, he had to defend himself from Paul Coe's attacks, which at that moment were no longer just sword attacks. This was because, with each attack, the general also used his fists or legs to attack Jon, who was overwhelmed by this type of combat. The eyes of Eddard Stark's bastard remained fixed on his enemy, allowing him to dodge a direct attack to his solar plexus. That attack was the result of Paul Quo's attempt to throw a flying kick after a high horizontal slash. That attack was dodged by John, who was forced to retreat, which turned out to be a mistake, as when Paul Quo saw that his attack had failed, he spun and, pushing off with his other leg, threw a punch at John's stomach with his fist. Was what came out of John's mouth when the punch connected, something that surprised him, as he had seen it coming and had moved, but not quickly enough. What happened? I know I saw his attack and moved to dodge it, but why did I move so slowly, was the mental scream John let out when he managed to catch his breath. Although the punch was hard, it didn't knock all the air out of him, as it missed the exact spot because he had moved to the side. Unfortunately, those thoughts were buried when he realized he was being attacked again. This time his enemy's attack was a low kick. Seeing it, John tried to dodge it, but couldn't, due to the blow his body had received, which made him react slowly and he was knocked down, almost falling to the ground. However, that was not the end of Paul Quo's attack, as the Yeti general moved his sword with the clear intention of killing him with a single slash. Damn! John shouted using the common tongue of Westeros as he moved his hand and used Gandravar to block the attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard when John managed to move Gandravar enough to block Paul Quo's attack. However, despite blocking the attack, because he was suspended in the air when he did it, John was sent flying by the force of his enemy's attack. John's body was thrown several meters, hitting the ground like a stone on the surface of the sea. After several impacts, he managed to maneuver to his feet and, using his sword, stopped his momentum. Ha! Ha! Were the long breaths that came from John's mouth, who felt tired, something that also puzzled him, as he hadn't been fighting for long. What the hell? Why am I so tired? I haven't used any magic, and I haven't been fighting for long. John thought in confusion. The confusion he felt made him start looking around, seeing the endless snowy field. The location didn't seem out of the ordinary, so John immediately dismissed it as the source of his fatigue. At least for a few seconds, because while looking at the wasteland, out of the corner of his right eye he saw something on his right hand. What is that? Ice, was the mental question John asked himself when he saw how his gloves were covered in frost. That was something improbable. He knew it wasn't cold enough to frost clothing. After all, he had lived part of his life in the northernmost part of Westeros where a man could be. And in all that time, he had never seen clothing frost like that. Seeing the frost, he flexed his hand and was surprised to see that it didn't move the same as before, not because the frost prevented its movement, as he felt the normal movement, but for some reason, his hand moved slower. That revelation made him quickly look at the rest of his body, discovering that several parts were covered with that frost. It was at that moment that John finally understood what was happening. The bastard's mind realized that this whole place was a kind of pocket realm. A pocket realm was a plane of existence where, normally, the natural laws of the world did not apply, but the laws of the pocket realm itself. I see. This is incredible, a pocket realm, a created plane where natural laws don't apply. The only reason this frost is affecting me this way is because it is surely imbued with magicka. This makes it like a large frost rune, which applies the secondary effects of frost destruction magic. John thought with surprise painted on his face as he made a quick decision. The effects of destruction magic, that is, the branch of Nernian magic, had secondary effects if the recipient did not die. Frost made you tire faster while slowing your body, while lightning attacked not only the physical body but also the target's magicka reserves, something detrimental to mags. However, he was not a pure mage. In fact, he didn't even know what standard class he belonged to, as he used magic from the 2nd and 4th eras, something that prevented him from falling into a specific class. However, that would be what would help him at this moment. Stopping thinking about the frost on his body, John closed his eyes and, after taking a deep breath, gathered magicka in his free hand. Slowly, a flame began to form in John's hand, with a small sphere in the center. That flame was the sign of a defensive-offensive melee spell. When John's hand closed into a fist, the sphere inside the flame exploded, generating a light from it. A second after that, John's body was enveloped in flames, forming a kind of aura swirling around him. This was the result of using the Flame Cloak spell, a destruction spell that creates a layer of fire over the user. That layer of fire was usually not very thick, only 15 centimeters. Even so, it was enough for what he planned to do. John opened and closed his hands and slightly flexed his lower limbs, checking if what he had planned had worked. When he realized it had worked and he was no longer under the effects of the frost, he smiled. "Well, shall we continue?" John said in the common tongue as he changed the way he held the hilt of Gandhravar. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Chapter 37 is ready. Well, we see that John has come across a new seal stone, but this time, the one who has it is not an idiot who has never used a weapon. So, it's possible that this battle will be more intense than others. We also see a bit of how the seal stones can affect the environment they are in. It might be shown even more in the future, but we haven't reached that point yet. As we progress, I'll try to make the encounters with the stones a bit different each time, and if they have bearers, these will be stronger each time. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 38. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 38. Trader Town 297 AC. John's words made Paul Coe frown. The Yeti general didn't understand what the bastard of Winterfell was saying, but he could see it was a provocation. It was a full-blown insult to him, for how dare this mere assassin mock a god like him? Paul Coe had been a man of humble origins, a simple soldier who, through effort, managed to rise in the military hierarchy of the Yun army. He had served the Emperor of Yun and his father before him, but he always felt undervalued. So, after the death of Bugai's father, he decided he would no longer follow the Emperor of Yun. After a quick and successful campaign against the Jogosnai, he decided it was time to rebel, proclaiming himself the Orange God Emperor. After that, he fortified Trader Town and began his plans to conquer all of Yeti. He had been fighting against the Jogosnai to gain renown and attract as many soldiers as possible. However, one day, after defeating a group of barbarians, he found a stone in their camp. That stone was so beautiful that he decided to take it and set it in the pommel of his sword, as he felt that such a beautiful jewel could only be a divine message that he should reign as God Emperor. When the gem was embedded in the sword, Paul Coe felt power coursing through his veins. For the first time, he felt the power of a god, the power he deserved. It took a good while, but when he learned to use his new power, he used it to eliminate his rivals and detractors within his ranks, leaving only his loyal troops. This new power allowed him to rule with an iron fist, abandoning his usual tactics and starting to burn and threaten those who did not join him, someone with true divine power, unlike Bugai, a coward who only stayed in his fortified castle in the great city of Yun. However, now, someone who had received the power of a god was being insulted by a human with some magical tricks. Paul Coe's blood, which had become as cold as ice, heated up, and the general frowned while gritting his teeth. "You dare?" he whispered in his native language, then shouted at the top of his lungs. "You dare? How dare a human like you insult a god like me?" After that shout, Paul Coe launched himself at John at great speed. This allowed him to cover the distance between them in a matter of seconds. When he was in front of John, he moved his sword, using the momentum of his movement to give more force to his attack. However, it was in vain, as John managed to block the attack. Although the bastard's movements were still a bit slower than usual, they were enough to stop such an attack. After seeing his attack blocked, Paul Coe moved his left leg, trying to surprise John with hand-to-hand combat. However, this time things didn't go as the general had planned, as his attack was thwarted by John's left palm. John had moved his free hand, stopping Paul Coe's attack, who had a look of surprise on his face. This was because something like this had never happened before. The old general had fought this way against hundreds of enemies, easily annihilating them. However, now he had met someone who didn't fall easily. This fact left him in shock, allowing John to grab Paul Coe's leg and slam him into the snowy ground. The Yeti general's body bounced on the ground from the impact, bringing him back to his senses. As soon as he regained his senses, he quickly got back up as best he could, and using his sword, launched 2 quick thrusts aimed at John's chest. That attack was not intended to kill the young man, only to create space between them. Fortunately for Paul Coe, John, who wore leather armor for infiltrations, knew that such an attack could cause some damage. So, with no other options, he took a step back, thus missing a golden opportunity to kill Paul Coe. Even so, he knew he could create another opportunity, he just had to keep fighting. When Paul Coe saw John retreat, he quickly finished getting to his feet. And without wasting another second, he launched himself at him. "Take this," the UT general shouted as he ran towards John with the intention of killing him. Seeing him approach, John took a step and moved towards him as well. Meeting in the middle, they began a furious dance of swords, where their attacks created a deadly symphony of clashing steel, sparking. Both of their attacks were strong, but due to the aura of fire covering John, Paul Coe couldn't get too close to the bastard. The battle between them continued, keeping each other at bay. However, that sword fight ended momentarily when, in the middle of the exchange of attacks, Paul Coe's sword got stuck in the guard of Gandravar. When John saw this, he quickly moved his sword. This created a lever effect, causing Paul Coe to feel a strong tension in his wrist, forcing him to drop his sword. That disarmament should have been the end of the fight, but it wasn't, as Paul Coe launched himself at John, quickly striking the wrist with which John held his sword. GKKK. John grunted as he felt the blow to the fingers of his hand, causing him to drop his sword. When both swords fell to the ground, neither of them went for them. Instead, they launched themselves at each other to fight hand to hand. When John had Paul Coe within striking distance, he threw a punch at the UT general's face. That punch was accurate, but Paul Coe managed to deflect it. This surprised both of them. The reason, the UT general had deflected a punch from a fire-covered fist without suffering visible injuries, something that seemed impossible. This revelation made the UT general, who had been reluctant to hit John due to the fire aura surrounding him, decide to attack seriously. Moving his arms, he launched 2 quick attacks at John, trying to overwhelm him into making a mistake. Seeing the attacks coming, John responded by moving his hands, blocking the attacks. This forced him to move a bit, as Paul Coe launched a low kick, making John jump slightly. That proved to be a mistake, as the UT general took advantage of it to support himself with his hands and launch a high kick, which hit John in the chest. "Gah" was the sound John made at the moment of impact. Although it was a hard blow, it was nothing compared to the blows his master used to throw at him. Even so, the blow made him lose a bit of air, leaving him somewhat at Paul Coe's mercy. Bam. 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 John's body began to move as he received Paul Coe's attacks. Each of these blows was aimed at different parts of the bastard's body. Even so, despite the many blows he received, he didn't fall. The reason John didn't fall was simple: he had adopted a position where his abdomen, chest, face, and ears were protected, not entirely, but enough to avoid serious damage. The reason he did this was simple: to catch his breath so he could counterattack. That caused him to take a few hits, but that changed when he felt better. Moving his hands quickly, he deflected the 2 punches Paul Coe had thrown at him. After that, he clenched his fists and began to attack the UT general. The first of his punches aimed at his face, which the UT general dodged by lowering his head slightly, which was a mistake. This was because John took the opportunity to deliver a downward punch with his other fist. That punch hit Paul Coe's shoulder blade, causing him to feel intense pain and making the general's body fall. Seeing this, John moved his leg and launched a knee strike, which was blocked by Paul Coe's hand, who used it to push himself and put some distance between him and John. However, no matter how much distance the UT general wanted to put between himself and John, the Dovahkian's apprentice wouldn't make it easy for him. Without wasting a second, he propelled himself and closed the distance in less than 5 seconds. This took Paul Coe by surprise, who couldn't defend himself well because of it. Bam. 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 At that moment, it was Paul Coe's turn to be John's punching bag. The blows from the Northern Dragon's apprentice were so powerful that the poor UT general doubled over in a V shape every time John hit him in the abdomen. However, he didn't just attack him that way, he also struck the UT general's face. Paul Coe felt a great deal of pain in his body as he was hit. He was a man trained in UT martial arts, but he had never seen the fighting style John used in his life. The way he fought was strange, his punches and movements were arrhythmic, meaning they didn't follow a specific pattern in attack timing, it was as if each one was an individual strike and not a set of blows. This made it impossible for him to guess the correct way to defend himself. However, that doesn't mean he didn't defend himself. It was clumsy, but he managed to deflect some of his enemy's attacks. John spun in the air, enhancing his next strike. Moving his leg, he delivered a powerful side kick aimed at Paul Coe's neck to break it, or at least that's what John hoped, as there was something strange about the UT general's body. For starters, he had superhuman speed and endurance like John, but he didn't have the same impact strength, or at least that was the impression his fight gave. The bastard was withstanding his blows well, but he wasn't particularly strong to return them with the same intensity. Even so, John hoped this would be the end, as his flame cloak was about to extinguish. However, he wasn't lucky, as Paul Coe blocked his attack with his hand. That movement created a shockwave that cleared some of the snow from the area. However, despite Paul Coe blocking the attack, he didn't come out unscathed, as the impact's force made him step back a bit. It was during that retreat that the UT general's feet touched his sword. Realizing this, he quickly moved that foot and, placing the tip under the small guard of his sword, lifted it with a graceful movement. As soon as Paul Coe grabbed the sword, an electric current surged from the sword and spread through the UT general's body, causing him to shudder. Unbeknownst to him, the seal stone embedded in his sword was glowing. The general's mind began to be assaulted by hundreds of images that, if seen by a normal mortal, would not be understood at all. However, this was different for Paul Coe. He understood what those images meant, so when he returned to reality, he realized John was approaching him. Seeing this, he moved his arm and did what the images told him. To the surprise of the general and John, who was running towards him, hundreds of ice spikes appeared from the ground in front of Paul Coe. Those spikes were enormous, as thick as the trunk of a 6-meter tree. That attack was directed at John at tremendous speeds. Ned Stark's son's eyes widened at the sight of that attack. He wasn't an idiot, he knew that if those things touched him, it would be the end. So, without thinking twice, he pressed his feet into the snowy ground, hoping to stop. However, that was impossible, as the snow made his feet slip. Seeing that he couldn't stop, John began to worry, but as he did, he saw the hilt of his sword in the distance. Seeing it, John knew what he had to do. So, without a second's hesitation, he extended his right hand and used telekinesis, a spell from the 4th era that allowed you to attract objects to you to grab them or send them flying with the same energy but with more speed. For this occasion, John used it to attract his sword to his hand. When he felt Gandravar in his hand, John wasted no time and used igneous weapons to infuse his sword with the power of lava. With that, he began to cut the approaching spikes at great speed. Due to the heat emanating from the sword's blade and the flames covering John's body, he was able to do his job quite easily. The blade of Gandravar cut through the ice spikes like nothing, allowing John to continue advancing without problems. Seeing his first attack fail, Paul Coe wasted no time and, moving his sword again, this time from bottom to top, caused a large amount of wind to surge. The force of this wind was so great that it began to lift the snow from the area, eventually turning into a true snowstorm of proportions unhealthy for a mortal. GK. John grunted as he was forced to cover his eyes with his hands, as the winds were so strong that several snow fragments had cooled to the point of being small ice needles. Due to the speed at which they moved, some managed to pierce John's flame cloak. Damn, this snowstorm is getting stronger with every passing second, and that bastard isn't affected. John thought in annoyance as he watched Paul Coe standing there, smiling while pointing his sword at him. Despite being in a complicated situation, John was confident that his flame cloak would protect him a bit longer, at least until, in an instant, his spell ended, leaving John at the mercy of the full power of that snowstorm. John gritted his teeth to avoid screaming as he felt his body being pierced by several ice needles, which perforated his armor in its weaker parts. John's body began to fill with wounds, small but still painful and, in a sense, incapacitating. Even so, while being prey to that attack, John didn't give up and, dropping Gandharva again, this time a meter away from him, he began to gather a large part of his Magicka reserves, starting to move his hands and flexing his body, which began to be surrounded by fire. That was not similar to his flame cloak but rather a side effect of the spell he was about to unleash, a spell he couldn't use fully, only a portion of its complete power. Without thinking twice, the moment he felt his spell was ready, he struck the ground with his hands. As soon as John's hands touched the ground, the entire area was consumed by enormous flames. The spell John used was called Firestorm, a master-level spell in the School of Destruction Magic from the 4th era. The flames were so powerful that they pushed back the icy winds caused by Polko, clearing the entire area and allowing John to see him clearly. The moment John could see him, he didn't waste a second and, grabbing his sword, ran towards Polko. As he ran, he used Flame Cloak again, as he needed protection against the effects of this place. Polko's eyes widened as he saw John create the explosion that cleared the area of snow and eliminated his snowstorm. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the Yeti general grabbed his sword and, without thinking twice, covered it with a layer of ice that made the blade look like it was made of ice. When John saw that, he didn't think much either and used igneous weapons again to counter the ice on Polko's sword blade. Both enemies charged at each other, and when they were face to face, they launched their first attacks. The two swords clashed, and thanks to the magical origin of their respective coatings, they generated an explosion of magical energy that shook both of them. Even so, they resumed their attacks. Again and again, they attacked, slashing in all directions, generating shockwaves several times, which destabilized them to the point where they couldn't use hand-to-hand combat. The battle stalled for a few moments until Polko began launching crescent-shaped explosions of icy energy. To do this, the Yeti general had taken a few steps back from John and started attacking from there. John had been dodging those attacks, looking for a way to get closer without being hit by that blow, as it would be unpleasant to be struck directly. However, he hadn't been able to find anything at the moment. I have to hurry. It's not much, but the wounds those ice needles inflicted are numbing parts of my body. I suppose it's natural, even so, I don't know how long I can hold out if this continues. It's not good to fight with wounds like these. Besides, my Magicka reserves are not in the best shape, I can't prolong this battle much longer. John thought as he looked at his enemy. After those thoughts, John was forced to roll on the ground to dodge a crescent made of icy magical energy. That crescent was like a super sharp blade, cutting the ground and creating a large groove where it impacted. But not only that, as it exploded on impact, creating a kind of ice semisphere from which hundreds of ice spikes as sharp as needles appeared. After dodging that attack, John began to run towards Polko, who started attacking with more crescents, which John dodged. Thanks to that, John began to get closer, slowly, step by step towards his enemy. Seeing him approach, Polko changed his strategy and started launching another type of attack using his sword, one of which involved sending ghostly wolves that exploded into hundreds of ice shards after a certain time. All this forced John to use more spells to stop his enemy, further depleting his already strained Magicka reserves. John moved his sword and, using Molten Whip, turned Gandharva into a whip, which wrapped around one of the wolves and ended up cutting it in half, destroying it. With that, John advanced to the next one and this time used a Templar technique, transmuting his sword into a spear. He made a circular sweep with it, killing the last 4 wolves running towards him. With the wolves gone, Ned Stark's son advanced at full speed to end this. He can use all kinds of attacks with his sword. John thought as he dodged, rolled, and jumped over the ice spears his enemy conjured, shouting what were surely obscenities in his native language, which John didn't understand at all. "Die, you damned bastard!" Polko shouted as he grabbed his sword with both hands and raised it. What happened next surprised John, almost making him stumble. Polko's sword blade began to generate such a large amount of magical power that it raised a visible column of energy. This column was as large as the towers John had seen in Winterfell, and it would surely cause a huge explosion. Damn, 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 damn. John thought with extreme concern and a touch of panic as he saw the magical energy solidify, taking the appearance of a huge sword blade. This amount of magic is enough to bring down a wall with extreme ease. John understood that Paul Qo's attack would be devastating and that he couldn't afford to hesitate. So, stopping, he grabbed his sword with both hands, bent his knees, and placed it on his right shoulder. The gentle touch of Gandravar's blade on his armor caused it to cut slightly, proving how sharp it was. While Paul Qu continued preparing his most powerful attack, John closed his eyes and evoked a technique his master had shown him only once. Concentrate the flow of magic from your body to the sword, but do it in a single continuous flow. Edzard's voice resonated in John's mind, guiding him so that the magic flowing from his body directed to every part of him and transmitted to his sword. As he did so, the air around his body began to blur due to the amount of magic he was producing, depleting almost all the magic he had left. This event caught Paul Qo's attention, who felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. He gritted his teeth in anger, not understanding how that stupid commoner dared to eclipse his power. Unaware of Paul Qo's feelings, John continued following his master's instructions. Let both the sword and your body fill with magic while everything around you calms down. John's mind calmed as his body warmed gently, filling with magic in every part. Gandravar also began to glow as it concentrated more and more magic every second. Then, release the power from your body while continuing to charge your sword. When those words resonated in his mind, John opened his eyes and, without thinking twice, pressed his feet against the ground, creating a small crater beneath him. This caught the attention of the God Emperor again, who was terrified by what he saw. After creating the crater, John released the accumulated power in his body, causing all his muscles to tense up enormously, producing terrible pain from the effort made so quickly. Despite the pain, he ignored it and used that momentum to launch himself at Paul Qu. As John advanced, his body, covered in magic, became a sort of comet surrounded by energy. Paul Qu, desperate, looked at the gem in his sword. Hurry up! Give me more power, the Yi general shouted, begging for more magic from the gem the gods had given him. The gem seemed to respond at once, increasing the amount of magic in the sword and destabilizing the attack for a second before returning to normal and forming the magic blade even faster. When John was a few steps away from Paul Qu, the Yi general's attack was fully charged, and he had a huge smile on his face. Die! Paul Qu shouted as he lowered his arms, making his sword fall in a vertical slash. When you reach your enemy, release everything in a single, devastating blow. These were the last words that came to John's mind when he saw the enormous blade of Paul Qo's sword heading towards him. Moving his sword in a similar motion to the Yi general, John unleashed his technique. The blade of Gandravar glowed as it released the accumulated magic, causing an explosion that collided with the blade of Paul Qo's sword. Boom! A huge explosion was created when both weapons clashed, generating a crater and releasing winds so powerful that they cleared the snow for more than 200 meters around. Magical flames appeared after the explosion, sweeping away everything around, creating a barren field where the snow had been. Inside the crater, John and Paul Qu could be seen, both injured. John had severe burns on his right arm, while Paul Qu was in better condition, though he also had several minor wounds. Both warriors' armor was destroyed, leaving them in tatters. Paul Qu smiled as he saw the wounds on John's body. Although surprised by John's resilience, he was satisfied to have incapacitated his dominant hand. Quickly, he launched himself to deliver the final blow. John saw Paul Qu approaching quickly, and when he was less than a meter away, he raised his sword. John, knowing he couldn't use his right arm until he received proper healing, moved his injured arm to block Paul Qo's attack. Both attacks clashed, but the weakness of John's hand forced him to drop his sword. Paul Qu smiled even more, seeing John defeated. That sword is better than mine. If I add the gem, it will become even more powerful. With both, I will become not only the God Emperor of Yi but of the entire world. Paul Qu thought as he moved his sword to stab John in the chest. John, seeing his enemy move the sword to stab him, noticed out of the corner of his eye that his own sword was within reach of his left hand. So, he quickly moved his hand, grabbed his sword with his left hand, and used it to deflect Paul Qo's attack, who was enormously surprised. Sorry for you, bastard, but I'm ambidextrous. John said as he propelled himself and, using his left hand, stabbed Paul Qu in the chest with Gandravar piercing his heart. Hot blood began to gush from Paul Qo's wound, who let out a scream of pain as John moved his sword in a circular motion, aggravating the wound. Although cruel, this move was the only way John had to finish off his enemy, at least for now. Without thinking twice, he withdrew his sword from the Yi general's body, causing him to start falling to the ground. With Paul Coe falling backward, John moved his weapon again and, with a quick and precise cut, decapitated the Yi general, ending his suffering. With that move, the battle ended, and John saw Paul Coe's sword fall to the ground. Taking a couple of deep breaths, as he was exhausted, John approached and took the sword with his right hand. The moment John grabbed the sword, hundreds of images assaulted his mind while tendrils similar to rose vines emerged from the ground and began to entangle him. Slowly, John heard the whisper of a woman begging him to embrace her, to let her into his heart. The voice of that woman was so soft and melodious that John began to lose the battle, letting her in slowly. However, suddenly, that voice turned into a horrendous and terrifying scream, so loud that John snapped back to reality. He quickly shook his head and, looking down, saw the vines turning into water. This surprised him, as he hadn't used any spell, and his flame cloak had extinguished after the explosion from the power clash between him and Paul Coe. Slowly, he looked at his body and was surprised to see his tattoo glowing, emitting a magical aura that melted the vines. Although he didn't feel heat from that glow, he did feel a presence, that of his master. "Wow, it seems you're still protecting me," John whispered with a sad smile, evoking memories of his time with Edzard. After a few seconds, John shook his head, knowing he shouldn't be carried away by those memories. Looking at Paul Coe's sword, he stabbed it into the snowy ground. With it there, he sheathed his sword and then placed a foot on the small guard of Paul Coe's sword and, using his left hand, pulled the gem. Thanks to his strength, he managed to break the small claws that held the seal stone to the sword. "Got you," John said with a relieved smile as he saw the gem in his hand. However, that smile vanished from his face when the entire place began to glow again, blinding him. When the glow ceased, he opened his eyes and saw that he was back in Paul Coe's room. It seems that Pocket Realm was linked to the sword. Now that the sword no longer has the seal stone, that realm can't be maintained, John whispered as he looked at the gem in his hand. Squeezing the stone slightly, John was about to leave, but before he could even take a step, he heard footsteps approaching. Looking in the direction they were coming from, he knew they were the guards who must have been on the lower floors. The glow generated when entering that pocket realm surely caught their attention. John thought with concern, as he wasn't in the best condition to fight. Although he could fight, he didn't want to worsen his wounds, so without thinking twice, he quickly left, making noise. When the door opened, John was already about to reach the window. "Stop!" the guards shouted when they saw John, but he ignored them and jumped out the window. As he fell, John pulled out one of the hooks, but this one had a rope. When he reached the 4th floor, he threw the rope to the roof and, using his left arm, managed to slow his descent. Even so, he fell clumsily onto a cart full of fruits. This made a lot of noise, attracting the attention of all the nearby guards. "Damn, this draws a lot of attention. I have no other choice," John thought with conviction, then detonated the fire runes he had placed. Several explosions filled the area, drawing the attention of the soldiers who had initially been approaching where John was. Hearing the guards leave, John wasted no time and got up as best he could to start fleeing from there. Daenerys was lying on her bed, lovingly seeing an object in her hands. The young princess's fingers moved back and forth over the beautiful seams of the object, delighting in its softness. The object she held in her hands was her own enchanted bag. She had received the bag after the incident with the Yi riders, specifically, during dinner on the first day they rode towards Trader Town. A smile appeared on her face as she remembered how John had called her to give it to her at dinner. She had been very happy to receive it, as it was irrefutable proof that John trusted her. For that reason, she promised to take care of it with her life. The young woman stopped looking at the bag and slowly stood up, as it was already very late, surely past the hour of the wolf in Westeros. Walking softly, she reached the window of her room, which she shared with her husband. A blush appeared on the girl's face when she remembered that this was the room she shared with John for the night, as tomorrow, if everything went well, they would leave for Yin to travel to Ashai. Looking out the window, she saw Paul Coe's palace, which made her place a hand on her heart. I hope everything goes according to your plan, Jon. Daenerys whispered with a bit of apprehension as she looked at the palace. However, that changed when several explosions occurred simultaneously in the palace. This terrified Daenerys, as she knew that was Jon's contingency plan, a plan he would use if everything went wrong or if the situation became complicated. Without wasting a second, after snapping out of her shock, she headed to her door, but before she could leave, she heard a knock. "Dany," came PYP's shout from behind the door. "Open up." Hearing that, the Targaryen princess didn't think much and opened the door. When she did, she saw that all her friends were there, including Ghost, who had been staying with them, and he was looking apprehensively towards the castle. With the door open, Jon's friends entered, and then Daenerys closed the door. After that, they sat in the chairs around the room's table, which was one of the largest in the inn. "What do you think happened for Jon to use Plan B for his escape?" Gren asked with concern as they waited to see if their friend would arrive or if they would have to go rescue him from a cell. "I don't know, but things must have gotten really complicated," Sam replied as he looked at the city, especially the nearby rooftops, to see if there was any sign of Jon. "Maybe they discovered him, and right now they are gutting him, something that will surely happen to us too," Ed added with his classic pessimism. "I don't think so," Daenerys quickly responded, catching her friend's attention. "Jon is very strong, he can get out of any trouble." Daenerys's words were true, and everyone felt the same, but even so, they smiled at what the Targaryen princess said. This was because it showed that she fully trusted Jon, something they also did. Although, there was another reason why they smiled, but for their bad, or maybe good luck, they couldn't say anything, as they heard a voice from the window. "Thanks for the vote of confidence, but this time it was complicated." Everyone turned their heads when they heard Jon's voice. And when they saw him, their eyes widened at how injured their friend was. "Jon, damn," Gren said in surprise as he and Sam approached the window and helped their friend down from it. "By the seven, what the hell happened to you?" PYP asked, who, along with Ed, approached to get a better look at their friend. "That bastard was stronger than I expected," Jon replied as his friends helped him to a chair. While all this was happening, Daenerys looked in total shock at Jon's injured body, almost feeling like crying at how hurt her friend was. However, she knew she shouldn't show such weakness, so holding back, she left and quickly returned with what she knew Sam would need to help Jon. When Jon sat down, Sam began to treat his simpler wounds, closing them with a needle and thread, while using boiled wine for the rest of the wounds. Although it would have been better for Jon to heal his wounds with magic, this time it wasn't possible because the bastard of Winterfell's Magicka reserves were at 0. While being treated by his friend, Jon narrated what had happened. To say everyone was surprised was an understatement, as they never expected something like that to happen. The revelation of what had occurred made everyone who had wanted to go with Jon to fight sigh in relief, as it was more than obvious that if they had gone, they would have died. For that reason, they sighed with relief. "A pocket realm, that's incredible," Sam commented with surprise and expectation as he treated his friend's injured arm. "Yes, that place gave him all the advantages," Jon noted as he looked at his right arm. "If it weren't for my somewhat extensive skill set, I wouldn't have made it out of there alive." Those words cast a shadow over Jon's friends, who wondered how they would fare if Jon had such a hard time. A shiver ran down their spines as they thought about it, but even so, no one said anything more. At least for a few moments, until Daenerys asked the most important question of all. Did you get the seal stone, Jon?" Daenerys asked as she helped bandage Jon's arm after applying a strange ointment made by Sam. At the Targaryen princess's question, Jon smiled amusedly and, reaching into his bag, pulled out the seal stone. "Yes, I have it. Now we can return to Yin." When Jon showed the seal stone, everyone felt better, and while Sam and Daenerys treated Jon, they talked about what their journey to Yin and then to Asshai would be like. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Finally, I managed to finish Chapter 38 XD. We see that Jon had had trouble with Paul Co., which was expected since, unlike the other enemies who had seal stones, This one knew how to fight and had his stone for a longer time. However, this does not compare to the next bearer. Although the possession time of the seal stone will be greater, the skills and battles with the next bearer will be different. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 39. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 39. Yun 297 AC. The sun shone high, illuminating the bustling ports of the city of Yun. The enormous port was filled with ships from all over the world, commanded by captains bold enough to sail to these distant seas in search of lucrative opportunities. At one of the docks was the Star Wolf, which had docked the previous night. The ship had two goals for its visit: to buy goods and to create a cover for John and the rest of the crew, preventing them from being recognized by the soldiers who had returned from Trader Town. The death of General Paul Coe had resonated strongly, especially when it was spread that he had been assassinated by a hitman. The news had spread quickly, reaching all corners of UT in a surprisingly short time, which took John and his group by surprise. However, the internal politics of UT had become more intense, with factions within all the cities claiming responsibility for the general's death. Some wanted to gain favor with those who hated Paul Coe, while others made false accusations to ingratiate themselves with his supporters. Due to this political explosion that had erupted like a barrel of wildfire in UT, all merchants entering the city by land were thoroughly inspected. The situation worsened when several remnants of Paul Coe's army, disbanded after the general's death, returned to Yun to swear loyalty to the city's emperor. Faced with increased security, John decided to opt for the sea route, pretending to be merchants from Volantis. This way, they managed to re-enter the city without arousing suspicion. The group walked through the market, heading to the shop where they had previously stopped. As they advanced, they talked about the events in Trader Town, but they did so in the common tongue of Westeros to avoid being understood by the residents of Yun and its guards. This is problematic. The number of raids has been terrifying since the return of the soldiers who served Paul Coe. PYP commented, annoyed at not having been able to enjoy a quiet night in any tavern since their arrival. Tell me about it. Last night we were stopped 7 times to make sure we weren't assassins sent to kill Bugey. Gren added, also frustrated. The rest of the crew nodded, sharing the discontent. The situation was frustrating, as they could hardly move at night without meeting a patrol that checked them. These checks were nothing more than futile attempts to coerce or scare them into confessing to being assassins or criminals, hoping to receive a bribe in exchange for their silence. For that reason, John and his crew had decided to return to the inn to avoid falling victim to those friendly guards. Speaking of Eddard Stark's bastard son, John had a bandage on his injured arm. The bandages, made of linen, were not too tight on the arm, as they wanted to avoid the wounds getting infected. John's arm had received basic treatment with mundane medicine and some magical healing, but the wound had not completely closed. For some reason, John couldn't fully heal it with magic, which surprised both him and the others, as no one knew the cause. "How's your arm, John?" Sam asked, seeing his friend move it a bit. "It's itching," John replied, grimacing in annoyance, as the burn itched intensely. Unfortunately, he couldn't scratch it, as it could worsen the wound. John's response surprised Sam, who brought a hand to his chin, thoughtful. "I've applied several ointments and poultices to help with healing. Although these can cause itching, it shouldn't be so frequent," Sam thought, observing how his friend moved his arm repeatedly. He decided to check it later, not wanting to leave the matter unresolved. Daenerys's eyes focused on John when she heard he was feeling discomfort with his wound. The young Targaryen was worried, as she knew from what she had read in books that an infected wound could be fatal. She looked at Sam for answers, but realizing he didn't know what was happening either, she silently prayed that John's wound wouldn't worsen. "Although, I don't think this will last," John said, drawing his friend's attention again. "It seems it's just because of the bandage. When I don't have it on, there's no itching." John's words made Sam sigh in relief, as that showed the wound wasn't getting complicated, which lifted a weight off his shoulders. After this, the group continued on their way until they reached the shop. Upon entering, they were surprised to see the merchant who had previously addressed them arguing heatedly with some guards. The man was speaking in Yeti, so none of those present understood what they were arguing about. Even so, the merchant's tone was high and showed annoyance and anger, showing he was upset about something. The merchant continued shouting at the guards for a few more moments until he finally stopped talking. The guards began asking him questions, which the merchant answered reluctantly. In the end, the merchant finished answering them, and the guards left abruptly and carelessly, bumping into Gren and Ed with their shoulders as they left. That action annoyed the Starwolf crew, who were tempted to teach them a lesson. However, they stopped, remembering that it would get them into serious trouble. So, sighing, they approached the counter. "Hello," John greeted the merchant, who smiled when he saw them arrive. "Hello. It seems you've come for your clothes, right?" the merchant asked, looking at all the Starwolf crew members with a smile on his face. The response was a nod accompanied by smiles from the young people. Seeing this, the merchant asked them to wait while he went into the storeroom. A few minutes later, he came out accompanied by some servants, bringing all the clothes they had asked for. When John and his friends saw the clothes, they smiled, as they were made with the silks each had chosen for their garments. After ensuring everything was in order, they went ahead to pay for the service. After paying, John and the rest headed towards the market. However, they first passed through an alley where each stored their new clothes in their enchanted bags. With that done, they headed to the market to buy silks and spices, looking for goods to sell at another port. John was at the customs office in Yun and was in a bad mood. The reason, the idiot in front of him. The bastard son of a Sharadane had gone to pay for the docking time of his ship in the city, but to his bad luck, he encountered a worker who was exasperating him to the point where his right hand itched to take his sword and cut off his head in one stroke. However, he didn't do it, aware of the consequences of using violence in a public place. So, resigned, he swallowed his bad mood and endured the stupid bureaucrat. "That's why a thorough inspection of your ship must be conducted," the Yeti worker said with a smug look. That look, along with a long speech about the new security measures allowing ships to be inspected for suspects, made it clear to John that this guy was looking for a bribe. This irritated him even more, not because he had anything illegal on his ship, but because he didn't want strangers to have the opportunity to snoop around his ship and discover the magical artifacts he had on board. "I understand the importance of the city's security, but I don't see why you want to inspect my ship again. It was already done last night," John said harshly, beginning to lose his patience. John's tone caused the Yeti official to frown and, waving his hand, he called for some soldiers. They arrived making quite a bit of noise, which drew the attention of everyone present. The guards surrounded John and looked at the Yeti official behind the counter. He smiled at the guard in a way John instantly recognized. Those two knew each other. Unsurprised, John noticed how some spears began to point at his throat. "It seems you haven't understood," the Yeti official said in the common tongue of Westeros. "You have no say in this, your ship." The Yeti official's words got stuck in his throat when the atmosphere in the customs office of Yun suddenly changed. The air, already tense, became so dense that everyone watching the scene decided to return to their business, trying to ignore the suffocating feeling that filled the place. John's body emitted a red aura, which fortunately was not seen by the other humans in the room. The intense natural sunlight illuminating the place helped diffuse the glow that enveloped Ned Stark's son. The guards surrounding John began to suffocate slowly, their hands trembled, and their arms fell sluggishly. Seeing the soldiers cower, John directed his gaze towards the customs worker and gave a sinister smile. "So, will you inspect my ship again?" John's question was accompanied by a subtle touch of killing intent, which made the Yeti official wet himself in fear. Despite the stench filling the entire room, the man nodded, and after that, John tossed him the bag with the docking fee. The Yeti official quickly moved his hands, taking the money and nervously counting the coins. When he ensured everything was in order, John left the place. As soon as John was gone, the Yeti official let out a sigh and almost broke into tears. At all times, he had felt as if a sword was pressed against his neck, a sensation shared by the guards surrounding him. Upon leaving customs, John knew he was in trouble. Damn! 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 He thought angrily at himself. He had used his powers for something as trivial as that, which would cause him problems in the short term. I should have found another way out of that problem. Using magic like that will put a target on my head. The best thing is to get out of this damn city at once, and once we're in open sea, use the Starwolf's device to gain distance from any ships that might follow us. With those thoughts, John quickened his pace and, without wasting time, ran towards his ship at the docks. The reason for his haste was simple: he had used magic, and although it hadn't been flashy, it was almost certain that those affected would see it that way, which wouldn't be good. Some believed that the one responsible for Paul Quo's death was the Witch King, the other contender for the throne of the Golden Empire of Yeti. Therefore, his use of magic could make them associate him with the Witch King, which would lead to guards being sent to his ship. It doesn't matter if I have magic. I'm still human, and my fight with Paul Quo has shown me that I need to train again, John thought as he subtly looked at his right arm. The young bastard felt a mix of disappointment as he saw it. He was supposed to be a battle mage, someone who knew how to use magic, but being injured by someone who didn't have that knowledge left a bad taste in his mouth. That's why he had decided to train again. Unfortunately, he couldn't train very hard on the ship, but he could learn more spells. Luckily, there were several grimoires on his ship, grimoires with spells he didn't yet know. So, wanting to become stronger, because if this battle had cost him so much, what awaited him in Valyria could be even worse, he decided to prepare. With that determination, he kept running. Pentos 297 AC. The morning sun illuminated the city of Pentos, making the waters of its bay sparkle. In one of the most privileged areas of the city, where the view of the bay was spectacular, stood an imposing mansion. Protected by a wall about 4 meters high, topped with cast iron spikes, the mansion had 3 access doors, including the main entrance. Its interior housed multiple rooms, and the residence was guarded by unsullied, eunuch warriors of renowned skill. However, they were not in their best shape, most had become obese and slow. In the mansion's courtyard, 6 bare cherry trees watched over a pond, in the center of which stood a statue, a representation of the house's owner. That man was Illyrio Mapatis, a magister of the city of Pentos. Corpulent in appearance, Illyrio was a man of morbid obesity, though surprisingly agile for his size. He wore a ring with precious stones on each finger, and his yellow, oiled beard was divided into 2 parts. His yellow, rotten teeth emitted an unpleasant odor every time he spoke. Illyrio observed the statue in his courtyard, reminiscing about how time could be cruel in certain aspects. However, he was not a man given to nostalgia, and it was at that moment that he heard approaching footsteps. Turning, he saw one of his guests. The person who had entered the courtyard was John Connington. The man from Westeros walked calmly, wearing the clothes he had used on his journey from Volantis, as he had just arrived with his group. The Magister's eyes settled on the former friend of Prince Roriger, and a joyful smile appeared on his face upon seeing him alive and well. "Griff, it's good to see you've arrived," the Magister greeted with a soft, cheerful, and slightly honeyed voice. "Have your travel companions settled in?" "Likewise, Magister." "It's good to see you in good health," John replied calmly, maintaining a serious and unperturbed look. "Yes, my companions have settled in." "Good, good. And how is your young son? How is his education going?" The Magister's question momentarily disconcerted John Connington. Regaining his composure, he frowned. He didn't like Illyrio asking about Egon, but he had to swallow the words that crossed his mind. He couldn't afford to lose such a valuable ally. "It's going well. He's learning everything he's being taught. The lessons with the Half-Maester are progressing adequately, he's showing skill in learning about the geography of his homeland. The lessons with Lemore are almost complete, as the Septa believes there's not much more, she can teach him about the faith of the Seven. The training with Rolly is going well, he's showing remarkable skill with weapons," the old Griff replied. "That's good. He needs to learn all that for when the time comes," Illyrio noted with a smile, as he looked back at the statue of his youth. "Yes, I know. Are there any news about Princess Daenerys?" Connington asked as he looked at the pond, seeing the reflection of the sky in the calm waters. "I'm afraid we must assume the worst." Illyrio's words made Connington grind his teeth, producing a slight grinding sound. "What do you mean?" Connington asked, stopping looking at the pond to fix his eyes on Ilorio. I thought your spies had discovered that the princess had escaped the usurper's assassins. Or did you lie to us? No, I didn't lie. My informants assured me the girl escaped unharmed. However, she boarded a ship, and since then, I haven't been able to find her whereabouts. No matter which port they search, none of the ships I have business with seem to have found a vessel matching the description I was given. Although I suppose that was to be expected. They saw the ship from afar, so they couldn't distinguish its features well. Ilorio's response made Connington let out a sigh of frustration. The princess they were referring to was Daenerys Targaryen, Rhaegar's sister and one of the 2 known Targaryens in the world, and the only one who could strengthen Aegon's claim. The plan he had devised with the eunuch and his cheese merchant friend was simple. When the eunuch arrived with Rhaegar's son, Jon agreed to take care of him, educate him, and prepare him so that, when the time came, he would be a king as great as the old king. However, although he knew Aegon was Rhaegar's son, the world believed him dead, and it wouldn't be easy for him to be recognized as such. That's why they needed Daenerys, being a recognized daughter of King Aerys. Her marriage to Aegon would give full legitimacy to his claim, as their child would be a direct descendant of Aegon the Conqueror, something no one could deny. After letting out the sigh, the old Griff began to think of a way to overcome this new setback. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any, as there was no other way to give Aegon more legitimacy. You seem worried, Sir Illyrio commented with a smile, as he observed Connington. Of course I am, Magister. How are we supposed to give Aegon more legitimacy without Princess Daenerys? Connington asked, frustrated at not finding another solution. There are other ways, Sir the Magister exclaimed softly, surprising the Knight of House Connington. What do you mean? Jon asked, surprised, not understanding what the Magister was referring to. He can gain legitimacy not only from his paternal family. If his maternal family can vouch for his identity, it's more than certain that everyone will accept the truth. Aegon VI Targaryen, son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell of Dorne, is alive. Those words resonated in the Stormlander's mind, who understood what the old cheese merchant meant. This made a smile appear on his face for a second, but it disappeared almost at once. The Martells. Connington thought with distaste, remembering how he had always believed Princess Elia wasn't good enough for his Silver Prince. However, he couldn't do anything about it now. He would have to talk to Doran and convince him that his nephew was alive. I'm sure that when he hears this, he will be glad and commit Dorne's spears to Aegon's cause. It seems you're thinking of something interesting, Sir Illyrio said, pulling Jon out of his thoughts. Maybe so, Magister. Yes, I'm sure you want to obtain an audience with the Prince of Dorne to inform him that his nephew is alive, but it's not convenient for you to do so now. What? Jon Connington tried to say, but his words died in his throat when he saw the Magister place a letter in front of him. Varys sent me this. Hearing who had sent the note, the old knight took the letter, and opening it with some annoyance, began to read its contents. Illyrio, contact Griff quickly. I need him to be informed about some events. When he is with you, tell him that, no matter what, he must stay away from the coasts of Westeros until further notice. Robert has become somewhat obsessed with Eddard Stark's bastard and has him under surveillance. His last location was in Dorne, and I fear that if he appears, someone might recognize him. If that happens, the plan will be in jeopardy. Not only are my spies tracking the boy, it seems the lions are also looking for him, although I don't know why. Some spies may have already arrived in Sunspear, so for now, he must avoid that place. When the old knight finished reading, he crumpled the letter and frowned. Another Stark, Jon Connington thought angrily, seeing how that house once again interfered with his mission to place on the Iron Throne the one he knew would be a great king. You seem angry, Sir Illyrio commented casually, as if talking about the weather, upon seeing Connington's expression. Hearing the Magister's honeyed voice, Jon Connington mentally reprimanded himself for letting his emotions show so openly in front of him. The reason he wanted to keep his feelings under control around this individual was simple: he didn't fully trust him. Yes, he had been a valuable ally in keeping his beloved prince's son alive, but there was something about him and the spider that prevented him from fully trusting them. It's nothing, Magister. I just remembered something unpleasant from the past, Connington replied, regaining his solemn demeanor. I understand, the past only brings us sorrows. Imagining how the present would be if we had made different decisions, it's a torture the gods seem to enjoy. But well, we're not here to have these kinds of talks. I've conveyed my friend Varys' instructions to you. What will you do with them? I will heed his warning. If it's true that the Lannisters are sending spies to Dorne, that's serious for our cause. We must go ahead with caution, Connington replied, causing the Magister to smile. Now, I'm curious about something. Why does Stark's bastard seem to be the topic of conversation in Westeros? Wasn't he supposed to be dead, or am I mistaken? Oh, hey, that's a story more than fantastic. The truth seems almost taken from a fairy tale. Illyrio replied, slowly stroking his beard. The boy is alive and has done incredible things despite his youth. He has been knighted by the heir of Old Town, he has fought as a mercenary in the Stepstones during the Bravos cleanup, and, above all, he won the last great tournament in Dorne, defeating all who challenged him. The achievements mentioned by the Magister piqued the curiosity of the former Lord of Griffin's Roost. If he remembered correctly, his prince had told him that Ashura had become pregnant during the Usurpers' Rebellion. That meant the boy couldn't be more than 14 years old. You seem surprised by this. Of course I am. The boy seems very talented, Jon Connington said, while reflecting more on that bastard. Yes, some say he will be as deadly as his uncle Arthur Dayne, but there are those who believe he could be even more lethal. Hearing that, the knight had a flashback in which he remembered the Sword of the Morning. Just the memory of that knight's skills made Connington feel a shiver run down his spine. If that boy is like his uncle, he could be the most lethal knight of this generation, which would make him a highly coveted asset, Jon Connington thought, as an idea formed in his mind. If that boy is as skilled as they say, he could be an excellent candidate to be a knight of the Kingsguard. Yes, that would probably be a good use for him, but now, the question is, how to bring him to our cause? After those thoughts, the knight looked at the Magister, realizing something else. Although he still didn't know how to recruit such a knight to his side, he also didn't know his appearance or personality. Magister, what else do you know about the boy? Connington asked. Hearing the question, Illyrio began to recall what he knew about the boy. Although he was somewhat popular in Westeros, he wasn't as well known in Essos. Everything he knew, he had obtained from his friend Varys, who always kept an eye on exceptional individuals. After a few moments, he finally remembered something and gave Jon Connington an answer. When Jon Connington heard what the Magister knew about Eddard Stark's bastard son, he was stunned. Not so much by the boy's personality, as there wasn't much information about that, but by his appearance. At that moment, he remembered seeing someone similar in Volantis. Jon Connington was astonished to realize that he had met Eddard Stark's bastard in Volantis. When he realized this, he almost laughed, as he couldn't believe his luck. He had been in front of one of the most promising knights of the time and hadn't realized it. Damn! Connington shouted in his mind, realizing he had missed a unique opportunity to recruit someone exceptional for his cause. He was in front of me that day, and I couldn't see it. Damn! If I had known this before, I would have taken the opportunity to bring him to Aegon's cause. It would have been difficult, as he is the son of the usurper's dog, but he is also a bastard. I'm sure if he were offered Winterfell, he would accept immediately, as all bastards desire what their legitimate siblings have. Well, there's no use crying over spilled milk. I'll have to stay alert in case I encounter him again, although it will be difficult, but not impossible. After those thoughts, the knight decided to set aside Eddard Stark's son for the moment, as he would have time to think of a contingency plan if the offer of Winterfell didn't convince him. Letting out a sigh, he began to talk with the Magister about what they would do in the near future to ensure Aegon continued improving his skills. Casterly Rock 297 AC. The waves of the sea crashed against the colossal rock upon which the castle of House Lannister stood. This imposing bastion, known as Casterly Rock, had once belonged to House Casterly, but in the Age of Heroes, it passed into the hands of the Lannisters thanks to Lann the Clever, a man who, through cunning, took the fortress from its original owners. Casterly Rock was a monumental castle, stretching almost 2 kilometers from one end to the other, making it one of the largest constructions in Westeros. Unlike other castles, it was literally carved into the rock, housing barracks, dormitories, chambers, dungeons, and many other structures within. Additionally, it had towers on top of the rock. The main entrance, called the Lion's Gate, was a huge natural cavern about 60 meters high, with a roadway wide enough to allow 20 riders to pass simultaneously. Another notable point was the Hall of Heroes, where the Lannisters and their close relatives who had died bravely were buried. Finally, there was the famous Golden Gallery, the place where the house's treasures were kept. All this splendor belonged to House Lannister, the rulers of the Westerlands, one of the original 7 kingdoms of Westeros. This region was rich in precious minerals, making many of its lords immensely wealthy nobles. While the castle's inhabitants were busy with their tasks, the afternoon sunlight filtered through one of the windows of Tywin Lannister's study, illuminating the room. The study was richly decorated with tapestries and golden carpets, bookshelves, and other furniture, including chairs and a desk. In the center of the room was Tywin Lannister, the leader of House Lannister. Known as the Old Lion, Tywin was a tall and strong man with green eyes flecked with gold. His once blonde hair had been shaved off after he began to go bald. His face was free of beard or mustache, keeping only golden sideburns that covered his cheeks. At that moment, Tywin was reviewing reports from his spies, deployed in various places throughout Westeros, especially in the main cities of the 7 kingdoms. Although he didn't obtain information as quickly as the Spider, whose agents seemed to know everything instantly, his spies fulfilled their duties. Tywin had been calm until a few days ago, when one of his spies, who had sent only 2 more reports after that day, informed him of something incredible. Apparently, Jon Snow, the bastard son of Eddard Stark who had disappeared years ago, had returned, not physically, but in another way. The Old Lion had received the same missive as other houses throughout Westeros, in which King Robert asked if anyone had information about the boy's whereabouts. Like many other lords, Tywin had dismissed the letter as insignificant, as that boy had no relevance in the great game, and his death didn't matter. However, fate slapped him in the face when that bastard reappeared recently, saving a son of Lytton Hightower and then traveling to the Stepstones, where he obtained something Tywin had longed for: his house, a Valyrian sword. And as if it were a cruel joke, the boy gave it away to his brother, making House Stark have 2 Valyrian steel swords. Upon learning this, Tywin erupted in anger, unable to understand how that bastard had found something so valuable in a pirate nest. However, he knew he couldn't do anything, so he let the anger dissipate. Unfortunately, it seemed the gods delighted in tormenting him with the bastard, as his spy informed him that a banker from the infamous and ruthless Iron Bank had arrived in White Harbor, escorted by the city's captain of the guard. Although this could indicate that the banker was there to collect a debt, the reality was different. Lord Marndael had left his city a few days later, heading to Winterfell. This had surprised Tywin, and that's why his servant infiltrated Lord Marndael's retinue to reach Winterfell. Once there, he managed to slip away and hear something surprising. The Iron Bank had brought a credit note with which the bastard of Winterfell donated 1,000,000 golden dragons to his house. That amount of money is not very large, as the Westerlands produce more gold than that each year. However, that was in the past, when the mines hadn't been depleted, Tywin thought with annoyance, clenching his fists. The drying up of his last active mine had been a hard blow for him, as it meant his house no longer had the same resources as before to generate income, weakening his position. It didn't help that his beloved king and son-in-law constantly asked for loans and that his daughter squandered money recklessly. All this made Tywin see how his house's power was diminishing. There's only one reason for the Iron Bank to make such moves in favor of Eddard Stark's bastard: they consider him a valuable asset for their entity. Tywin reflected, realizing that was the reason behind the bank's generosity. This elevated the bastard's value in his eyes, as he was someone who, without a noble surname, was managing to gain power, a power that would help his house. Unfortunately, he knew that boy couldn't be easily brought to his side, as he was Asher Adain's son, and it was possible he also blamed him for Princess Elia Martell's death. Although Tywin had ordered the death of the Targaryen children at the end of Robert's rebellion, his dog, Gregor Clegane, had taken certain liberties in killing the princess. Despite Tywin wanting to punish him, Gregor had a usefulness that other knights couldn't offer, so he kept him alive. There must be something I can offer the boy, but what could it be? Tywin thought for a few moments until an idea occurred to him. House Lannister has a similar stain to his, a bastard. Yes, she's a bit younger than him, but marriages can wait. I can offer him joy. She may be a bastard, but she's from a great house. It would even be an insult to him and House Stark to dismiss a betrothal between the two. If he were a legitimate child, I wouldn't do this, but since he's a bastard, I can get rid of my stupid brother's daughter and attract the trade driven by the Iron Bank to Lannisport. That will bring wealth back to Casterly Rock, if there's no other option. Tywine thought as he stood up and prepared to send a message to Winterfell with his offer. As the old lion walked to his desk, another idea formed in his mind, an idea that could make his offer even more attractive. And if the Starks didn't accept, well, the roads were always dangerous. A few hours later, a raven flew to Winterfell with a marriage proposal for Jon Snow. Without the bastard of Winterfell knowing, several similar offers would begin to pile up in Winterfell, waiting for the young bastard to decide. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Alright, the chapter is finally out XD. Well, setting that aside. Jon is already attracting a lot of attention from some people in Westeros, but we knew that would happen. Not every day someone gives away a Valyrian steel sword like it's nothing. And about Tywine's spies, come on, we all know he must have some in important areas, and the 5 most important cities in Westeros are strategic places. Now, how will Ned react to this proposal? Well, we will see in the future. Unfortunately, I'm afraid the story will take us more to the east than to the west in the upcoming chapters, but I will try to include more scenes from Westeros. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 40. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 40. Beyond the Wall 297 AC. The icy wind blowing in the regions beyond the enormous wall of ice bit like wolves at the skin of some black brothers. A small group of about 10 members of the Night's Watch was on a mission of exploration beyond the wall. This party of rangers was led by none other than the first ranger of Castle Black, Benjen Stark. The black tents were organized in such a way that the members of the watch could react quickly to any danger that might arise. This was enhanced by their strategic position. The group of black brothers had stationed themselves at the famous Fist of the First Men, a solitary hill found next to the Milkwater River and surrounded by the haunted forest. The place got its name from its appearance, as it looked like a fist appearing from the earth, with its bare slopes forming knuckles of rock. From the top, they could see in all directions, allowing them to detect enemies approaching from any point. This was especially useful since they were in enemy territory and their number was small. How's the watch going, Alan? Have you seen anything moving in the forest? Benjen asked, approaching one of his companions. No, not at the moment. Alan replied. The young man came from Rosby, a castle in the Crown Lands near King's Landing. Alan had excellent vision, making him an exceptional archer and scout, qualities that were very useful during his watch shifts. Good, keep up the good work. Benjen said, walking away from the young man. The first ranger frowned as he pondered. This expedition beyond the wall had a clear purpose, to find evidence that the others were returning. And frankly, they had already found some disturbing things that defied all logic. We've come across more than 100 wilderling settlements completely abandoned. Not only that, we've captured some stragglers from raiding parties, and they all said the same thing before dying, they all begged for their bodies to be burned. This can't be a coincidence. Although both the Lord Commander, Maester Aemon, and I believe Jon's words, we need more solid evidence to convince the Seven Kingdoms that the great threat has returned. Benjen thought as he continued walking. His thoughts were interrupted by the hurried arrival of Thorin Smallwood, a veteran ranger. Thorin, a nervous man with a sparse beard, was a follower of Alisa Thorne and fiercely hated the wildlings. Despite this, he was a good ranger, which was why he had been sent with Benjen on this mission. His hurried arrival showed that something had happened. Brother, what's going on? Benjen asked when he saw him. WVE found a strange path that goes up the Frostfangs. It doesn't seem to have been used much, but it's recent. From its shape, we believe it wasn't made by wildlings. Thorin's response surprised Benjen, as he couldn't understand who else could have made a path in those places. Determined to get more information, he looked at his companion and said, "Lead me to that place." The order was firm and simple, and Thorin nodded at once. The two members of the watch didn't have to walk far, as the place they wanted to go was visible from where they were. Since Jon Snow had arrived at the wall, the Night's Watch had begun receiving funds that allowed them to be better equipped and more comfortable. Among the new supplies was a simple Mirish spyglass, small but effective for seeing with greater precision at hundreds of meters. Lord Benjen greeted a black brother named Jarman Buckwell, a burly knight and veteran ranger. "Sir Jarman, Thorin says they've seen something intriguing in this area." "That's right," Jarman replied, handing the spyglass to Benjen. The first ranger took it and, following Jarman's instructions, saw the path. His eyes widened in surprise. What Thorin had said was true. That path hadn't been made by wildlings, it looked more like a construction by someone from south of the wall. "This path isn't paved or anything extraordinary, but wildlings don't make paths. This was made by someone else," Benjen thought, lowering the spyglass. He looked at his companions and spoke. "That path wasn't made by any wilderling." "That's right, Lord Benjen," Jarman replied at once. "Those brutes don't even know how to work bronze, much less make a path like that." Thorin nodded, agreeing with his brother. "Yes, that's true. I suppose we have a new task," Benjen said as he looked towards the camp. "Tell everyone to break camp and get ready. We're heading towards that path. If someone built it, it must lead somewhere. We need to know where so we can report as soon as we return." "At your command." Jarman and Thorin responded in unison, and they hurried to relay the orders to the other brothers in the camp. The group of rangers led by Benjen was at the place where, according to their calculations, the path they had seen from the fist of the first men should begin, or at least, that was their hope. However, after several hours of searching since they descended from the hill, they had not managed to find any trace of the supposed path. "This doesn't make sense. We've been searching for that damn path for over an hour and haven't found a trace of it," Thorin exclaimed, frustrated, kicking a small stone he found in his way. Thorin's sentiment was shared by the entire company, although no one dared to abandon the search, as it had been a direct order from Benjen Stark. Speaking of him, he was also looking for the entrance to the path, and like his brothers, he was surprised not to have found it yet, despite being sure it had to be nearby. "I don't understand. I'm convinced the path started around here," Benjen thought as he continued to track the area. Despite his experience, not finding what they were looking for was starting to frustrate him, as he knew his skills could be called into question by his companions. Meanwhile, Kenneth, the member with the least experience, was looking at the stones around him with curiosity. There was something strange about them that caught his attention. Instead of searching with the others, he began to walk around a group of stones, seeing them closely. Kenneth's eyes were fixed on the rocks, and at first, he found nothing out of the ordinary. However, walking backward and seeing them from another angle, he realized there was a space between the stones that disappeared when he got too close. "Brothers!" Kenneth shouted, catching the group's attention. "What's going on?" Jarman asked the first, to stop his search and approach Kenneth. "I want you to look from where I am," Kenneth said. Jarman, raising an eyebrow at the strange request, decided to comply. To his surprise, from that position, he could see the space between the stones. Without wasting time, he approached and, following the hidden line, found the entrance to the path they had seen from the fist of the first men. "Here's the entrance," Jarman exclaimed, waving to catch the others' attention. The other members of the Night's Watch stopped searching and ran to where Kenneth and Jarman were. "Did you really find it?" Thorin asked when he arrived at the spot. "Yes." Kenneth noticed something strange about these stones, and by seeing them from the right angle, we discovered the path was hidden behind them, Jarman explained. Benjen, who had also arrived at the spot, repeated what Jarman had done and finally saw the beginning of the path. Upon discovering its entrance, he began to piece things together. "This path is designed to be visible only from afar, but as you get closer, the geography hides it from the human viewpoint. This confirms it wasn't built by wildlings. The mere act of building paths is already rare for them, but something like this is beyond their capabilities. Not even the builders south of the wall could achieve something like this easily. No, whoever made this has far superior skills, or an overflowing imagination. Benjen reflected, seeing the path. What do we do, Benjen? Thorin asked, also contemplating the path. We need to investigate where it leads. Benjen replied as he began to walk towards the path. But we can't all go. Someone must stay to watch the entrance and the horses. After these words, Benjen assigned some of his men to stay and guard the camp and protect the horses, as they wouldn't be able to use them to climb. The group that would continue the expedition consisted of Benjen, Kenneth, Thorin, Jarman, and Alan. The path they followed was winding and slightly carved into the rock, something that surprised the Black Brothers. It wasn't common to see paths like this in the Seven Kingdoms. Despite being passable, it was still a rough and incomplete trail. The journey was long and challenging, with sections where they had to cling to the mountain to advance. After more than 2 hours of walking, they finally reached the end of the path. The eyes of all the Black Brothers settled on the cave at the end. However, they also noticed another path branching off nearby, though they decided to focus first on investigating the cave. They entered the cavern and were surprised by what they found inside. By the seven, Thorin whispered, astonished. It wasn't just a simple cave but a network of tunnels covering a considerable area. This place seems to have been a mine in the past. Kenneth commented, seeing the walls surrounding the cave. How can you be so sure? Benjen asked, intrigued. The shape of the tunnels, everything indicates it's not natural. They've been expanded to extract materials. If I had to guess, I'd say it was the first men, perhaps looking for copper or tin for their forges. Kenneth's deduction seemed reasonable. Before the construction of the wall, it was known that many tribes of the first men, more developed than the current wildlings, had inhabited the region. It wasn't far-fetched to think they dug mines to obtain resources. It seems there are several tunnels. Jarman commented, seeing the various entrances opening into the cave. I suppose we should investigate them, right? That's right, but do it carefully. We don't know what might be in here. Benjen warned. The search lasted about half an hour, after which everyone returned to the cave entrance with various objects. Alan arrived with a blacksmith's hammer, saying he had found a forge. Jarman brought a stone mortar, mentioning he had found what seemed to be a laboratory, with objects similar to those used by maesters to prepare potions. Thorin discovered an improvised library, empty of texts. Kenneth found a kitchen and a table with carved runes. For his part, Benjen had found a pantry and a room with an old, dusty but still usable bed. It seems this place has been used recently by someone, and it's not a wilderling. Benjen said, reaching that conclusion after examining the clues they had found throughout the cave. This was because they found several iron instruments, a material the wildlings didn't know how to work. Do you think that person will come back? Alan asked. I don't think so. Kenneth quickly replied, catching everyone's attention. Why do you say that? Benjen asked, somewhat suspicious. The objects have some rust, indicating they haven't been used in quite some time. Also, there are no provisions or signs that the place is being occupied. I'm afraid this site has been abandoned for at least a couple of months. Yes, that makes sense. Jarman commented, then turned to Benjen and asked, what will we do with this place? Hearing the question, Benjen brought a hand to his chin, thoughtful for a few seconds. Then he replied, for now, we'll mark it on the map and report it to the Lord Commander. The place seems hidden enough to serve as an outpost or refuge for our rangers in case of extreme need. I'll have to talk to Bowen Marsh and the Lord Commander to decide what to do. Benjen's words were followed by nods, as everyone knew that the old bear wouldn't pass up the opportunity to have a strategic refuge. Additionally, the site was ideal. From there, they could see the fist of the first men and a good part of the haunted forest, making it a key point for the watch in the future. With those decisions made, everyone left the cave and began to follow the other path. This one was just as steep and treacherous as the earlier one, but even more dangerous in some parts. There were sections where the trail became so narrow that it bordered a ravine. The drop was deep enough to know that a fall would be fatal. Finally, they reached the end of the path and found another cave. "Wow, another cave," Kenneth said sarcastically, with a playful smile as he saw the new entrance. His companions looked at him with blank stares, but they understood his joke. Even so, they decided not to say anything and followed Benjen, who had already begun to enter the cave. "It seems spacious, but not as much as the previous one," Alan commented, seeing that the passage only allowed them to advance 2 by 2. "That's right, and, unlike the other place, we'll need torches here." "Kenneth, Thorin, light yours," Benjen ordered as he lit his own. Using flints, they managed to light 3 torches, which were carried by Benjen at the head of the group, Alan in the center, and Kenneth at the rear. They advanced in single file through the narrow tunnel until they reached a fork with 2 possible paths. "It seems we have 2 options, which one do we take?" Jarman asked, looking at Benjen. Benjen saw both paths carefully, evaluating their options. "Tch. If the group were larger, we could split up to explore both paths, but we can't do that. One group would be left with only 2 members," Benjen thought, but his reflection was interrupted by the howling wind coming from the right entrance. Smiling slightly, something uncommon for him, Benjen knew which path to take. The wind showed that this path ascended, probably back to the Frostfangs. So, without thinking twice, he ordered them to take the left path. The Black brothers obeyed at once, advancing along the chosen route. After a few minutes of walking, they arrived at a place that left them speechless. If they had been surprised to discover the earlier cave, now they were astonished. In front of them was an underground lake, and on the shores of that lake, a dock. "By the 7. Alan murmured, unable to have his amazement. The reason was clear: the dock was not something wildlings usually built. They sometimes made rudimentary barges for fishing or trying to cross the Shivering Sea, but what they saw now was completely different. The dock was a miniature version of a harbor, like those found in the port cities of Westeros. It had all the necessary tools for shipbuilding, from devices for bending wood to the most basic tools. On one of the walls, there were also some sketches of ship plans, although incomplete. These plans are incomplete, but the way the information is written would allow even an idiot to at least finish the external design of the ship," Thorin said, examining the design table with an expression of astonishment. "Not only that, look at these tools, they are made from wood from the haunted forest, I'm sure of it. But they are so well made that, despite not being used for a long time, they seem to work wonderfully." Jarman commented as he approached and used one of the pulleys, realizing it worked as if it were new. Benjen listened to everything his brother said and understood the reason for his surprise, as he himself was also amazed to see something like this beyond the wall, and in a cave. But it wasn't until he heard Kenneth that he was petrified for a few seconds. "It seems there has been a ship docked at this pier," Kenneth commented, with a slightly sardonic smile. His younger brother's expression confused Benjen, leaving him unsure of what to say or do. It was rare to see Kenneth acting that way. Normally, Kenneth was someone straightforward, with a somber look that seemed to know more than anyone should. He wasn't known for joking or being sarcastic, which unsettled him even more. Something is happening with Kenneth. Since we arrived at this place, he's been acting strangely. He finds clues and objects too quickly, things that few could find so easily. It's almost as if he had been here before. But that's impossible. He couldn't have been here before, Benjen thought as he observed him closely. Despite his confusion, Benjen knew he couldn't afford to be distracted at that moment. Deciding to leave that concern for later, he focused on what was in front of him. "We have a dock in an underground lake, but we don't know if it has an outlet to the Milkwater or if it's completely enclosed in this cavern. Even so, this place could be even better than the other cave as a hidden base for the Night's Watch, as it has a source of potable water. We just need to find out if this lake has an outlet to the Milkwater. If it does, we would have a perfect refuge." Benjen reflected, inspecting everything around him. "Let's mark this place on the map and investigate everything we can. Any information is vital to know if we can use this site as another outpost. Check every corner and, if possible, find out if this lake has an outlet." Benjen ordered, receiving nods from his brothers. With that instruction, everyone, including Benjen, set out to explore the place, trying to uncover all its secrets. Jade Sea 297 AC. The calm and beautiful waters of the Jade Sea were being swiftly traversed by the Starwolf. Jon Snow's ship moved at speeds never seen or expected for a vessel from Westeros or Essos, thanks to its special engine, an engine made with Nernian technology, a Dwemer engine, or at least an inferior version of an engine from the Dwemer airships. Dwemer airships were flying vessels used by the Dwemer, an elven race from Tamriel, colloquially known as dwarfs. These ships could soar through the skies at great speed, but their construction required a large number of resources, as they depended on constantly active levitation magic, which consumed enormous amounts of magicka. The engine that produced this magic was one of the greatest achievements of Dwemer engineering. Although much of the information about its manufacture had been lost for eras, the Dovahkiin managed to buy one in his lifetime and obtain its blueprints. However, due to much of the Dwemer technology being lost, it was almost impossible to create an engine capable of building a complete airship. Even so, with the information Edzard possessed, he was able to create a functional Dwemer engine for a regular ship. Initially, he planned to give it to his apprentices, or rather, his descendants, but when he was about to deliver that precious gift, he was betrayed. Therefore, Edzard kept the engine and decided to bequeath it to his last apprentice, Jon Snow. Thus, the Starwolf was born, a ship designed for Jon to move at great speed across the seas. Thanks to this engine, the Starwolf crossed the sea at such an impressive speed that the journey to Ass High of the Shadow wouldn't take years or months. This same engine had allowed them to cover enormous distances in reduced times. The sound of clashing weapons resonated on the deck as the crew watched Jon train Daenerys in combat. It had been more than a week since they hurriedly left the city of Yin. The crew was surprised when Jon ordered them to weigh anchor at once. That took them by surprise, but they obeyed, nonetheless. Once at sea, Jon explained the reason for his urgency, and they were astonished to learn that someone as controlled as him had lost control in that way. Despite that, they only reproached him for the abrupt manner in which they had to set sail. Since then, they had been sailing towards their next destination, Ass High of the Shadow. During the journey, Jon mentioned his desire to intensify everyone's training, especially Daenerys's. For that reason, since that day, the entire crew had been dedicated to training as much as possible. "Do you think the princess will manage to hit Jon this time?" Gren asked while eating a piece of dried meat. "I don't think so, none of us have been able to touch him, and some of us have more training than she does." Sam replied cautiously, watching Jon fight with Daenerys. "Well, that doesn't matter, what's important is that after this, it's our turn," PYP said with a tremor in his voice, which sent a shiver down his spine. When PYP finished speaking, his friends felt the same shiver, as Jon had intensified the training sessions lately, and their bodies ended up sore after each session. Even so, they stopped thinking about what awaited them later and focused on watching Daenerys's training. The Princess of House Targaryen moved her sword somewhat clumsily, but definitely better than a complete novice. "Take this!" Daenerys shouted as she launched herself at Jon, using the momentum to try to land a downward strike. However, her attack was easily dodged by Jon, who stepped aside. "Kya!" Daenerys exclaimed as she felt Jon hit her buttocks with the flat side of his sword. The blow wasn't strong, but it was enough to make her stumble and fall face first onto the deck of the Starwolf. "Ouch, that must have hurt," Gren commented, grimacing in pain as he saw Daenerys's awkward fall. Gren's expression was shared by his friends, who also felt that the fall had been somewhat hard. Daenerys tried to get up, supporting herself with her hands, but before she could do so, she felt the cold tip of a sword on her neck. "Dead," was Jon's voice, speaking from behind her. After those words, the bastard son of Ashur Dayne lifted his sword and, offering a hand to Daenerys, helped her to her feet. Daenerys sighed once she was standing. "It seems I'm still not improving. I can't even last 5 minutes against you." Daenerys's words were filled with pessimism. With each training session, she felt worse, as no matter how much she practiced, she seemed unable to progress beyond that point. This frustration made her feel increasingly powerless, as if she were useless. "That's not true," Jon responded, catching Daenerys's attention. What do you mean? She asked, looking at Jon. The young Targaryen watched him intently as Jon approached. When he was just a few steps away, he took her hand, the same one that had moments before held the sword. You've improved in your attacks, but you're still missing something important. What is it? She asked, intrigued. Your footwork. You take firm steps when you attack, but then you do nothing else. Your feet stay still, and that makes your movements rigid. You need to learn to move, to flow with your attacks. That's what you need to improve for now, your footwork. Jon explained with all the sincerity he could muster at that moment. Those words caused the young Targaryen to blush slightly. While Jon explained what she needed to improve, he took her hands and made her move slightly. This contact made her feel somewhat embarrassed, leading her to mentally reprimand herself. Calm down, Daenerys Stormborn, calm down. You mustn't act like a lovesick maiden, even if you are. No, no, no. Don't think like that, focus on what's important now, improving with the sword, so you won't be kidnapped again or a burden to your friends. Daenerys thought as she shook her head sharply, trying to clear those thoughts that weren't useful at the moment. The young Targaryen was torn between two major concerns. First, her feelings for Jon, the son of the man who helped overthrow her family, something that would surely make the gods laugh. And second, her martial skills. Throughout the journey, she had been a hindrance, captured or in constant danger, always depending on her friends to save her. While that was usual for highborn ladies, she was not just a princess, she was a Targaryen. The blood of Aegon the Conqueror ran through her veins, the same blood as the Dragon Knight. She was a descendant of one of Eddard's 40 apprentices, and the blood of conquerors flowed in her. She shouldn't be like the other ladies. These thoughts ignited a new desire in Daenerys, to no longer be a burden, but to achieve glory by her own merits. If she were to die, she wanted to do so in a way that the last Targaryen would go down in history as a great warrior. All right, Jon. I want you to help me improve my footwork. Daenerys said firmly, slightly surprising Jon. Despite his surprise, the bastard son of Ashur Dayne nodded, smiling as he saw the new determination in Daenerys. Of course, I'll help you, but don't expect me to go easy on you. Jon's words sent a shiver down Daenerys' spine, but she nodded, nonetheless. At first awkwardly, but then with more confidence. I don't doubt it. After that response, Daenerys walked away and headed towards her friends. It's your turn to get your butts kicked, she said with a smile as she passed by them. Then, in a whisper, she added, enjoy this as much as you enjoyed watching Jon kick my butt. Her words were followed by a slight cold breeze, making the men of the crew feel a shiver run down their spines. Why you cruel, Dany? Ed whispered in response, as Daenerys' smile widened. After that brief exchange, Sam, Ed, Gren, and PYP slowly moved away from Daenerys, trembling with fear. A more than understandable reaction, as since they left Yin, Jon had increased the intensity of the training sessions. All right, I hope you're ready, today I won't be easy on you, Jon said as he saw his friends stop in front of him and assume their weapons, evidently nervous. The navigation room of the Starwolf remained illuminated, even though it was the hour of the wolf, that time when most people should be sleeping. However, for Jon, who hadn't been part of his routine since leaving Yin. Since they left the city, he had resumed his training. Every day since then, he woke up early and went to bed very late, something that reminded him of his training days with Eddard. He spent the day practicing his sword movements, trying to improve his fluidity and attack speed. In the afternoon and evening, he studied the magic books in his library. The magic of the Second Era is completely different from the Fourth, at least in execution and handling. Jon thought as he finished reading a treatise written by a woman with a strange name to him. The text explained the differences between the two eras in terms of magical practice. Although the name seemed strange to him, that woman must have been a talented mage, as many of the magical treatises his master had left him were written by her, and she had very good treatises on the School of Restoration. Leaving the book on his desk, Jon looked at the screen showing the route the Starwolf was following on the sea. He liked the speed they achieved thanks to the Dwemer engine, as it allowed them to cover great distances in short times. However, he knew that if he had access to teleportation magic, that engine wouldn't be as necessary. but that magic was extremely complicated, and the most stable way to use it needed artifacts that served as mediums, but, unfortunately, he didn't possess any, nor did he know how to create such a powerful artifact. I shouldn't get upset about that. Even if I had the materials to create a teleportation artifact, I wouldn't know how to do it. Edzard taught me many things, but not everything he knew, John thought with some sadness, regretting not having inherited all of his master's knowledge. However, he didn't let those feelings overwhelm him. He regained his composure in a matter of seconds. The reason for his concentration was clear: they would reach Ashai in a week, and he couldn't afford trivial distractions like sentimentality. According to the scant information we have, Ashai of the Shadow is full of sorcerers, necromancers, and other practitioners of magic. The warlocks may not have been a big problem, but these mags could be. It will be better to avoid using magic or making references to it. We need to quickly search for any clues that lead us to the seal stone and obtain it as quickly as possible. John thought as he studied the map. I'll have to create some enchanted objects for that task, but I'll do it when we're closer to Ashai, to take advantage of the magic of the place and enhance the runes. With those thoughts, John returned to his readings, this time focusing on enchantments, as he needed to improve his skills in that area. Ashai was going to be a challenge, but nothing compared to what would come next. Sot Horios, a land where death lurked at every step and everything that lived there would try to kill them. I must prepare to survive everything the most lethal continent in the world has in store for us, to then reach the place where everything will be decided, the site where the most powerful magical civilization in this world once stood. Valeria, the place where I will fulfill my promise to my master. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Finally, I have this chapter ready XD. Well, let's start with the good stuff. We see that the Night's Watch is moving beyond the wall, looking for something to convince the other kingdoms that the others are coming back, but they only reach what used to be John's home. From this moment, Benjen and his group's journey will continue north. My plan is to take them to a certain point, where things will happen, because by the time the canonical Game of Thrones book starts, I will make several changes from that point on. Now, we see that John has caused trouble in Yeti, although this won't have much repercussion, since people in those lands don't know John, he just must leave for a while. We also see the best object that the Starwolf has, a Dwemer engine, a unique object that no one will ever be able to replicate, not even John. In the next chapter, if we're lucky, we'll already be in Ashai, where we will continue with the Seal Stones plot. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 41. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 41. Ashai 297 AC. Darkness spread throughout the city of Ashai, one of the most enigmatic places in the known world. The dock was enormous, contrasting with the vast and empty city. It was completely dark, covered by the enormous mountains that surrounded it, the dreaded Shadowlands. The port was busier than John and his friends had expected. They watched as other ships filled their holds with chests full of gold and precious stones. The line of slaves carrying the chests seemed endless, reminiscent of the processions sometimes held by the followers of the Faith of the Seven in Westeros. Wow, those are real fortunes. Gren said in a low voice, though the amazement was evident in his tone. Yeah, how much money do you think is on that ship? PYP asked, also looking mesmerized as the slaves loaded the treasure. No idea, but with that amount, we could retire and live comfortably for the rest of our lives. Sam commented, his eyes fixed on the parade of riches. Almost the entire crew of the Starwolf watched in admiration as the other ships filled with gold, hoping the same would soon happen to them. That hope stemmed from the fact that, at that very moment, John and Daenerys were at the dock negotiating the sale of 80% of the ship's supplies. Although it seemed like little, the amount was considerable. John had filled half of the chests with food, from salted meats to vegetables and fruits. In Ashai, food was more valuable than gold. The crew stopped watching the other ships when they heard footsteps approaching. Turning, they saw John and Daenerys, both with big smiles on their faces. Those smiles made the rest of the crew smile as well, knowing what it meant. Without thinking twice, everyone began to move. The crew, including John and Daenerys, descended the gangway to the ship's hold, bringing out regular-sized chests. Those chests were filled with food, which would be exchanged for jewels, gold, and other exotic goods. The men in the group carried the heavy boxes with relative ease, thanks to the enchanted clothing John had provided them. This had been a decision he made some time ago, ensuring that everyone knew their garments were worth a fortune if someone discovered their capabilities. The enchantments were simple, one to increase the load they could carry, another to reinforce vitality and stamina, and finally, a more complex enchantment, magic concealment. This last enchantment had been a challenge for John, as he had to create several without knowing exactly how powerful they needed to be. That's why he placed them in rings, necklaces, and earrings, which could carry more enchantments than regular clothing. Additionally, the ship was equipped with more than 50 enchanted objects to conceal magic, a preventive measure after his experience in Qarth. And that's the last one, John said as he carefully lowered the last of the chests filled with goods. The buyer, a wealthy man from Ashai, was dressed in black clothes, and his face was hidden behind an ebony mask lacquered in red enamel, as bright as fresh blood. Yes, I can see that, the man replied in High Valyrian, seeing the large amount of food the Starwolf had brought. He brought a hand to his chin and looked at John, then directed his gaze towards the ship. I still can't understand how so much merchandise fits in such a small ship. John smiled at his words, finding the situation amusing. However, he knew he had to be cautious, as the man might be suspecting the ship was magical. The truth is, it's been pure luck, my good sir, John replied courteously, trying to win the masked man's favor. Is that so? The man asked with a tone of incredulity. That's right, we took advantage of every corner of the ship, filling it to the limit. That's why we didn't allow your servants to enter and take out the goods. One wrong step could have caused an accident, and that's not something you want, right? John's voice was soft and persuasive, looking to calm any doubts in the buyer. To his relief, the masked man nodded. Then we will proceed with the payment for the goods, the man said in a neutral tone, not appearing concerned about the amount he had to pay. He knew that what John had brought was more than excellent. The fruits, vegetables, everything was fresh, something hard to find in Ashai. The agreed payment is 2 chests of gold, jewels, and exotic goods for each chest of food. In total, you've brought me about 100 chests of food and spices, so I'll pay you 200 chests. Yes, that was the deal, John confirmed calmly. No problem, then. My servants will bring the chests while others transport the goods to my mansion, the masked man added before making a gesture with his hand. A Dothraki man who went with him approached, received instructions, and left. After a while, John saw a caravan of several carts arrive, all loaded with chests. The chests were unloaded near John and his companions. These are the payments for your goods, the masked man announced indifferently, as if it were just another day for him. John and the others approached the chests and opened some at random. Their eyes widened as they saw the overflowing gold inside, more than they had ever seen. Confirming that the payment was fair, they began to load the chests with their earnings onto the ship, whistling a cheerful tune as they did so. The sound of waves crashing against the docks resonated softly, creating a calm atmosphere that added another layer of mystery to the city. Inside the Starwolf, John and his friends were celebrating. The crew was joyful, as the amount of gold they had obtained was immense. Each of them would receive about 33 chests full of gold, jewels, and other exotic goods, which they could sell for even more wealth. So yes, this journey had made them obscenely rich, so much so that they wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of their lives. Ha! PYP shouted, raising his cup of Arbor gold wine with excitement. It wasn't just any wine, but a special reserve, more expensive and delicious than the usual. This is perfect. Indeed. Ed smiled, setting aside his usual pessimism. This time he was happy, as he now had enough money to live comfortably. It's a day to celebrate. Heh, I agree with you, my good friend. Gren added, smiling from ear to ear, still surprised by the amount of wealth he never thought he would have. Like them, the rest of the crew was also happy, although they controlled their euphoria better than Gren, and especially PYP, who seemed about to jump on the table and dance with joy. With all this gold, we can live peacefully anywhere in the known world, Sam said with a smile. In his mind, he was already imagining a peaceful life in some corner of Essos, in a house surrounded by books and the tranquility he never had in his homeland. That's right, Daenerys added, although her smile was somewhat shy. She didn't know exactly what to do with so much wealth. She could hire several mercenary companies with what she had now, but that led her to a new question: why would she? While she was a Targaryen, she didn't feel the same desire to claim Westeros as she did in the past. Not because she didn't want to reclaim what her family lost, but because she wasn't sure how she would be received by Westeros. The old Daenerys, the one who didn't know the truth about her father and his actions, would have used that money without a second thought, but she was no longer the same person who arrived in Pentos on that fateful day. Now she knew things she didn't understand before, and she was more aware of the world around her. What should she do now? In the midst of those thoughts, an image invaded her mind. It transported her to simpler days, before learned magic and the dangers of Valyria. Slowly, her forgotten memories appeared, altering her sense of reality. The scent of the sea changed. It no longer smelled like the sea on this side of the world, but something lighter, more familiar. Additionally, she could perceive the delicate smell of lemons. As her nose caught that fragrance, her vision also transformed. She no longer saw her friends celebrating, but a house with a red door. What is this place? Daenerys thought as she saw the scene, feeling that she knew it, that she had been there before. Looking at the house more closely, she saw a lemon tree growing next to the window of a room. The memory made sense when she realized where she was. This was the place where she grew up as a child, the home of Sir Willem d'Ari, where she lived with her brother Viserys. It was the only place she could call home. Slowly, without realizing it, a tear began to roll down her cheek. But she didn't have much time to enjoy the scene, as she felt someone touch her shoulder. Her pupils dilated as she returned to reality. Blinking, she noticed that all her friends were looking at her with concern, including Jon's wolf, who had his head tilted in curiosity. What's going on, guys? Daenerys asked, still somewhat disoriented, only to receive another question in response. That's what we want to know, Dany. You froze and didn't respond when Jon proposed a toast to the crew. Are you okay? Sam asked with visible concern. Huh? Daenerys said, realizing she had been absent. She looked at everyone with an awkward smile, trying to reassure them. Don't worry, it's nothing. You're lying, Dany. Jon spoke, catching everyone's attention. What? Why do you say that, Jon? Daenerys asked, surprised. You're crying. Jon replied softly but firmly. Daenerys blinked in confusion, and before she could respond, she felt the tears running down her cheeks. Slowly, she brought her hands to her face and touched the tears. Daenerys' silent crying surprised the entire crew, except Jon. None of them knew what to do, but Jon, without hesitation, approached her and, with a gentle gesture, wiped the tears from her cheeks. Jon's gesture slightly surprised his friends, but they wisely decided not to intervene, understanding that it wouldn't be prudent to interrupt the moment. The Targaryen princess's face blushed when she felt Jon's touch. It was gentle, something she wouldn't have expected from someone like him. However, his gesture comforted her. What happened, Dany? Jon asked, concerned. Hearing the question, Daenerys smiled sadly and began to recount what she had imagined. Every word that came out of her mouth revealed details of her childhood, and the crew soon understood that, at some point, she had had a place to call home. It seems you've remembered the past, the place you called home, right? Gren asked, understanding Daenerys' feelings, as he also used to dream of returning to the Riverlands, buying a farm, and living there, but the person he wanted to share his life with was no longer there. That's right. Daenerys murmured, somewhat embarrassed for having revealed her emotions to her companions. You shouldn't be embarrassed, Dany. Jon intervened, capturing everyone's attention. We all have a place or a moment we wish to return to, where our best memories are. In my case, I would like to go back to the days beyond the wall, to the times when I trained with my master, and everything was simpler. John's words were filled with emotion, surprising the crew, who had never heard him speak that way. Yes, I have one too. PYP responded, adding that he would like to go back to the days when he was a mummer, a simpler time without the burden of searching for the seal stones. The rest of the crew also shared memories, from Ed remembering his family to Sam reminiscing about his days at the Citadel. The crew's sincerity strengthened their bond, making them feel more united than ever. Although the atmosphere became more reflective, it still kept a cheerful tone. As the night progressed, the mood improved again, and the celebration continued. They drank, ate, laughed, and even danced until they were exhausted. King's Landing 297 AC. The sound of the thousands of souls living in King's Landing resonated as all the inhabitants went about their daily activities. Merchants offered their goods, as did blacksmiths and other artisans. In the more dangerous parts of the city, criminals were up to no good, while fights broke out in some taverns. All of this contributed to making it just another day in the great capital of Westeros. However, not everything was routine in the capital, as something unusual was happening in the Red Keep. In the hand of the king's study, the king was arguing with his hand, so one could say it was a normal day in King Robert's court, except this time it wasn't the hand scolding the king, but the king reproaching his hand. "How is it that you're going to the north and I can't go with you, Jon?" Robert shouted angrily as he slammed his hand's desk. The blow made the papers on the desk fly, scattering a bit. However, despite this, the hand of the king remained firm, looking at his former ward. "That's right, Robert, I have to go to the north. It's time to finalize the agreement between the Night's Watch and House Stark." Jon Arryn replied calmly, internally sighing at his former ward's behavior. "I know that, but why can't I go too?" Robert asked, still with a tone of annoyance, though somewhat calmer. "I also want to see Ned." A sigh escaped Jon's lips as he heard Robert complain like a small child. Even so, he knew what he had to say to his ward. "You know that King's Landing can't be left without the hand and the king at the same time, Robert," Jon Arryn said, trying to make his king understand that it wasn't wise for the capital city to be without the two main figures of power in the kingdom. "Bah, what does that matter? I can appoint a regent while we're away," Robert replied, dismissing his hand's advice. "After all, I'm the king and my orders are law." Another sigh came from Jon Arryn's lips upon hearing his ward say that. He brought a hand to his forehead and shook his head, as it seemed this time it would be more difficult to persuade his former ward. However, he didn't waste time and began to think of a way to prevent Robert from accompanying him to the north. Fortunately, he didn't have to think long to come up with a solution. "I suppose, due to the hierarchy, and since you want to go only with me, you'll leave Joffrey or your wife as temporary regents." The mere mention of the idea that Cersei Lannister, or even the Crown Prince, Joffrey Baratheon, would stay as regents made Robert's tantrum stop at once. The King of Westeros stopped looking at Jon with anger and became thoughtful for a few seconds. Finally, to Jon Arryn's unsurprise, Robert stood up and spoke in a harsh voice. "No, not even if they were the last option. I'd rather leave my horse as regent than either of those two," Robert replied, grimacing. "You see, if you don't trust anyone else, you shouldn't leave the capital, at least not until I return," Jon Arryn commented, putting on the best smile he could to calm his former ward. Seeing Jon's smile, Robert sighed long and hard. Then he looked out the window of the Hand Solar. He saw the sea and imagined himself traveling to the lands of Essos, living among brawls and whores as a mercenary. However, the mere idea of leaving his eldest son as king and his beloved wife to whisper in his ear worried him greatly. Being king is really not what I imagined," Robert said with some sadness in his voice. "Yes, I can imagine, but there was no other choice, Robert," Jon said sadly, while his thoughts drifted to the Eyrie, to the winds that didn't smell of misery and the tranquility of his ancestral home. However, he didn't stay in that state for long, as he had things to clarify before starting his journey to his other ward's castle. "How long will you be away in Ned's lands?" Robert asked, reaching for a cup of wine, some of which had spilled due to the blow the king had previously given the table. "I don't know. Maybe a month at most," What we're about to do has few precedents, but not only that, it's a completely delicate moment. When it's done, several nobles will jump up demanding a piece of land for second or third sons. Jon Arryn replied realistically, anticipating what would happen. Do you think they would dare to raise their banners in rebellion? Robert asked, with a tone of voice that had some longing. This was because he wasn't a statesman king, but a warrior, and all these years of peace had taken their toll. He needed some action, to hit idiots with his warhammer, to break the skulls of other warriors. I don't think so. They wouldn't be that stupid, but there will be some shouting and insults, but nothing more, to our good fortune. Hearing that response, Robert was a bit disappointed, but not enough for Jon to think Robert was bloodthirsty. Despite wanting some action, he didn't desire a full-scale war. I suppose you have everything prepared, right? Robert asked with a smile on his face, as he knew his old tutor. Yes. Jon replied with a smile as well. The Lord of the Vale had prepared the draft of the document that would seal the return of the new gift to the north for some time. The truth was that he had delayed it because he wanted to have solid evidence that he could do this with peace of mind. Although this document should be reviewed by the Grand Maester, as he is the representative of the conclave in the royal court, I'm afraid I can't let this be public yet, at least not entirely. That's why I had my personal Maester draft the document. This allowed me to personally write the paragraphs that make up each part, focusing on citing some past actions to give it more value. Jon Arryn thought as he looked at the wine on his table. Moving his hand, he took the cup and drank a sip. Will you take your family with you? Robert asked, making Jon look at him. Upon hearing Robert's question, Jon shook his head. As much as he wanted his son to meet his cousins, the northern climate might not be good for him, at least not for now. His son was not in the best of health, and it was preferable that he did not get sicker, as he could not allow his heir to die. No, Robert and Lysa will stay in King's Landing. I understand, I suppose it's because of my namesake's illness, right? Robert asked, almost tactlessly. Hearing the way his king asked, Jon just sighed, as there was not much he could do, for that was how Robert was. Even so, he replied. Yes, that has a lot to do with it. Although I'm afraid Lysa herself also influenced it. Really? Doesn't she want to see her sister and nephews? Robert asked, confused, as he did not understand why Lysa did not want to see her family. No, for some reason Lysa doesn't want to travel to see Catelyn. Although I suppose it's to be expected. Jon replied with some sadness in his voice. Is that so? Yes, I suppose she doesn't want to see how her sister has had a larger family than hers. I see. Robert responded to his former tutor's words. How will you make the trip? I don't think you'll do it by land, right? Oh, of course I won't do it by land. Jon replied with a smile. My bones are no longer up for such tiring journeys. Ha, ha, ha. Robert laughed amusingly, then looked affectionately at the old lord. You don't seem that old, Jon. I'm sure you still have many years ahead of you. Hearing his king's words, Jon Arryn smiled amusedly. I hope the gods hear you, Robert. I know they will, said the king as he got up from the chair, which creaked as it was no longer under so much tension. I'll leave you to finish your preparations for the trip. Thank you, Robert. It was good talking to you. Jon replied, watching his king leave his solar, accompanied by the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, who followed him like a shadow as soon as he stepped out. When the door closed, Jon sighed, knowing that when he arrived in the north, a very exhausting political task would begin. Fortunately, he had asked Ned to start planting the idea that the new gift would be returned, preparing potential new lords to develop those lands as soon as possible. I hope everything goes well, Jon said quietly, smiling, as he would be away from this city for a good while. While it was true that he was the second most powerful man in the kingdom, the burden of that power was great for his old bones, and he hoped that breathing the air of the north, clean air free of these unpleasant smells, would allow him to regain strength to return to this viper's nest and continue cleaning up Robert's messes so that the kingdom would not be destroyed. As high 297 AC. The night sky covering the City of Shadows was devoid of stars and moon, giving the city an even more sinister appearance. Unlike other cities in the world, an unsettling calm reigned in the darkness here. The only sounds that could be heard came from some houses and the docks. Inside the city, a person could be seen walking stealthily. He didn't do it carefully, it seemed that moving that way was natural for him. He wore leather armor, which had no steel straps but was riveted at the joints, and where it was not possible to rivet, the pieces were tied with wool cords. This person turned out to be John, who was infiltrating the city to investigate the whereabouts of the seal stone that was supposedly here. John had gone out alone to explore this city while his friends provided an alibi at the docks, as if something happened, they couldn't blame the crew of the Star Wolf. This was necessary after the small incident that occurred in Yin, so, wanting to avoid problems, he had planned to be more cautious, as he might return to this port with more merchandise, this time from Lem. So right now, the bastard son of Eddard Stark was walking through the streets of the city, keeping a low profile, avoiding using any potion or spell that would help him be stealthier, as he did not know the capabilities of the sorcerers and warlocks of this city. So far, I haven't found anything about the seal stone. John thought with some impatience, wishing to find a clue soon to plan what to do. Although I haven't found anything about the stone, I have come across some scenes that are more than questionable. No, what the warlocks and shadowbinders do in this city is not questionable, it is abhorrent. One thing is to do blood magic, but to reach the conjuration and summoning of beings like those, no, this is beyond morally questionable. The reason for John's thought was simple, he had found in some shadowbinders' houses people summoning demons to make pacts. The beings that had been conjured had no defined physical form, to John, they were just amorphous shadows, at least the vast majority. In one of the houses, he saw how a pair of shadowbinders, a man and a woman, were copulating with a demon each, and that was a sight that almost made him vomit. I have already covered half of the city, but I haven't. John's thoughts were interrupted when he felt a nauseating air. It wasn't the river that glowed with a sickly green color on one side of the path, no, that sensation was magic, but not normal magic, it was conjuration magic. Feeling a hunch, John began to walk towards where he perceived that presence. He quickened his pace a bit, but without drawing attention. Thus, he managed to reach the origin of that magic a little faster than he would have just by walking. The place where that magic originated was none other than a huge mansion in the most prestigious and wealthy area of the city. The mansion stood solitary in the middle of a desolate landscape, as all the houses in this area were surrounded by empty fields. The structure presented a dark and threatening silhouette, especially thanks to its high towers and battlements, which in the darkness of the night seemed like skeletal fingers reaching towards the sky, as if trying to scratch the clouds. The stone walls, eroded by time, were covered with moss and lichens, giving the mansion an ancient and abandoned appearance. The windows, tall and narrow, were dimly lit, showing that there were people inside. Realizing this, John began to walk slowly until he reached the entrance gate. This gate was made of solid wood and wrought iron, slightly covered with rust. John knew it would creak if he opened it, so he decided to take a big leap, managing to pass over the low walls that surrounded the entire mansion grounds. This place really looks abandoned, John thought as he saw the entrance courtyard. It was full of weeds and debris, creating an even more sinister atmosphere. Walking very carefully, he avoided the branches that could make noise in that absolute silence. Therefore, wishing to avoid being heard, John advanced by dodging the branches. His walk was complicated, as it was not easy to avoid so many obstacles, but he managed to reach the end, standing under one of the windows. There, he could hear a voice. The voice was raspy, low, and almost guttural. The owner of the voice did not speak in the common tongue or High Valyrian, but in Yetish. What the hell is a Yetish doing in this place? It's not normal for those from that. John's thoughts faded when he felt the aura of the place intensify, almost making him vomit. That aura was strange, but the cold it emanated was not like the coldest places he had experienced, like the lands beyond the wall. This cold is not normal, this cold is from beyond the grave, that means. Again, John's thoughts were interrupted, this time because he was forced to jump forward, falling to the ground. He quickly got up. As he did, he saw how a demon, which was a shadow with some humanoid features, stood in front of him. In the hands of that shadow was a long sword, also made of shadows. Seeing that incorporate being, John quickly took Gandravar. He had decided to use his sword, not a normal one, because he was in a city of mags, and anything here might not be cut by mundane weapons. Standing tall, the last apprentice of the Dovahkiin looked at his enemy, at those empty holes that were supposed to be the eyes of the shadow. The shadow seemed to observe John for a few seconds until the mansion door opened, allowing him to see that, indeed, there were Yetish inside that place. John saw them arrive and shout some words he did not understand, but he assumed it was an order to attack, as at that moment the shadow moved its hand and, floating at great speed, launched itself against him. John watched as the shadow moved quickly, but he could keep up with it. He jumped to the side and dodged a descending diagonal slash. That slash was fast and precise. The sword wielded by the shadow was incredibly sharp, something John confirmed when the tree behind him was split in two without difficulty. That sword must cut through mundane armor like paper. John thought as he spun around. Taking advantage of the momentum, he launched a descending diagonal slash at the shadow. The shadow perceived John's attack and, with great speed, turned and moved its own sword to intercept it. The sound of metal clashing resonated in the air as the weapons collided. The force of John's blow surpassed that of the shadow, forcing it to retreat. This elicited gasps of surprise from the Yetish who were watching the scene. Noticing their reaction, John deduced that they expected the shadow's sword to cut through his weapon and kill him with a single precise blow. However, killing him would not be so easy. Smiling under his hood, John seized the moment and took the initiative. The bastard son of Ned Stark began to launch a series of strikes against the shadow. This forced the incorporeal being to stay on the defensive for a few moments. However, when it found an opportunity, the shadow began to counterattack. The battle unfolding in the mansion's courtyard was of such caliber that the Yetish did not dare to interfere, fearing death in the midst of the two monsters. Fear began to invade their hearts, making their legs tremble like jelly. John rolled on the ground to dodge an attack from the shadow, which left a deep groove where its sword had passed. When he got back up, he quickly approached the shadow, determined to finish it off. However, when he tried to land a direct blow, the shadow dematerialized, moving to another location. That's new, John thought, surprised. It was the first time he had faced an enemy like this, capable of dematerializing. This is going to prolong the fight. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard the crunch of a breaking branch. He quickly turned and saw one of the Yetish charging at him, sword in hand. That surprise attack should have caught him off guard, but fortunately, John had learned not to let his guard down completely and to always be aware of his surroundings during a fight. Moving to the side, he managed to dodge the attack, which passed dangerously close to his body. Although it might seem risky, for John it was an opportunity. He took advantage of the movement and quickly drew a dagger from his belt. In an agile gesture, John raised the dagger and stabbed the Yetish in the jaw, piercing his skull from below. The tip of the dagger protruded from the top, with slight traces of brain matter clinging to it. That action ended the attacker's life, but John knew he couldn't stop there. Quickly, he withdrew the dagger and threw it at another Yetish who was standing with his hand on the hilt of his sword. The dagger flew at great speed, threatening to hit the Yetish, but before that could happen, the shadow intervened. Moving swiftly, it deflected the dagger with an agile movement of its sword. The shadow's reaction took John by surprise, as it had not acted that way with the other Yetish. Seeing this, John's mind began to calculate what was happening. However, he didn't have much time to reflect, as the shadow charged at him. Seeing his enemy charging, John did not hesitate. He tightened his grip on his sword and ran to meet the shadow. They met in the center of their trajectories and, upon doing so, began to fight again. Unlike the first encounter, this time the fight seemed more balanced, with John and the shadow exchanging blows at an impressive speed. The swords moved so fast they seemed like blurs in the air. However, the clear balance was broken when, suddenly, the shadow made a strange movement with its hand. At first glance, that movement didn't seem special, but John knew what it meant. It's using magic. John thought with panic and concern, as it was the first time he had seen a being like that use magic. Before the astonished eyes of the Bastard of Winterfell, the first fireball since his training with his master was heading towards him at a speed that could be considered deadly for anyone. The fireball was so fast that John was forced to create a barrier called Ward, one of the few spells from the 4th era of Tamriel that he could use. That barrier stopped the impact, but it weakened, shrinking from the size of a shield covering Jon's entire front to a small buckler. Damn, that fireball was strong. It's the first time my ward has weakened so much, almost to the point of breaking. Jon thought, surprised. He didn't have much time to process it, as he saw the shadow move its hand again. The shadow's action made him prepare for another fireball, but this time no fiery ball came out. Instead, the shadow slammed its hand against the ground. This confused Jon, but the confusion quickly turned to surprise and panic when he heard the sound of the earth moving. Without even looking, Jon jumped back, narrowly avoiding the shadow blade that appeared from the ground, which tore part of his boot. From the ground appeared a shadow sword blade, the size of an ordinary pike. It was completely formed of darkness and was as thick as 3 great sword blades together. The edge was incredibly sharp. The tear in Jon's boot, barely grazed by the blade, was clear proof of its danger. Jon fell somewhat roughly, but managed not to lose his balance, which would have been a fatal mistake. Turning his attention back to the shadow, he debated internally whether to use magic or not. The doubt tormented him, as using magic would reveal him, attracting the attention of all the warlocks and summoned demons nearby. He knew that if that happened, he would be forced to flee alone, as his friends would be hunted down without adequate protection. Unfortunately, the shadow didn't give him time to decide. It quickly charged at him. Seeing the shadow charge, Jon stood up and ran, this time with greater speed. Therefore, upon reaching it, he stopped and used the momentum to launch a powerful descending slash. The shadow covered itself by placing its sword horizontally, but the force of the attack was such that the blade descended, leaving it vulnerable to a direct thrust. Although it seemed like a good opportunity, Jon couldn't take advantage of it, as the shadow moved its other hand and created a shadow spear that extended directly towards his face. Seeing the spear heading towards his face, Jon didn't think twice and moved aside, but not quickly enough, causing the spear to cut his left cheek. The blood initially flowed like a tear, then formed a thin thread that dripped to the ground. Despite the minor wound, Jon didn't stop. He released his sword and, using the palm of his hand, pushed it towards the shadow. The blade moved with great speed, but the shadow became incorporeal before the blade could reach it. After becoming intangible, the shadow moved away from Jon, but that turned out to be a fatal mistake, as it had been protecting the Yetish. Jon didn't know exactly why, but he sensed it was something important. Now he had an opportunity to kill him. Quickly, he spun around and, with a swift movement, kicked the hilt of his sword. Gandravar shot out like a crossbow bolt, striking the Yetish's body. The sword embedded deeply in his chest, leaving only the hilt and guard outside. The blade pierced his heart, destroying it and pinning him against the house wall. Blood gushed from the Yetish's mouth and Wound, who exhaled his last breath at that very moment. At the same time, the shadow let out a high-pitched scream that forced Jon to cover his ears. When the sound ceased, Jon looked to where the shadow had been and was surprised to see no trace of it. In its place, there was only a dark, thick puddle. Approaching cautiously, Jon looked at the puddle and, taking a twig, stirred it. The twig moved with difficulty, showing that the liquid was dense. It didn't smell like anything, neither good nor bad, but being near it gave him a strange feeling. Stopping his play with the puddle, Eddard Stark's son stood up, as he had been kneeling, and began to walk towards the house, determined to uncover the secrets hidden inside. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And here is the chapter, XD. We enter Ashai of the Shadows, a place about which we have little information, so I hope my interpretation of that place is to your liking. We see that Jon and his friends have managed to obtain money, a lot of money. Now they are insanely rich, too much, I fear. I have also included some references to Daenerys' past and the rest of the Starwolf crew. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 42. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 42. Ash-High 297 AC. The room John was in was sparsely furnished, with only a few shelves and books accompanied by scrolls. Apart from that, there was nothing else, except for large amounts of dust and cobwebs. This place is really abandoned, John murmured to himself as he looked ahead. The bastard son of Ned Stark had entered the mansion not long ago and had been checking every corner for a while. However, the only thing he had found was dust and cobwebs, and not a single clue showing how they were summoning those creatures. Damn, it seems I only have one place left to check, the basement of this mansion, John said as he walked through the room, which was located at the back of the building, being the only room on that side. Walking a bit reached the door leading to the basement. At first glance, the door didn't seem special, just an ordinary door. However, John wasn't sure if it could be enchanted or some kind of trap. Despite the doubt, the Dovahkian's apprentice stood in front of the door and, extending a hand, took the knob. As his hand approached the knob, John kept his guard up, alert, as he didn't know what he might find behind that door. When he touched it, he felt the cold steel, but nothing else. That made him sigh in relief. It seems it's not enchanted, John thought with some relief, as he wasn't in a condition to deal with a curse at that moment. The door emitted a sharp creak as it opened. As soon as it did, a strong smell of incense and plants flooded John's nose, making him dizzy and confused by the intensity of the aroma. Damn, it smells too strong. It's as if they want to hide something, John thought with some apprehension, as that could mean trouble. With that thought in mind, he saw the stone stairs leading down to the basement. Sighing, John, son of Ashur-dan, wasted no more time and began to descend, leaving the basement door open so that the light could illuminate at least part of the way. However, he couldn't go far, as the scant light entering was not enough to see well, and there were no torches inside the mansion. John sighed in frustration, thinking about which spell he could use to light up the basement. The young bastard had several options: candlelight, which created small luminous spheres that adhered to the walls, Magi-light, which summoned a floating sphere that followed the Magi, and finally, Night Eyes. Each of these spells has its pros and cons, but right now, I don't know what's down there. There could be another one of those creatures waiting for me, so I need to be cautious. Light spells would reveal my position. No, I'll have to use the Night Eyes spell. With that decision, John cast the magic, and his vision adjusted, allowing him to see the basement in shades of black and white. By the blood of my ancestors, John murmured as he saw what was there. Although he sensed something strange was happening, the strong smell of incense had been a clear warning. But what he saw exceeded his expectations. A large number of corpses opened up, showing their entrails. The bodies showed varying degrees of decomposition, some were already bloated, while others still kept some freshness. The corpses were not scattered randomly. They were arranged in such a way that the blood had flowed in a circular pattern on the floor. As he approached, John knelt and realized that the blood had not formed that pattern naturally but ran through small channels carved into the floor. It looks like a summoning rune, but it doesn't feel like Nirn's magic. This wasn't done with the power of a seal stone, John commented, somewhat disappointed, thinking he had wasted his time. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed something else, some documents scattered on a rickety table. What is this? John asked, approaching. Standing in front of the table, he took the documents, only to discover that he couldn't understand anything, as they were written in Yiddish. Frustrated, John flipped through the pages, hoping to find something in High Valyrian, at least to get a clue about what they said. But he had no luck. Everything was in the unknown language. Damn. This is really bad luck, John muttered. However, his words got caught in his throat when he saw something on the last page. It was a map. It wasn't very detailed, but it clearly showed two places. One was Ash-High, and the other, well, John didn't know which city it was, but he was sure Sam would know. Smiling at this discovery, John stored all the documents. Maybe Samwell could understand something, or if they hired several interpreters, they could decipher what was written on those pages. Shadowlands 297 AC. The steps of the entire Starwolf crew were slow, as the path they were traversing was not easy to navigate. They walked in a single file, with Ghost and John at the front, while the rest of the crew followed behind, with Ed and Tolit bringing up the rear. Everyone wore armor and their respective weapons, along with equipment they normally didn't use on land journeys, climbing gear. In their enchanted bags, they carried several hooks, ropes, and potions that helped them traverse the difficult terrain more easily. "Damn, this place is terrifying," said PYP apprehensively, looking around. "Don't even mention it. This place is anything but normal. The air here is strange, and let's not talk about the damn fish that live in this shitty river, those things are really ugly," commented Gren as he observed the river they were following as a guide. John and his friends walked along the banks of the Ash River, whose course flowed into the city of Ashai. The river had the peculiarity of being black during the day, but when night fell, its waters took on a strange phosphorescent green hue. From what little they knew, its waters were not drinkable, and the fish that lived there were not fit for human consumption. "At least we won't have to eat those fish or drink that water," said Sam as he looked at the river, which to his eyes was a dull grey, just like the rest of the landscape. Everything in that valley seemed to be in shades of grey. The reason was simple: they were in the infamous Shadow Valley, a place situated between mountains, where there was only light at noon. During the rest of the day, everything remained in darkness, except for the faint illumination offered by the phosphorescent waters of the river. The reason Sam and the rest of the crew saw everything in grayscale was due to the Night Eyes potions they had ingested. That potion gave them the ability to see in the dark, something very useful for moving through that place. "I really don't know what we would do without the potions John gave us," said Daenerys as she watched John advance calmly. "We'd surely be carrying torches and being visible to the creatures that roam around here," responded Edison pessimistically, looking around cautiously. The words of the son of House Tolit reminded everyone that they couldn't let their guard down in that place, as it was said that very unusual creatures roamed the area. Hoping to go unnoticed, John had provided everyone with Night Eyes potions so they could walk without torches and thus keep their hands free for combat. "How much further do you think, John?" asked Edison. "I don't know, but I hope not much," John replied without taking his eyes off the front. The bastard son of Eddard Stark saw the path he had to follow to reach his destination, the cadaver city of Stygai. One of the drawings on the map he had found showed the location of Stygai, a city in ruins. I remember Sam only mentioned that place after triangulating the distance on the Ashai map that was in the navigation room. John thought, recalling how his friend had turned pale when he pronounced the name of the place. "And I don't blame him, this place has a pretty dark reputation. But that makes it the best place for a seal stone to be. If it doesn't have a user, that thing must have infected everything with its aura, creating the eerie atmosphere here." After those thoughts, John's mind wandered to another question. What could be in the cadaver city? He knew that seal stones usually created defenses to protect themselves, as long as they didn't have a user. In that case, the natural defenses of the place became more dangerous, as had happened in the Summer Isles and Yeti. If a human were linked to the stone, they would gain powers through it. If I'm lucky, it will be like in Tall Trees Town, an inexperienced in magic and combat. John thought, hoping his opponent wouldn't be a warrior. Although such an adversary couldn't use the full power of the seal stone, they could empower themselves enough to become a threat. But if I'm the unluckiest, it will be a damn warlock. Although I don't think they could use the full potential of the stone, they would surely be more powerful than the other two, and that would cause me problems. John returned to reality just in time, as both he and Ghost heard faint footsteps. "John?" asked Daenerys as she saw John abruptly stop, but her cry of surprise erupted when he drew his sword and, with a swift movement, lunged towards her. John's action left everyone stunned. But their surprise increased when they saw John direct a thrust to the right, just beside Daenerys. The sword embedded itself in a humanoid that appeared from the shadows. "Take defensive positions, we're surrounded," John shouted. The group, still in shock, reacted at once and, in less than a second, formed a defensive circle. It didn't take long before the footsteps grew louder. In a matter of moments, they found themselves surrounded by humanoids strange to their eyes. They were beings with horns, extremely pale skin, almost as white as milk. Their eyes burned like glowing embers, and their teeth were sharp. In their hands, the nails were more like claws, as black as obsidian. By the seven, what are these things? PYP shouted, terrified by what he saw. No one answered. Not only because they didn't know what those creatures were, but because they didn't have time. Those beings lunged at them like a pack of hungry dogs in search of meat. Those beings moved at a speed far superior to that of humans, something that matched their extraordinary strength. This became clear when they attacked the Starwolf crew with their claws. Their attacks were simple, as if they were more wild animals than sentient beings. Even so, their strength forced several crew members to retreat, breaking the improvised formation they had set up. Daenerys, being the one with the least combat experience, was suffering more than the others. The young princess moved Dark Sister with all the skill she had, managing to deflect the attacks as best she could, but she couldn't land a direct hit, something that contrasted with the skill of her companions. Glancing slightly, Daenerys saw how her friends dispatched the enemies one by one. Despite being surrounded, they dodged the attacks with agility, and after each dodge, they counterattacked with such precision that they struck vital points, killing the humanoids. However, not all deaths were clean. Those beings moved faster than a common human could follow. I'm the only one who can't handle this. Daenerys thought, frustrated to see how her friends eliminated the enemies while she had barely managed to keep one at bay. Feeling frustration consuming her, Daenerys launched a direct strike at the humanoid in front of her. The attack was fast and loaded with all her strength, so the humanoid had no time to dodge it. Instead of retreating, it raised its obsidian claws to deflect the blade. Although it managed to deflect the attack by mere millimeters, the humanoid's fate did not change. The sharp Valyrian steel blade cut off its thumb, allowing the sword to continue its trajectory towards the enemy's neck, which was cleanly severed. The humanoid's head fell to the ground and rolled into the waters of the Ash River. After contemplating the scene, Daenerys turned her head and saw that her friends had already finished off the other humanoids. Looking around, she saw the corpses lying at her companions' feet. The bodies around Gren, PYP, Ed, and Sam showed cuts and stab wounds in vital points, while those surrounding Jon, who had killed more enemies, were split in two. Others had their throats torn out, courtesy of Ghost's jaws. "What the hell are these things?" asked Gren, approaching to move one of the corpses with his foot. Now that they could see them up close, the crew could better examine the beings that had attacked them. "They look like demons," commented Sam, recalling the little he had read about demons in the Citadel's books. "Really?" asked PYP skeptically, unable to imagine demons that way. "Well, that's how the Citadel's books describe them," replied Sam, bringing a hand to his chin. "Although, with everything we've seen since traveling with Jon, something tells me those descriptions aren't entirely accurate." "Why do you think that?" asked Daenerys, approaching Sam, who looked her directly in the eyes. "The information about these beings and others considered mythological comes from ancient stories. Over time, that information degrades and changes as it is passed down orally. Since there haven't been recent sightings, what is known is probably corrupted information." "I see, but how will we know what is a demon and what isn't?" asked Daenerys, observing the horned creatures. "That's easy," replied Jon, kneeling next to one of the many corpses. Taking one of the horns from the body, he broke it with a quick movement. The sound produced by the break was hollow, which caught everyone's attention. The horn was empty inside, something that shouldn't have been possible. "It seems these horns are fake," said Jon with conviction as he examined the horn, recalling the ones used by the wildlings beyond the wall to drink mead. "Fake?" asked Ed, approaching cautiously. "Yes, they are hollow helmets, something like that doesn't occur in nature," replied Jon, crushing the horn with his hand. "That would be true if we were talking about normal living beings, but we're talking about demons, Jon. They could be different," commented Sam, approaching the same corpse from which Jon had torn the horn. "Could be, but I don't think they are demons. I don't sense any magical presence emanating from them." Those words surprised everyone, as they remembered how those beings moved faster than any human. "What? But, remember how they moved. That speed wasn't human," pointed out Gren, emphasizing the fact that those beings were faster than any other they had faced. "That's true, also, they managed to deflect our weapons with their claws. I even saw that Dana's sword had trouble cutting through them, added PYP, referring to Daenerys' sword. That mention surprised Jon. He knew that Valyrian steel was the best steel in the world, extremely resilient, almost indestructible. Not only that, those swords maintained their edge in such a way that they could cut through plate armor. Dany, is that true? Jon asked as he approached the young Targaryen. Your sword didn't cut through their claws. Why yes, when I launched some attacks, he used his claws to deflect my blows. Replied Daenerys with a slight stutter, surprised by Jon's sudden closeness. I see. Said Jon, somewhat surprised, as he hadn't expected that development. He crouched to see more closely the demon Daenerys had killed. Examining the claw where Dark Sister had struck, he noticed it was broken. No, it was splintered. This is incredible, this shouldn't be possible. Jon thought, impressed by what he saw. The mind of the last apprentice of the Dothraki began to work at full speed, searching for an explanation. After several seconds, he reached a possible conclusion, but he couldn't confirm his theory without capturing one of those demons to find out if they had magic or at least some trace of it. However, before he could say anything, Sam spoke. It seems Jon is right, these aren't demons. Sam's words made everyone look at him, including Jon. What do you mean? Asked Ed, stopping his observation of the supposed demons' bodies. How are you so sure they aren't? Because of this. Replied Sam, taking the head of the demon whose horn Jon had broken, and showed what was left of it. Sam's friends approached, but seeing the place he pointed to, they were confused, as they saw nothing out of the ordinary. What do you want to show us, Sam? Asked Grenn, puzzled, while looking at the others, sharing his confusion. Grenn's question reflected the same doubt everyone had. Sam blinked, surprised they didn't see what he did. A few seconds later, he remembered they hadn't understood his point, so, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he explained in more detail. Look here, at the place where the horns are on the head. Said Sam, pointing more closely to the area in question. Everyone's eyes followed the direction Sam pointed to, and although it wasn't entirely clear at first, they finally noticed what he was trying to show. The skin around the horns was full of scabs and scars, as if there had been suture wounds. What the hell? Exclaimed Ed in surprise. It wasn't necessary to be a scholar to understand what that meant. Recalling the grotesque habits of some wildling clans that mutilated their bodies or those of their enemies, that vision was familiar, though disturbing. It seems they sewed the horns to their heads. Said PYP sarcastically, emphasizing what everyone was seeing. We noticed that, PYP, but, why would they do that? Asked Grenn, intrigued. I have no idea, but maybe it's for the same reason the mountain clans do things like this. Ed intervened, drawing his friend's attention. What things do those mountain clans do? Asked Daenerys with a mix of curiosity and fear, as she didn't know what Ed was referring to, nor did some of the others. Well, they do many things. Some tear off parts of their bodies to burn them, others cut off ears or those of their enemies. I don't know much more, as in the area where I lived there weren't many attacks from those clans, but in other parts of the Vale, there were, replied Ed, providing a more detailed view of the clan's customs. Ed's explanation offered a clearer picture of how some mountain clans could behave, although it still didn't fully explain the strange characteristics of these beings. The eyes that glowed like embers, the superhuman speed, and above all, the claws capable of withstanding the blows of a Valyrian steel sword, although not for long, remained an enigma. Even if they are just humans, how do we explain the speed and strength, as well as those claws? Asked Grenn, directing his gaze towards his friends. Yes, Grenn is right. Those guys moved much faster than a normal person. How is that possible? Added PYP, with the same concern. The questions from both young men created an uncomfortable silence that lasted a few minutes until Jon finally broke it. The bastard son of Ned Stark let out a long sigh, drawing the attention of his friends. What's wrong, Jon? Asked Sam, with a hunch that what he was about to hear wouldn't be encouraging. I think I have a theory. I hope I'm wrong, but from what I've seen, although I don't detect traces of magic, I feel that the seal stone is involved in this. Jon's words sent a chill through everyone, as that stone, unlike others, seemed to have a more dangerous host or a different way of operating. Are you sure? Asked Daenerys, with a slight stutter, feeling the chill run through her body. No, I'm not, but I have a hunch that it's true. John replied in a somber tone, aware that this was the worst possible scenario. Damn, murmured PYP, understanding the gravity of the situation. He was terrified, and probably everyone was, except John and Ghost. Everyone's gazes began to focus on each member of the group, looking for some sign of strength in the others, something to motivate them to continue. So, what do we do? Asked Sam, turning his gaze away from his friends and directing it to John. As soon as John heard the question, he felt the weight of leadership fall overwhelmingly on his shoulders. His friend had entrusted him with the responsibility of deciding what to do from that point on. Although John normally wouldn't have trouble making a decision, at that moment, the last apprentice of the Davakian was unsure. He knew the journey would become more dangerous, and he didn't want to expose his friends, who didn't have the same abilities as he did. The silence caused by John's indecision made his friends worry, as they had never seen him like this. However, they understood that John hesitated because he feared for their safety, and that concern moved them, as it meant their friend truly cared for them. Seeing that concern in John, each of them made their own decision. Isn't it obvious, said Gren quickly, drawing the attention of his friends. We have to continue. That's right. We've come this far, added PYP with a smile, trying to dispel the insecurities he felt. True. It would be a pain to go back. Besides, I always imagined finding death in worse places than this, commented Ed with his usual fatalistic humor, trying to lighten the mood. Daenerys said nothing but nodded, showing she agreed to continue. Sam also nodded, showing his approval. Seeing these reactions, John was surprised, but still smiled. Only one phrase crossed his mind. They're crazy. John thought as he saw his friends nod, but he was glad for it. Well, I guess there's nothing more to decide. Let's go, we have to find a seal stone, said John with a smile as he looked north, where Stygia should be. The sun was high in the sky, showing it was noon. Therefore, the entire Shadow Valley was now illuminated. The daylight reflected off the ruins of the citadel of Stygia. That city, considered a complete ruin, was not in as bad a state as John and his friends had imagined. The city seemed to have been carved directly into the stone. In a way, it reminded John of Markarth, a city in Skyrim that his master had once told him about. Stygia consisted of several levels, all connected by completely destroyed stairs. There were multiple walls, all dividing the different levels, with arches at each entrance. By the seven. If this city looks like this in ruins, what must it have been like when it was in good condition? Asked Ed, surprised as he saw the place. I understand, commented John, seeing the ruins. Although he was not an expert in sieges, as he had never been in one, the city seemed like a well-defensible bastion. Yes, the walls were in ruins, but they still offered some protection. Despite its state, it is still a very resilient bastion. John's words were met with nods from everyone, as it was clear that the city could be defended with relative ease. PYP, look through your spyglass and tell me what you see. Okay, responded the former mime at his friend's request. Taking the spyglass from his enchanted bag, PYP extended it and began to carefully see the visible parts of the ruin of Stygia. Through the spyglass, PYP noticed that, although the city was a ruin, there were parts of the walls that had been repaired, as the coloration of the stone in those sections was different. Additionally, some sections of the paths and stairs were also being restored. This surprised him quite a bit, as it showed that the fortress was being prepared to be inhabited again. However, what affected him the most was what he saw patrolling the walls. Damn! PYP whispered, frowning. What happened? Asked John, surprised by his friend's reaction. There are several of those horned guys walking along the ruined walls. Also, parts of the walls and paths are being repaired. What? Said John, extending his hand for PYP to lend him the spyglass. When he had it in his hand, John looked through it and saw that PYP was right. What the hell is going on? Why are they repairing the city? Although it's a good defensive bastion, this place is too poorly located to be a habitable city in the long term. There are no nearby food sources, and the only practical trade route would be the Ash River and the port of Ashai. The only way this place could be sustainable is by conquering the port of Ashai to use it as a supply source, something similar to what we do in the north during long winters. John thought as he saw the city. Unlike PYP, John focused on the city's entrances, all guarded by several of those beings. This puzzled John, but not as much as the way they moved. Although they had already met some of those beings on the way, now, seeing them from a distance, he could see their behavior more clearly. They move more like zombies than normal humans. John thought, watching them walk aimlessly. Stopping his observation, he decided to ask the person who knew the most about this in their group. He extended his hand with the spyglass to Sam. Sam, what can you tell me about the way those guys walk? John's question confused Sam a bit, but he still took the spyglass and looked at the inhabitants of Stygia. His eyes studied how they moved and behaved. He was lucky enough to see two of them start clumsily hitting each other. This is strange, they don't behave like normal people, more like. Sam thought, seeing the scene. What have you deduced, Sam? John asked curiously. They act as if they were under the effects of having ingested large amounts of milk of the poppy. Sam replied. Milk of the poppy, asked Daenerys curiously, as she had not heard of it. What is that? It's a concoction made from the poppy flower, princess. It's used as an anesthetic and sedative to relieve pain. Sam explained, moving the spyglass away from his face. Wow, it sounds useful. If you take that, you could keep fighting despite the pain, commented PYP with a smile. We should have some for when things get tough, and we get injured. I don't recommend it. Sam quickly replied, drawing his friend's attention. Huh? Why? It sounds very useful, asked PYP, confused by Sam's opposition. Because that stuff is addictive and creates dependency. Sam replied, beginning to explain the side effects of that drink. The young former Citadel student narrated that, although milk of the poppy helps with pain, it leaves you in a state similar to a zombie upon waking. Additionally, over time, the body adapts to its consumption, making it less effective with each use. Yeah, I think we're better off without that stuff, said PYP, shaking his head vehemently. That's true. Besides, we have the potions John has produced, added Gren with a smile. Those work better and don't have those side effects. That's right, commented Daenerys, who had still been silent, listening attentively about the milk of the poppy. The topic of dependency disgusted her, as she deduced that the concoction must not be cheap and could cause problems for people. John, who had disconnected from the conversation about milk of the poppy, was seeing his friends. He was thinking about how to enter the city, as he had seen that if they entered through the main gate, they would attract the attention of everything inside. No matter how strong he was, he would be overwhelmed if they surrounded and attacked him in such a way that he couldn't defend himself. What are you thinking about, John? Asked Ed, noticing that his friend had a serious expression. That, although he liked it, also made John seem more dangerous than usual. About how to get in. We can't do it through the main gate. John replied directly, drawing everyone's attention. Hearing their friend's response, everyone approached and looked towards the ruined city. It was clear that entering through the main gate wouldn't be easy, but they didn't have many other options either. They didn't know the city, and moving through the valley wasn't easy. Although it was illuminated for the moment, they knew it would be shrouded in darkness once noon passed, something they had discovered days ago. They had been traveling from Ashai for almost a week, and the time to explore the place was limited. Additionally, the valley was too dangerous to split up. We can't explore everything without exposing ourselves to ambushes. Those guys attacked us all along the way. The only thing that seems to keep them at bay is the sun, and it won't be here for long, commented Ed, one of the few with knowledge of basic military tactics. That's true, added Sam, who also knew that finding secondary entrances in such a short time was impossible. Those words dampened the spirits a bit, as everyone knew that if they didn't find another way in, they would have to do it through the main gate, which would alert those inside the ruins. Silence took over the group until Daenerys had an idea. Stygia was a city once, right? She asked, drawing the attention of her friends. That's right, John replied, curious, as it was unusual for Daenerys to take part in stake partitions. Then, there must be sewers, right? Daenerys's question made everyone's eyes slowly widen, understanding what she meant. That's true, John whispered, surprised, as he began to consider the possibility. What Daenerys had said made sense. Cities always had drainage systems to eliminate waste, and that could be their way in. It was very likely that it wasn't protected by troops, or if it was, there wouldn't be many. What do you think about looking for the sewers to enter Stygia? Jon asked, looking at the rest. It's a good idea. Those places are usually not guarded, commented Sam with a smile. Besides, they are always built in specific places. Sam's last comment piqued everyone's curiosity, as they didn't fully understand what he meant. Sewers are usually near rivers or seas, and as you can see, we are surrounded by mountains, so they don't have an outlet to the sea. That leaves us with only one choice. Sam added, while taking the spyglass and, taking advantage of the remaining light, began to search for possible entrances to the city's drainage system. Minutes passed, and the valley grew darker, but no one made a sound or moved to avoid distracting Sam. Everyone knew that once the place was shrouded in darkness, the wisest thing would be to take shelter to avoid being found by the creatures patrolling the area. It seems we won't have any luck today, Jon thought, beginning to consider that they would have to wait until the next day. However, those pessimistic thoughts vanished when suddenly, Sam spoke with a smile. I found it, Sam said with a triumphant expression as he put the spyglass aside and pointed to a part of the outer walls. Or at least the most likely place where it could be. Everyone looked where Sam was pointing and smiled as they stood up, having been sitting and waiting. Well, then, let's go, Jon said with a smile. After those words, they began to walk, taking advantage of the remaining light. When the sun completely set, they all drank the Night Eyes potion again to continue advancing undetected. After walking for a good while, more than 2 hours, they finally reached the entrance to the sewers. The place was dug below the first wall, on the eastern side, hidden among nearby rocks. It's really incredible that you found this place so quickly, Sam, Jon commented as he saw the sewer. It was a semicircular construction through which a bit of water trickled, which, by its color, seemed to come from the Ash River. Yes, Sam. This place seems invisible at first glance, commented Daenerys, who was particularly surprised, as Sam had mentioned during the journey what the site they were looking for was like. How did you figure it out? Gren asked, curious to know how his friend had found the place. The way the wall was at this end, was Sam's sincere response, who had intuited that this part of the barrier, with a slight curve compared to the rest of the wall, concealed something. Well, it seems you were right, commented PYP with a smile as he saw the entrance. Yes, but how do we get in? In case you didn't notice, it has a grate made of what I suppose is wrought iron, Ed pointed out, indicating the grate in front of them. It won't be easy to remove it without making noise. That's true, we would need a file and file very hard. Sam's words died in his throat when Jon took a step back. Unsheathing Gandravar, he activated a noose weapon and made several cuts. Jon's sword was covered in flames and, with surprising ease, cut through the iron, breaking the grate completely. Or we can just let Jon use magic to clear the way, Ed said sarcastically, watching as Jon sheathed his sword and took the grate with one hand. Jon, using his strength, tore off the grate and, trying to make as little noise as possible, set it aside. Then he looked at his friends, nodded, and began to enter. Jon's friends watched him as he ventured into the sewer, and without wasting time, they followed him. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Finally, Chapter 42 is ready, XD. We see that the group is venturing into lands that are scarcely explored in the canon, so I hope this interpretation is to your liking. Finally, we see that Jon and his group have gone for the penultimate seal stone and have taken Daenerys. This might be a mistake since she is not as well trained as the rest. What will happen and what will they find inside those ruins? Well, we will see that in the next chapter. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 43. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 43. Shadowlands 297 AC. The constant sound of dripping echoed as John and the rest of the Starwolf crew examined the waste drainage system of the ruined city. This place was a vaulted stone tunnel, covered in moss and mold, causing the young men to feel nauseous and an almost inhuman urge to vomit. By the 7. I'll never agree to enter through a sewer again. PYP commented with disgust, looking at his pants soaked by the stagnant water from the first sections of the path. Yeah, I don't want to enter a place like this again either. Added Gren, who, unlike his big-eared friend, wasn't looking at his clothes but was observing ahead, examining the area. Gren wasn't the only one. John and Ghost, who were at the head of the column, were also scanning every corner for threats. Although he listened to his friends, John thought the same as they did. The infiltration journey had started well, with them barely stepping into light puddles of water. However, that changed after several minutes of travel when they reached a cistern, or at least the first of them. The place was filled with stagnant water, smelling almost as bad as the slums of King's Landing. At that moment, everyone tried to find a way around it, as no one wanted to dive in. But there was no alternative. Reluctantly, everyone except Daenerys submerged and swam. The young princess was carried on John's shoulders, being the only one who managed to stay dry. It seems we're lucky, we haven't encountered any of those weird guys or anything else, commented Ed with some relief as he looked ahead. The rest of his friends thought the same and nodded. However, the atmosphere changed when they heard the echo of heavy footsteps approaching. Hearing them, they looked at each other and sighed. Great, it seems Ed's mouth has gotten us into trouble again. Gren whispered, putting a hand to his forehead. Yeah. Ed, please don't say positive things again. It seems you bring us bad luck when you do. PYP commented sarcastically. Ed Ison simply shrugged upon hearing this. Yeah, I guess you're right. Although I don't think it will be easy for them to find us. I mean, it's not like any of us made a loud noise. P.O.O.R. Ed's words stopped when they heard a flatulence resonating in the place. Everyone turned their heads towards the origin of the sound, Samwell. Seeing his companion's looks, Samwell smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to do at that moment. By the 7, you had to ruin it, literally, right, Sam? Gren asked with some annoyance. Sorry. I couldn't hold it any longer. Samwell apologized, trying to hide his face, embarrassed. Sam's apology didn't do much to alleviate the group's annoyance, but no one said anything else, as John wasted no time and began giving orders. Quick, we have to hide. John ordered, looking around. His sensitive hearing had picked up the footsteps getting closer and closer, but he couldn't determine the distance due to the echo the footsteps generated in the tunnel. John's friends imitated their leader and began to look for places to hide. Without wasting time, everyone moved quickly and positioned themselves in various areas of the sewer. The young men crouched behind the columns supporting the place. Although the cover wasn't perfect, it provided enough concealment to plan a surprise attack. Even without saying anything, everyone understood the need for a quick stealth attack to prevent their enemies from raising the alarm. Everyone's eyes were focused on the only path where they could appear. Thanks to the night vision potion, they could see better than with a torch. Thus, they spotted faint shadows advancing. Slowly, each of them slid a hand towards their secondary weapons, their daggers. They gripped the handles of their daggers, waiting for the right moment. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long, as those individuals finally appeared within their range of vision. The intruders walked like any other group, except they wore iron masks that seemed embedded in their faces, using a liquid that could only be described as blood. Gulp was the faint sound of Daenerys swallowing, a noise so low it went unnoticed by those beings walking through the tunnel. They knew they wouldn't last long hidden, as those individuals, like them, seemed to see in the dark without the need for potions or spells. Everyone felt their hearts pounding as the tension grew. John watched as one of those figures passed close to him, with his guard down. It was a temptation for John, who felt the urge to attack him at once. However, he knew he couldn't do anything until the others were in position to eliminate the rest of the enemies. John waited a few moments longer until he finally saw the right moment. Without wasting time, he let out a roar, more beastly than human. That roar was the signal for the rest of the crew and, at the same time, distracted those beings. Those creatures turned their heads towards John, a fatal mistake. In a matter of seconds, they were stabbed in various parts of their bodies. "Ha!" was the cry of the Starwolf crew as they used their weapons to finish off their enemies. Ed, the first to move and catch his enemy, stabbed his dagger into the throat of one of the creatures, causing a quick death as it choked on its own blood. Gren and PYP, for their part, repeatedly stabbed the jugulars of two other creatures, falling on them and pinning them to the ground. Sam, on the other hand, was luckier than the others, managing to stab his dagger into the eye slit of his target, cutting into the brain and killing it instantly. Although everyone had quickly eliminated their opponents, Daenerys was the exception. "Ugh!" Daenerys growled, struggling with the creature she had targeted. She had been a bit slow to attack, allowing the creature to catch the blade of her dagger between its hands. Now, the young Targaryen was fighting with all her strength not to lose her weapon. Daenerys' struggle caught the attention of Ghost, who had a blooded snout, evidence of the throat he had just torn out. The direwolf looked at the creature attacking Daenerys and, without hesitation, lunged at it. Ghost covered the distance quickly, and thanks to his stealth, took the creature by surprise, biting its leg. The bite made the creature release the dagger, and Daenerys, who had been pushing to stab it, was finally able to deliver a direct blow. The blade slid into the creature's jugular, easily piercing it. Blood gushed from the wound in the neck, splattering Daenerys' face. Surprised, she dropped the dagger and took a few steps back. When she managed to steady herself, she noticed her friends looking at her with concern. "Are you okay, Dany?" Sam asked with concern, approaching her. "Are you hurt?" Hearing the question, Daenerys shook her head. She had no injuries. "No, I'm not hurt. I was just surprised that the blood splattered so much," she responded sincerely, trying to smile. However, the blood on her face had an unexpected effect. Please, princess, don't smile with a blooded face," PYP asked, stuttering as he looked at her. The combination of the blood and the dim light accentuated Daenerys' features, and her smile seemed that of a madwoman. "Huh?" Daenerys asked, confused. "Why? Do I look bad?" "No, it's not that, it's just that smiling with blood on your face doesn't make you look good," Sam replied, scratching his neck uncomfortably. "That's true, you look scary like that," added Edison Tollett, bluntly. Gren nodded in agreement, making Daenerys feel embarrassed and cover her face with her hand. She lowered her hand only when Jon wiped her face with a damp cloth. "Jon?" Daenerys asked, confused as she felt the cloth cleaning her face. Processing it, a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. "There, you're better now," Jon commented, looking her in the eyes. The rest of the Starwolf crew smiled at Jon's gesture, finding it amusing that their friend cared about Daenerys' appearance. "Thank you, Jon," Daenerys said, with a touch of embarrassment in her voice, ashamed that he had to clean her. "No problem. It's not good to have blood on your face, it could dry on your eyelids and make it hard to see until you wash it off," Jon said quickly, trying to avoid his friends drawing strange conclusions. However, he had been too slow, and they were already looking at him mischievously. "Yeah, sure, Jon, you did it because..." PYP's sarcastic words were interrupted when, suddenly, a purple vortex opened at their feet. The sudden appearance of that vortex made everyone's eyes widen, completely taking them by surprise. "What is this?" Gren shouted, panicking, as it was the first time he had seen something like that. "I don't know," Sam responded, who, despite the ring of valor Jon had given him, was scared by what was happening. He looked to his left, seeking an answer from the person he expected to know what was going on. However, to his astonishment, Jon was just as surprised, something that left Randyll Tarly's son stunned. The purple vortex glowed intensely and, with a force that surpassed even Jon's, pulled the group of friends, sucking them in and making them disappear. When all the Starwolf crew members were absorbed, the vortex vanished, leaving behind only the corpses of the creatures lying in the sewer. Hundreds of torches illuminated what must have once been the Great Hall of the city of Stygia. That place, where the most powerful of the city once gathered, was now a ruin similar to the halls of Harrenhal Castle. The dome, which was once oval, was now full of holes, allowing glimpses of the darkness that enveloped this almost eternal valley. The windows lacked glass and were cracked in several places, making the wind sound like wails as it passed through them. The place seemed empty, except for the torches and a single individual, who was sitting on a throne of black, oily stone. That individual was none other than the Sorcerer Lord, the self-proclaimed 69th Yellow God Emperor. The Sorcerer Lord was, strangely enough, an imposing man, standing over 2 meters tall. Although he appeared to be burly, this was hard to confirm, as he wore long, loose black robes. His face was not visible, covered by what could only be described as the skull of an elk. The man sat calmly, legs crossed, observing what rested on his thighs. On the Sorcerer Lord's thighs lay a peculiar-looking staff. It was not made of wood, but of dragon bone, topped with 4 black iron spikes, in the center of which levitated a seal stone. "My lord," whispered a voice directly into the Sorcerer Lord's mind. It was a voice as soft as silk, sweet as honey, with a touch of flattery. Those words made the Sorcerer Lord open his eyes, showing a glow similar to burning embers. "It seems there are intruders." "Intruders?" the Sorcerer Lord asked as he uncrossed his legs and sat up straight. "Yes, my lord." The voice quickly responded. "It seems they are the individuals we observed on the banks of the Ash River. Somehow, they have managed to enter the city through the ancient sewers." I see, that's excellent. They have arrived just when I ran out of subjects for my little experiments." The Sorcerer Lord commented with malice and sadism, as he stood up from the throne and took a few steps forward. Once he was a few meters from the throne, he raised the staff and began to concentrate on magic. The gem at the tip of the staff started to radiate an energy so intense that it could be perceived by beings sensitive to magic. However, this was not a problem, as the entire city of Stygia was protected by a powerful barrier that prevented magic from being detected outside the hall and some nearby rooms. When the Sorcerer Lord felt he had accumulated enough energy, he struck the staff against the ground, causing a circular rune with the symbol of the O in Daedric language to appear on the floor. The rune glowed intensely for a few seconds before moving to the center of the hall. When it stopped, it began to emit a new glow, forming a vortex from which 6 humans and a wolf were expelled. The group was thrown out, falling clumsily and rolling several meters. To the Sorcerer Lord's eyes, they seemed like ordinary humans, at least at first glance. However, when he focused on the platinum-haired girl, clearly a descendant of the Valyrians, he perceived a powerful magical energy in her. A cruel smile formed on his lips as he realized that this girl could be more useful than many of his lesser servants. The latter had once been ordinary humans who decided to serve him in the hope of gaining power in Yeti. But that changed when he found that stone, a stone that revealed his true lineage and taught him magic unknown to all. That magic allowed me to reward my servants in the best way, taking their abilities to the maximum possible, although, in the end, they proved unworthy and lost their minds. The Sorcerer Lord thought with slight amusement, recalling with joy the screams of his loyal servants as their flesh was molded like clay, making them stronger and faster than ordinary humans. His memory, however, was interrupted when his advisor's voice spoke again. "My lord. That brat, the one next to the wolf, is dangerous." The words of his usually calm advisor made the Sorcerer Lord look closely at the young man in question, and he soon discovered that he was right. That boy, barely a child, had a magical presence so strong that it far eclipsed that of the Valyrian girl. This awakened in the Sorcerer Lord a desire to kill him, not because he recognized him, but simply because his advisor was right, that brat stood for a danger to his plans. Focusing his gaze, he watched as the young people began to get up. Determined to eliminate that potential danger, he raised his hand and concentrated a large amount of magical energy in it. He visualized in his mind what he would do. He imagined a huge fireball, and upon releasing his spell, it materialized. A gigantic fireball flew towards the young man next to the wolf. The rest of the young people screamed upon noticing the threat, but as they spoke in an unknown language, the Sorcerer Lord paid them no attention and simply watched, confidently, as his spell would eliminate the potential enemy. "John," was the cry that all the friends of the Bastard of Winterfell let out as they saw a huge fireball approaching their friend. The crew of the Starwolf had been completely disoriented after being absorbed by that purple vortex, and their confusion only increased when they were expelled into a large ruined hall. They had fallen clumsily, so it took them a few moments to get up. When they managed to stand, they saw a hooded man, dressed in loose black robes and with his face hidden behind an elk skull, who suddenly launched a gigantic fireball at John. Time seemed to slow down in the eyes of John's friends, who did not take their eyes off what was happening, at least, until the fireball exploded, generating an explosion that engulfed John and Ghost, his faithful wolf, who was by his side. Boom! The explosion was enormous, much larger than the ones John usually caused when conjuring fireballs, generating air currents that dragged his friends across the floor. "Ah!" was the collective scream of everyone as they were dragged like dry leaves in the wind. John's friends ended up several meters away from the explosion zone. When they finally managed to stop, they began to get up, albeit slowly, as their bodies had sustained minor but painful injuries. "John!" shouted Gren, who was the first to stand up and look towards the explosion zone, where a dense curtain of smoke hid what were surely the charred remains of his friend. "John!" "Ghost!" shouted Sam, PYP, and Ed in surprise and terror at not seeing John appear from the smoke cloud, fearing the worst. While John's friends shouted, Daenerys remained mute, staring at the smoke curtain in shock, unable to believe that John had not come out of there to counterattack the one responsible for the attack. "Bastard!" shouted Gren, gritting his teeth in anger. Ignoring the pain in his muscles, he quickly got up and charged at the hooded man. Gren's steps were heavy but fast, and they managed to catch the attention of the hooded man, who was seeing the smoke cloud with a posture that denoted satisfaction. When he heard Gren's footsteps, he turned and looked at him intently. Gren, noticing that the hooded man was watching him, quickened his pace, but what happened next left everyone speechless. In the blink of an eye, the hooded man disappeared and reappeared behind Gren. How did he move so fast? Gren screamed in his mind, seeing the shadow of the hooded man behind him. He hadn't even had time to turn his head. The hooded man didn't waste a second and raised his staff, ready to strike Gren on the head with the lower tip and kill him with a single blow. Damn! Gren thought, panicking as he saw the blow coming towards a point he couldn't defend. He knew that even though it seemed like just a stick, that blow would be enough to crack his head like a nut. He could only see his death approaching as his friends shouted his name. Gren, his friends shouted in horror, running in a desperate attempt to save him, although they knew they wouldn't make it in time. However, just before the hooded man's blow reached Gren, a throwing knife intercepted it, stopping the attack cold. That action caused everyone to stop, including the hooded man, who didn't understand what had happened, at least, until someone spoke. "You know, it's annoying to get fireballs in the face more than once. Don't you know any other spells?" John asked, as he walked calmly towards them, appearing from the smoke cloud. The bastard walked with firm steps alongside his faithful wolf, who also advanced as if nothing had happened. Both seemed unscathed, although, if one looked closely, one could see pieces of charred clothing on John and singed fur on Ghost. John's reappearance caused his friends to let out a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces, showing the joy of seeing their friend back. "John!" they exclaimed with joy upon seeing him reappear. While John's friends celebrated, the hooded man was surprised and confused, unable to understand how John was still alive after receiving such a direct attack. In his mind, it was impossible for John to have survived without even raising a magical barrier. However, he didn't have time to react, as John launched himself at him, unsheathing Gandravar as he charged. John's speed surprised the hooded man, who had never seen anyone move so fast. Taking advantage of that surprise, John reached him and, with a quick movement, launched a direct thrust at the hooded man's chest. However, to John's bad luck, the hooded man reacted in time and, using his staff, deflected the attack. John's sword sparked as it was deflected, leaving him in a vulnerable position. The hooded man took advantage of this, raising his hand to conjure another fireball. John's friends saw how their friend was about to be attacked again, but before they could say anything, John abruptly stopped, planting his left leg and gaining momentum in the opposite direction. This allowed him to raise his other hand, in which he held his dagger. The hooded man's eyes widened under his mask as he saw the dagger aimed at his chest. Despite his powerful magic, He had no physical defense, and he knew that a direct hit would end him. So, gritting his teeth, he used the same technique as before to dodge Gren. In John's eyes, the hooded man disappeared, leaving him in shock. He couldn't understand how that guy moved so fast. What the hell? John screamed in his mind, unable to process what he had just seen. He knew the hooded man hadn't moved simply by running or jumping, he had disappeared from the spot. Did you see that? Gren asked his friends, who had approached him after seeing the confrontation. Yeah, that guy just disappeared. PYP responded, as surprised as the others. I don't know, but it seems even John doesn't know what happened. Ed replied, observing his friend, who was still motionless, surprised by what had seen. While his friends talked, John's mind raced, trying to find an explanation for his enemy's power. He knew it was related to the stone in his staff, but his thoughts were interrupted when the hooded man reappeared in the same place from where he had attacked Gren. Upon reappearing, the hooded man fixed his gaze on John, seeing his determination and the strength he emanated. It seems you are someone exceptional, boy. The hooded man said in High Valyrian, a language he knew well and that they surely also understood. John and Daenerys's eyes widened upon hearing the language, as they were the ones who understood it best. The rest of the crew also caught something, but not at the same level. I have an offer for you. Are you willing to listen to me? My lord, don't do this. That brat is dangerous. Kill him, you must kill him right now, shouted the voice that the sorcerer lord believed to be his best advisor, sounding clearly panicked. Shut up, the sorcerer lord responded, tired of the shrill voice that had become his advisor. Who says I won't kill him? But first, I want to know everything I can about why he is so strong. Maybe that way I can make my subordinates become perfect beings like me. After those statements, the sorcerer lord expected his advisor to oppose, saying it was a bad idea. However, none of that happened. Instead, the advisor remained silent. Join you? The young man asked in confusion, as if he didn't understand what was being said. That brought a smile to the sorcerer lord's face, as he saw two possibilities: either the brat was naive, or the bastard dared to play with him. From what he had seen, the latter seemed more likely. That's right. I know it sounds unexpected, but I really want you to join me, the sorcerer lord asked, using a kind voice to mask his true intentions. In the Yetish man's mind, the young man was nothing more than a fish, and his words, the bait to catch and then kill him. Wow, that's a strange request, especially after you tried to kill me, said the young man, bringing a hand to his chin, emphasizing his clear bewilderment. Hearing those words, the sorcerer lord simply apologized, claiming he had attacked him because he considered him a threat to his life. Then, he gave a quick explanation of who he was and what he wanted from him, not sparing lies and promises of gold, women, and vast territories in exchange for his services to reconquer the Golden Empire of Yeti. Wow, you do offer a lot of things, said the young man in a somewhat cheerful voice, which made the sorcerer lord smile even more. Although, it's a shame they are just lies and that you plan to kill us right here. The young man's words made the sorcerer lord smile, amused that the boy had seen through his tricks where others had easily fallen. Ha, 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 ha. The sorcerer lord laughed with amusement upon hearing the boy's response. His laughter confused the young man and his friends, who didn't understand the reason for that reaction. What they didn't know was that the sorcerer lord had only negotiated to buy time and complete a spell. Now that it was finished, he just needed to release it. Wow, you are really perceptive, but that doesn't matter, I finished what I was doing. So, die, the sorcerer lord shouted as he struck the ground with his staff, generating several runes with the symbol of the conjuration school. The runes glowed for a few seconds, blinding everyone except the sorcerer lord. When the light faded, the entire hall was filled with the sorcerer lord's servants, surrounding the intruders. Seeing this, the sorcerer lord smiled and prepared himself. The earlier battle with the boy had shown him that he was strong, but now he couldn't handle so many enemies at once, and if he somehow managed to resist, he could always attack him from behind. John's eyes remained fixed on the sorcerer lord's servants. Discovering who he really was had been a surprise for him. He didn't expect the third pretender to the throne of the Golden Empire of Yeti to be that same dark being. He found it amusing, Hilarious and ironic, he had fled the city of Yun as a criminal and now stood before the last aspirant to the God Emperor's throne. It seems fate wants me to rid Yi of the pretenders. That's strange and annoying, but there must be a reason why those stones fell into the hands of these two usurpers, although it doesn't matter, in the end. I just have to take them from them. Jon thought as he shifted his gaze from the Sorcerer Lord's servants. The situation he and his friends found themselves in seemed desperate, surrounded by terribly dangerous enemies. Now that the light allowed them to see better, they managed to distinguish their features, and what they saw filled them with repulsion. The demons that the Starwolf crew had imagined as infernal creatures turned out to be humans, although their appearance was horrifying. All had disfigured faces, their eyelids had been torn off, revealing eyes that glowed unnaturally. They were bald, and the horns they bore seemed crudely grafted, with blood dripping from the sutures, some of which were infected, using pus and blood. Their faces showed stitches almost all over, and their lips had been torn off, exposing sharp, menacing teeth. Additionally, their noses had been removed, leaving a grotesque nasal cavity. The claws that seemed made of obsidian turned out to be blades attached to their fingers. Their skin was pale and sickly, and black veins ran through their bodies like branches of a poisoned tree. They wore only loincloths and had shackles on their wrists and ankles. These demons seemed like beasts, growling and adopting postures that betrayed their intention to attack without order or mercy. Jon's friends watched their enemies closely, who outnumbered them 3 to 1. There are so many. PYP whispered, swallowing hard. Yes, many heads to cut. Gren whispered in response, feeling his hands tremble, not only from worry but also from anticipation. This was the perfect moment to prove everything he knew. Yes, many heads to cut, even ours. Added Ed with irony, holding his sword in a low guard. Guys, don't die, and if you do, don't haunt me, but if I die, I'll bother you for eternity. Ed's words brought smiles to his friends, who found his comment amusing. Don't worry, Ed, we won't die today. Sam responded confidently as he looked ahead, assessing their enemies. Are you ready, Princess? Hearing Sam's question, Daenerys stopped looking at those surrounding them and turned her gaze to him. Her face reflected fear, something understandable, as she still wasn't fully accustomed to combat. Even so, despite her fear, she was determined to show that she could defend herself and wouldn't always be a damsel in distress. Why yes, I'm ready. Daenerys responded with a slight stutter, taking a defensive stance with Dark Sister in her hands. Good, then, let's get ready. Sam whispered, also tightening his grip on his weapon. Jon. Sam's call made Jon look towards where his friends were and saw that they had all taken a defensive position in a circle. His friends had taken advantage of the conversation between him and the Sorcerer Lord to draw their shields, aware that if they were attacked, they would need something to help protect them, especially thanks to the enchantments on their shields. These enchantments granted them resistance to magic, reducing the effectiveness of magical attacks. This was the reason Jon had bothered to parley with the Sorcerer Lord, knowing that bastard would try to kill them. Additionally, Jon wasn't stupid and had felt the increase in magical power when someone prepares a spell. Therefore, he had signaled to his friends with his hand to show what to do. Now, seeing that they were ready, he smiled and looked at the Sorcerer Lord. Well, it seems there's no turning back, and I was tempted for a second to accept your proposal. What a shame, but you're wrong. The one who will die here today won't be us, it will be you, Sorcerer Lord. Jon said, smiling mockingly as he rested Gandravar on his shoulder, adopting a relaxed posture intended to provoke his enemy. Fortunately for Jon, his tactic worked perfectly, provoking the Sorcerer Lord's fury, who shouted to his subordinates, "Attack!" With that shout, the Sorcerer Lord's demons attacked the Starwolf crew like an uncontrolled tide. They moved quickly, and just a few seconds after their master gave the order, Jon issued his own. Guys, now. Jon's shout was followed by quick movements from his friends, who made small strikes on the hilts of their weapons. This movement, which might seem insignificant to anyone, had a purpose: to activate the enchantment of GLYPHS on each of their swords. Jon had prepared the GLYPHS and explained how to insert them into the slots he had made in the hilts of their weapons. The crew's swords were covered in fire, giving them an appearance similar to the flaming swords used by some red priests, but, in reality, these flames didn't consume the steel, they symbolized the activation of their enchantments. "Hold your ground and don't give up an inch," Ed shouted as he raised his shield and covered himself with it. The shield they used was rectangular, made of oak wood reinforced with steel on the edges. It was the same type of shield as his friend's, weighing a little over 3 kilos. Unlike common shields, it wasn't held with straps but with a central handle, protected by a metal boss shaped like a half-sphere, allowing for a better grip and offensive use of the shield. With their shields raised, the crew of the Starwolf held their swords close, ready to attack while defending themselves. All of Jon's friends' hands were sweating more than usual as they awaited the attack, which, for better or worse, came faster than they expected. When the tide of demons got close enough, they began to attack. "Gah!" were the cries of pain let out by the demons as they were cut by the swords of the Starwolf crew, which not only injured them but also caused them to burst into flames with each strike of the fiery blades. "Keep going, don't stop attacking," shouted Gren as he and his friends cut their way through their enemies with their weapons. That battle, impossible to win for such a small group, was dominated thanks to the enchanted weapons. Although the demons were strong, the simple fact that they burst into flames at the first contact with the blade meant that a single hit, even if blocked, was enough to make them explode. This caused the number of demons to slowly decrease, leaving behind the smell of burning flesh emanating from the charred bodies. While his friends fought against the Sorcerer Lord's demons, Jon did his part. Unlike them, he didn't use an enchantment on his sword, at least not one like theirs, although he was using the Igneous Weapon spell to achieve a similar effect. However, he killed more enemies, as he could fight much more efficiently. Jon moved his sword upward, splitting a demon in two. Its body burst into flames as the wound cauterized, and the remains flew to the feet of the Sorcerer Lord, who watched everything in shock, as if that shouldn't be happening. "Hey, hey!" Jon laughed amusingly to get the Yetish man's attention. "Didn't I tell you, neither my friends nor I will die here? You are the one who will fall." After saying those words, a demon tried to attack Jon from behind, but was stopped when Ghost silently and quickly pounced, tearing out its throat and leaving it to die choking on its own black blood. The wolf stood next to his master, baring his teeth at the Sorcerer Lord, who tightened his grip on his staff. "Do you think that just by defeating my most defective creations you can win?" asked the Sorcerer Lord as he approached Jon, who was watching his friends fight their enemies. "In the end, it doesn't matter if they kill everyone in this room. I have thousands outside. This will be a battle they cannot win, but I won't let them deprive me of my servants. So, I'll take care of all of them. But first, I'll take care of you." After that shout, the Sorcerer Lord raised his hand and launched a large fireball at Jon. Seeing it, Jon didn't dodge, knowing that if he did, it would hit his friends. Knowing he would have to fight while protecting them, Jon wasted no time and charged his enemy. His steps were quick, and in seconds, Jon found himself in front of the fireball. Moving Gandravar, he split the ball in two, dissipating it. With the spell vanished, he looked ahead and saw the Sorcerer Lord. Without wasting a second, he launched himself at him as soon as he touched the ground. Jon's speed was dizzying. In an instant, he reached the Sorcerer Lord, but he moved to the side, dodging Jon's vertical attack, which missed by a hair and hit the ground. Crack! The ground cracked, creating a small crater where the Sorcerer Lord had been. "You're strong, brat. But don't think you can beat me," shouted the Sorcerer Lord as he conjured several shadow swords. Those swords were launched at Jon like fire projectiles. Seeing this attack, Jon moved, closely followed by Ghost. Both launched themselves at the Sorcerer Lord, with Jon delivering thrusts and cuts that the enemy dodged. For his part, Ghost attacked whenever the Sorcerer Lord lowered his guard, putting himself in vulnerable spots for the wolf. Unfortunately, although he lowered his guard, the Yetish man was aware of the dire wolf's presence, preventing Ghost from sinking his teeth into him. Seeing that he was in danger if he stayed there, the Sorcerer Lord moved, ending up several feet above the battle between Jon's friends and his demons. He saw the scene and noticed that the battle was lost for his most defective servants. He knew he would have to summon other closer servants. However, before he could do so, he saw Jon approaching. The Sorcerer Lord's eyes widened when Jon appeared a few meters away from him, incredulous at what he was seeing. Ned Stark's bastard had jumped from the ground, something that, although complicated, was possible for him, albeit only in a straight line. John's sword was ready to cut the Sorcerer Lord, but before he could do so, the Sorcerer Lord conjured shadow chains with sharp tips, acting as improvised spears. John deflected the attack with Gandharva, losing the momentum of his jump and falling to the ground. John touched the ground and prepared to jump again, but something stopped him. "Ah!" was the scream of panic let out by Daenerys, who had tripped after stepping poorly on a severed demon arm. "Princess!" John's friends shouted as they saw her on the ground, defenseless and at the mercy of a demon approaching, ready to claw her. Seeing this, John got angry. He had promised to protect his friends, and he would. Without wasting time, he was about to launch himself to defend her but was stopped when several ice spears headed towards him. John jumped back. "Do you think I'll let you help them?" shouted the Sorcerer Lord, who was slowly descending to the ground. "Damn!" John thought with panic and anger as he saw his friend in danger. Realizing that the Sorcerer Lord wouldn't let him help, he had to make a quick decision. Without thinking twice, he shouted, "Go, Ghost!" John's shout was at once obeyed by the wolf, who, without hesitation, launched himself at the demons. This action surprised both the Sorcerer Lord and John's friends and the demons. Ghost charged like a bolt fired from a ballista, reaching the demon that was about to kill Daenerys. Upon arrival, he wasted no time and went straight for the demon's throat, tearing it like paper. Then, the wolf continued attacking, biting every demon nearby, giving Daenerys the time she needed to get up. Realizing this, the young Targaryen wasted no time, knowing that Ghost was in more danger than she was. This was confirmed when one of the demons slashed at the wolf, injuring him near his left eye. Ghost let out a sharp cry of pain that echoed throughout the place. That sound traveled to John, who felt a part of his friend's pain, something unusual for a common warg. However, the bond between John and Ghost was stronger than others, allowing Ghost to intuit John's desires. "Ghost!" John and Daenerys shouted in unison. While John watched from afar as his friend was injured, Daenerys saw closely. Guilt began to consume her, knowing that the wolf had been hurt protecting her. However, that guilt quickly turned into rage upon seeing the demon that had hurt Ghost. Without hesitating for a second longer, she jumped to her feet and, screaming with fury, launched herself at the demon. Daenerys' scream made everyone look at her for a few seconds, including the demon that had injured Ghost. Preparing to defend itself, it moved its claws towards the princess, but this time Daenerys' attack had no doubts, only anger. Thus, her attack was precise, cutting off the demon's claw, which burst into flames thanks to the enchantment of Dark Sister. The demon screamed in pain as it burned alive, but its cries were silenced when Daenerys cut it in two, from head to groin. The demon's body fell to the ground, silenced forever. Daenerys' action surprised all the Starwolf crew members, John included, as it was the first time they had seen Daenerys act that way. However, they couldn't watch for long, as their enemies continued attacking them. Meanwhile, Daenerys, guided by rage, began to eliminate every demon she saw. The combination of Valyrian steel and the fire enchantment allowed her to easily finish off her enemies. However, being blinded by anger, she forgot her own safety, so Ghost, recovering from his recent injury, began to cover her, eliminating any demon that approached her. Seeing this, John, who was dodging the Sorcerer Lord's attacks, smiled and, without wasting time, continued attacking his enemy. The Sorcerer Lord, casting spells non-stop at John, watched as he dodged each attack, either by jumping or cutting the spells in two, and deflecting the shadow swords and chains thrown at him. Finally, the Sorcerer Lord realized that John wouldn't give him the opportunity to summon his better servants without doing something different. Looking at the corpses John's friends left in their wake, a macabre idea formed in the Sorcerer Lord's mind, who stopped his attack. John, seeing his enemy cease attacking him, felt a mix of confusion and concern. What is he planning? John thought, sensing something was wrong. It seems you have dealt with my most defective subjects, but don't think this is over. Behold the power that has been granted to me. The power to shape the flesh of anyone at my will, the Sorcerer Lord shouted as he raised his staff in the air. Hearing that, John at once knew what kind of magic that bastard was using. You have to be kidding me. He can use flesh magic. John screamed in his mind, feeling panic. Flesh magic was something the Dovahkian's apprentice knew little about, as even his master knew only the basics. It was dark magic, very dark. This magic could place souls inside humanoid amalgams created from flesh, bones, tendons, and blood, creating true abominations of extraordinary physical strength using living beings as raw material. "Guys, gather and form a dome with your shields," Jon shouted, terrified, knowing he couldn't stop the Sorcerer Lord from casting that spell. Jon's friends were surprised to hear his fearful shout, as it was the first time they had heard him like that. Understanding that something that scared Jon must have the power to destroy everything, they quickly grouped together. With their rectangular shields, they managed to form a more than decent dome, protecting everyone, from Gren to Ghost. Seeing his friends protected behind their enchanted shields, Jon planted his sword in front of him and, using both hands, generated a magical ward, using more than half of his magicka. Fortunately, he did it in time, as a second later, the Sorcerer Lord struck his staff against the ground, unleashing an explosion of blood-colored magic that enveloped the place. The magic hit the Starwolf crew's dome, pushing their shields to the limit, but they all resisted with all their strength to avoid being thrown into the air. "Hold on!" PYP shouted, using all his body weight to keep his shield in place, a gesture imitated by everyone. Meanwhile, Jon watched as his ward began to weaken, although it still held, for the moment. The explosion lasted only a few seconds, during which the screams of terror, pain, and fear of the demons were heard, accompanied by the sounds of flesh tearing and bones breaking. When the magical explosion ceased, Jon and his friends saw a cloud of red smoke in the center of the room, with the Sorcerer Lord at its peak. Ha, ha, ha. The Sorcerer Lord laughed maniacally, ecstatic about what he had done. "You managed to defeat my most defective creations, but now they have been turned into more powerful creatures. I hope this one kills you in the most painful way." After his words, a beastly roar echoed, dissipating the smoke and revealing to Jon and his friends the most horrifying being they had seen so far. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Alright, Chapter 43 is out XD. We're making progress in the plot. We see that this could be the toughest fight for Jon and his friends, and it turns out that it was a mistake for Jon to bring his friends along. Since there is no information about what happens in Ashai or in the lands beyond the Mountains of the Bones, I have to research and invent more things here, but I hope you like it. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 44. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer: I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 44. Shadowlands 297 AC. The being in front of Jon and his friends was enormous, much larger than the giants from Old Nan's stories. No, this monster was so colossal that it could surely kill a giant with a single blow. Its skin had a sickly and repulsive purple hue, resembling rotting flesh, and was covered in fistulas oozing pus and scars from poorly stitched cuts. Its legs were chubby and short compared to its size, and its feet had only 3 toes instead of the usual 5 in humans. Instead of hands at the end of its thick arms, there were stumps from which axe blades of a black, foul-smelling metal appeared. When the smoke dissipated, the monster let out a deep roar and, without wasting time, charged at Jon and his friends. Its steps echoed throughout the room, causing small tremors due to its enormous size. "Damn!" shouted Gren as he saw the giant charging at them, moving at a speed that shouldn't be possible for something so big, or at least that's what they thought. For Jon, however, the giant was somewhat slow, although for any of his friends, it would have been devastatingly fast. "Move!" Jon shouted as he saw the monster approaching and moving one of its arms, ready to deliver a deadly blow that would turn them into minced meat. Hearing Jon's shout, his friends and Ghost ran as fast as they could, although it was obvious they wouldn't escape that attack. Seeing the situation, Jon didn't hesitate and launched himself towards them to help, but was forced to stop when, out of nowhere, a fireball headed towards him. Boom! Boom. The resulting explosions from the fireballs hitting the ground made the place shake, causing John's friends to stumble. They all fell clumsily, something that made Ghost, who had advanced a bit further, stop and look back. The Starwolf crew tried to get up quickly, but barely managed to get to their knees. When they looked up, they saw with horror the Colossus in front of them, raising one of its hands. Time seemed to stop, especially for Daenerys, who watched in absolute terror as the attack fell on them. The monster's arm moved towards them, leaving her with a feeling of helplessness and fear so intense that she felt her insides would loosen at any moment. However, before the blow fell, she heard her friends shout. "Like hell," shouted Gren, planting his shield in the ground. "You think your blows are tough? They're nothing compared to Jon's. Come on, you bastard, give us your best shot." Gren's words made his friends react, and without wasting a second, they positioned themselves behind him, overlapping their shields to form a multi-layered barrier. "You better hope we don't die," Gren shouted PYP as he pressed his body against Gren's to reinforce the barrier. "Yeah, I don't want to die without spending all the gold I have," shouted Edison Tollett, imitating his friends. Alongside his friends, Sam did the same, leaving Daenerys behind. She blinked, stunned, before rushing to support her body and shield with the others. But before the blow landed, Ghost also joined them, trying to cover them as best he could, despite being a wolf. Fewoosh! The whistle of the giant's movement echoed, emitting a sharp sound that increased Jon's friends' fear. However, far from retreating, they let out a collective shout to overcome the terror that gripped them. Crack! The sound of wood breaking filled the air as the Colossus's blow hit Jon's friends' shields, shattering them into splinters. The force of the impact was so brutal that it sent the 5 young people and the wolf flying, landing haphazardly several meters away. The blow had been hard, but fortunately, aside from the damage to their shields, they didn't seem to have mortal wounds. However, when they tried to move, each felt such intense pain that they realized they were more injured than they had imagined. Ugh! Sam groaned as he tried to move, but stopped, completely in pain, seeing that his friends were in the same situation as him, filling him with despair. "Damn it!" Randall Tarly murmured as he tried to move, only for the pain to prevent him from moving a muscle. Everyone's helpless eyes focused on the giant approaching, ready to finish the job and kill them. Each had a revelation at that moment, being so close to death, they all saw their dreams, their sorrows, their goals, and it gave them a new perspective on the life they had lived. They knew that, although they had led a life of adventure thanks to Jon, it pained them not to have reached the end. Even so, they didn't close their eyes, they wouldn't give their enemy that satisfaction. Suddenly, they saw a golden comet heading towards the giant's head, hitting its skull and making it stumble and fall to the side. All eyes were fixed on the monster's fall, and they barely noticed Jon, who was running towards the Colossus, closely followed by the Sorcerer Lord, who was throwing fireballs at high speed. Jon ran at great speed towards his sword. He needed to recover it to deliver the finishing blow to the giant and face the Sorcerer Lord under better conditions. He had been dodging this bastard's attacks for a while, and although his hands were tied, he saw an opportunity. Without thinking twice, he used Piercing Javelin to launch his sword in the form of a spear of light at the giant. Good thing that brute had his guard down. Jon thought as he jumped to the side, dodging another fireball from the Sorcerer Lord. He considered himself lucky that the giant was so unprepared as to not dodge an attack like that. As he approached, Jon took a great leap and saw his sword. It, which had been the core of the magical spear, was embedded up to the hilt in the giant's head. Although it should have been a mortal blow, the giant kept moving, clumsily, but it could still do so. This is strange. No matter what kind of being you are, if you receive a blow of this size to the head, you'd be dead. Jon thought, with a mix of astonishment and disgust, seeing how infected blood oozed from the wound, completely staining his beloved sword. I'll have to clean my sword very well after this. Jon approached the giant's head, getting a few meters from his sword. He knew he couldn't reach it in the usual way, as he felt the Sorcerer Lord launching several fireballs at him. Without wasting a second, he extended his hand and used telekinesis to draw his sword towards him. Jon's sword glowed golden and began to slowly pull out of the giant's head, but before it could escape its prison of rotten flesh, the giant moved one of its axe hands and, with a single blow, drove Gandharva completely into its skull, leaving John stunned by what he saw. That moment of shock caused by surprise made John unable to react well to the attack approaching from behind. So, turning, he did the only thing he could do at that moment. He extended both hands and used Magicka to create a ward. The magical barrier appeared in less than a second, protecting John from the fireballs. Although the ward diminished in power, it didn't break completely. "You thought you could escape from me," the Sorcerer Lord shouted in Yiddish, causing John to understand nothing. John didn't understand anything this guy was trying to say, but he sensed it was surely an attempt at provocation. Something he couldn't fall for, not at a moment when he was unarmed. Damn! John thought as his eyes scanned the entire room, hoping to find at least one of his friend's swords. Even if they weren't like his, they would at least allow him to use his magic for a moment while he thought about how to recover Gandharva. His eyes found a sword in the distance, several meters from where he was, and without wasting time, he headed towards it. He began to move quickly, appearing as a kind of black blur that no normal human should be able to follow, but the Sorcerer Lord was no longer a normal human, so, flying, he positioned himself next to John. "Where do you think you're going?" the Sorcerer Lord shouted, launching several ice spears at John, who, seeing them, began to dodge, moving in a zigzag pattern. However, by doing so, he moved away from the sword, putting himself in an even more complicated situation. TCH. The sound of annoyance came from John's mouth as he dodged the ice spears, which, although they didn't explode like fireballs, froze the floor several meters from where they hit. This turned the battlefield into a place where John had to watch where he stepped, as he could slip and fall if he stepped on the ice. Of course, that was just one of the concerns, as the other was the possibility of an explosion of ice shards, something that wouldn't be good for anyone. John ducked as he ran, seeing a new ice spear pass over his head, cutting a bit of his hair as it passed too close. He turned his head and looked around, searching for another closer sword to use telekinesis and draw it towards him. However, to his bad luck, he saw none. There was nothing closer than the sword he saw in the distance, and he couldn't approach it without exposing himself to his enemy's attacks. "Damn it, I can't go for that sword," he thought in frustration as he jumped back, dodging 5 ice spears that embedded deeper than the earlier ones. John then knew his enemy was using more power to make the spears more resistant and sharper, something that could pierce his mundane armor. Can this get any worse? John's last thought was interrupted when he heard what could only be the giant. Turning his head, he saw how that bastard was within striking distance. No, he was the one within striking distance of the giant, which moved its arm and, without wasting a second, launched a horizontal sweeping attack. The attack was fast, but not something John couldn't dodge, so, flexing his legs, he made a powerful jump and managed to avoid the attack. It, passing just a few centimeters from the ground, sparked when the axes grazed the floor. While John was in the air, he heard the Sorcerer Lord shout something in Yiddish, something he didn't understand and that, frankly, was already getting on his nerves. Quickly looking around, he knew he couldn't get a sword to use his spells, leaving him with only one option, using magic like a normal mage, something he didn't like. There was an important reason behind his specific use of Magicka. Despite having received his master's blood, and with it a stronger body and the ability to use Magicka, he had a flaw: his Magicka reserves were not what one would expect for someone with his master's lineage. This had caused him problems casting spells with just his hands, as they came out very unstable. Fortunately, his master had found a solution, using weapons as catalysts, something similar to what some warriors used in the Second Era. But his master also found a way for John to cast basic spells, overloading them with more Magicka. Unlike any other spellcaster, a name given to mags who cast spells in Nirn, John had to put more magic into each spell, making it more costly from a magical standpoint. Because he didn't have enormous amounts of Magicka in his body, John didn't frequently use spellcaster spells, but at this moment, after seeing how his friends were almost killed and how his precious sword was embedded in the brains of a being made of flesh and, surely, also rotten organs, John's patience had reached its limit. To hell with the consequences, I'll figure out how to kill you with little Magicka. John shouted angrily, clasping his hands together and concentrating a large portion of his Magicka, more than 70% of what he had. He began to prepare his spell, but before it was finished, he felt something approaching from behind. Turning his head, he looked in that direction and saw the Sorcerer Lord launching a huge fireball at him, which spread like a sea of flames. Seeing this, John gritted his teeth and, without losing a second, gathered Magicka in his hands again. A few seconds later, he cast a new spell. From his outstretched hands appeared what could only be described as a powerful lightning bolt, splitting the Sorcerer Lord's torrent of flames in two, greatly surprising him. This lightning bolt was the spell called Thunderbolt, the most powerful standard version of spells that launched a single electric discharge attack. The Thunderbolt was so fast that it split the Sorcerer Lord's attack in two, hitting him squarely and causing him to let out a scream of pain, as he felt a sharp pain throughout his being. John's attack caused the Sorcerer Lord to fall to the ground, not defeated, just incapacitated for the moment. Knowing his enemy would recover soon, John wasted no time and turned to his other enemy. Seeing the giant, who was preparing to deliver a downward blow to crush him like minced meat, John gathered magic in his hands again and this time cast another lightning spell. This spell was called Electrosphere and, as its name suggests, it was a sphere of electricity. The sphere shot out of John's hands at great speed, hitting the giant's face before he finished preparing to attack. The purple sphere exploded on contact, forming a dome of electricity. The force of the attack was so great that the giant's head turned into a bloody mass of flesh and putrid brains, whose remains were scattered all over the place. Some fell on the bodies of John's friends, who expressed their disgust at the sight. John ignored his friends and, without wasting time, quickly grabbed Gandharva to face the Sorcerer Lord. As John had predicted, the Sorcerer Lord had not been defeated by the lightning spell, as he was standing and visibly angry with John for killing his pet. "How dare you!" the Sorcerer Lord shouted angrily, a rage born from the simple fact that John had been able to touch him with magic, something he considered only he should be able to do. The Sorcerer Lord's rage was so great that he began to grit his teeth, causing the gem in his staff to start glowing. Slowly, the whispers he had heard years ago, when he found that gem, filled him with visions of new powers, causing a smile on his face. John couldn't see that smile, so he was taken by surprise when, out of nowhere, the Sorcerer Lord moved his hand and, under John's feet, pillars of rock emerged that acted like claws, closing in on him. "Damn it!" John mentally shouted upon seeing this, at once recognizing the technique used against him. Without losing a second, as he was against the clock, Ned Stark's son used Inu's weapons to infuse his sword with the power of lava. With this, he spun on his own axis and cut the claws before they closed. After that, he didn't waste another second and launched himself at the Sorcerer Lord, as what he had just done didn't give him a good feeling. How can he use Dragon Knight abilities? John thought in panic, knowing that this spell was called Dark Talons. A spell that made claws sprout from the ground to trap and immobilize its target. This was only the first version of the spell, as there were also more advanced variants, which could burn or suffocate, something John did not want to experience. Seeing John running towards him, the Sorcerer Lord smiled and, moving his foot, gave a strong stomp on the ground, causing several rock fragments to begin levitating around him. Seeing this, John was even more surprised, as this ability was called Stone Giant or Stone Fist. With a simple hand movement, the Sorcerer Lord sent those rock fragments towards John at great speed, surpassing even the speed of bolts launched by ballista. Seeing the projectiles, John moved his sword quickly and, without stopping his advance, began to counterattack, cutting them one by one as he continued to approach the Sorcerer Lord. "Damn bastard!" the Sorcerer Lord shouted with some panic. Then, he jumped back and, striking his staff on the ground, caused several chains of darkness to appear again. Unlike the earlier ones, these chains had sharper and longer tips. "Die!" the Sorcerer Lord shouted as he launched the chains at John. The chains began to move chaotically, creating a sort of impenetrable zone that prevented John from approaching the Sorcerer Lord. They moved with such speed and force that even John's enhanced reflexes couldn't predict their trajectory, being hit several times when he tried to enter. John looked at his armor, noticing how part of it had been torn off by the last chain strike, which had enough force to create cracks in the stone floor. "These things are troublesome. If I can't get in, I won't be able to cut off this Sorcerer Lord's damn head," John thought in frustration as he looked at his enemy. Even so, he tried once more to attack him with his sword. John's friends watched in amazement as he tried to enter that seemingly impregnable dome. The group, along with the direwolf, had recovered just in time to see John take down the giant using a lightning sphere, something that surprised them, as he didn't usually use magic that way. "It's incredible. I never thought there would be something that could prevent John from attacking," whispered PYP, who had never imagined something like what was happening. The young man had been one of the least injured, along with Daenerys, as he only had minor wounds, like bruises. "You're right. I never thought I'd see something like that, but it's understandable," in a way commented Sam as he watched the battle in front of him, keeping one eye on it, as the other couldn't open due to the blood dripping down his forehead. "How so?" asked Ed, who was leaning on Sam, as he had fallen badly and had a dislocated left leg, causing him considerable pain. John said that the seal stones give powers, and from what I can see, it seems that guy has had his seal stone for longer than the others," replied Sam, watching how John still couldn't get in and how the Yetish man began to laugh out loud, saying things in his native language. "You know, it's annoying not being able to understand him," commented Gren, who was sitting and leaning against Daenerys, who was supporting him, as the poor girl couldn't be of much help to the young man. "Yes. I'd like to know what he's saying so I could insult him back," added PYP with a somewhat tense smile on his face. "Sure, let's insult the guy who can create flesh giants that can kill us with a single blow. Yes, that's very smart," said Ed with some sarcasm as he rolled his eyes. "Ed is right, it's not smart to do that, but I don't like seeing John like this," pointed out Daenerys as she watched John fight, feeling useless in this battle. "We understand you, but look at us, we're a mess. If we enter that battle, we'll only die," commented Gren with regret, watching helplessly as his friend always fought alone in these kinds of battles. "Maybe we can do something, create an opening for John to get in and finish off that bastard," whispered Ed, his eyes narrowed, both from thinking and from the pain he felt. The words of the always pessimistic young man made all his friends look at him in surprise, something he noticed. "What?" Ed asked with slight annoyance at being looked at like a weirdo. "And nothing, it's just that we didn't expect you to come up with an idea like that without your typical pessimism," replied PYP with an uncomfortable smile. "Yes, that, don't blame us for being surprised every time you don't speak with sarcasm or pessimism," said Gren defensively, looking away. The responses of his two friends made Ed feel even more annoyed, but as much as he wanted to say something else, he couldn't, as they suddenly heard something flying. Looking in that direction, they saw it was John, who had been hit squarely by one of the chains, causing him to fly several meters and end up crashing against a wall. "Ouch, that must hurt," said PYP, grimacing in pain, as that must have hurt a lot. "Yes," added the rest, including Daenerys, who had a grimace on her face seeing her friend take that hit. Even so, they weren't too surprised to see John come out of the wall and grab a piece of rubble to throw at the Sorcerer Lord, causing the chains to destroy that piece of rubble. However, despite the rubble being destroyed, a small fragment hit the Sorcerer Lord's shoulder, causing him to lose control of his spell and end up unprotected. "Wow, it seems John won't need our help," commented Sam with some relief, feeling calm, as he didn't know how to help his friend without putting them all in danger, something that, in their current state, would likely cause the death of one of them. The Sorcerer Lord was unbalanced and astonished, as he hadn't expected that just one stone could destabilize him and make him lose his best defense. When he looked up, he saw his enemy approaching him at great speed, something that terrified him. Even so, in his mind, which was still being constantly attacked with images and knowledge of various spells, he knew what to do. Without thinking twice, he moved a hand, and in his palm appeared 3 pale bluish-green cubes, which moved as if rotating around themselves. With a quick motion, he closed his hand, causing his body to be covered with a sort of translucent blue layer. With this new power, the Sorcerer Lord waited for his enemy to arrive. When he was close, he moved his staff, this time delivering a vertical strike. This seemed to confuse his enemy, at least for a second, because then a crescent-shaped blade made of darkness emerged from it. That crescent moved at great speed towards his enemy, cutting everything in its path. A smile appeared under the Sorcerer Lord's mask when he saw how his enemy was surprised by it. Even so, from what he had seen, this wouldn't be very difficult for him to dodge. And he was right, as that bastard moved to the side and, moving his sword, cut the crescent in half. That sword, It must be mine. Only I deserve a weapon of that caliber and power, thought the Sorcerer Lord with greed and anger, who couldn't allow such a beautiful and powerful weapon to be in the hands of someone like the person he was facing. Unfortunately, he couldn't think any further, as his enemy approached him at great speed and managed to reach where he was. Standing before him, the Sorcerer Lord saw how he began to move his sword. Although close combat wasn't his best skill, he was a Yetish man who had belonged to the army and, therefore, knew how to fight. Taking his staff, he began to fight hand to hand against his enemy. Blows began to be exchanged between them, creating air currents that dispersed throughout the terrain. Although Jon's strength was superior to that of the Sorcerer Lord, he didn't lag behind in the fight, using his staff not to block Jon's attacks, but to deflect them, thus minimizing the force of each blow from Ned Stark's son. "Take this, you son of a bitch," shouted the Sorcerer Lord after deflecting an attack from Jon. While shouting, the Sorcerer Lord moved his staff from bottom to top, creating a new crescent, which was launched at close range to Jon. Seeing this, Jon moved quickly, narrowly dodging that attack. After dodging that attack, the Sorcerer Lord's enemy made several jumps backward, gaining some distance, not because he was overwhelmed, but to launch himself again and have better control in his attack. However, seeing this, the Sorcerer Lord moved his foot and once again used the stone fragments floating around him. With them, he began to launch them in quick waves, preventing his enemy from approaching him easily, all while preparing his dome of chains again. Jon moved his sword, infused with the power of igneous weapons, cutting through each rock that approached him. He had initiated close combat with the Sorcerer Lord, but unfortunately, he hadn't been able to finish him off, as the Sorcerer Lord also knew how to fight. Damn Yetish, what the hell do they teach their soldiers to fight so well? Jon thought, frustrated by the battle, which seemed to reach dead ends every so often, preventing either from winning. I know I have a lot of stamina, but it's not unlimited. If this drags on, I'll reach the point where I can't keep fighting. Jon thought, worried as he continued cutting the stones that approached him and that he couldn't dodge. After breaking that piece of debris, Jon wasted no time and kept advancing, but this time he realized that his enemy was about to cast his earlier spell again, that damn dome of chains. Seeing this, Jon didn't hesitate, as he knew it would be complicated for him. Quickly, he used Piercing Javelin, throwing Gandravar as if it were a spear. The sword, turned into a spear of light by the power of the spell, moved quickly, taking the Sorcerer Lord by surprise, who received the attack squarely in the chest. The blow was so strong that the Sorcerer Lord was sent flying several meters, interrupting his spell. Seeing his enemy down, Jon wasted no time, cursing himself for not having used that spell earlier, as it could have ended the battle much sooner. Damn. I know he's not dead, the light covering him is a magical armor, a very tough one. At most, I must have broken some of that bastard's ribs. Jon thought as he kept running, closing the distance with the Sorcerer Lord. As he ran, he saw his sword, which had bounced off the Sorcerer Lord's magical armor, falling towards him. Without wasting time, he used telekinesis to catch it. With his sword in hand, he used igneous weapons again, as he needed his sword to be enchanted to deal more damage to his enemy. When Jon reached the place where the Sorcerer Lord was, he was already getting up. Seeing him with his guard down, Jon wasted no time and began to attack him. First, he delivered an upward strike, hitting him squarely in the face, lifting the Sorcerer Lord off the ground. But Jon didn't let him fly away. No, he began to deliver such a barrage of blows with his sword that the Sorcerer Lord's body moved from side to side due to the number of hits he was receiving. Despite Jon's high attack speed, the Sorcerer Lord was relatively unscathed, or so it seemed, as he was taking some damage, as shown by the burns appearing on his body or the bruises forming. As he continued attacking, Jon didn't notice that his enemy began to move his hand in the air, gathering magicka. By the time Jon realized it, it was too late, his enemy had finished casting the spell. To Jon's surprise, a sword made of darkness, or rather, the blade of the sword appeared from the ground, heading towards his abdomen. Seeing it, Jon moved his sword but couldn't stop the attack. The blade of the dark sword struck the blade of Gandravar, causing Jon to be sent flying, but not only that, as the dark sword continued to grow, cutting Jon on the sole of his foot. Jon was sent flying, and when he hit the ground, he began to skid, trying to get back up quickly, but he couldn't, as when his foot touched the ground, he grimaced, as the wound was deep. John squinted as he looked at the trail of blood his foot had left while skidding the last few meters. This was not good for him. Damn. I'm wounded in the foot, tch. The wound hurts a lot. That's not a normal wound. John thought as he looked ahead, towards his enemy, who was still there, getting up. The Sorcerer Lord got up slowly, almost as if he couldn't do it properly, something understandable, as although he hadn't received serious injuries, the blows had left him disoriented and confused, at least for a few moments. Even so, John knew that wouldn't last long, so, gritting his teeth, he stood up, despite feeling a sharp pain shooting through his foot. I'll heal later, for now, I have to finish off this bastard, there's no other option. I'll have to use more spells, and all my speed to attack. John thought as he exhaled a bit, without thinking twice. He launched himself at the Sorcerer Lord. Seeing him approach, the Sorcerer Lord began to attack John, creating several dark blades that appeared from the ground, threatening to impale John. Even so, the Bastard of Winterfell continued his advance without stopping, dodging everything in his path. The Sorcerer Lord shouted things John didn't understand as he approached. When he was at a good distance, he used Piercing Javelin again. Unfortunately, that attack missed when the Sorcerer Lord jumped to the side, or so it seemed, as John, seeing that movement, didn't waste a second and, concentrating Magicka in both hands, launched two powerful lightning bolts at his enemy, taking him by surprise. Those lightning bolts hit the Sorcerer Lord squarely, sending him flying several meters, something John took advantage of to follow him without stopping. John grabbed his sword, which was near where he fell, and launched himself to cut his enemy again. This time, the Sorcerer Lord had skidded, so he wasn't lying on the ground like before. That allowed him to launch several fire crescents at John, which exploded upon impact in various places. Those attacks were dodged by John, and luckily, none had fallen near the bastard's friends. John continued dodging the crescents, getting closer and closer. Closer, closer. John thought as he ducked, dodging his enemy's attacks. When he was close again, he thought for a moment about using Piercing Javelin again, but he had already used it twice and doubted his enemy would fall for the same trick. After all, an enemy with common sense wouldn't fall for the same attack twice, but one like this. John didn't know what to do, but he knew he had to attack decisively. Using long-range spells wouldn't be the best, as it would quickly deplete his limited magicka. So, he thought for a moment while ducking to dodge a horizontal crescent. When that attack passed over his head, he came up with something. Standing up again, he struck the ground hard, causing a fragment of the terrain, similar to those used by the Sorcerer Lord, to float beside him. That action surprised the Sorcerer Lord, who couldn't believe John was using the same spell as him. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ned Stark's bastard son hurled the stone at great speed. The speed of the object, combined with the Sorcerer Lord's state of surprise, made it impossible for him to dodge the attack, which hit him squarely, sending him flying once again. Seeing this opportunity, John launched himself at him, using all his strength and speed, despite the wound on his foot. With a great leap, John swung Gandravar at his enemy, hitting him squarely. However, due to the Sorcerer Lord's magical armor, he came out unscathed. His body didn't receive damage from the blade, but he was slammed into the ground, causing a huge crater. The blunt force disoriented the Sorcerer Lord's senses once again, but it seemed that, despite this, John wouldn't win. There was nothing to do if he couldn't overcome that armor. Damn, damn, damn. John mentally shouted in frustration as he continued to strike his enemy hard. The blows caused the Sorcerer Lord to begin embedding into the ground, but nothing more. The wounds his body showed were minimal compared to the punishment he should be receiving. Ha, ha. Was the laugh the Sorcerer Lord began to let out upon seeing John's frustrated face for not being able to hurt him. Although he wanted to say something more, John's constant blows didn't let him speak. John's face filled with rage upon hearing the Sorcerer Lord mock his attempts to kill him. Slowly, his mind began to cloud with anger, and he began to use all his strength, something he usually didn't do because, generally, his mind would hold him back. However, at that moment, which wasn't happening. The blows he delivered were more powerful with each passing second, and while this was happening, his mind, as frustrated as it was, tried to find a way to eliminate that damn magical armor. Damn son of a bitch. John mentally shouted, growing even more frustrated as he saw no way out. He had reached a solution, though costly, as it involved using one of the two objects he had, and losing one of them wasn't something he could take lightly. Feeling even more frustrated by the decision he had to make, John continued attacking, letting out a furious scream that echoed throughout the place. John's scream was more beastly than human, something that scared his friends, who felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing it. However, what they were about to say died in their throats when they saw John pull something out of his enchanted bag. John held in his hand one of the only two existing Dispel Magic Scrolls. An extremely powerful spell, not because it caused damage, but because of its ability to dispel spells and enchantments from everything it touched. Along with another object, of which he only had 3, they were considered by John to be the most valuable gifts his master had left him. Not only because they were very useful, but because John had no way of replicating their power, not even in a degraded version. Gritting his teeth in anger at using such a valuable item, John opened the scroll with one hand. When his hand was covered in smoky-colored energy, he aimed at the Sorcerer Lord's face. A sphere the size of half a fist shot towards him, hitting him squarely. An explosion occurred at the moment of impact, but unlike a normal explosion, this one was more controlled and only covered the Sorcerer Lord completely. The laugh the Sorcerer Lord had been letting out died the moment the translucent blue aura covering him extinguished, leaving him unprotected. Seeing his enemy finally unprotected, John wasted no time and grabbed him by the neck of his robe. He lifted him abruptly and, before he could utter a single spell, delivered a powerful blow to his abdomen, leaving him breathless and bending his body into a V shape. After that blow, John took his sword and, with a quick and precise movement, stabbed Gandravar into his chest, piercing what should be his heart. But it didn't stop there, as seeing what that guy could do with other bodies, John feared he had 2 hearts. So, he pulled out the sword and began stabbing him several more times. Blood began to gush from the wounds the Sorcerer Lord had received all over his chest, as John left no place unstabbed. When he realized the Sorcerer Lord was inert and lifeless, he took his sword and tossed the Yetian's corpse aside like it was nothing. "It's finally over," John whispered with some exhaustion, as the fight had fatigued him both physically and mentally. Right now, he just wanted to leave and sleep on his ship. Wanting to end all this, he moved his hand towards the seal stone on the staff. However, when he was about to take it, the stone came loose from the staff's hooks and, with a quick movement, struck John in the chest. "Gah," was the sound that came out of John's mouth as his body was sent flying, courtesy of the blow he had just received. John ended up falling near his friends, who shouted his name upon seeing him collapse to the ground. Despite having fallen, John got up with difficulty, as the wound on his foot throbbed again, causing him great pain. Gritting his teeth, Ned Stark's son watched as the seal stone floated in the air. "John," said Sam, who had approached his friend, looking worriedly at both him and the seal stone. "Is it normal for that to happen?" "No, at least it hasn't happened until now," John replied as his friend helped him up. "Do you think it's something bad?" asked Gren from further back, showing clear concern in his voice, as they had almost died. Well, they had, but not John as much. "I don't know." John's words died in his throat when he saw how the gem moved and embedded itself in the Sorcerer Lord's chest, sinking into his flesh with a grotesque sound. "Shit," whispered Daenerys in total shock upon seeing that, as she had heard that those stones sometimes seemed like parasites, but this was the first time she had seen it. Daenerys' words caused her friends to look at her in confusion. But before anyone could say anything to her, something incredible happened, and at the same time disturbing and disgusting. Slowly, a purple miasma with reddish tinges began to appear from the Sorcerer Lord's body like a mist, completely covering his body. The miasma started to grow in size, accompanied by grotesque sounds that seemed like bones breaking and rearranging. The whole place fell silent, allowing the grotesque sounds of whatever was happening beneath that mist to be heard clearly. When the sound stopped, the hearts of all John's friends, and even his own, were expectant, watching what would appear from that place. For their good, or perhaps bad luck, the miasma dissipated when a powerful roar was heard, sending a wave so strong that all the young people had to cover their eyes to avoid being blinded by the dust. "Ah!" was the collective scream from John's friends, who, when the wind died down, could see what was in front of them. In front of their eyes stood a monstrous figure in every sense of the word. This being was tall, very tall, measuring over 4 meters, although that was deceptive, as it wasn't fully upright but hunched and crouched. The creature before them looked like a thin humanoid, with a body that didn't have much musculature. No, the most accurate description would be that it was skeletal and emaciated. Its skin was black but completely covered in tangled reddish fur. Where its human legs should have been, there were now legs similar to those of a deer. Its arms were disproportionately larger than its body and ended in dangerous 4-fingered claws, with nails as black as coal. On its back, running along the spine, was a row of spines oozing blood. Its head had been replaced by a deer's skull, whose jaws were filled with sharp, yellowed fangs, with a long, forked tongue. In that skeletal head shone eyes that glowed with nothing but malice, hatred, and what seemed to be a voracious hunger. Finally, something that didn't fit with the whole monstrous appearance was the huge red gem embedded in its chest, radiating an energy so repulsive that Jon Snow felt disgusted just looking at it. In the name of the gods, old and new. What in all 7 hells is that? Asked PYP, fearfully, as sweat formed on his body and limbs, something all his friends, including Jon, were also wondering. The lack of response made all Jon's friends realize that he didn't know what that thing was either. But they didn't have time to think about anything, as in less than a second, that being roared and, before the astonished eyes of Jon and his friends, opened its jaws, beginning to gather what could only be described as magicka. That creature gathered magicka with a speed that left Jon petrified, as it far exceeded his ability to gather magic, something that didn't allow him to see that his enemy was preparing a very powerful attack. When Ned Stark's bastard son realized what was happening, that being cast the spell, which took the form of a powerful black energy beam. That magical attack, unlike anything Jon had seen in his life, was so fast that Jon barely had time to react. Move! Jon shouted as he used all his strength to propel himself and his friends out of the attack's reach. Jon's action saved him and his friends from being incinerated by the beam, which hit the wall behind them, creating a powerful explosion. But not only that, as that being raised its head and the beam shot into the sky, destroying both the wall there and the ceiling it passed through. "Ah!" screamed the crew of the Starwolf upon seeing the entire ceiling destroyed, leaving the place in even greater chaos. When the attack from that monster, for it could no longer be considered the Sorcerer Lord, ended, Jon and his friends saw how the wall that had been behind them had been split in half, something that had also happened to the ceiling. With eyes full of surprise and some fear, Jon and his friends looked at the monster in front of them and, for the first time since his journey began, Jon felt the fear of dying again. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. Finally, Chapter 44 is here, XD. We see the beginning of a new battle, which I hope I have portrayed well. We observe the appearance of a complex type of magic, but not only that, we also see that the seal stones have a will of their own, or at least this one does. About that monster, if you want to know what it looks like, search for an image of a Wendigo, XD. Well, we also see why I previously mentioned that Jon would realize bringing his friends was a mistake, as they are not at the level to face monsters, something Jon has come to realize. In the next chapter, we will have the final round of this fight, and I hope you like it. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 45. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Christmas Marathon 1/3. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 45. Shadowlands 297 AC. The eyes of all the crew members of the Starwolf were fixed on the damage caused by the monster in front of them, reflecting nothing but surprise and terror at the destruction generated. Incredible, was all Samwell could say as he saw the havoc. He had seen firsthand the attacks of Jon and other beings with magic, but this was the first time he had seen something like this, magic in its purest and most devastating form. "Jon, what was that?" asked PYP, paler than he had ever been, even more than with mime makeup. His friend's question wasn't immediately answered, as John didn't know what that attack had been. However, the only thing he was sure of was that it had been pure magic. Gritting his teeth, he began to see the beast in front of him. Its physical form, combined with the fact that it seemed to handle magic so easily, sent a shiver down his spine. Unlike the excitement he had felt when facing powerful enemies in Tree Town, this time there was something else, fear, a fear he hadn't experienced in years. John's silence as a response worried his friends, who were thinking of saying something to him, but before anyone could speak, he interrupted them. "You have to leave," John said firmly and bluntly, surprising his friends. "What?" asked Gren, incredulous. "You heard me. You have to leave. If you stay, you'll get caught in the crossfire." John replied quickly, while slowly moving his hand towards his magic bag as discreetly as possible. After that attack, the monster that had once been the Witch King had limited itself to seeing them. John's words seemed like a blow to his friends' pride. They knew they weren't as strong as him, but they hoped he wouldn't dismiss them so easily. However, instead of resentment, they felt a harsh dose of reality. Looking at each other, they nodded. Turning to John, they asked how to escape, and his response was as simple as it could be. "You have to leave as stealthily as possible, but also quickly, while I distract it." John replied calmly, while searching in his magic bag for what he would need to face the monster in better conditions. John's response made his friends look at him with a mix of concern and acceptance, knowing they had no other choice. "Okay, but how are we going to get out if we're in such bad shape?" asked Ed, aware that, due to their injuries, it would be practically impossible to escape easily. John looked at his friends' injuries, realizing that some could barely move. He felt a pang of guilt as he realized that, in his rush to protect them, he had forgotten the devastating impact they had suffered. Unfortunately, he didn't know how to heal their wounds quickly. Magic potions could help, as could restoration magic, but they didn't regenerate lost organs or limbs, nor could they repair bones that weren't properly aligned. John's mind began racing, searching for a solution to help his friends, but he couldn't find any viable ones. After a few seconds, he could only come up with one idea, although it wasn't the brightest, for them to run while carrying the most injured to the sewers. "Seriously? Wow, what a great idea, John, the greatest I've heard in centuries," Ed commented sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Hearing his friend's sarcastic tone, John looked away for a second before refocusing. "Sorry, but I can't think of anything better. I don't know why it hasn't attacked us yet, but as soon as it makes a move, it will. The best I can do is distract it with movements that catch its attention," John said with some sadness, frustrated for not having come up with something more ingenious to help them. The sincerity in his voice worried his friends, who understood that he was on the ropes. They nodded, accepting the plan. "When can we leave?" asked Gren, looking alternately at John and the monster that was stalking them. "Soon," John replied, slowly taking out the 3 objects he needed from his magic bag. His friend's eyes shifted to John's hand, noticing 3 vials with colored liquids, blue, red, and green. Those potions would allow him to restore his health, magicka, and stamina. In short, they would put him in fighting condition. Drinking 3 potions at the same time. "I've never done this, but fortunately, these are the ones my master left me. If they were the few I've prepared myself, I wouldn't be so sure about taking them together," John thought, with an ironic smile as sweat covered his forehead. Slowly, he uncorked each vial, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. He kept his focus on the creature, which continued to watch them without moving. The creature's behavior was strange to John, but he wasn't going to complain, not now that he had the chance to prepare for the fight. Exhaling a bit of air, John looked at his friends and his faithful wolf, Ghost, who remained with them. Whispering, he gave them one last instruction. "When I shout now, I'll run and attack that thing head-on to distract it. You run as fast as you can. Ghost, you go with them." His words caused the wolf to look at him with confusion and reproach, and John frowned. "No, I don't care if you want to stay. I need you to go with them, cover their backs until they reach the entrance to the sewers, okay?" The way John spoke to Ghost would have made anyone think he was crazy, but those who knew the wolf was a dire wolf understood that it seemed to understand him. So, it wasn't a big surprise when Ghost simply nodded, and seeing this, John smiled. Good, then get ready, John said as he slowly moved his hand with the vials towards his lips. When his hand was halfway, he lunged forward and shouted, now. Hearing their friend, the crew of the Starwolf got up and began to move away, praying that the creature wouldn't notice what they were doing. The moment John shouted, the head of the creature that had once been the Witch King turned in his direction and let out a powerful roar, launching itself at him. John looked ahead, watching as the creature lunged at great speed. Damn, it's fast, John thought, and seeing his enemy approach, he downed the 3 vials in one gulp. The potions, tasting worse than anything John had ever tried, went down his throat, and as soon as they reached his stomach, they took effect. The wound on his foot healed enough to stop being so painful, and his reserves of magicka and physical energy were considerably restored, although he was still far from being in top shape. John continued running, as did the beast, until they met. The creature moved its right arm and, opening its claws, launched a descending slash at great speed. John, seeing the attack, took a light step to the side, dodging it just in time. The blow created a crater in the ground upon impact. Taking advantage of the opening, John spun on his axis and launched an upward attack with his sword, striking the creature's jaw. The blow from Gandravar felt more like the impact of a club than a sword, as it didn't cut the creature's skull bone, only hitting it with great force. The creature's head moved to the side but quickly recovered and, moving its other claw, attacked John. That attack took the bastard by surprise, who couldn't react in time and was sent flying into a wall. John, his friends shouted as they saw his body fly, stopping their escape for a second. That decision was a big mistake, as the creature wasted no time. As soon as it heard them, it shot towards them, running on all 4s to tear them apart. John's friends' eyes widened in horror as they watched that thing approach. Its teeth grew larger as it advanced, filling them with panic. However, before it could reach them, a spear of light struck the creature's body, causing it to skid several meters and leaving a groove in the ground. What are you standing there like idiots for? Move! John shouted as he ran past his friends, heading to retrieve his sword, which he had thrown like a spear of light. John's shout snapped them out of their shock, and they began to move along with Ghost, getting away. Meanwhile, John had managed to recover his sword and, once armed, charged at the creature again to face it. John took a great leap and, while in the air, used igneous weapons to then launch a very strong downward slash. However, the attack missed, as the creature moved to the side. Boom! A crater appeared in the ground upon his sword's impact, leaving him briefly exposed, which the creature took advantage of. It quickly moved its claw and, covering it with dark energy, launched a horizontal strike at John, forcing him to duck to dodge it. The attack passed over his head, creating a crescent of darkness that hit a wall, causing an explosion and raising a cloud of dust. That surprised John, who, although he wanted to analyze what he had just seen, had to refocus on the fight, as the creature attacked quickly. Moving his sword, John blocked the attack, but it was so strong that it made him skid several meters back. TCH. John grunted as he stopped, seeing his hands, which trembled slightly from the impact. That surprised him, as it had been a long time since his body reacted that way. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to reflect, as the creature opened its jaws and began to gather dark magic. Seeing this, John quickly moved to get out of the attack's range, hoping that thing couldn't turn its head while charging the spell, but his luck wasn't that good. The creature moved its head following John's movements and, a few seconds later, launched a powerful beam of magicka directly at him. John, seeing it, could only jump to the side to dodge it, but the creature kept moving its head, making the attack chase him. John began to move around the place, avoiding the beam until, finally, the attack ended, leaving the area full of debris, which John at once took advantage of. Hidden behind one of the larger pieces of debris, a piece of wall with a balcony, John leaned against it, trying to catch his breath and thinking about what to do. He knew he had bought enough time for his friends to escape and, if everything had gone well, they would already be far away. However, he couldn't be complacent, as that thing could go after them at any moment. That thing is tough, it seems like its entire skin is magical armor. John thought with anger and frustration, as if that were the case, breaking that armor would be difficult. Damn, that thing must have a weak point, but what is it? John's mind began to quickly think of options, but he wouldn't have much time, as he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Turning his face at once, he saw the creature approaching. Without wasting a second, he jumped back, just in time. Crack! Boom! The creature easily broke through the debris, pulverizing much of it. Seeing John, it let out a powerful roar that sent chills through his body, then opened its mouth. John thought it would launch another concentrated magic beam, so he prepared to move, but what came out of that thing's mouth wasn't a beam, it was fireballs the size of ballista. Damn! John thought, panicking as he saw the fireballs approaching, as they were fast, very fast. The fireballs advanced quickly, leaving a barely visible trail in their wake. John, seeing them, knew he couldn't raise a shield in time, so he had only one option. He jumped to the side, dodging one, and upon landing, deflected another with his sword and cut the last one. That action allowed John to avoid dying at that moment, but it wasn't the end of the enemy's attack. The creature let out another roar and charged at him. Seeing the beast charging straight at him, John jumped to the side, letting it pass by. By performing that maneuver, John ended up behind his enemy. Without wasting time, Ned Stark's bastard launched 6 ice spears at the creature's back. The spears were fast as the fireballs the beast had previously fired, but they didn't hit. The spines on its back shot out, shattering them instantly. John's eyes widened in surprise. He had never faced anything like that, although, in reality, he hadn't encountered many creatures that powerful before. Now he knew this wouldn't be easy. It seems like it doesn't have a blind spot, or at least it seems that way. What do I do? For now, I don't have many options. John thought, frustrated, as he watched the creature turn and look him directly in the eyes. When their gazes met, John felt that creature was mocking him. Anger began to consume him, but he managed to control himself. He knew losing his temper in the middle of a fight was dangerous. I don't know how to defeat you, John said with some annoyance in his voice as he analyzed his opponent. So far, he had delivered 2 solid blows with his sword, and neither had made a dent in its skin. Well, actually, both blows had been aimed at its head, which was logical, but the creature's skull turned out to be extremely hard, which surprised him, as his sword could cut through steel and even stone, but it couldn't penetrate that skin. Upon closer observation, John realized that perhaps its only weak points were the eye sockets or the inside of its mouth. Great, its weak points are tiny or hard to reach. What do I do? Attacking wildly isn't profitable. John's thoughts were interrupted when the creature let out a roar, different from the previous ones. This time, it emitted a shockwave that lifted debris in all directions. Damn! John whispered, trying to protect himself with a ward spell, thinking it was magic. However, it was a mistake, as it wasn't magic but pure kinetic energy, something the shield couldn't block. Ah! John exclaimed, coughing up saliva and bile as he took the full brunt of the shockwave. His body was thrown along with the debris, bouncing on the ground several times. Ah! John groaned when he finally stopped, getting up with difficulty. That shockwave had temporarily thrown him off balance, leaving him vulnerable. Fortunately, his enemy didn't seem to notice, as it didn't attack immediately. Regaining his sense of balance, John wasted no time. He tightened his grip on Gandharva and, without hesitation, quickly charged at his enemy. The creature, for its part, also launched itself at him with great speed, intercepting his charge. As he ran, John decided to use Focused Charge, a Templar spell that transformed Gandharva into a golden light spear. The spear shone with such intensity that it momentarily blinded the creature, giving John an opportunity to strike. However, the beast moved, and the blow ended up hitting its right shoulder, causing a wound. Roar! The creature's powerful roar of pain resonated in John's head, making the sharp sound cause a pang in his skull. This left him at the mercy of the next attack, a claw that struck his right side, sending him flying into the air. John was sent flying, landing on his back on the ground and sliding several meters before stopping when he hit some debris. Damn it! John growled as he hit the debris, the same one he had used earlier for cover. Leaning on it, he managed to stand up again. Looking up at the creature, he noticed something wet on his forehead. Seeing his hand, he realized he was bleeding. Quickly, He tore a piece of cloth from his gamisen and tied it around his forehead to prevent the blood from blinding him at a critical moment. After dealing with that potential future problem, John looked at the creature and saw how the wound caused by focused charge was slowly starting to close, showing it had regenerative abilities. This is getting complicated. At least I know Magicka attacks can hurt it. That's something positive. Although I used piercing javelin before and it didn't hurt it, why did that happen? Well, I'll find out one way or another. John thought as he extended his sword and used igneous weapons to charge it with magic. The creature seemed to notice at once and let out a roar before launching itself at him. John's eyes focused on the advancing creature, seeing how its footsteps created small craters in the ground. He knew that force showed the next attack would be with all the monster's physical power. When the creature was a few meters away, John took a step forward and, without warning, launched himself to intercept his enemy. His steps were long and fast, closing the distance in a matter of moments. Facing each other, they both began to attack everything they had. John moved his sword at great speed, launching a horizontal slash that the beast deflected with one of its claws. In response, the creature launched a descending attack with the other claw, but John dodged by spinning on his own axis, then launching an upward slash powered by the inertia of his earlier movement. The blade of Gandharva cut the beast's skin thanks to the igneous weapon's spell, causing a deep gash that made it let out a howl of pain the moment the wound opened. John prepared to launch a second quick slash, but before he could take a single step, a purple miasma appeared from the wound. That miasma instantly condensed into a new limb, which descended at great speed in the form of a fist towards John's face. Seeing the attack, the bastard of Winterfell reacted quickly, using his sword as a shield. Luckily, he managed to block it in time. However, the force of that blow was so brutal that John fell to his knees instantly. GK. What the hell? John growled, making a huge effort not to collapse. His muscles were tense as he tried to withstand the pressure of the blow. GE. The creature laughed macabrely upon seeing John in that posture. The laugh made the bastard look up, meeting his enemy's eyes. At that moment, John realized he was in real trouble, as he knew he was now completely at the mercy of any attack the creature decided to launch at him. Think fast, John, think. He told himself, desperately searching for a way to avoid the next point-blank attack. But he couldn't find a way. Well, there was one option, but it would be painful. However, right now, pain is preferable to dying. Determined, John made a great effort and jumped to his right, allowing the force of the creature's blow to throw him out of its reach. His body was sent flying several meters, bouncing among the debris. When he stopped, the pain was such that he realized it might not have been his best idea. Cough, cough. Damn it, this hurts. John murmured, slowly getting up while his whole body throbbed with pain. Damn. I must have some broken ribs and other bones. Observing his enemy, he noticed it now had 5 limbs. With the danger a bit farther away, he could better analyze the new limb, a black arm with purple tones, sickly and clawless, which looked more like a human arm than the creature's other limbs. It's strange, for a moment I thought it had rapid regeneration, but that wound hasn't closed. It's like another skin is forming over the wound. Damn it. It's flesh magic. John exclaimed, realizing the nature of his enemy. It wasn't the creature, but the seal stone that was using magic. Flesh magic was an abomination, a dark magic that blasphemed against life itself, giving the user the ability to alter living beings. This is bad. Flesh magic can turn Magicka into flesh. If I cut off an arm, it could regenerate it without a problem. Damn it. I can't keep going like this. I have to do something. If I can't cut off its head, maybe I can kill it another way. John reflected as he advanced slowly, evaluating each movement and looking for a weakness in his opponent. Finally, he found only one workable option. I have no other choice, I have to rip out the seal stone. With that conclusion in mind, John began to plan how to eliminate his enemy. As he walked, he kicked something on the ground and looked down. There, a Yeti sword glimmered faintly among the debris. Seeing it, John had an idea. Switching Gandharva to his left hand, he took the Yeti sword with his right. He tested the weight of the new sword, making 3 quick cuts. Seeing that it had perfect balance, he smiled. Looking ahead, he decided that now he would use all his skills, his Templar techniques, his Dragon Knight prowess. He would hold nothing back and create a breach to tear out the seal stone. "Alright, let's start the final round," Jon whispered as he invoked igneous weapons, infusing both swords with magicka. After this, he ran towards the creature, which, sensing Jon's spell, roared and charged at him. The creature, once the Witch King, moved its claws and, to Jon's surprise, created several dark energy crescents that headed towards him. Jon wasted no time and, with quick movements, cut them cleanly, clearing his path. Jon's advance only enraged the creature more, who began to prepare the same shockwave that had previously brought him to his knees. This time, Jon was ready. With a quick movement of his left hand, he launched a piercing javelin that struck the monster's chest. The creature stopped its spell and covered itself with its limbs, creating a flesh shield. The light spear slightly pierced the shield, immobilizing the creature for a few seconds. Jon seized the opportunity and advanced, using the lava whip spell to transform the Yeti sword into a fire whip with which he repeatedly struck the creature's limbs, causing deep wounds. Then, Gandravar became a sword again, and Jon held it quickly, just as the creature managed to free itself, instantly healing its wounds with flesh magic. The creature reacted at once, launching 2 claw attacks, but Jon deflected each blow with precision. When the beast tried a sweeping blow with its right claw, Jon jumped and, with a quick movement, drove the Yeti sword into the creature's arm, pinning it to the ground. However, when he tried to deliver a horizontal slash, the beast moved its claw, striking Jon and sending him flying. Jon landed several meters away, staying on his feet at the end of his trajectory. He saw the creature pull the sword from its arm and roar, preparing to attack him again. This time, however, the beast drove its claws into the ground, a gesture that confused Jon, until out of nowhere, hundreds of dark blades appeared from the ground, advancing towards him with the intent to impale him. The blades moved at great speed, turning the terrain in front of the creature into a lethal field. Jon quickly ran to one side, but before reaching his desired spot, he was forced to retreat with a jump upon seeing the creature launch its spines in his direction. "TCH, so you want to do it this way?" Jon said in annoyance as he saw his enemy cornering him. The swords appeared so quickly that they would soon reach him. Although he could jump somewhat, there was no place to support himself on the ceiling to move, and those swords were so sharp that they cut through all the debris they encountered as if it were nothing. Only one choice remained, the walls. With this in mind, Jon quickly jumped towards the walls of the room and, in doing so, had to move his sword, as the creature launched several of its spines at him. However, Jon managed to dodge them enough to keep moving without stopping. Jon ran at full speed, seeing how his enemy continued to shoot its spines without moving, as if it were trapped and immobilized. Noticing this, Jon smiled. His own enemy had caused its immobilization. Wasting no more time and ensuring he could attack from this new position, he launched himself to the ground. There were no swords there, as they only appeared in front of the creature. Upon touching the ground, Jon kept running and, this time, used focused charge again. With his light spear charged, he launched a direct attack at the beast's flank. Before it could make contact, the creature generated another limb to stop Jon's attack, losing this new defense in the process. But Jon had already expected this, and when his sword returned to normal, he quickly used Searing Strike, a fire attack that generated a dragon claw-shaped slash. "Roar!" roared the beast as the claws dug into its skin, cutting deeper than Jon's earlier attacks. The wound began to emit purple smoke, showing to Jon that another limb might be forming. Anticipating this, he crouched, waiting for the perfect moment to launch another attack, and it was good that he did, as a new limb appeared and tried to strike him horizontally. By crouching, Jon avoided the attack. Seeing the blow pass, Jon wasted no time and attacked again, this time intending to get closer to the seal stone. He used Searing Strike again to cut through part of the beast's flesh and access the stone, but before he could execute the attack, the creature opened its jaws and unleashed, point blank, the same attack that had destroyed the room's ceiling. "Shit!" Jon shouted, terrified at the sight. Without thinking, he threw himself to the side to try to dodge the attack. Boom! The enormous beam of concentrated magic passed right where Jon had been moments before, hitting the wall in front of him and completely destroying it. Fortunately, Jon managed to escape, but in his focus on the attack, he didn't realize he was now behind the beast. John's sense of danger activated at once, making him look ahead just in time to see the creature launch its vertebral spines at him. "Shit!" was all John could say as he saw those spines approaching. Without thinking much, he used Gandharva to try to deflect them. However, Gah! One of the spines, the only one he couldn't deflect, embedded itself in his left shoulder, piercing it completely and coming out the other side. John landed on the ground and, with his left hand, pulled out the spine, noticing it was soaked with a deep yellow substance. "What is this?" John murmured, only to stop as he felt his vision blur. Blinking and trying to stay focused, he looked at his forearm and drove Gandharva into the ground upon realizing something. "Poison, this thing is imbued with poison," John whispered as he watched the creature try to pull its claws from the ground, preparing to attack him again. Seeing this, John began to despair, as his body started to go numb. With effort, he tried to take an antidote from his bag, but when he tried to move his left hand, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, making him stop. Damn, John thought as he saw the creature slowly freeing itself. "I can't miss this opportunity. If I don't defeat it now, I won't have another chance." "Think, John, think, do something, move your body, you can't let this opportunity slip. So, move. Move." John's thoughts were of anguish and, above all, despair as he watched his only opportunity fade away. With clenched teeth, the bastard of Winterfell began to move, slowly, step by step, without stopping. "Like hell, this poison won't stop me," John growled as he advanced. With his right hand, he quickly took a potion, an antidote. This wasn't one of those his master had left him, but one he had prepared himself, with weaker effects. Even so, it was what he needed to finish this. The antidote took effect at once, reducing the effects of the poison and allowing him to see enough for one last attack. It was time to go all in. Taking a step, John shot towards his enemy. The creature, seeing John approach, roared again, launching its spines at him, but John dodged them by zigzagging. This slowed his advance, giving the beast the chance to finally free its claws from the ground, something John had wanted to avoid, but he no longer cared. He had to finish this with the next attack. John approached and, being close enough, rolled on the ground, dodging the beast's claw attack. He quickly got back up and, with his sword, cast another spell, Radial Sweep. This spell turned John's weapon into a polium, but this time Gandharva transformed into a halberd. With a powerful slash, John severed the beast's limb in one blow. Roar! The beast's roar was much louder than before because Radial Sweep was one of the Templar's most powerful abilities, not only for its strength but because it infused the wounds caused with very potent restoration magic, bordering on what a mortal might consider sacred. Hearing that roar, John felt like his ears were going to explode at any moment, but even so, he didn't stop. Instead, he continued his attack before the effects of using such a powerful technique as Radial Sweep affected him completely. That spell was considered one of the Templar's most powerful, not so much for its cutting power but for the passive power it generated, something that made any enemy, especially those more sensitive to restoration magic, more vulnerable. However, it had a small flaw: it consumed an enormous amount of magicka and stamina at once, causing a disbalance in those not used to using it. This was the third time John had used it in his life, and his body still hadn't adapted to the spell. Therefore, his vision slowly became blurrier, prompting the bastard to attack desperately. Aware that he no longer had time, John took a step forward and without losing a second released Gandharva, which turned back into a sword to take the seal stone embedded in the beast's chest with both hands. "GRK," was the grunt of pain that escaped John when his hands touched the seal stone. Unlike other times, this action caused him such immense pain that any normal human would have been knocked unconscious by exposure to something like that. However, he wasn't a normal human and could endure the pain even though it was almost unbearable. Despite the suffering, John took the seal stone with both hands and began to pull with all his strength, trying to tear it from the creature's chest. "Roar!" was the beast's cry of pain when John started pulling at the seal stone embedded in its chest. The pain was as immense as what a human would experience feeling an organ being torn out while conscious. Despite John's enormous supernatural strength, the young bastard couldn't easily remove the seal stone from the beast's body. It took him great effort to make even a single millimeter of movement. However titanic that effort was beginning to bear fruit slowly as John managed to extract the stone from the creature. The beast's body began convulsing due to the slow forced extraction of the seal stone. However, despite this it stayed aware that it would die and not wanting to perish decided to use something to finish off John. Thus, with what it could still move extended its limb which seemed human and took up the Yeti sword John had previously used to trap its other limb. With a somewhat clumsy movement it raised the weapon and with a simple motion brought it down aiming at John's neck. John's eyes focused on the seal stone didn't see what the creature was doing which should have left him an easy target for imminent death. However before fully lowering its arm John pulled harder causing more separation between seal stone and beast flesh sending waves of pain through creature making attack miss by several centimeters ending up embedded ground front John. Arch, was John's grunt of pain as he was wounded by a sword beast used to attack him. Although the beast's attack didn't manage to kill John, it did wound him. The sword's blade cut from his right shoulder to the left side of his hip, causing a deep, non-lethal but concerning cut. The wound caused John's body to explode in pain, which made the strength with which he was pulling decrease for a moment. However, that didn't last long, as the bastard gritted his teeth and pulled harder, ignoring the pain. The beast roared loudly, but John didn't stop pulling. His mind kept repeating the same thing over and over again. Pull, 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 don't stop pulling, if you stop now, you'll die. Don't stop pulling, keep pulling. It was the mantra John repeated in his mind, trying to keep it focused on something other than the pain or the wounds or the effects of having used radial sweep. John continued pulling the stone, despite the pain and blood loss, as the wound caused him to lose a lot of blood. He was so focused on it that he didn't notice the beast had let go of the sword it had attacked him with. With a quick movement, the creature used that arm to strike John in the chest, sending him flying backward. "Gah!" was John's scream when he felt the impact, which was painful not only because of the blow but also because it hit directly on the open wound. John's body was thrown backward, threatening to move away from the creature, which seemed ready to let out a sigh of relief upon seeing its blow had hit John. However, the bastard of Winterfell wasn't going to let his only chance to win slip through his fingers. He extended both arms and used fiery grip. From John's extended hands appeared a chain made of magma, which moved at great speed and wrapped around the seal stone. Thanks to the inertia of the blow, the chain tightened in less than a second. The beast let out a thunderous roar the moment the chain started to extract the seal stone from its body. The force with which John had been thrown was greater than the force he himself was generating by pulling the stone. Therefore, the stone was just one pull away from being completely extracted, which terrified the creature, feeling its existence was about to end. In a desperate attempt to survive, it tried to move forward so the chain would no longer be tense, but before it could do anything, John's sword was covered with a golden glow. The beast's eyes watched as the sword went to its owner's hand, who, upon taking it, didn't waste a second and transformed it into a light spear, which he launched at the creature. The light spear moved quickly, impacting the beast's skull, making it stagger. At that moment, John gave a strong pull on the lava chain, managing to tear the seal stone from the creature's body. The stone shot towards John's hands, who caught it in one move, but the moment he took it, he felt the stone trying to break free. However, he held it firmly. "Like hell, Hellstone. I won't let you do anything or escape," John shouted, using the little magicka he had left to conjure magic in his hands. With them, he launched a spark attack at the seal stone. Boom! A huge shockwave appeared from John's hands, who gritted his teeth as he felt a sharp pain in his fingers, which began to tremble. However, despite the pain, John didn't loosen his grip on the seal stone, which stopped resisting. The bastard of Winterfell waited a few more seconds until he finally felt the stone calm down and release its grip. He saw that it no longer moved, showing that he had won, he had obtained the seal stone. "Gee, great," John whispered to himself, feeling his body would collapse at any moment. In fact, he was about to fall forward but managed to move his feet and avoid falling completely. I can't fall here. I have to go to the rest." John dragged those words as he began to move slowly towards where the beast's corpse lay. The creature that had caused him so much trouble was motionless on the ground, sprawled out like any other thing. The place where his sword had struck at the last moment was visible, as Gandravar had slightly embedded there. As he approached, Ned Stark's son took his sword and let out a hiss of pain, as his fingers hurt a lot. Even so, he took the sword and, with one move, extracted it from where it was. Then, he let out a sigh and, turning around, began to walk away from the place with difficulty. The crew of the Starwolf and Ghost were in the palace sewers, resting while tending to their wounds after the battle. The group had stopped their advance upon reaching the point where they would have to cross sewage, which was not advisable in their current state, with open wounds that could get infected. "It looks like the fight is over," commented Gren, looking up at the sewer ceiling, hoping his friend had won. "It seems so, I don't hear anything anymore," added Sam, who was watching a Dyson Toilette, lying on the ground after having his leg bone set back in place. "Jon won, right?" asked Daenerys with a touch of fear in her voice, sitting on the floor, leaning against one of the walls while stroking Ghost's fur, who was beside her. "Let's hope so," Princess replied PYP, looking to the left, the place where their friend would appear if he had triumphed. "You shouldn't look yet," PYP said Sam as he finished bandaging Ed's leg, using some iron rods found in the place as a splint. "The sounds of the battle stopped recently, even if Jon won, he won't get here immediately. So, let's wait a bit longer, then we can find out what happened, okay?" Sam's request was calm and reasonable, and his friends nodded. The son of House Tarly was right, as always. They stayed silent, waiting patiently. During that time, they began to plan what to do in case it wasn't Jon who came down, but the beast. No matter how much they tried to think of a strategy that would allow them to survive, nothing seemed practical. They knew that if it wasn't Jon who came down, they were dead, but even though that was the cruel truth, they wouldn't die without a fight. Time passed, although it seemed like hours, it was actually only a few minutes. The tension was palpable among the Starwolf crew, and they almost jumped when they heard something approaching. "Take positions," said Sam in a low voice, stepping forward with his sword in hand. The rest of his friends, except Ed, stood up and joined him. The hearts of the entire crew were pounding, feeling their hands sweat as they watched expectantly, eager to know what or who was approaching. "You should stop being so tense, it's just me." Jon's voice echoed in the place, causing a wave of relief that no one thought possible. Ghost, so happy he seemed to wag his tail, ran towards Jon without waiting for anyone. The wolf reached his friend and, seeing him covered in wounds, couldn't express his concern as a human would, but understood that Jon was not well. Approaching him, he allowed Jon to use him as support to move forward. When Jon appeared before his friends, they all dropped their weapons, shocked by his state. They had seen him wounded after his battle against Paul Coe, but this was different. The bastard of Winterfell's body was literally on the verge of collapse. To the surprise of the Starwolf crew, he could still stand and walk. "Guys, we won," Jon murmured as he approached his friends, before collapsing to the ground. "Jon," his friends shouted upon seeing him fall like that. Without wasting a second, they all approached, and seeing the severity of his wounds, Samwell at once began to assess them. "Quick, he's in bad shape, search his magic bag, we need to heal him with potions," ordered Samwell as he began to remove the remnants of armor. As he did so, he whispered the last thing Jon heard before unconsciousness claimed him. "Don't worry, Jon, you'll be fine." Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And we start the 2024 Christmas Marathon, XD. I hope you are having a great time with your loved ones. Returning to the story, we conclude what could be considered the toughest battle of Jon's entire life, and I hope I have portrayed it well. We see that the last seal stone has been obtained, and although Jon is powerful, he does not master all spells 100%, there are some that cause him problems. XD. Well, in the next chapter we will see the aftermath of this fight, but for now, Merry Christmas. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 46. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Christmas Marathon 2/3. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 46. Jade Sea 297 AC. The night sky was clear, allowing the stars to be seen clearly and the moon to reflect on the crystal clear waters of the Jade Sea. The waves gently broke against the white sandy beaches of a small islet between the Marae Islands and the Isle of Elephants. That islet was at a large elevation without a safe place to dock, something impossible for a normal ship. However, for the Starwolf, it was no problem. Jon Snow's ship managed to approach, and, being several meters away, the crew unloaded everything necessary to spend a few days there. The reason they decided to stay in that place was simple: they needed a place to rest and recover, as the wounds from their battle in Ass High still weighed on them. Although it wasn't just for that, they also wanted to prepare for their next destination, Sotorios. The events they faced to obtain the last seal stone showed Jon and his crew that they were not entirely prepared to face such great threats without a prior plan. Therefore, they would stay on that islet, preparing everything they would need, and, moreover, training, especially Jon. The bastard son of Ned Stark had been the one who had suffered the most recently. His last two fights had left him on the brink of defeat and death, reminding him of how fragile he was. He then decided to train to improve his magical skills, to take them to the next level, something that would require time, perhaps at least a month. And speaking of Jon, he was resting in his tent. The camp they set up was simple. They had placed the tents in a circle at the top of the elevation and erected an improvised palisade with wooden planks intended for repairs. They covered the palisade with dirt, enough so that the light from the campfire wouldn't be seen at night and so it wouldn't look like a settlement that would attract the attention of nearby ships. While Jon rested, the rest of the Starwolf crew gathered around the fire, looking at the flames with firm expressions, going over in their minds everything they had experienced so far. "You know," said Gren, looking at the fire intently and drawing the attention of his friends. "When I learned about magic, I always knew there would be difficult things to overcome, but seeing Jon fight, I always thought he was invincible. I always saw him come out unscathed from every battle. Hey, do you remember the Bravos raid on the Stepstones, guys?" Gren's question was directed at his friends, who had fought in the Stepstones. Those who took part smiled at the memory of those events, recalling how they saw Jon fight, watching him effortlessly take down all the pirates he saw. "Hey, of course we would remember, Gren, it was our first real battle," replied PYP with a smile while poking the fire with a stick. "Jon was strong, we saw him shoot his arrows and take down several pirates with a single shot, but, I guess seeing him do all that, we forgot that he is also human, no matter how much magic he has." "You're right about that," PYP commented Ed, who stopped looking at the fire to gaze at the starry sky. "We lost touch with reality and started to idealize Jon as someone invincible. But it's like they say when we train with weapons, if an enemy bleeds, they can die." Ed Ison's words made everyone smile and reflect. They realized it was true. They had all idealized Jon, seeing him as someone powerful and invincible, but it wasn't so. Despite his great power, their friend could still die. Although everyone began to talk about the battles they had fought together, deep down, everyone, including Daenerys, thought more about how they managed to save Jon after his battle against the Sorcerer Lord. Slowly, their minds traveled to that memory, and they even thought they could smell the stench of the sewers where they awaited the outcome of the fight between Jon and the Sorcerer Lord. Flashback. Daenerys's eyes were fixed on Jon's figure, who was resting quietly, covered with a cloak. The wounds of the Bastard of Winterfell had been treated with potions applied to the injuries, and Samwell had placed poultices to speed up recovery. Despite the use of potions, Jon's wounds were many, so they preferred him to heal with magic. "By the Seven Hells, for a second, I thought we would lose him," whispered Ed, with blood-stained hands, like his friends. "Tell me about it. Seriously, I also thought he wouldn't make it. Damn, that thing made a mess of Jon's body," said Gren, punching the wall, showing his frustration over what happened to his friend. "Sam, when do you think Jon will wake up?" asked PYP, who was next to the former Maester's apprentice. "I don't know, a normal person wouldn't have survived that, but he did. I don't know how, but we managed to stop the bleeding with tourniquets and applied the potions. The wounds have healed a bit, so there's no danger of hemorrhage anymore. Now it's just a matter of time for Jon's body to recover." I think he'll be like this for a few days, replied Sam, exhausted. He had worked like never before, and despite his knowledge, he knew that without the help of his friends with the tourniquets and magical potions, John would be dead right now. A couple of days, well, that's better than nothing, said Gren with a tired smile, looking at John and Daenerys beside him. A pang of sadness crossed Gren's heart seeing the young princess. It was clear to the entire crew that she loved him, but John, apparently, didn't reciprocate those feelings, or at least didn't want to. This saddened Gren, as Daenerys surely harbored hopes with John. Ha! John, my friend. I don't know what you've done, but you're lucky with women. I just hope that if you decide to settle down, you do the right thing, although, I fear your path may not be tied to any woman, thought Gren, leaning his head against the wall. The fatigue was making him more philosophical than usual. While Gren and the rest rested after helping to heal John, Daenerys was by his side. She watched his chest rise and fall, a clear sign that he was still alive. Her hands were covered in blood, blood that had flowed from John's chest wound. When she first saw it, she almost vomited, as the cut was deep, but not so much as to be fatal by itself, although it was not pleasant to see. Please, John, wake up soon, thought Daenerys with concern while, beside her, Ghost kept watching his master. The young Targaryen ran her hands through the wolf's fur, seeking comfort in him, and, fortunately, she found it. Although Daenerys wanted to do something more for John, like combing his hair so the blood-stained strands wouldn't stick to his face, Sam had told her not to move him, at least not until John woke up, to avoid complicating any wounds they didn't know he had. Dany. PYP's voice called her without needing to shout, as, being in an enclosed space, their voices could be heard clearly. Daenerys looked at her friend upon hearing him call her and asked what was happening. You need to rest, just like all of us, pointed out PYP, who was leaning against one side of the wall. Her friend's advice annoyed her a bit. Daenerys didn't want to rest, at least not until John woke up. However, before she could say anything, Sam intervened. PYP is right, Dany. I know you want to stay awake until John wakes up, we all want the same, but we are exhausted. If we don't rest, we'll endanger our health, and we can't afford another casualty. So, rest, we've already gotten John out of mortal danger, now he just needs to rest. Hearing the former Maester candidate, Daenerys nodded, reluctantly, but she did. She moved a bit away from John and leaned against the wall. Despite wanting to stay awake, exhaustion defeated her, and she feared falling asleep, just like the rest of her friends. End flashback. It's good those monstrosities created by the Sorcerer Lord didn't attack us, thought Daenerys as she watched the flames, remembering that John had woken up just as Sam had said, in 2 days. When her friend woke up, he used magic to heal them all, using a Templar spell called Healing Ritual. After healing them, they all left there, traveling to Ash High, from where they left to this islet. How do you think we'll fare in Sotorios? Daenerys suddenly asked, surprising her friends. The question took her companions by surprise, who looked at her for a few seconds, until they could finally give her an answer. Hey, how will we fare? Well, if we almost got killed in Ash High, it will surely be worse there, said Edison Tolit pessimistically, trembling a bit at the thought of the dangers in Sotorios. As much as I hate Ed's pessimism, he's right, commented Sam, drawing the attention of all his friends. Ash High was tough, especially when we fought the Sorcerer Lord, but this Sotorios, that place, death will breathe down our necks every second there. Is it that bad? Asked Daenerys, looking at her friend. She knew Sotorios was dangerous, but she had no idea how dangerous it really was. Bad. Hey, bad is what we went through in the Thousand Islands, with every native trying to kill us, or in the Summer Isles with those undead, even what we went through against the Sorcerer Lord was bad, commented Edison Tolit, standing up and stretching a bit. Edison's somber voice was graver than usual, underscoring the sarcasm in his words. From what I've heard, in Sotorios, even drinking water can be deadly. Edison's words only highlighted even more the danger they were about to face. Damn, so, what will we do if we can't drink water? I suppose even the animals there can be toxic, which also brings another problem, food. What will we do about food? Asked PYP, worried about how they would make the journey to Sotorios. John is working on some things, according to him, they can reduce the risk of death in Sotorios, replied Sam, looking at his friends with a smile. Oh, right, I had forgotten, we have a wizard on our side, commented Gren with a smile, remembering the magic. That's right. John is looking through his texts for something that will allow us to survive in that infernal place, remarked Sam with a smile, something that was mirrored by his friends. This created a good atmosphere, which, as always, had to be ruined by Edison Tollett, who told them a painful truth in doing so. Well, that would cover one weakness, but it leaves us with another. We are too weak to accompany John in battle, commented Edison, looking at his friends, who lowered their gaze and clenched their fists, remembering how they were taken out as if they were nothing in the fight against the Sorcerer Lord. Silence fell, as what Edison had said left everyone deep in thought. Edison's words had so much truth that everyone felt as if they were useless. No matter how they looked at it, none of them could even think of how to respond or refute those words. Even so, it was at that moment when they heard someone's footsteps approaching. Turning their gaze, they saw it was John coming out. Ned Stark's bastard son was standing, with a tired look on his face, something that puzzled his friends. "John," asked Gren upon seeing his friend awake. "What are you doing here? I thought you were sleeping." "I was, but you're making too much noise talking," said John with some annoyance in his voice, approaching the fire. He stretched his neck and made it crack. Then, he looked at all his friends and, with a slightly mischievous smile, spoke. "Seriously, I think I'd have more silence if I were next to a brothel in Lies." The way John said that made his friends feel indignant, but at the same time, they smiled with amusement at what he said, finding it funny. "Hey, John, you know, that hurt," commented Edison sarcastically, who just looked at his friend as he said it. "Yeah, John. I can't believe you think my beautiful voice is as bad as the acted moans of a brothel in Lies," commented PYP sarcastically, who also pretended that John's words had hurt him. In fact, he even put a hand on his heart and, using his ability to change his voice tone, adopted a very sad tone. That tone of voice and performance only made the group burst into laughter. Ha, ha, ha. Gren laughed heartily, who, between laughs, gave PYP a friendly slap on the back, causing the former mime to fall face first to the ground. PYP's fall made everyone stop laughing for a moment, until they burst into laughter again upon seeing him. "PYP, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you fall," said Gren with concern as he tried to help his friend up. However, before he could do so, PYP twisted his foot and kicked Gren's supporting leg, causing him to fall to the ground. "Damn!" Gren shouted as he fell on his back. Annoyed, he looked up and saw PYP with a smug smile on his face. "Now we're even," commented PYP, putting a smile on his face. Seeing that smile, Gren lunged at his friend, making him fall. When both were on the ground, they began to wrestle. Although it looked like a fight, they were actually just playing, as they laughed while doing it. "Take this," Little Dwarf growled Gren with a smile as he got behind PYP and began to immobilize him with his arms, causing PYP to start shouting. Okay. I surrender. I surrender." PYP shouted, knowing he had lost and could do nothing against his friend. Hearing that, Gren let him go, but instead of separating, PYP just smiled again and, moving quickly, pinned Gren to the ground, making the rest of their friends start laughing. "Ha! That's what you get for being cocky, Hyo!" PYP shouted with amusement, using the nickname they had given Gren. Gren just grunted, trying to free himself to get back at him. However, he couldn't move much, which made the rest of his friends laugh even more. In fact, everyone was laughing, at least until John stopped. Slowly, the face of the bastard of Winterfell stopped showing his smile and was replaced with a serious and somewhat somber look. This did not go unnoticed by Daenerys, who stopped laughing and cheering on her friends to worry about John. "John, is something wrong?" Daenerys asked, drawing the attention of the mentioned and their friends. Everyone became concerned when they saw John's face. In fact, PYP let go of Gren and slowly moved away to stand up, something Gren also did. "Hey, John, are you okay?" Gren asked, approaching his friend. John didn't respond immediately. He just let out a big sigh before looking at his friend. The truth is no. John replied, unable to look at his friends and focusing his gaze only on the fire. The way his friend spoke worried everyone, who looked at each other before approaching the bastard of Winterfell. "What's on your mind, John?" Sam asked, approaching and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Everything that has happened since we obtained the last seal stone." John replied, with exhaustion in his voice, but not physical exhaustion, rather emotional. "That battle showed me that I'm still not up to facing whatever awaits us in Sotorios and Valyria." John's response surprised his friends, as it was the first time they had seen him like this. In fact, the surprise was such that PYP pinched his arm to make sure he wasn't dreaming or hallucinating. "No, I'm not dreaming, nor is it a hallucination caused by Ed's cooking," PYP said, feeling the pain of his pinch. PYP's action lightened the mood a bit, causing John and the rest to smile. That was something John and his friends always enjoyed about PYP, his ability to turn any tense moment into an easier one to handle. In fact, taking advantage of the lighter atmosphere, Gren approached John to talk to him. "Why do you say you're not up to what's coming?" Gren's question reflected what the entire Starwolf crew was thinking. "Because I'm not," John replied calmly after thinking for a few seconds. He needed to give a good reason. "I'm supposed to have access to a power that no one else in this world possesses, but I've realized that I've been resting on my laurels. I haven't trained as I should, and I've stagnated in my magical abilities." John's revelation left his friends confused, as they didn't expect their friend to feel that way. In fact, Sam was the most surprised, as he thought John's abilities were at their limit. "Wait, what do you mean you're stagnated in your magical abilities?" Sam asked, standing up and approaching John until he was in front of him. "I thought you had reached the maximum of your magical capacities." "Ah. It's not easy to say, but yes, I'm stagnated. The spells I use are the basic abilities of each type of magic I know, and these have evolved forms. In fact, if I remember correctly, each spell you've seen me use has 2 more powerful variants," John said with some embarrassment, as he didn't remember that part of his lessons well. "Wait!" PYP shouted, standing up from his seat and approaching John, something Daenerys also did, who asked him another question. "Are there only 2 variants of those spells?" John nodded, as it was the truth. In fact, he took the opportunity to explain that those more advanced variants of the spells were mutually exclusive. Although he could learn both, it was not advisable, as he could get confused in the middle of battle when trying to cast one of the variants, which would cause him to be unable to perform any spell. "Well, is there no way you can use both at the same time?" Daenerys asked, with a hand on her chin, showing curiosity about what she had just heard. "No, even my master told me that he couldn't use both variants at the same time. That's why he only learned one variant of each spell, but left records of both so I could learn them," John replied, shaking his head. That revelation made the Starwolf crew understand that it was impossible. If someone of Edzard's power level couldn't use both abilities at the same time, then no one else could. "What spells do you plan to improve?" Sam asked, curious to know what his friend would do. The truth is, I don't know yet, but there's something else on my mind," John replied while looking at the sky. "What is it?" Daenerys asked, wanting to know what John was thinking. "Our training," John replied, looking at his friends. That answer surprised them, but only for a few seconds. The surprise gave way to expectation. "Our training?" Daenerys asked, smiling, but her eyes showed doubts and, above all, concern. "That's right. I realized we need to train more to avoid the same problems we had against the Sorcerer Lord. Besides, I need time to finish creating the items we'll use in Sotorios," John replied quickly, looking into Daenerys' eyes, who slightly averted her gaze, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the intensity of his eyes. Although John had given a good answer, his friends were still somewhat confused, as they didn't fully understand what he meant. "Will these enchantments take you more time than the ones you put on us before going to Ass High?" PYP asked, confused, as John had placed a large number of spells on the ship in a relatively short time. "Of course, since they are different enchantments. John replied calmly, with a face that said, "Are you seriously asking me this?" "Of course, they will be different." John's response and his face made all his friends roll their eyes, unable to react, as it seemed John had forgotten that they didn't know much about magic. "How different?" Sam asked with great curiosity, as this was something different from what he already knew about magic. Sam's question made John put a hand on his chin, thinking about how to explain this to them, as it wasn't easy to do without getting into magical technicalities. However, luckily for his friends, he managed to find a way to do it. To put it simply, these are not concealment sigils, but defensive enchantments, which can also be considered offensive. John replied calmly and with a smile, thinking his friends had understood him, only to realize, upon looking at them, that they hadn't understood a word. "You didn't understand me, did you?" "No, we did understand you, we just got lost in the middle of your explanation," replied Edison Tollett with an ironic smile, whose words brought a smile to everyone, including John. In fact, a few seconds later, everyone started laughing, finding Edison's response amusing. Hey. "Yes, I suppose it's my fault," John said between laughs, amused by the way his friend spoke. "You know, it would have been best if you had just said, they are more complicated spells, so it will take me more time," commented PYP with a smile on his face. "Yes, that would have been best," John agreed with his friend. "I'll have them ready in at least 3 weeks. I would have them sooner, but I'm going to train my magical and physical abilities, so I'll only work at night." What John mentioned made his friends smile, as it was a very sensible plan, at least until they saw John's smile. John. Why are you smiling like that?" PYP asked with some panic, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Because I'm going to enjoy this training," John replied, looking all his friends in the eyes. Why is that?" Daenerys asked with some fear, feeling scared and not knowing why. "Because I'm going to train you during this time," John replied with a somewhat dark, but not cruel tone. Even so, that tone of voice scared his friends. "And this training won't be like the one you had on the ship. Here I'll make sure to polish you to the point where your skills are suitable for a knight." John's friends swallowed hard upon hearing that. They didn't know why, but they felt that what was coming wouldn't be easy for them. The Castle Black 297 AC. The cold atmosphere that had always characterized the main fortress of the Night's Watch was not as icy or gloomy as before, thanks to the amount of provisions the Order received, a result of the agreement John had reached with the Iron Bank to send supply ships at regular intervals. The surge in food and resources led to an increase in the number of recruits, as the Order's strategy had changed. No longer was it just about glory and honor, as before, but also emphasized that there was a place to sleep and guaranteed food. This attracted the most desperate, beggars and some cripples who could still work in some way, who joined the Wandering Crows. "Come on, you useless lot. Move your feet," shouted Sir Alisa Thorne, the Master-at-Arms, who was in the middle of the courtyard of Castle Black, training the new recruits. The new recruits, mostly people who were just beginning to regain their physical shape after years of surviving on meager rations, did not meet the Master-at-Arms' expectations, so the insults were constant. Despite this, the recruits tried hard to stay, at least for the food, clothing, and work. After hearing the shout, the novices began to move their weapons again, trying to follow their master's instructions, but it was in vain. None of them had been trained before in the art of the sword, and it showed in each of their movements. The recruits' movements were slow, clumsy, and even uncoordinated. Each strike lacked the necessary fluidity to link with the next, forcing them to stop for 1 or 2 seconds their enemies could use to attack them. "For the 7, stop!" Alisa shouted upon seeing the novice's clumsiness again. The old Master-at-Arms was upset about many things: his exile to the Night's Watch just for being loyal to the Targaryens, his life here, the state of the Order, but above all, the respect he had lost among the veterans since John had humiliated him with that beating a few months ago. That had tarnished his reputation, as a brat had managed to humiliate him like never before. All this affected his mood, which worsened every day, especially because it was that same brat who had brought more resources to the Order. So, looking at his recruits, he decided to channel his anger into something more productive, toughening them up so they wouldn't be killed in their first real combat. As Alisa approached his recruits to give them another verbal thrashing, the Lord Commander of the Order watched the scene from a window in his solar. The old bear watched as the new recruits trained diligently, something that brought a smile to his face, as it had been years since he had seen such a number of recruits. "Ah, it seems Sir Alisa is doing a good job getting our new recruits in shape," commented Maester Eamon, who was in the solar with the Lord Commander. The old Maester now wore black woolen clothes, which looked in better condition than those he used to wear. "Indeed, as always, he does a good job, although, as always, there are some complaints about his treatment, especially from the novices," commented the old bear, turning his gaze away from the training yard and walking towards his desk. "Benjen Stark arrived without problems, right?" asked Maester Eamon, recalling that just a few days ago Benjen Stark had returned, concluding his exploration of the lands beyond the wall. That mission was concerning, as the first ranger had a very specific task: to find tangible evidence of the White Walkers to show to the king and his court, in order to convene a great council where all the lords of the realm could see the threat looming beyond the wall. "That's right, but he didn't bring the information he was assigned," replied Gia Mormont while looking at the map on his desk, recalling the report Benjen had given him. The old bear's words surprised the Maester, who showed disbelief on his aged face. He knew how Ned Stark's younger brother was. Benjen was a very capable ranger and someone who didn't return until his mission was complete. So, if he had returned without fulfilling it, it could only mean he had met something that required the Lord Commander to know at once. "What happened?" the Maester finally asked, fixing the gaze of his blind eyes on Gia Mormont. Hearing the Maester's question, Gia brought a hand to his face, rubbing his temple before speaking. "He found some interesting places beyond the wall, near the Fist of the First Men. According to him, they are ideal places for outposts." "Well, that's good. The gods know the Watch needs places like those beyond the wall," commented the old Maester upon hearing his Lord Commander's response. "Did he mention what they are like?" "Yes. They are places far from roads or paths. One of them is a cave with an underground lake. The other is a cave without access to water, but with an excellent view of everything surrounding the Fist. Both are difficult to access, making them easy to defend. And luckily for us, both won't need much work to be habitable again." "Again?" "That's right. It seems someone used those places in the past, but from what they found, it looks like they were abandoned, and those who lived there don't seem to have returned recently." The last response made the old Maester feel that something strange had happened there. It was almost impossible to find places like those beyond the wall that hadn't been looted or taken by the wildlings. This seemed too strange to him. Even so, he couldn't find a clear reason for it, except that the previous occupant had been killed by some threat in that wild territory. "I suppose you find it strange to have found something like that, right, Maester?" Gia asked, sitting in his chair and drinking some beer from a jug. That beer was the famous black beer from White Harbor, something he wouldn't have been able to try before, but since the Order had more resources, the situation had changed. Now they had more food, better weapons, and clothing, which attracted more recruits and made those who were there feel more comfortable. "Of course," said the Maester as he got up from his seat and took his staff, which he used for support and as Eamon's eyes. "The chances of finding something like that are few on this side of the wall, and on the other side, they would be almost nil, but we have managed to find a foothold that will allow us to rely less on Craster for shelter beyond the wall." "That's true, but the distance is still considerable. It's very far north to be a quick refuge." "That's true, although a refuge that is deeper in enemy territory is more valuable than one close to our noses," commented the old Maester with a smile. Eamon's comment made Gia smile as well, as it was true. Those refuges were far from the wall, but they were perfect places to rest between journeys and for quick and strategic retreats. "My lord, aside from what our first ranger has found, how is that matter going?" Eamon asked, approaching Gia's desk. "For now, there are no major advances, Maester. Even though we already have the money, we still don't have the number of men needed to carry it out," Gia replied, letting out a long, deep sigh. The matter the Maester Eamon was referring to was something simple: the reconstruction of the remaining castles of the Order. This had been a plan proposed by the Maester a few days after hearing about the number of new recruits the Wandering Crows had brought in their last trips. According to the Maestas estimates, it might be possible to reopen 1 or 2 castles at most in a short time. However, despite having the money to do so, they didn't have the available men, as many of the recruits were still not up to the new obligations that the task would entail. They still needed more training. Maybe by the beginning of next year, they will be ready. Gia thought as he saw the Maester. I understand. Well, that means we only have one more thing to discuss. How is the matter of returning the new gift to the Starks? Are there any news from King's Landing? That question brought Gia back to reality, remembering that he hadn't received any news from King's Landing, something Eamon already knew, as he was the one overseeing the Raven colony at Castle Black. This made the Lord Commander smile, as he understood what the old Maester meant. As you know, there have been no news from the capital for now, Maester, but if you mean how the recruits will take it, well, they haven't been told anything yet. Replied the old bear, recalling the messages that had arrived from the capital, written by Lord Jon Arryn himself. Upon hearing those words, the old Maester only gave a knowing smile, as he understood why Lord Arryn had requested what he had, total discretion until receiving a raven that said its time. Those words would be the signal for Gia to inform his men about what was happening, something that would undoubtedly divide the watch, but he knew that those with more discernment would understand the reason. The granting of the new gift had been a mistake. The Order didn't care much about the gift given to them by Brandon Stark, so giving those lands to the Order only meant giving them more territory they wouldn't use. Let's hope nothing happens when the time comes to reveal what's going on, commented the old Maester, worried that there might be a mutiny. The old man feared that those who knew what was coming would be injured in a possible uprising caused by what Gia was doing, because if that happened, everything they had learned from Eddard Stark's bastard would be lost forever, leaving the Watch without the knowledge that their true enemy could return at any moment. I don't think anything will happen, but just for safety, I'll wear chainmail and tell Benjen to do the same. For you, I'm afraid it won't be possible, but I'll make sure you're well protected, Maester. Gia said quickly and directly, as he understood what the Maester wanted to convey to him. Hearing that, Maester Eamon nodded and, after giving a brief gesture of approval, left the Lord Commander's solar. After all, both had responsibilities to fulfill. Jade C297 AC. Sweat ran from PYP's forehead to his jaw, dripping continuously to the ground. The muscles in his body screamed in agony, desperately begging for a break from what he was doing. Ah! Ah! These were the long sighs the young man let out as he took several deep breaths, using those moments to rest. The reason the young man was so tired and agitated was the damn training they were undergoing. Damn it! Jon said the training would be tough, but I didn't think it would be this bad, thought the former mime as he looked away from what was in front of him and saw his hands. In his right hand, PYP held a wooden sword, a weapon used to train soldiers. However, there was something strange about it, its weight. This sword was much heavier than a normal training sword, as it was filled with 3 times the lead of a regular one. Damn, this is heavy, it's like moving a damn 2-handed warhammer with just one hand. PYP thought as he looked at the weapon he had been training with all this time. He and the rest had been training with weapons like this for over 3 weeks. Entire days of physical training, using various weapons all day, spears, one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons, all with 3 times the lead of a normal one. While that was tiring, what exhausted them the most was wearing leather armor filled with lead bars, making it weigh twice as much as a damn steel plate armor, and to top it off, when using one-handed weapons, they carried a damn heavy shield. The former mime's eyes scanned the camp, seeing how everyone was training in different places, from Samwell to Daenerys, all using weapons and armor like him. His eyes settled on Daenerys, who had the least martial skill, practicing with a bastard sword, using both hands to swing it from side to side. Although PYP wasn't the most experienced in combat, he could see that the Targaryen princess was improving her footwork, moving them slightly while attacking, delivering quick cuts, or at least as quick as someone could deliver using such heavy weapons without much muscle. That was a great improvement compared to how Daenerys had used her sword before. She still needed to perfect her technique a bit, but it was obvious she was improving more than they were, something to be applauded in someone who had never used a weapon before. It looks like the princess is doing well. PYP thought with a smile, then looked towards the improvised path leading to a sea cave inside the cliff. That cave had been found by Ghost, who wasn't there at the moment, but was with his master elsewhere. Thinking of John made PYP remember that his friend was in that place, training his own magic and hand-to-hand combat skills, something they were aware of, as every now and then, they could hear John shouting in frustration. Shaking his head, PYP cleared his doubts and looked forward again, feeling that his body had rested enough. So, taking a new breath, he began to move his arm, thrusting and keeping his arm extended, to gain strength in his forearm. After a few seconds, he moved his other arm, delivering what would be a shield bash, a clumsy and slow strike, but an improvement compared to what he had been doing before, when he could barely move the shield without almost falling to the ground. Night had fallen once again over the islet that John and his friends used as a camp, in the middle of the Jade Sea. While the rest of the Starwolf crew rested, John was in the cave that Ghost had found. That cave wasn't very large and didn't have access to deep waters to hide a ship like the Starwolf, but it still served the purpose John had given it. In the deepest part of the cave, John was sitting in front of a table, on which he had set up his enchanting equipment. Several runes were laid out on the table, along with various objects. "Damn it," John said quietly, as he looked at the runes he had used. They were low-power runes, as he couldn't afford to use higher quality and power runes for experimentation. Therefore, he used simple runes to create the spells they would need to survive in Sotorios. "I've tried several combinations, but I can't create what I want. No matter how I place the runes or how I create the magical nexus for them, I can't achieve what I'm looking for," John said, with much frustration, as he stared at the runes and clenched his teeth and fists. The bastard of Winterfell was about to punch the wall to dissipate his frustration, but he didn't. Instead, he brought his hand to his temple, massaging it to relieve his frustration. "I give up, at least for tonight," John said, letting out a long sigh and collapsing into his chair. The young bastard's hand was all sweaty, covering it and showing how frustrated he was by his continuous failures to achieve what he wanted. The young man let out another sigh and then looked to the side, towards the place where he trained his spells. That part of the cave had been expanded thanks to John's continuous use of spells, who used a training sword to test his spells against the rock, trying to control and materialize his powers more. "I've managed to advance in some spells, and now the ultimate spells of each magical branch I know don't affect me as much, but I'm still far from achieving the optimal level to fight properly," John said, seeing how the wall had marks that could only be described as proof that his most powerful spells were being mastered slowly. Even so, despite seeing an increase in his combat ability, he was frustrated by not being able to advance in something as vital as the enchantments needed to complete the next part of his journey. However, he couldn't do anything, at least for that night, as he had reached his limit. As much as he wanted to keep experimenting, he needed to rest. So, getting up from where he was sitting, he began to leave the cave, heading towards his tent, hoping that rest would help him figure out what to do. Notes: to those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. We continue with the Christmas Marathon, XD. And we finally see what happened after the battle with the Sorcerer Lord. We see that John's friends have had a drop in morale, which is normal, as John, whom they considered invincible, is not. They have seen that he is human, but they have decided to improve to face the green hell that is Sotorios. I hope that when we get to that place, I can live up to what will happen there. We see that the return of the new gift is progressing, slowly, but it is progressing. We see that Gia is worried about what might happen when everyone finds out. We also see the training of John's friends, and we see his frustration at not being able to create all the necessary items, something that I hope makes him more human. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 47. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Christmas Marathon 3/3. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 47. Jade Sea 297 AC. The sky was cloudy, and the sea was somewhat rough, an uncommon event in the Jade Sea. The waves were not large, but they were irregular, something that caught the attention of the Starwolf crew. They had all been training quietly, as they had been at sea for several days and were nearing the end of the training period John had planned. John's companions had improved considerably in this short period of time, and that filled them with pride. For example, Daenerys was now able to fight almost like a trained soldier. She still had some flaws, but they were much smaller than before. On the other hand, the rest of the crew now fought at the level of an average knight, but that wouldn't be enough for what was coming. John, on the other hand, was where he had spent most of his time, in that sea cave on a nearby islet. That place had become a sort of refuge for him, a place where he could get rid of all his frustrations, the most recent being the enchantments. Damn it, nothing, I still can't achieve anything. John mentally shouted as he clenched his teeth and fists in frustration. His frustration stemmed from the fact that, during all those days, he hadn't achieved what he was looking for, the creation of enchanted objects to protect them in Sotorios. Although, in reality, that wasn't entirely true. John had created several items necessary for the journey to that hellish and dangerous place, but he hadn't found protection against one particular enemy, insects. In that territory, insects laid larvae under the skin of men when they bit them, devouring the flesh and killing them in an extremely painful way. I thought I could create an object that would generate a field of lightning around our bodies, something similar to the lightning cloak, but with more duration and less area of effect, but I can't find a way. No matter how I try to link the enchantment, it can't be done. John thought with frustration, aware that he was only missing that last detail to have everything ready. He had already enchanted several objects for his friends and himself, improving their defenses and combat abilities, but the smallest and most essential aspect was missing protection against tiny enemies. You know what, it's not good to stress so much, better think of something else. If I can't do it with an enchantment, I'll have to try another alternative. John said to himself as he brought a hand to his head, pushing back his hair, which had grown quite a bit. Normally, he preferred to keep it short to avoid problems, but for some reason, he decided to let it grow long. If it becomes a problem, I'll tie it in braids. With this thought, John got up and went to the magic books he had nearby. There he began to look for possible solutions for the defense he needed to survive in Sotorios. After taking a couple of books he hadn't reviewed yet, he returned to his desk and, sitting down, conjured a candlelight, which generated a luminous sphere that floated around him, facilitating reading. He turned the pages one by one, seeing information about spells, enchantments, and magical artifacts. All this information formed a treatise on magic, but judging by the way it was written, an expert could tell it wasn't written by a great mage, but by a beginner, a student in their early days, perhaps. However, for John, who was desperate to find a solution, any fragment of information was worth its weight in gold. Despite the treatise not being of great quality, it provided him with some information, although nothing concrete for what he desired, until he reached the final part. There he read something that made him want to bang his head against the cave wall hard. How could I forget that? John asked himself in complete shock, also feeling great disappointment for not having remembered it before. John's reaction was because, in that document, he found a phrase that reminded him of something he had forgotten due to not using that branch of enchantments much, magic scrolls, basic for starting as an enchanter. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the text, which included some simple formulas. John deeply appreciated that detail, as magic scrolls, although basic for a competent enchanter, were not easy to make without solid magical knowledge or proper runes. I don't know who you are, but really, you just saved me from a big predicament. John thought as he got up from the chair and began to look for paper, ink, and charcoal, as that was what he needed to create magic scrolls. The art of making scrolls was simple, at least in theory, as it consisted of inscribing magical formulas that shaped the spell or enchantment the scroll would have. With quick and firm handwriting, John began to trace the formulas on the scroll, this first one only as a test before creating the final ones. When he finally finished writing it, he tied it with a string and went ahead to enchant it. Then, he walked to a clear area and, upon opening the scroll, activated the spell, manifesting in his palm as a small flame. Smiling, John pointed forward and, opening his hand, a fireball shot towards the stone wall. Boom! The small explosion surprised him a bit, but he still felt satisfied. It seemed he could do it. Now, he just had to configure the right spell to protect against the tiniest enemies of Sotorios. The flames of the campfire illuminated and warmed the crew of the Starwolf, who were sitting around the fire, watching as John had several items arranged on a tarp on the ground in front of him. "So, is this everything we'll need?" Gren asked in surprise, looking at the objects John had prepared for each of them. "That's right, partly," John replied, as he saw the items he had laid out. The objects on the tarp had been meticulously placed so that each person knew which one they should take. Upon hearing John's response, the ship's crew looked at each item, realizing that there were at least 4 pieces of jewelry for each of them, along with a large number of scrolls. All these items were not the same, each had its own design. "I see there are rings, bracelets, armlets, necklaces, and earrings," Sam thought as he saw the items John had prepared for them. At first glance, he noticed they were neither good nor silver, but seemed to be made of black iron, which surprised him. So we'll be using jewelry to protect ourselves in Sotorios?" PYP asked, somewhat surprised, as he thought John would enchant armor instead of luxury items. John smiled, amused, upon hearing his friend's question. He understood that they expected him to enchant armor, boots, gauntlets, shoulder pads, more conventional things. But, although it would have been more effective, since the more enchanted pieces they used, the more magical abilities they would gain, there was something that worked against him. John didn't have enough high-power GLYPHS or runes to do it properly. "That's right, at least for now," John replied, letting out a sigh of exhaustion, as preparing the magic scrolls had taken him many sleepless hours, almost 3 days without sleep. "For now?" Daenerys asked, looking with some fascination at the jewelry John had prepared to use in Sotorios. "Yes, for now. If I manage to get more runes or find a good place to do the enchantments, I'll prepare everything for the final destination," John replied as he looked at his friends. "So, I'll start by telling you what each item contains and how to use them." Hearing that, all his friends began to pay more attention, as they wanted to know how they would use those items. "All right, I'll start with the ring." John showed the ring he was wearing on his finger, a simple black iron band with some engraved runes, without added adornments. "This ring has an enchantment that will allow you to recover your stamina more quickly, so you can recover from fatigue more easily." This mention surprised them, as it seemed quite useful. After all, who wouldn't want to recover from exhaustion faster? "Great," PYP said, smiling as he looked at the rings, eager to know what other enchantments the other items had. "And what enchantments do the other items have?" John smiled, amused. "Well, that's easy, PYP. The bracelets have an enchantment called One-Handed Reinforcement. This enchantment will improve your skill with one-handed weapons, whether they are swords, daggers, knives, axes, or maces. All those weapons will be easier to handle." Hearing this, John's friends felt confused. If they could improve their skills with these enchantments, something they didn't know until now, then, what was all the training with their weapons for? That doubt was shared by everyone, and they didn't take long to express it to John. "John, if you could improve our skills with enchantments, why did we train like slaves all this time?" Gren asked, as direct as always. A smile appeared on John's face. He knew they would ask that question, as it was the most logical thing in the world. Why train so hard if skills could be improved with enchantments? Well, there was a very good reason, one that John was about to share with his friends. "It's easy, my good friend. Skill-enhancing enchantments only increase them to a certain point. If you want to take them further, you need to use higher power spells." "Wait, so, enchantments don't all have the same power level?" PYP asked, surprised, as he had always believed that enchantments had a single level of potency. "No, of course not. Enchantments have different levels. It's not the same an enchantment made by a beginner mage as one made by a master-level mage," John replied, emphasizing the levels of mags, as it was an important detail. His friends listened, but they didn't seem to fully understand, so Sam decided to intervene. "John, I know you used simple words, but we don't quite understand this about the levels among mags. Aren't all mags supposed to be the same? Sam asked, with an inquisitive look, wanting to know what the difference was between these levels of mags. Well, yes, a mage is a mage, but not all are the same. There are levels among them. These levels not only refer to their magical power itself but also to their knowledge in the magical arts. John quickly replied, looking at his friend. Although he gave a clear and simple answer, he knew Sam wouldn't be satisfied with that, so he took a few seconds to think about how to explain it better. Finally, he found a way. See, to put it in terms everyone can understand, I'll explain it by comparing them to the Maesters. The first level for mags is the beginner level, mags who are just starting and learning their first basic spells. We could say they are equivalent to a novice of the Citadel. Next is the apprentice level, a higher level, where a mage usually decides which school or schools to specialize in. Although most choose the School of Destruction along with others, it would be like an acolyte, someone who already has training and knowledge. The next level is the adept level, the standard for many mags, where the mage has a decent knowledge of the magical schools they use, something similar to a maester. Then there's the expert level, where the most accomplished mags are, capable of roasting you easily with a single fire spell. This level is akin to an archmaester. With the comparison between magical levels and the ranks of the maesters of the Citadel, both Sam and John's other friends understood the levels among mags better. However, there was one level John had forgotten to explain. John. Daenerys called, making him look at her. There's one missing. You mentioned the master level earlier, but you haven't compared it to a maester's rank. Daenerys's words made everyone realize that, indeed, John had forgotten to mention that level. So, they all looked at him again, waiting for him to explain what exactly that level of mage was. When John heard Daenerys's question, he felt a bit uncomfortable, as there was a reason he didn't want to talk about that level, the ambiguity it involved. Even so, he couldn't leave his friends without an answer, so, letting out a big sigh, he organized his thoughts to give an adequate explanation. John took a few moments, but in the end, he found a way to talk about that level of magic with some ease. You know, Dany. There's a reason I didn't want to mention anything about the master level. John spoke with some amusement, not blaming the princess for wanting to learn more about magic. Hearing that, Daenerys blushed, feeling a bit bad for putting John in a situation that seemed uncomfortable for him. However, she didn't have much time to think about it, as John continued speaking. The last level of mage has no comparison with the maesters, as it is very, very ambiguous in its definition. John explained, causing his friends to feel intrigued. Really? And why is that? Ed asked, now genuinely interested. For something to have no comparison with the maesters, it had to be quite special, as John had always portrayed mags as great scholars as well. It's because that level is only given to those who have reached the pinnacle of knowledge discovered about magic at that time. Although, normally, it doesn't just apply to that, it is also often given to those who reach that level in one of the many schools of magic. John replied, which confused his friends, as it didn't seem as ambiguous as he had said. It sounded specific, perhaps restrictive, but not ambiguous. However, when John continued speaking, they began to understand what he meant. While the title is given to people with great knowledge of a school of magic, it can also be given to those with a great affinity for one of them. For example, if a mage is only at the adept level in the School of Destruction but has such a powerful affinity that they can cast high-power spells with ease, then they could receive the title of Master, as their control over that school is extraordinary. With this explanation, John's friends finally understood why the ambiguity. It didn't follow a defined path to be obtained but depended on several specific factors. And, what level are you, John? PYP asked with a smile. Surely you're an expert level, or maybe even a master, right? The others nodded, as they had seen what John was capable of with magic. However, they were surprised when John started laughing. In fact, it was the first time they had seen him laugh like that. Even his body seemed to have spasms from laughing so much. John? Sam asked with some concern, not knowing why his friend was reacting that way. Ha, ha, ha. Wait, give me a second. Ha, ha, ha. I haven't laughed like this in a long time. John responded while trying to calm down. He finally managed to do so and, after taking a deep breath, looked at PYP with an amused smile. "Oh, my dear PYP, you're very wrong. I'm not a master level mage, not even an expert level. According to the standards, I'm an adept level mage. I barely reached that level." John's revelation surprised his friends, who had all this time thought John was a high-level mage. Now, their friend was telling them he was barely at the adept level, the third level, the intermediate level of a mage. "So, you're an adept level mage? Damn, if you're already so powerful at that level, I don't even want to imagine what an expert level mage would be like, or, by the gods, a master level one." Gren said solemnly, feeling a shiver at the thought of the destructive power of a mage of that caliber. "Well, just to mention something. Edzard once told me that, in life, he was capable of destroying a large part of a mountain range with a single spell." John commented, causing everyone to look at him with eyes wide as plates. "Damn," was all Ed could say, the only one who managed to speak, as the rest of John's friends were speechless. Seeing their reactions, John decided not to mention that he was at the adept level only for technical reasons, as he knew spells even at the master level, although he couldn't use them normally. Just one of those spells would completely drain his magicka reserves. "So, now that I've explained that, how about we get back to the original topic?" John asked with a smile. Hearing his proposal, his friends nodded. They no longer wanted to know more about master-level mags, or anything related. "Well, now that you know the difference in power between mags, I hope you understand this. As I said before, enchantments also have levels that correspond to the mage's level. If you wanted your skills to improve thanks to the enchantments, I would have to weave more powerful enchantments, something I've already done. However, there's another way to maintain the effectiveness of the enchantments on the items I gave you before, improving your base skill." "Base skill?" Gren asked curiously, not understanding what John meant. "It's, let's say, the real skill you have, not counting the enhancing enchantments," John replied, hoping they would understand. "Ah, so that's it," John's friends said in unison, now understanding why John had made them train. "Now that you know that, I'll tell you about the rest of the items," John said, once again attracting the attention of his friends, who nodded. "All right, next is the bracelet. This improves your skills with two-handed weapons, that is, great swords, claymores, two-handed spears, and even a bastard sword if you hold it with both hands. The earrings are for Daenerys and serve the same function." John's friends just nodded upon hearing that, impressed. Now there was only one item left, the necklaces. "Well, the necklaces have two enchantments," John said, capturing his friend's interest, as John usually only applied one enchantment per item. "Wait, John, did you say two enchantments?" Sam asked, eyes wide open. "Is that possible?" "Of course it's possible," John replied without taking his eyes off him. "The number of enchantments on an item depends on the mage's skill and how they can interconnect the magical nexuses of those spells, so they are in harmony and don't counteract each other." "Wow, so you can place multiple spells. What's the limit on how many spells can be placed on an object?" PYP asked, fixing his gaze on the necklaces. "That depends. There are enchanters capable of placing 2, 3, but the most enchantments anyone has managed to put on an object is 6, and it was Edzard who did it. He told me that, when he was alive, he used a sword with several enchantments, but it was difficult to place and harmonize them. It took entire days of work in a special forge for that. He also mentioned that the materials of that weapon were unparalleled, which eased that task." John replied, recalling what his master had told him when he asked about the best enchanted object he had made. "And if you're wondering, I can only place 2 at most, and that's using enchantments that are similar in their use, so don't ask me to perform miracles." After hearing that, John's friends looked at him with wide eyes and a drop of sweat on their heads. Even so, before John could explain what enchantments those necklaces had, Sam spoke up. "John, what happens if the enchantments aren't harmonized?" "Come on, Sam. Isn't it obvious? You'll explode into pieces," Ed responded sarcastically. "And I'm sure if we had unharmonized enchanted objects, I'd be the first to explode." Hearing that, John smiled, as his friend was far from the truth. "That's not the case, Ed," John said, drawing his friend's attention. Really? Edison Tollett asked, surprised. We don't explode. Not at all, the only thing that happens is that they don't work, none of the enchantments would take effect, and the object would just be another mundane one. Wow, no explosions, great. Yes, and now, if there are no more interruptions, I'll tell you that these necklaces have enchantments for resistance against poisons and diseases, so we'll be a bit more protected. John explained, revealing the last enchantments of the jewelry pieces everyone would wear. Well, I guess we're now more prepared for whatever comes. Sam said with a smile, approaching the items he understood would be his belongings from now on. That's right, but that's not all. John's words stopped Sam and the rest, who were about to take their items. What do you mean, John? PYP asked, somewhat worried, not knowing what else they would need to go to Sotorios. In Sotorios, there are insects that can cause us death, so, to prevent that, I had planned to create enchanted objects that would generate a field of lightning to protect us passively, but I'm afraid I haven't been able to achieve exactly what I wanted. The revelation surprised his friends, who thought John would have a solution for everything. This reminded them that he was also human, just like them, and there were things he couldn't do. So, we just have to cover ourselves from mosquitoes and other insects. Well, if we use gloves, hoods, cloaks, and make sure we have as much skin as possible less exposed, we can surely avoid getting bitten. Gren said calmly, as on the farm where he lived as a child, they used to cover themselves well to avoid mosquito bites. That's a good idea. John said in surprise, as if something so simple hadn't occurred to him. Yes, it's a very good idea. Ed commented, looking at his friend with slight surprise, as he didn't usually give such useful advice. That's right, an excellent idea. PYP added with a smile. But then, remembering John's words, he realized something. John, you mentioned you had done something, although not what you had planned. What did you do to prevent us from getting bitten in that place? This. John replied, taking out a scroll, which confused his friends, as John hadn't used a scroll in front of them until now. Is that a scroll? Daenerys asked curiously, seeing it. Yes, it's a scroll, but not just any scroll, it's a magic scroll. John explained with a smile, knowing his friends would have questions. These are scrolls with spells inscribed through enchantments, allowing anyone to use them without having their own magic. Although they had had several revelations, this was one of the biggest. With this, John was telling them they could use magic without having magicka reserves. Oh really, John? We can do magic? Sam asked, looking at him in astonishment, as he had always wanted to use magic. Since he met John, he had hoped his friend could teach him, but when he discovered that Nirnblood was needed to use it, he had felt disappointed. Now, everything seemed to change. Yes, you can use magic, but only the spell inscribed on these scrolls. John replied with a smile, happy to see his friend so enthusiastic. It doesn't matter. I've always wanted to be a mage. Sam responded with a wide smile. Those words made everyone smile, happy for Sam. What spell does this scroll have? Daenerys asked, intrigued by the type of magic they would use. It's called Lightning Cloak. It's a spell that creates a layer of lightning around our bodies. It will serve to eliminate the insects that come near us. John explained, beginning to teach them how to use it. Throughout the explanation, his friends asked him questions about using the scrolls, and John indicated that they should open them. By doing so, the spell would charge in their hands, and they would only need to close their fist and then open it to activate the spell. To show, John handed the scroll to Sam, who followed the instructions and, to everyone's surprise except John, a layer of blue lightning began to surround Sam. He was euphoric at being able to use magic. When the spell calmed down, Sam was jumping from side to side, completely happy. Yes, I could use magic. Sam shouted with joy, making his friends laugh. Ha, ha. John laughed happily, looking at the sky and letting out a sigh. Hearing him, John's friends looked at him, wondering why he sighed. Why are you sighing, John? Gren asked, with some concern. For nothing, it's just that I'm a bit anxious. John replied with a smile. That answer made John's friends look at each other and nod, smiling as well. We understand you, John, Ed said with a smile. Really? Of course, we're also anxious to go to Sotorios and see what we find there. Ed's words made John smile. He was anxious to explore that place, one that few Westerners dared to set foot in, a place where he would find treasures and have a great adventure. Well, then let's start planning the trip, John said enthusiastically, earning a nod from his friends. Winterfell 297 AC. The grey sky that always covered the lands of the Starks and the cold summer wind characteristic of the region stung the skin of those who were not sufficiently bundled up. While the few people of Wintertown conducted their daily tasks, inside the fortress, the activity was more intense. From one of the towers, like the burned tower, one could see several guards beginning to move back and forth. That was the view Bran had from where he was sitting. The second legitimate son of House Stark had found one of the few safe places in that half-ruined tower. His grey eyes watched with slight fascination as about 10 soldiers of his house prepared for what seemed like a long journey. Robb is lucky to be allowed to go on a trip, thought the boy, turning his gaze away from the guards and looking at his own fingers. Bran's hands showed more wounds than usual, a result of his archery training. He had intensified his practice to improve his skills and be able to use the bow his brother John had given him. A smile appeared on his face as he remembered the gift. That bow, although he could barely draw the string, was the envy of all the North. He knew this because, while climbing and eavesdropping on conversations, he heard some guards comment that his heartwood bow was a gem. My fingers still hurt from so much practice these days, Bran thought as he tried to close his fingers, without much success. Despite the pain, he felt a certain satisfaction. However, he couldn't think much more about it because someone called him from below. Bran. Hearing his name, he looked down and saw his mother, who was looking at him with a frown, probably upset to see him up there. Brandon Stark, come down right now, Catelyn shouted, making Bran start to descend quickly. What could have happened for Mother to be so angry, he thought with slight panic, as it was not common for his mother to be so upset. Even with his head full of thoughts, Bran climbed down easily, relying on the firm ledges that could support his weight in the deteriorated tower. When he reached the ground, he turned his head and saw his mother with her hands on her hips and a look of disapproval. Mother, Bran tried to say, but she interrupted him. How many times have I told you not to climb, Bran? Many, Bran replied, diverting his gaze to his boots, which suddenly seemed very interesting. Please, Bran, promise me you won't climb again. Catelyn took her son's face with a hand that trembled slightly, still affected by the fear of having seen him in that tower that seemed about to collapse. Bran nodded, although he knew his promise was in vain, he would climb again as soon as he had the chance. The sigh of relief Catelyn let out was followed by a maternal smile. I know you won't keep this promise, Bran. His mother's response made his ears feel hot and a bit of guilt invaded him. He didn't like giving the impression that he wouldn't keep his word. Now, make yourself presentable. We must see your brother off. Catelyn changed the subject, pointing out the reason why some Stark guards were preparing to leave Winterfell. Yes, Mother, Bran quickly replied as he dusted off his clothes. Catelyn nodded and, without wasting time, began to walk. Bran followed her, smiling as he heard his mother murmuring about Arya's whereabouts, wondering aloud where she might have gone this time. While Bran helped his mother search for Arya, Ned was in his study with his eldest son. Both Starks were having a conversation about why the guards of Winterfell were preparing to leave. Father, have you thought about what I asked you? Robb asked while watching his father, who was sitting at his desk. Hearing his son's question, the Lord of Winterfell sighed. Robb's request was not easy to grant, as it involved breaking several protocols and possibly endangering the peace achieved in recent years. Looking at his son, Ned Stark prepared to give him the answer he considered right. I've thought a lot about it, and I've decided that Theon will go with you to Braavos. Ned replied with some caution. To him, Theon was more of a ward than a hostage, and he thought this trip would help the young Greyjoy develop his character. A smile appeared on Robb's face upon hearing the permission for his friend to go with him. However, before he could thank him, Ned continued seriously. Robb, I know Theon is your friend, but you must not forget that he is also a hostage under our custody. Eddard Stark said, keeping his eyes fixed on his son. I'm glad you've forged a friendship with him. That will make it so that when he becomes Lord of the Iron Islands, he will have an ally in the north and integrates better into the kingdom. But that doesn't mean you can let your guard down. If he escapes and you can't bring him back to Winterfell, the consequences could be disastrous, not only for our reputation but for all of Westeros. His father's words made Robb feel uncomfortable and reconsider the idea of taking Theon to Braavos. However, he remembered that he had promised his friend to try to convince his father, so he decided to continue with his plans. Don't worry, father, I'll make sure Theon returns with us. Robb replied firmly, trying to imitate the solemn tone his father used for serious matters. Seeing how his son tried to adopt a more mature attitude, Ned felt a mix of pride and concern, but he still nodded. He then took the document that Tycho Nestris had brought from the Iron Bank, where Jon Snow granted the Starks 1,000,000 gold dragons. Well, son. I'll trust you with the matter of Theon and allow you to take him to Braavos. Now, do you remember what you have to do there, right? Yes, father. I have to withdraw the gold that Jon left us in the Iron Bank. Half will be kept in the account of House Stark, and the rest will be brought to Winterfell. Correct. And what else do you have to do there? Ned asked, hoping his son would remember the other important task of his mission. I have to negotiate a trade agreement with the ruler of Braavos. Robb replied with a touch of unease, as it would be the first time he managed a trade deal alone. Even so, he was determined not to disappoint his father. Very well, you'll stay in Braavos until you manage to close that deal. According to Maester Luwin, it shouldn't be very difficult to get the Braavosi to accept the deal. Robb nodded firmly. Although he was nervous about his first trip beyond the lands his family ruled, he was also excited about the opportunity to see something of the world. Seeing his son's determination, Ned also nodded and, although he had some doubts about sending Robb with his ward, he decided to allow the trip. However, he had to make some last-minute adjustments, so he spoke again. Now you can go tell Theon to get ready, Robb. Ned said while reflecting on how to ensure that young Greyjoy wouldn't escape. Thank you, father. Robb replied as he got up to leave. However, before he took a few steps, his father called him again. Son, when you go to see Theon, tell the servants to send Sir Roderick, Jory, and Maester Luwin here. It's urgent. Robb nodded and left his father's study. Once Robb was gone, Ned looked out the window and let out a long sigh. He had a little time before the Maester and the others arrived, enough to reflect on how to ensure that Theon Greyjoy returned to Winterfell. I can't allow Theon to escape. I know I've done my best to make him see Winterfell as his home and my children as his siblings, but I'll never be able to completely erase his longing to return to the Iron Islands. Ned thought with concern, aware that all his efforts might not be enough if Theon saw the opportunity to return home and decided to take it. Fortunately, or unfortunately, Ned had been so absorbed in his thoughts that he almost jumped when he heard a knock at the door. Come in. Ned said calmly, knowing that those knocking were the people he had sent for. You sent for us, Lord Stark? Sir Roderick asked as he entered, followed by his nephew Jory and Maester Luwin. Yes. Ned replied, pointing to the chairs in front of his desk. Sit down. I need your advice on an important matter. The three nodded, approached, and took their seats in the places Ned showed. What matter do you need advice on, my lord? Luwin asked, patiently awaiting his lord's response. It's a delicate matter. My son Robb came to me with a request for Theon to accompany him to Braavos. Ned explained bluntly, aware that he needed a strategy to ensure that young Greyjoy wouldn't try to return to the Iron Islands. I have granted his request, and now I face a dilemma. How can I ensure that Theon returns to Winterfell and doesn't try to escape in the middle of the sea? Ned's statement surprised the three men, as they hadn't expected to hear such news. Each had their own opinion on the matter, and Sir Roderick and Jory's thoughts were the most martial and practical. Excuse me, my lord, but did you really do that? Did you really give permission for Balon Greyjoy's son to leave Winterfell? Sir Roderick asked while trying to think of how to prevent young Greyjoy from leaving. That's right. Robb came to ask for permission for him to accompany him to Braavos. I thought about refusing, but in the end, I considered that perhaps this experience could help strengthen Theon's character. However, now I fear he might escape and not return. Ned Stark's three main advisors exchanged looks, each contemplating how to prevent that possibility. Despite their different perspectives, they reached a common conclusion. "My lord," Maester Lewin said, taking the initiative. He knew that both Sir Roderick and Jory would opt for something more rigorous, and he needed to go ahead without his lord retracting his word. "Yes, Maester Lewin. It would be best to send more guards with young Rob and young Theon," suggested the old Maester. Sir Roderick and Jory nodded, sharing the same thought. Seeing his three advisors agree with the idea of sending more guards, Ned nodded. However, before he could speak, the old man intervened again. "If I may add something else, it would be advisable to send only a few additional guards." Maester Lewin added, aware of the subtleties of southern intrigues, something applicable at this moment. "These guards should have a direct order from you, my lord, to watch Theon Greyjoy at all times and be alert to stop and immobilize him if necessary." The Maester's last words surprised those present, who for a moment considered it extreme, until they remembered the problem they would face if the young man disappeared. "The Maester is right, my lord," Jory said, already thinking of the suitable guards for this delicate mission. "My lord, I would like to propose myself to accompany these men who will watch Theon." Ned was surprised again, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded. "Thank you, my lord. I will make sure everything goes well," Jory said with a smile and a bow to his lord. "My lord, since we will be sending more soldiers, I would like to suggest sending a letter to Lord Marndaly," Sir Roderick said, looking at his nephew with pride for offering himself as a guard to prevent a problem that could tarnish the North's reputation. "And why is that, Sir Roderick?" Ned asked, who wanted to keep the matter secret to avoid any of Bolon's spies finding out. "As you know, Lord Wyman Marndaly offered his son and heir, Sir Willis, to accompany Lord Rob. I thought that perhaps the Lord of White Harbour could send his own additional guards to watch Theon, my lord." Sir Roderick's response was the most sensible thing Ned could have heard, as the Marndalys were one of his most loyal vassals and had proven it on more than one occasion. Also, it was the only house that had proposed a marriage for his son John. "You're right, Sir Roderick," Ned said resignedly. Although he wished Theon's departure to be discreet to avoid alerting potential spies, he understood that he couldn't do it alone. He looked at his advisors and began to refine the plans. After all, he had a few hours before Rob left Winterfell. Rob's eyes were focused on his family, who were in front of him to see him off on what would be his first journey away from these lands. "Take care, Rob," his mother said, looking at him with an expression of concern and pride. "Yes, mother," Rob replied with a smile. Then he approached her and hugged her, before moving towards his father. "Be careful, son," Ned Stark said as he hugged his eldest. The voice of the Lord of Winterfell was firm but full of affection. "Yes, father," Rob replied, trying to sound as mature as possible. "Do you have it well hidden, right?" "Yes, father," Rob said, then approached his father and whispered in his ear, "I have it hidden in my crotch. I don't think they'll look there." A playful smile appeared on Ned's face upon hearing his son joke. Letting go of the hug, he placed both hands on his shoulders, looking him straight in the eyes. "You don't know how proud I am of you, son, but be careful. I don't want to go through what happened years ago again." His father's words made Rob feel melancholic, as he understood what he meant. The young Stark just nodded, without needing to say anything. Seeing his nod, Ned also nodded and allowed him to say goodbye to his siblings. "Are you really leaving, Rob?" Arya asked, stepping forward towards her older brother. "That's right, little sister," the heir of Winterfell replied with a smile, seeing his sister frown, jealous that he could go to Braavos. "Can I go with you?" the little Stark asked hopefully. Rob shook his head. "I'm sorry, Arya, but I can't take you with me. However, I promise to bring you interesting things I see in Braavos." Rob ruffled his sister's hair affectionately. Arya moved, removing her brother's hand from her head and looking him in the eyes. "All right, but you better bring me something interesting, dummy." His sister's response made Rob smile and hug her tightly, a hug that the little Stark returned with equal intensity. "Take care, Rob," Arya said as they separated. Rob smiled at her and nodded. Then, he said goodbye to the rest of his family. Sansa was more emotional than Arya, almost crying as she saw her brother leave, while Bran only asked him to bring interesting things. After that brief farewell, Robb, his retinue of Stark guards, the captain of the guard, and Theon Greyjoy began to ride away from the ancestral home of the Starks. After riding for a while and being far from Winterfell and Wintertown, Robb stopped his horse for a moment and looked back, seeing his home. "Already feeling nostalgic, Stark?" Theon asked. Ned Stark's son stopped looking at his home and saw his friend, who was smiling. Theon was handsome, with dark brown hair and a smile that irritated many. He wore a black surcoat adorned with the Greyjoy Kraken, standing out next to Robb, who wore a white surcoat with the Stark Wolf. Robb smiled and shook his head. "Not at all, it's just that it's the first time I have to do this," he replied honestly. "And I'm a bit nervous, that's all." Theon clicked his tongue and smiled wider. "Bah, that's normal, but you should be excited," he said, still smiling, with an expression Robb hadn't seen on him. "We're leaving Winterfell for the first time, alone, heading to one of the free cities of Essos." The way Theon emphasized alone made Robb understand what he meant. His friend was usually constantly watched to prevent him from acting impulsively, so the opportunity to be away from the Lord of Winterfell delighted him. Robb sighed but smiled. His friend was right. It was the first time he had undertaken something like this alone, so he would take advantage of the opportunity. "If I'm lucky, and the gods allow it, maybe I'll meet Jon in Braavos." Robb thought hopefully. He wanted to see his younger brother, although he also feared that after so many years apart, they wouldn't reconnect as before. Fortunately for Robb, his wolf, Grey Wind, seemed to sense his master's doubt and approached, gently nudging his leg with his snout. Robb looked at his furry friend and smiled, grateful for his support. Running a hand through his fur, he looked ahead and decided to continue his journey to White Harbor, where he would board a ship bound for Braavos. Unknowingly, as he resumed his march, thousands of kilometers away, his brother, Jon Snow, was beginning his own journey to Sot Horios, in search of the last seal stone. Notes. To those who have made it this far, thank you for reading. To be honest, my English writing skills are not strong, and I'm relying on Google Translate and the dictionaries that come with Office 2019. And with this, we end the Christmas Marathon, XD. We see that Jon has explained the skill levels of the mags in Nirn, and we also see that he has prepared powerful items, so the journey will be easier, at least for now. We see that Ned has sent Robb to collect the money Jon left them, but he is not going alone. He has also sent Theon, a mistake, yes, something the canon Ned might not do, but I think it would be good, especially because I plan for Theon to meet some characters in Braavos, XD. Well, without further ado, and if you made it this far, well, I'll say it again, Merry Christmas. I apologize for any spelling errors. Please don't forget to leave a review if you enjoyed the chapter, or if there's something that needs improvement, or if you have any questions about the story. Any constructive advice is welcome. With nothing more to say, see you in the next chapter. Chapter 48. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Chapter text. Disclaimer, I do not own Elder Scrolls or A Song of Ice and Fire. All rights belong to their respective owners. Chapter 48. Highgarden 297 AC. The midday sunlight reflected off the white stone with which the castle was built, the ancestral home of the most powerful house in the Reach, Highgarden. This castle stood on a green hill, with towers so high that they offered great visibility of the surrounding terrain. From its height, one could see farms, pastures, and flower fields, including the iconic golden roses of the Reach. Highgarden was excellently defended. 3 concentric rings of walls, protected by elegant towers, surrounded it. Between the outer and middle walls stretched a maze of brambles, designed for defensive purposes. Within its limits, the complex overflowed with beauty and opulence: groves, shaded courtyards, marble colonnades, lush gardens, gazebos, crystal clear ponds, bubbling fountains, and artificial waterfalls adorned every corner. Ivy covered the ancient buildings, while vines and climbing roses twined around statues, walls, and towers. The castle also boasted a beautiful September that rivaled in splendor with the Great September of Baelor and the Starry September, as well as a unique godswood with 3 heart trees whose branches intertwined, giving the appearance of a single majestic tree. Although Highgarden's opulence was widely known, it also housed, like many castles in Westeros, hidden rooms. These were not often used, at least not by the head of the family, but rather by his mother. And there was something well known throughout Westeros. Although the lord of House Tyrell was Mace Tyrell, the true mind behind the house's actions, or at least the most sensible ones, was Lady Olenna Tyrell, formerly Redwyne. The old woman was Mace's mother and one of the most dangerous women in all of Westeros. With her frail appearance, toothless and claiming to be going deaf, few could imagine that her age had not diminished her cunning. Olenna remained one of the best players in the Game of Thrones, so much so that she was known as the Queen of Thorns. At that moment, the old woman was strolling through one of the many gardens of the castle. "Ah, this sun is really good for my old bones," said Olenna, who was arm in arm with Sir Gunthor Hightower. Sir Gunthor Hightower was the third son of the Lord of Oldtown, a knight known for his prowess in tournaments and jousts. He was married to Jane Fossoway, of the Fossoways of New Barrel. Although he was officially in Highgarden to visit his sister, as his younger brother had done before, his true mission was another, to deliver a message from his father to Lady Olenna. "I can see that, my lady," commented Sir Gunthor with a smile. The duo continued walking at a slow pace, adapting to Olenna's age, until they reached the place she wanted. It was a simple table with chairs and an umbrella to protect it from the sun, although in reality, that place had a deeper meaning. Few people frequented it during the day, and the servants avoided it whenever they could. "Thank you for bringing me here," Sir Gunthor said Olenna, settling into one of the chairs. She then gestured for the knight to sit across from her. When the knight took his seat, Olenna's jovial look changed. Her eyes became serious, an expression that would have surprised many, but not Gunthor, who had already seen that side of the old woman on other occasions. "So, what is the reason Lytton sent you?" Olenna asked as she took a fig from a fruit bowl she had placed, along with a jug of wine and 2 cups. "Don't tell me you just wanted to visit your sister. I know your father well." Olenna's sincerity made Gunthor smile. He knew she appreciated frankness. "I'm afraid you're right, my lady, my visit is not social," replied Gunthor as he poured wine into both cups. He took his and sipped before continuing, "I suppose you remember the assassination attempt on my brother, right? Of course, it was a tragic event, but fortunately, your brother survived." "Yes, and we are grateful to Lord Eddard's illegitimate son for that," said Gunthor calmly. The mention of the bastard of Winterfell made Olenna roll her eyes. Like many nobles, she had also burned Robert Baratheon's letter when he asked for help finding Eddard Stark's bastard son, as she was not interested in getting involved in that matter. "Although fate has returned my indifference with the appearance of that boy in the lands of House Tyrell, saving the son of one of the most powerful vassals of these lands." Olenna thought with some annoyance, for a good reason. Since she learned of the attack on her daughter-in-law's brother and the identity of his savior, she had expected to receive a raven from King's Landing demanding explanations. However, that raven never came. "But I'm afraid the situation is not as you have thought," Lady Olenna said Gunthor, pulling her out of her thoughts. "What do you mean?" Olenna asked, narrowing her eyes. "To this, my lady," replied Gunthor as he took a note from his pocket. It was the same one Jon Snow had found on the corpse of the leader of the bandits who attacked Gunthor's younger brother. Olenna saw the note with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Although some time had passed since the attack, her curiosity about the content prevailed, so she took the paper and read it. When she finished, her face was stony, and her brow was deeply furrowed. "Why didn't you send this before?" Olenna asked directly. "This is proof that they have tried to attack House Tyrell." "We know, my lady, but there was a reason for not sending it before." "I hope so, and I want it to be a good reason." "It is a very good one, you need not worry," replied Gunthor calmly. There was a compelling reason. After his younger brother's arrival in Oldtown, they had found clues pointing to the possible culprit behind the attack. However, those clues were not yet strong enough to reveal who had orchestrated this intrigue. "We have managed to find the name of the person who hired those mercenaries," answered Gunthor, capturing Olenna's attention. That is a good excuse, but your look tells me that's all you've done, right?" Olenna asked, perceiving that the Hightowers had not been able to find the contractor. "I'm afraid you're right, at least partially," Gunthor replied, surprising Olenna, who gestured for him to continue. The name of that man is false, but with enough motivation, we managed to get those who had served as intermediaries to loosen their tongues a bit. The mother of the Lord of the Reach didn't have to think twice to imagine how the Hightowers had motivated those men. Dishonorable methods, no doubt, but that didn't matter. The crucial thing was that they now had a name. Mace may be an idiot, but he is still my son and the Supreme Lord of the Reach. Whoever planned this must have known that if discovered, they wouldn't fare well. Even being a vassal, they wouldn't stand much chance against the Tyrells. Olenna thought with some tranquility, knowing that the culprit's days were numbered. I'm afraid it was Lord Alistair Florent's brother, Sir Axel Florent. Upon hearing those words, Olenna knew the situation had become complicated. House Florent was one of the main vassals of the Tyrells and had a large army. Although the Tyrells had alliances with two of the most powerful houses in the Reach, the Hightowers and the Redwynes, the Florents had the backing of the Tarlis, whose military strength and leadership were unmatched. Are you sure about this? Olenna asked, quickly understanding the political implications. Yes, my lady. That's why we delayed. When we learned this, we understood that politically the matter was complicated. The Florents not only have the Tarlis as possible allies, but Lord Alistair's niece is the wife of King Robert's younger brother. Gunthor replied, visibly worried. He knew that if a conflict broke out between the Florents and the Tyrells, it was possible that the Baratheons of Dragonstone would intervene, bringing with them one of the most feared commanders in Westeros, a man who hated the Tyrells since the siege of Storm's End. You did well not to give this note to my son. Knowing him, he would have done something stupid that would cause us more problems than benefits. Olenna replied calmly. Gunthor nodded, knowing that had been his father's instruction. Even so, Lytton Hightower had asked him to try to get some sign of Olenna's intentions, as the possibility of a civil war in the Reach seemed increasingly real. What do you plan to do from now on, my lady? Gunthor asked. However, the annoyance in Olenna's gaze made him realize he had crossed a line. He raised his hands in apology, but when he thought he would leave without getting more information, the Queen of Thorns interrupted him. I have a message for your father, sir. Olenna said, her mind already scheming. The situation was complex, but there were ways to attack the Florents without them being able to respond openly. However, it would take time, and unfortunately, she would have to discuss the matter with her son. After all, Mace was the Lord of the Reach and needed to know that they had tried to kill him. Well, I want you to tell your father that House Tyrell appreciates the help provided in this matter when you see him. Of course, my lady. Gunthor interrupted, cutting Olenna off, which clearly irritated her. That's not all, let me finish speaking first, you foolish boy. Olenna growled, annoyed by the lack of respect. Gunthor quickly apologized, fearful of being on the receiving end of this woman's wrath. Listen, boy. Besides conveying our gratitude, I want you to tell your father that you will soon receive added instructions. First, I must discuss this with Willers. My grandson is smarter than his father and it would be wise for him to be aware. Although you can be sure that we will make the Florents suffer a bit before presenting solid proof of their treason. Of course, my lady. I will await the orders you wish me to convey to my father. Good. Now, go with me back to the castle, I must speak with my grandson as soon as possible. Gunthor nodded and helped the old woman walk back, keeping appearances. Hours later, in one of the hidden rooms of the castle, Olenna stood before her family. Her son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren watched her attentively. Mace, the Lord of the Reach, was a fat man with curly brown hair and a pointed beard streaked with grey. Beside him was his wife, Lady Ulri Hightower, a tall and beautiful woman with braided silver hair. In front of them was Willers Tyrell, the heir, a young man with brown hair and a brilliant mind, despite being crippled by an incident with the Red Viper. Next to Willers was Gullen, the second son, a tall and bearded man with an attractive appearance. Then there was Loras, the youngest, known as the Knight of Flowers, with his curly brown hair and golden eyes. Finally, there was Margaery, the only daughter, beautiful and graceful, with brown curls, large eyes, and a slender figure. What's going on, mother? Why have you gathered us here today? Asked Mace, visibly annoyed, perhaps for being interrupted while enjoying some snack. Darling, please, let mother speak first, interceded Ulri, trying to calm him. Hearing how her daughter-in-law called her, Olenna frowned, somewhat annoyed. However, she decided not to say anything and focused on her son. She knew it was better to show what she had before saying anything else, so she took out the note that Ulri's brother had given her and placed it on the table. "What is this, grandmother?" asked Willers, looking at the parchment with some surprise. "Read it and you'll know." Willers looked at his grandmother for a moment, then turned his attention back to the note. Cautiously, he opened it and began to read its contents. When he finished, he looked up at Olenna and went ahead to read it aloud. With each word that came out of Willers' mouth, the eyes of everyone present, except Olenna and Willers himself, widened in horror. "In the name of the Seven," whispered Ulri, looking at her husband with clear fear. On the other hand, Mace's younger children showed various reactions. Garland and Margaery kept their composure despite the surprise, but Laura's was another story. The face of Mace's favorite twisted in anger upon hearing that someone had planned to kill his father. However, his rage was stopped cold by a single look from his grandmother. "Is this Raoul, mother?" asked Mace, still stunned. "Yes, Mace, it's Raoul." "But, grandmother, how did you get this?" inquired Margaery, intrigued. She knew her grandmother had numerous spies, so she assumed the note came from them. "Sir Gunthor brought it to me," Olenna replied calmly, making clear the reason for Ulri's brother's visit. Mace was still processing the fact that someone wanted to end his life, something he found incomprehensible. After all, he believed he was liked by everyone. "Wait, grandmother. If Uncle Gunthor brought it, that means..." Willers began to deduce something about the document's origin. "That's right. This note was taken from the corpse of the bandits who attacked Humphrey Hightower months ago," Olenna revealed, hoping they would understand what was happening. "So, that attack wasn't aimed at killing Uncle Humphrey, but father," concluded Garland, connecting the dots. "But that doesn't make sense, mother." "Who would want to kill me?" asked Mace, finally understanding what was at stake and how luck had saved him. "Father is right," grandmother added Laura's, indignant. "Who would want to kill him? Our family has no rivalries with anyone." Hearing that, Olenna put a hand to her temple, irritated. It was clear that her grandson was as short-sighted as her son about the situation. Although times had changed since the Tyrells ascended to Highgarden and the lordship of the Reach, the grudges of that era were still alive. "Loras, with those words you show me that you are just like your father," Olenna snapped with a sharp but still restrained tone, avoiding insulting him directly. "There are many houses that believe they have more right to Highgarden than the Tyrells." The revelation was understandable from a historical perspective. House Tyrell had always been seen as stewards who rose higher than they deserved. Several houses in the Reach, especially the Florents, questioned their legitimacy, claiming closer ties to the ancient Gardener kings. In particular, there is one house that has always claimed its lineage is superior to ours. Olenna continued, directing a look at her grandchildren. "The Florents," said Margaery, understanding her grandmother's point. However, one doubt assailed her: why had this information taken so long to arrive? "But, why are they giving us this information now?" "Yes, it was the Florents, and that is the same reason why it is only reaching us now," Olenna replied, looking at her granddaughter with some pride. Margaery was proving to be more perceptive than her father. Lytton Hightower was cautious enough to investigate on his own without involving us. This was both a mistake and a success. A mistake and a success. Mother, this makes no sense. "He should have informed us at once to bring the Florents to justice for trying to kill me," exclaimed Mace, reddening with anger. He felt that the Hightowers were overstepping his authority as Lord of the Reach. "That's exactly why they didn't tell you anything, Mace," Olenna replied coldly. "But mother..." "Silence. The reason they didn't tell you anything is because, at first, there was no certainty about who had hired those mercenaries. Eddard Stark's bastard and his friends eliminated all the attackers, they left no one alive to interrogate," Olenna explained, recalling what Gunthor had told her. Although Lytton suspected the culprits, obtaining names took more time. "Now we know who they are, Alistair Florent and his brother Axel." "Then, if we already know who they are, what are we waiting for to bring them to justice?" demanded Loras, pounding the table in fury. A good moment, Olenna commented, looking at her grandson intensely, which caused him to calm down. For now, we cannot attack them without this turning into a civil war within the Reach. But mother, we have the proof, that note and the information that Lord Lytton has obtained, said Mace, convinced that this evidence would be enough. Are you talking about this? Olenna asked as she took the note and crumpled it, surprising everyone. This note is not proof. Not only because it doesn't have the Florent seal, but because they could excuse themselves by saying it's a ploy on our part to incriminate them. As for Lytton's information, remember he is your father-in-law, Mace, his word cannot be taken as impartial. Not to mention that the king's brother is married to Lord Alistair's niece, added Willers solemnly. The mention of Robert's brother made everyone, except Olenna and Mace, understand the gravity of the matter. They were aware that Stannis had no fondness for them. Besides being the king's brother, he was a member of the small council, so he could influence the monarch's decisions. Don't forget that the Florents are related to the Tarlis, brother, added Margaery, recalling the complex alliances woven throughout the Reach. That doesn't matter. I'm a better general than Tarly and I've already bested Stannis in the past, it won't be a problem. I'm sure the king will remain neutral in this matter, and with the forces of my loyal bannermen we can do nothing, Mace. Olenna interrupted, glaring at him. It's at times like these that I wonder how I could have given birth to an idiot. Tell me something, Mace, do you really think it will be easy to defeat both Stannis and the Florents? Yes, we have the Hightowers and the Redwynes on our side, but not all houses will follow us unreservedly. Some might declare neutrality, and others might even join the Florents. Then, will we let the Florents get away with it? Asked Loras through gritted teeth, visibly frustrated. I didn't say that, grandson. Olenna quickly replied, looking at all the members of her family. The Florents will pay for what they have tried to do, but we won't do it directly. We will do it indirectly, until the right moment comes to settle accounts. The firmness in Olenna's voice made it clear that the Florents would not escape their punishment. They would pay, slowly, until the day came to settle that debt. Pentos 297 AC. The sky was covered with clouds, something unusual for the region of Pentos, a dry and hot place. Even so, despite this, the activity in the city's port had not diminished. From a distance, one could see how the ships continued to come and go, and how the dockworkers loaded and unloaded goods from the vessels with mechanical efficiency. On one of the docks, Jon Connington watched the son of his prince, Aegon Targaryen. The young man had fully recovered from what had happened to him in Volantis, or at least Jon hoped so. One of the reasons they had not moved from Pentos was precisely to ensure that Aegon was in best condition. The Half-Maester has not been able to determine if it was a serious illness or something else. Connington thought, who had spent those days sleepless, fearing that the last memory of his beloved Silver Prince and the only living male of House Targaryen might die. If that happened, he would not fulfill his oath to bring him to the Iron Throne. A slight smile appeared on his face as he saw Aegon helping some fishermen tie their nets, working with sincere joy. It seems you are proud of your pupil, commented a voice behind Jon, causing him to turn at once. He found himself facing a red priest, whose face was covered with tattoos. Who are you? Jon asked with a frown and a hard voice. That figure did not give him a good feeling. My name is Nakoros, and I am a priest of Arla, the man replied with a bow and a smile that seemed as calm as it was disturbing. Hearing the name, Jon deduced that he was from Volantis. His title, coupled with the fact that he was a red priest, only showed that he was there perhaps by orders of the high priest, or maybe just on a whim. These priests are different from septons, they are not to be trusted. They always appear with stories of visions in the flames, damn charlatans. Jon suppressed an annoyed sigh as he tried to stay in control. He could not allow someone outside the circle of trust to know the true identity of young Griff. If that secret was revealed, everything would be lost. What do you want? Jon asked in a voice laden with distrust. I have only come to bring you a prophecy and a message, my good sir. Nakoros maintained his calm, but something in his posture showed that he was not as unperturbed as he seemed. A prophecy. Jon thought with bitterness and deep pain. Prophecies were something he detested. In the end, it was one that led Rhaegar to kidnap the Stark girl. All to complete the enigma of the three-headed dragon, Egon, Rhaenys, and a Visenya that never existed. And now there is no Rhaenys either. Only an Egon. It seems you do not hold prophecies in high regard, and that is understandable. Nakaros said with serenity, diverting his gaze to Egon, who laughed as he helped the fisherman finish his net. That young man really does not resemble his grandfather, he has the makings of a great king. John Connington's eyes widened with surprise and alarm. The Red Priest's words showed that he knew Egon's true identity. Panic-stricken, he reached for the hilt of his sword, ready to use it, but remembered where he was, in Pentos, a city where the faith in Arla predominated. Killing a priest there would be the same as signing his death sentence, especially in such a public place. "It's good to see you have calmed down, sir," Nakaros commented calmly, although a closer observation would reveal that the priest had also been on the verge of losing his composure. "Speak, priest, how do you know that?" John asked, gritting his teeth and still weighing whether it was worth eliminating him despite the consequences. "The High Priest Benero, of the Great Red Temple of Volantis, Flame of Truth, Light of Wisdom, first servant of the Lord of Light and slave of Arla, has seen in the flames that the young man you care for is destined for greatness." Nakaros replied with a naturalness that only increased John's unease. A chill ran through Connington's body. Damn, the High Priest of Arla knows Egon's identity. This is bad, very bad. If he wishes, he could announce it in his sermons. Panic began to take hold of him. He had neither the power nor the influence on silence someone like Benero. "What does your high priest want to not reveal this?" John asked through clenched teeth, hating every word that came out of his mouth. "Not much. He not only promises to keep silent but also offers support so that the young man can claim his inheritance more easily. The only thing he asks is that, when the boy recovers what was his family's, he spreads the word of Arla throughout the West, eliminating the false gods and purging with flames the places they tainted." The response the priest gave Connington was so extreme that the knight could not help but imagine septs and godswoods burning, while thousands of people watched in horror. Is he crazy? Doing something like that will only provoke the greatest and bloodiest revolt ever seen in Westeros against Egon. Destroying the religion that has existed for thousands of years in the Seven Kingdoms is not possible. Not even the Targaryens, when they had dragons, tried something like this. It's not only madness, it's the greatest stupidity imaginable. John was upset, frustrated, and disgusted. Although he was not a devout follower of the Seven, he followed his faith and respected traditions. He would never allow something like that to happen. That was also something he had taught Egon, to be a man who honored the faith to ensure a peaceful and fruitful reign. Now, here, in this corner of the world, so many years after taking Rhaegar's son under his care, a Red Priest was asking him to unleash the greatest madness ever conceived. No, he would not accept it. "I'm afraid you have the wrong person, priest," John said firmly. Nakaros raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the response. "Neither my king nor I will do what you ask. And if you try to convince him of such barbarity, I will make sure you don't succeed." John Connington's words were direct, sincere, and loaded with murderous intent. If the priest responded poorly, he would kill him right there, regardless of the consequences. However, to John's surprise, Nakaros did not take offense or issue any threats. Instead, he gave a sad smile and shook his head. "The High Priest hoped you would accept this deal, but he knew you wouldn't. You are too blind to see the light, at least for now. Maybe in time, you will change your mind." The way Nakaros said it made it clear that he believed that, sooner or later, they would accept that absurd idea. John, however, did not consider it necessary. When the time came, they would be backed by numerous allies spread across Westeros in their war against the usurper. "Well, I suppose my mission has failed. But it doesn't matter, I still have to fulfill another part of my task, to give you the prophecy. So, please, listen carefully, good sir. I don't want to hear any prophecy." Connington replied harshly. He was fed up with those things. "Oh, believe me, you will want to know," Nakaros said with an enigmatic smile. "It's about your pupil's aunt. The High Priest has seen her, he has seen that they will reunite in the future." What, was all John could articulate. His mind began to process the words, searching for any lie. However, he found no trace of falsehood. Although the prophecy was vague, something inside him ignited. "The princess is alive," he screamed in his mind, incredulous. And at the same time, a spark of hope was lit. If it was true, Aegon could marry her, strengthening his claim to the throne. However, this would also bring problems. Everyone believed the princess had died along with her brother. Aegon's enemies could question his identity. They would have to find her quickly and take her to a safe place with their allies. When he came to, he looked ahead for the priest, but Nakaros was already gone. This surprised him, but he had no time to lose. He had to go to Illyrio's mansion and discuss what he had just heard. If what Nakaros said was true, then there was a possibility that the princess was alive, and they had to act quickly to find her. As Jon left the docks to find Aegon before returning to Illyrio, Nakaros walked towards an alley, looking around cautiously. The reason for his nervousness was simple: he was not a Red Priest. Nakaros was nothing more than a former slave. He had been bought by someone to carry out this task. He didn't know who the boy he was supposed to talk to was, nor did he care. He only knew that he had been paid with his freedom and a bit of gold to say what he said. When he reached the alley, he took off the red robe, revealing a simple outfit: a white tunic, brown linen pants, and worn boots. Although simple, these clothes were much better than anything he had had in Volantis. Finally free, Nakaros murmured to himself, looking at the alley he had entered. Quickly, he piled the Red Priest's clothes in a corner and exited through the other end, covering himself with a simple hood. He knew he had to leave Pentos before anyone discovered what he had done. "I must leave as quickly as possible. Braavos will be the safest place. The city where there are no slaves," he whispered as he walked towards the docks. As he walked, he remembered his journey. He had been taken off a ship where he worked as a slave in Pentos. He had been bought because of the fire tattoo marks he had, poorly made scars that gave a vague appearance of belonging to the Red Temple. His benefactor didn't care. They freed him and gave him instructions. Although he was confused at first, he accepted when they promised him gold. Now he was free. Lost in his thoughts, he didn't notice the figure that passed by him, too close. Nor did he see the silver gleam that appeared from the sleeves of that person's tunic, until he felt a sharp pain under his ribs. GKKK. Nakaros barely managed to make a sound as he fell to the ground. He looked to his side, seeing the blade that pierced him. His eyes widened in horror, but before he could react, darkness enveloped him. He fell to the ground, causing panic among the passers-by. The crowd gathered around him, shouting for help. However, it would be in vain. Nakaros died that same day, not knowing that the prophecy he had spoken would come true. In the future, Aegon VI Targaryen would reunite with Daenerys Targaryen. King's Landing 297 AC. The sound of seagulls squawking mixed with the voices of hundreds of people on the dock of King's Landing's port. What would normally be a routine day for those working at the port of the capital of Westeros was far from it. A large number of guards wore silver mailcoats and sky blue cloaks fastened with silver hand-shaped brooches, the unmistakable symbol of the hand of the King's Guard. The commoners watched with curiosity the procession of 15 Arryn guards escorting the second most powerful man in the kingdom. Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King, was heading towards the ship that would take him to White Harbor. His mission was of utmost importance: to deliver the agreement that would return the new gift to House Stark. "I have taken all possible measures to keep this matter secret. However, I know the Spider must have already discovered it. Luckily, his loyalty to Robert has kept him silent. I have even managed to prevent Grand Maester Pycelle from learning about the agreement. A small achievement, but vital. We cannot allow leaks." Jon Arryn walked with a firm step, returning greetings to the commoners who crossed his path while examining each face, looking for signs of spies. So far, he had found nothing suspicious. "My lord, are you sure you will travel by ship?" asked Savardis Egen, captain of House Arryn's guard. He was a burly man with silver hair, a square and serious face, known for his lack of humor. "Yes, sir," Jon replied calmly, with a slight smile. "My old bones are no longer fit for land travel. The sea journey will be more comfortable." The answer did not entirely please Savardis, but he nodded respectfully, nonetheless. Savardis, have you taken the measures I requested? Yes, my lord. The ship has been inspected, and apart from the crew, only we will travel to the north, he replied efficiently. Although his tone was professional, there was a trace of curiosity on his face, as the security measures were unusually strict. My lord. I know it is not my place to ask, but, why so many precautions? Jonarin fixed his gaze on Savardis, although he did not stop walking. He knew his actions might seem suspicious, but he trusted that his reputation would prevent anyone from questioning his loyalty to the king. It is a matter that, if known, could destabilize the kingdom. That is all I can say. His response, cold compared to his usual tone, was also an implicit order for Savardis not to inquire further. I understand, my lord. Savardis replied, keeping an impassive expression. His words not only reflected compliance but also an apology for his boldness. Good, let's continue. Without further exchanges, they continued to the galley that would take them to the north. The ship, called Ice Tide, was a medium-sized northern vessel commanded by an experienced captain from White Harbor. Lord Hand, welcome to the Ice Tide, said the captain, a man named Roderick. Thank you. Is everything ready? Jonarin asked. Almost, my lord. We are just finishing loading the cargo, the captain replied, pointing to a young cabin boy who did not seem older than 15. He will take you to your room. John nodded and, without further delay, boarded. Once inside, both he and Savardis were guided to one of the few available rooms. Here it is, my lord, said the cabin boy, bowing before hurrying off to continue his tasks. Thank you. John murmured, watching the boy walk away. The room was simple but adequate, with a feather bed, a desk, and a chest. John took a quick look before letting out a sigh. Everything seems to be in order. He whispered to himself, adjusting his cloak. He had chosen a different outfit than he usually wore on his travels, a loose tunic with wider sleeves than usual. There was a reason for this. Savardis, keep watch outside the room. Let no one approach until I show. John ordered calmly as he sat on the bed. As you command, my lord. Savardis replied, bowing his head before leaving John alone. When John was sure no one else was there, he reached into one of the sleeves of his tunic, where there was a hidden pocket. He smiled as he extracted a carefully sealed leather cylinder case. Inside were the original document and 3 copies of the agreement that would restore the lands granted by King Geharizai to the Night's Watch. Now the real work begins. When I arrive at White Harbor, I will send ravens to Ned and Lord Commander Giamormont to let them know we are ready for the final preparations. John murmured, putting the case back in the hidden pocket. He could not risk the contents of the agreement leaking prematurely. The end.